Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Daphne Greengrass changed her destiny. Here is short summary. What if Daphne Greengrass refused to let fate decide her future? After Voldemort's return shatters her carefully planned life, Daphne must choose who she can truly trust in a world consumed by fear and war. Every decision could change not only her destiny but the future of the entire wizarding world. Will her brilliant strategy be enough to outsmart the Dark Lord? Watch to discover this fascinating Harry Potter. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Actually, better idea. Hopefully my defense against the dark arts grade is so bad I don't have to take the CL again. Boo, honestly, that's the one thing Umbridge had right. It wasn't like people were just walking down Diagon Alley zapping each other with spells. And I frankly doubt that years of faulty defense training was a major deterrent. I think I did well enough in my other subjects though. I screwed up some of my runes. Spent too much time on Latin and not enough time on Greek. My potion came out the wrong color, too, but you'll have that from time to time. And I don't particularly care about brewing. Mom's always giving me shit about that. She can't understand why I can be good at baking, and bad at brewing. Well, baking results in yummy food, brewing results in a professor leering at me. What else is there? Oh, Muggle studies. That was pretty straightforward. Kind of fun, actually, but I'd never admit that. They have some interesting things. Both my parents are rather progressive. Or so they say. I think they're just fascinated by television. Dad works with Muggles, you see. Our house has to appear like theirs. It has some perks. It drew some flack when I invited most of my housemates, and everyone in my year, over for a summer party after second year. But after a quick demonstration on how a lot of the stuff worked and they appeared to be charmed. At the very least it was like getting a shiny new toy for a couple of hours. Some of them asked about it later, most didn't. But that's my penance for having two eccentric former Ravenclaw parents. Astronomy. Boring. I care about as much as my grade in that one as I do the fact that a teacher was attacked by ministry thugs during the exam. Transfiguration. Perfect. Easy. Unlike brewing, it apparently runs in the family. Mom always said the CL was easy to the point of being nearly boring. I have to agree with her. Charms, on the other hand, are useless. They don't work. I don't care what the stupid goblin says. They don't work. It's pure placebo. I'm never taking that stupid CL again. But I was talking about how the 5th year was boring. And it was. What else happened of note? Let me see. There was Potter's blundering romance with Cho Chang. That was fun to watch. Anyone with half a in could see the inevitable implosion there. She just wanted him because he filled the Diggory void. Chang was strange, though. I often wondered why she was a Ravenclaw. She wasn't that smart. And she wasn't particularly pretty. And she cried way too much. Almost constantly. It up, girl, shit happens. It's been a year since Diggory died, get over it. I really don't understand what boys see in her. They all must just have some strange fascination with Asian girls. Still, watching Potter attempt to woo her was comical. From what I could tell, Chang was practically throwing herself at him. Had he been anything near competent he'd have bedded her shortly after Christmas. But Harry Potter is far from competent. He's almost laughably uncomfortable around girls. I'm not sure if I've ever seen him form a coherent, complete sentence to a girl that wasn't Hermione. Really, all I know is that if I were the Gryffindor Pottle, well, I'd have cursed him into next week at the Yule Ball. Not that my date was any better. But at least her date has soft pink squishy stuff inside his skull. Well, maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Of course, it was fantastic that he stupidly got himself banned from Quidditch. I still think we'd stomp them if we actually fielded the best possible team. But maybe the quality of broom does trump the quality of player. I don't know. I'm not a sports fan. I've actually never flown on a broom, and I have next to no interest in doing so. What else happened? Well, there was that whole bit over Christmas where one of my girlfriends asked about going all the way with her boyfriend. It got a bit annoying, really. See, she started to ask, like she really wanted an opinion. But she had no interest in an opinion. She was just GGing to us that she was going to have. As I said, bit annoying. Somewhere worked in there was the whole Harry Potter interview in the Quibbler. That was rather amusing, although, I couldn't help but wonder if Potter knew just how petty it made him seem. Even I had to admit, his ability to ignore the Skeeter articles was impressive. But to respond with a Skeeter article against people he was knowingly at odds with. Well, it seemed that the boy who lived was no longer taking the high road. And then there was that whole Inquisition. Or whatever the hell they called themselves. That was strange. Handy, but strange. I will be the first to admit it is rather fun to be able to do whatever you want, despite not actually joining. But how dumb does a teacher have to be to assume that's going to accomplish anything? I'd almost feel bad for Potter if he wasn't such a prick. I'll at least empathize that it must be fairly annoying to have something out to get you every year. I just wish something would actually succeed. Still, 5th year was over. I was glad for it. 2 to go. Maybe 1 if my dad would let me drop out and do something more fun. Muggles go to school forever. And some of them just start teaching what they went to school for. That would be fun. Their wars are more interesting, too. Many of my housemates would love the CL if they took the time to take it. We spent a week on what the Muggles refer to as the Great War. They're incredible at coming up with ways for killing themselves. Ruthless, too. They come up with fantastic excuses for wars too. I suppose they have more things to fight for than the wizarding world does. But there's certainly a self-righteous vibe of knowing what's right going through their stuff. Fighting over land and political theory, though, doesn't seem that much different than fighting over blood status. And no matter what anyone tells you, I was not crying at any point when I read All Quiet on the Western Front or the things they carried. That's a heinous lie spread by my obnoxious friend. I mean, it's not like it's heartbreaking when O'Brien lets you into his fictional truth about men and wars, and admits that certain stories were truly his. Yay, the Inquisition. That's what I was thinking about. They'd screwed something up last night, but I hadn't bothered to figure out what it was yet. But I figured I probably should. You learned quickly in my house that it was always better to know what was going on. It made it easier to make plans and figure out ways around things. And that was essential. I didn't bother getting dressed before walking up the stairs that led to the common room. Almost the entire house was gathered in the common room. I noticed an open spot on the couch and plopped myself down in it with a lazy, early morning yawn. The common room was a bit creepy. Something about it always just felt strange. But you grew accustomed to the skulls by your 2nd year. That, or you had a breakdown thinking they were watching you. I'm serious. I've seen it. Although it may have just been the pressures of the newts. What's up? I asked, looking at the relatively somber faces. I got a few angry glances, but Draco Malfoy just held up a piece of paper. He's back, he sounded giddy. I yawned again. Draco wasn't a bad-looking boy, but he rubbed me the wrong way. He had it all though. Charm, money, manners, and the looks. He'd probably be quite a bit better off if he didn't focus so much on trying to irritate Potter. The silly boy was too young to realize he could probably just charm the pants off of some of Potter's closer friends and irritate his rival through much more subtle means. For example, the youngest Weasley would be a fantastic target. Who's back? I asked with another yawn. I ran a hand through my slightly greasy morning hair and winced a little at the thought of not showering or changing. But on the positive side, you had smelled to worse than Crabbe and Goyle before anyone would notice, so I was good for a while. I hated the greasy hair feeling though. The Dark Lord, Draco said solemnly. Usually he just said that the Dark Lord would return. Frankly, I didn't find that to be such a great thing. I mean, I'm young, I'll be 16 in August, but even I know full-scale societal war doesn't often lead to the best of times for most people. For real, I said, trying to sound happy. My parents hadn't particularly been involved in the First War. They'd been rather focused on their careers. A little too focused, perhaps, and it was quite the surprise when they realized they'd have another person to provide for less than a year after the wedding. They'd been busy. Honestly, I wasn't sure which side my parents would be on. They hadn't raised me to be as bigoted as most purebloods were. I'd discovered that rather quickly at Hogwarts. And while my father worked with Muggles, and enjoyed some of their gadgets, he did think he was better than them. Of course, That total bigotry could have been just Malfoy and his little entourage. Ever since second year he'd been allowed to do nearly whatever he liked. Of course for real, he stared back at the paper. They even have pictures. I rolled my eyes and tried to get a look at the paper he was admiring. I probably shouldn't have rolled my eyes like that. I'm sure someone saw my reaction. But it only mattered that Draco didn't. None of his little group would comment if he didn't. And frankly, with the way he was looking at the pictures of the Dark Lord in the paper, I could have been dressed up in the skimpiest harem girl costume in existence and dancing on a pole in front of him and he likely wouldn't notice. Let me see, I said after regaining my composure. Draco didn't look quite ready to give up his copy of the paper. I wondered if he'd frame it. Thankfully, one of the older students handed me his copy. I skimmed it. It couldn't be for real. The paper claimed Harry Potter led a small group of students into the Ministry to attempt to retrieve something, where they were ambushed by Death Eaters. I couldn't help but wonder why the Ministry was so poorly guarded at night that a bunch of kids could sneak in and be ambushed by some escaped felons. Eventually, both the Dark Lord and Albus Dumbledore showed up and fought in the atrium, which resulted in massive amounts of property damage, which would almost yearly come out of the taxpayers' vault. Once some Ministry officials started to arrive, the Dark Lord fled. There was a list of captured Death Eaters at the end of the article. They had already been shipped off to Azkaban. I couldn't help but wonder why the response had taken so long too. Seemed like Ministry guards should have arrived long before Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. Were they really so unprepared after the years of peace? That seemed like a particularly bad start for the unsuspecting good guys. I don't mean to be or anything, I said after a moment of scanning the article. But it appears quite a few of your parents are heading to jail. My comment drew a few chuckles from some of the students, including Draco. Mother wrote me this morning. The group of Death Eaters never made it to Azkaban. Such a shame the Ministry forgot to report about that, Draco said. I nodded a little bit. Really a poor start for the so-called good guys. Fancy that, I said dryly, drawing more laughs from my housemates. I stared down at the animated picture of the Dark Lord turning toward the cameraman before fleeing the Ministry. It sent a chill down my spine. I didn't want to be part of a war. I wanted to have my own, happy life doing things I enjoyed. Maybe I wouldn't have to be involved. That would be for the best. Regardless, I handed the paper back to the older boy who'd offered it to me and stood up. I took a moment to fix the strap on the tank top that served as my pajama shirt and shrugged as nonchalantly as I could. Well, good news is always the best way to start off a day. But I'm going to go shower while you stay gathered around the paper. I'm surprised you're not off taunting Potter, to be honest, Draco. I said, stretching a bit as I stood up. I knew some of the boys were watching me rather intently. I liked it. I'm sure he's surrounded by Dumbledore today. Didn't fancy a run-in with that. I'll bide my time, Draco said with a nod that indicated it was the best possible plan. I couldn't help but wonder how many of the other Slytherins could see through his words. Maybe we were just all so jaded that we always assumed everyone was lying. No, that's too harsh. It's not like we spend every waking moment of every day trying to one-up each other. And it's not that we aren't friends. We are just teenage students, after all. We have just as many petty rivalries as the rest of the school. In the end, we're really just more calculating, or cautious, than the rest of the student body. Well, best of luck with that. I'll see you all in a bit, I said and ducked back out of the common room toward the girls' dorms. Can I join you in the shower, Daphne? One of the boys called after me. It was embering, but expected. After all, you have to be able to receive suggestive comments if you make them. I could feel the blood rising to my face, so I made a point to not turn around when I commented. Not a chance, I replied, without even bothering to identify who had asked the question. There was some more laughter as I made the way back down the stairs. I grabbed a uniform, thankful that I'd get a 2-month reprieve from it soon, and ducked into the showers. I spent a rather inordinate amount of time just letting the water run over my body. It was relaxing and it helped me think. I'm always the girl with the plan. Usually my friends don't even realize I had the plan. But both my parents insisted that proper planning was the key to success, and I'd taken those lessons to heart at a very young age. Of course, in hindsight, it was ironic considering how I was unplanned. I hadn't asked them about Astoria. But my plan had not included the return of a Dark Lord. Sure, Draco had talked about it annoyingly often, especially during the second year, and the start of this year. He'd actually commented, rather proudly, that Potter's version of the events in the graveyard were the truth. The Dark Lord had murdered Cedric Diggory, and Potter had barely escaped with his life. My housemates were very enthralled with the story. But still, some of us thought it was fiction. Yes, it served rather well as an explanation for what had happened at the end of the tournament. Something that still to this day no one has bothered to explain to me. And I'm certainly not holding my breath. Yet why would the Dark Lord let Potter leave? There had to be something more to it than Draco knew. It was useless to speculate. Draco's constant insistence that the Dark Lord would return bordered on psychopathic. I'd always had an "I'll believe it when I see it" mentality, simply because that made his words easier to tolerate. I'd assumed many of my housemates felt the same, but I'd never actually asked. Pansy was the exception. She believed everything Draco said, and often brought up many of the same topics when they were studying. Again, it was easier to just nod and agree, and you'd never have to be faced with the problem. Unfortunately, when you saw the problem on the front page of the paper, you realized that something will have to be done. I took a moment to find some soap and wash myself slowly. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander for a bit. I knew coming up with a plan would take longer than a shower even without breaks anyway, so I didn't feel bad. When I was done I grabbed a nearby bottle. Judging from the weight of it in my hand, I was lucky that I was going home soon. It always seemed to take too long to get your own personal beauty products at school. I inhaled the vanilla-scented shampoo before washing my hair. The washing took longer than it should have. I knew I needed to think about getting some of it lopped off. But once that was done I had no choice, well other than getting out of the wonderfully warm shower, but to go back to thinking about my plan. Originally it had seemed so easy. My parents were both successful in medicine. They had enough money from my mother's parents to live rather comfortably, but had both made quite a bit more. They'd done what they had always wanted to do, and had always wanted me to do the same. I was going to finish my time at Hogwarts and then try to get into one of those Muggle schools and pursue history or law. I wanted to be a solicitor. And, like my father, I thought it would be something I could do in both the magical and Muggle world. It would probably be really easy to make a killing off the Muggles, too. I'd just have to be careful with magic. I was sure there would be people that would think I was strange for doing that, but it was what I wanted to do. And it really paved the way for a position as a magical judge, or in magical politics. At the very least it was experience others wouldn't have. But if the Dark Lord was back, I doubted he'd take kindly to a Slytherin prancing off to Muggle school to learn about Muggle things. I couldn't help but idly wonder if they'd look over my transcripts, too. I doubted it. I couldn't help but find it funny to imagine the Dark Lord seeing a bunch of Slytherins getting the highest grades in Muggle studies. In the end, though, I knew I'd have to hope the war would be over by the time that came. But the First War lasted 11 years. If the Dark Lord was really back, it would probably be a pipe dream for it to be all over in 2. I couldn't come up with anything else that I should do. That was frustrating, but I knew I'd think of something in time. It was always best to not make hasty decisions before having all of the information you may need. That's how plans backfired. The absolute best I could come up with was going home and trying to enjoy my summer holiday. My parents would likely provide the best bit of support they could, and I'd have the better part of 2 months to come up with a better plan for my future. After I finished showering I quickly toweled off while looking in the bathroom mirror. I liked to think I was pretty. But I'd have preferred Tracy's dark hair to my own dirty. I'd have also preferred Pansy's icy blue eyes to my own hazel ones. I'm not a particularly big girl, either. I stopped growing and really just filled out through the 4th year. But I liked my body, and boys seemed quite happy with my features, so I didn't really have anything to complain about in that department. I also think I have just a great little smirk. It's fantastic for getting people to do what I want. I dressed fairly quickly, not bothering with the tie, before heading back into the dorm to find some shoes and socks to pull on. I was digging through my trunk for them when I heard my dorm mates enter. I sat on my bed and pulled the knee-high socks on as Millicent led Tracy up. "Where's Pansy?" I asked as I threw a pair of shoes on. Doing her rounds with Draco, Millicent said. She said she'd meet us at lunch. Right, well, shall we? I asked as I stood up. Wait, Tracy said. She looked at me for a moment before she asked. You didn't seem particularly excited about the return of the Dark Lord. Is that a problem? I asked. Of course not, Millicent responded calmly. Tracy gave her a quick look that indicated she didn't quite agree with that statement, but I chose not to comment. Well then, I don't think it's something we need to talk about, I said carefully. I disagree, Tracy said. Your parents weren't involved in the First War. And they aren't Slytherins. She was right. I gazed around for a moment, looking up at the see-through ceiling of the dormitory. It had been built under the lake and the ceiling was actually the bottom of the lake. It had been charmed so we could see through it, but from the other side it appeared to be a normal lake bottom. It didn't have the best visibility, but on very nice days you could see some fish swimming around through the plants. I rather liked just watching. After a moment, though, I formulated my response. Weren't Slytherins, I corrected. It's not like you write your house down on paperwork after you're graduate. It's just where you live for 7 years. That was actually what my mother told me when I wrote saying I hadn't been sorted into her old house. Tracy crossed her arms across her as I said it. Thankfully, Millicent spoke before Tracy. Yes, we understand that. But a vast majority of your housemates do have parents that will be in the war, and it will become difficult if you do not support them. Why wouldn't I support them? They're my friends, I said simply. Who will your parents support? Tracy asked. I have no idea, but I can't control their actions, either way, I said. Millicent looked over at Tracy, who just sighed. You do have a point there. I just thought you'd be happier to hear the news, she said. Honestly, Tracy, I don't understand why anyone is happy. The other two girls gasped and tried to speak, but I just kept going. No, listen, I mean, I get the politics. But people die in wars. Wars destroy whole societies, and I don't know about you, but I'd rather have the biggest worry of my post-Hogwarts day be what groceries I need to pick up on the way home, rather than if my friends or family will be killed that night. You probably think that's selfish of me. I don't, Millicent said. I think we'd all rather be safe. Yes, but this is for the greater good of the society, Tracy said. I trust you'll at least support your friends, knowing we would gladly do the same for you. Of course, I replied with an honest smile. But can we go to lunch now? I'm famished. Me too, Millicent added. Tracy, the skinniest and lightest eater of the three of us, just rolled her eyes. Fine, she said. Her tone was stern, but we've had this joke conversation before. We walked out and back up into the common room. It was nearly deserted by now. A few younger students, including Astoria, were playing a game of gobstones in the corner. I debated going over and talking to her, but I didn't have anything particularly important to say. So instead I just allowed myself to be led out of the common room by Tracy and Millicent. We walked slowly out of the dungeon and meandered our way through the hallways until we made it to the Great Hall. It was probably about 11. A tad early for lunch, but with the term being over, the school was typically lenient on designated meal times. We wandered over toward the Slytherin table. I do have to admit, it was nice having the hall all decked out in green and silver, even if the only reason we won the house competition was because we could unfairly take away Gryffindor points. I caught a quick glimpse of Dumbledore out of the corner of my eye. I'm surprised he even allowed it. The Quidditch loss was still a little disappointing though. I was happily surprised that breakfast options were still available, so I grabbed some toast, a couple of sausages and a few fried eggs before commencing to stuff my face. Millicent grabbed some sort of sandwich and Tracy made herself a salad. Pansy joined us a few minutes later. She decided to turn my toast into her lunch, but I didn't object. How were the rounds? I asked. I'd have liked to be the female prefect, but unfortunately that wasn't to be. Fine. Typical end-of-the-year stuff, mostly. Some 7th-year Gryffindors got a bit catty, but Flitwick showed up and settled that, she said. It wasn't surprising, after the inquisitorial squad. I said. Where's Draco? He went to mail a response to his mother, Pansy replied. He'll probably join us shortly. Cool, I said. I grabbed some more toast to replace the pieces Pansy stole. I ate one slowly, having finished with the rest of my meal. A few minutes later Draco did walk into the Great Hall. He sat next to Pansy and gave her a quick peck on the cheek before he stole the remaining piece of toast she had. She stole the one piece I had left and I grabbed another from the plate nearby. Potter looks pretty beat up, Tracy commented as she gazed across at the Gryffindor table. I looked over and saw him sitting at the Gryffindor table next to Ginny Weasley and Dean Thomas. He did look rather battered and bruised. But he also looked like someone just killed a puppy in front of him. If I cared about him, I'd almost be sad. But I didn't. Where's his usual cohorts? I asked. Both in the hospital. Weasley appears to be okay. Pomfrey thinks he has a head injury. I resisted the urge to comment that he really was just that dumb. Granger she wouldn't comment on. Apparently she's not in the best of shape. That's scary, Millicent said. Draco just nodded. If I had to guess, I'd say he was happy about it, but a little struck by mortality. But that's just an assumption. I don't know anything about death, so I'm likely not the one who should comment. Shame they made it out of the ministry, Tracy said callously from across the table. Yep, I'll take our final prefect log to Professor Snape, Pansy. I need to talk to him anyway, Draco said. Awesome, thanks Draco, Pansy replied. Her boyfriend finished his last piece of toast. Well, ladies, he said as he stood. If you'll excuse me, I'll see you at the feast. Later, Draco, I said as the other girls exchanged their own farewell with him. I saw the little Ravenclaw Potter seemed fond of leave out of the corner of my eye. She was looking at a slip of paper as she left and looked rather confused. Harry stood and followed her out. I couldn't help but think that they would make an interesting, albeit annoying, couple. I took a moment to finish my last bit of toast. Conversations continued around me. Millicent and Pansy were discussing their owls. Tracy commented on occasion as well. They were back to being students. Interesting how the news of the Dark Lord's return could only dominate their conversations for so long. Of course, none of them really wanted to get caught talking of it too freely in public. That could have very negative consequences. After a few minutes I was tired of the conversation. I should go pack, I said. Why? You have all night after the feast, Tracy asked. I never feel like packing after the feast. Usually just want to laze around and feel fat. Besides, the last 3 years Astoria has come crying that she needed help. I may as well get it done so I don't have to rush in the morning, I explained. I'll join you, Millicent said. I nodded to her and we left Pansy and Tracy to their breakfast. We sauntered through the castle until we finally reached the dungeons. Millicent gave the P word and we walked in. Astoria was still playing gobstones with her friends. Don't forget to pack, Astoria, I said over the general noise in the common room. More students were hanging around now. I won't sis, she yelled back. You better not. I'm not helping you last minute again, I lied as Millicent and I stepped back into the dormitory. We packed in silence. There wasn't really much to talk about. Packing never really took me very long. I'm a fairly organized person, so it usually was just making sure I had all my clothing and books arranged neatly enough. Followed by making sure all of my hygienic supplies were accounted for. I left them in a small bag at the top of my trunk for use tomorrow morning, along with a change of casual summer clothing for the train ride, and pajamas for tonight. Millicent was a bit of a mess, throwing clothing all over and trying to come up with some sort of organization, so I wandered over to her bed and started folding the clothing she tossed out. Thanks, she said as she noticed I was organizing her stuff. No problem, I said. Packing s. Yay. Never takes you long though, she commented. I just shrugged and folded one of her shirts neatly to top off a pile of clothing. Naturally gifted, I guess, I responded. Millicent just rolled her eyes and we packed in silence. The feast wasn't really anything special. Dumbledore gave another speech about unity and dark times ahead. I have to admit, it was somewhat interesting. But I'm a for good speeches. I think it would have been amazing to hear Churchill during the Second World War, but that's just me. Of course, I also had to admit, dark purely depending on your perspective. Most of the people around me certainly didn't look like they expected dark times ahead. It also probably doesn't help that I got bored halfway through and stopped listening. Malfoy probably shouldn't have been smirking during the speech. But of course that may have had something to do with how Pansy was rubbing his leg, and not the actual words of the headmaster. I wasn't particularly hungry when the food finally showed up, but I picked a few things that looked tasty enough and picked at them for the remainder of the meal. My parents would have been rather irritated with me if they were present. I did eat my vegetables, though. And of course, it happened right at the end of the meal. Astoria wound up beside me and smiled cutely up at me. "Daphne," she asked carefully, "will you please help me pack after dinner? I'm really sorry I lost track of time playing gobstones." I really wanted to say no and to make her do it herself. But then she'd just whine to Mom and Dad. And it really wouldn't take me long. "Fine," I said, "but I'm not helping you unpack at home. And I'm saying right now that I'm not helping you pack next year." I tried to sound as stern as I could, but I'm sure I didn't succeed. She just smiled and gave me a quick hug before moving back to her friends. "It's funny how you're whipped by your sister," Tracy said. I just rolled my eyes. "Yay, she's a bit of a princess," I commented. "It's just easier than dealing with Mom and Dad whining that I didn't help her." "She does sort of walk all over you, though," Millicent added. "Oh, hardly," I replied. "She doesn't ask for much. But you do it when she does," Draco pointed out. "If you had a brother, I'm sure you'd help him pack and give answers on his homework," I replied as snottily as I could. "Probably not," Draco said. And I'll be honest, I didn't think he was lying. But regardless, the feast ended soon and we moved as a house back toward the dungeons. I immediately ducked into the younger girl's dorm and attempted to supervise Astoria packing. Of course, she moved too slowly, so I wound up just doing most of it for her. She thanked me profusely though, and said I was the best big sister ever, so it was worth it. After I joined my friends in the common room, the conversation had shifted back to more usual topics. Most fifth years were focusing on what classes they'd have to take next year, their owls were good enough. There was some speculation as to who the new defense professor would be too. Nothing out of the ordinary was named. Vincent joked that if he was really back, the Dark Lord would probably be the best man for the job. But only he and Gregory laughed at that. I couldn't help but wonder if he'd spent the whole day waiting to make that comment. One by one my housemates started to drift off to bed. I'd slept the latest, by far, and wasn't particularly tired. Eventually, it was down to just me, Draco and Pansy in the common room. But after another moment they decided they should do one last night patrol. I'm sure they did very little actual patrolling. I sat alone for a few minutes and again tried to think of just what my own plan should be. I was starting to see why some people could be annoyed by such organization. When things deviated from your set path, it got a bit irritating. I just grew frustrated sitting and thinking, so I decided to venture off to bed. Once there I simply sat and stared up at the lake. I have to admit, the lake view is fantastic during the day. But it has an incredible problem at night time. It's just a dark black abyss. I knew if I stared out at it long enough I'd eventually feel like I was falling into it. And that wasn't something I was really looking forward to. So to avoid it I just rolled onto my side and curled up into the blanket. I imagined some mysterious, why boyfriend was holding me and eventually forced myself to sleep. The next morning came. I didn't feel quite as rested as I probably should have. But that will happen when you force yourself to sleep too much in a short period of time. I rose before the rest of the fifth years and showered quickly, changing into the same uniform I wore the day before, except this time I did put the tie on. I had plenty of time to kill before I had to get to the train home, so I grabbed one of the books I was supposed to read for next year in Muggle Studies and wandered down to the Great Hall for an early breakfast. I was one of the only students there. I sat at a far corner of the Slytherin table and looked around. A few puffs and a solitary Ravenclaw were also eating. After a moment Potter entered with Granger. I couldn't tell if he looked less beat up than the day before, or if she just looked so terrible that he looked better by association. He did look a tad less despondent than he had yesterday, though. They both noticed I was staring though, so I just quickly looked back to the book and didn't look up for the duration of my breakfast. I was interested enough in the book that I decided to have another GL of pumpkin juice before returning to the common room. Naturally it was a mess of people frantically trying to make sure they had all their possessions. I highly doubted the school elves would actually let you lose anything, but they didn't seem to care. I checked up on Astoria just to make sure she had everything, before I went and got my own trunk. Eventually we headed to the train together. She found a compartment for her friends almost as soon as she boarded. I bought a bag of every flavored beans and did the same. Tracy and Pansy joined me a few moments later, followed by Millicent right before the train left. Always sad to leave, Pansy said as the train started to move. Tell me about it, Tracy commented. No cute boys for me for 2 months. There has to be a cute boy somewhere in Birmingham, I said dryly. Oh, there are plenty, but my parents don't like me to spend too much time out. They claim they miss me, Tracy stated. Pity for you. I'll make sure to find twice as many cute ones in London, then, I teased. You may want to have a first boyfriend before you round up half of London, Daphne, Pansy responded. Millicent blushed just as much as I had. Tracy dated one of the older beaters for a bit toward the end of the year. We were the two that hadn't. I knew Millicent didn't particularly like the topic. I'd gone on a few dates in the last 2 years, excluding attending the Yule Ball with Gregory. Mostly the guy had bored me in one way or another, and nothing had come of it. They have to be entertaining first, I deadpanned, staring out the window. Nah, just cute, Tracy replied. Pansy agreed. After a few more minutes of talking about boys, Draco, Vincent and Gregory all showed up. We should get our rounds over with, Draco said. Pansy nodded and stood. The 2 boys joined us in the compartment. I knew they'd stay for a bit until Pansy returned, when they'd join Draco in pestering Potter. At the very least it ended the conversation about boys. Of course, on the downside it ended the conversation in general, as well. I just started to daydream as the landscape changed. I thought ahead to my next year, and idly wondered if I'd even bother with the newts I knew my parents would both want me to. But they'd also encourage me to follow my dream. They always had. Then again, they may want me at Hogwarts for nothing more than making sure nothing happened to Astoria. Not like anything was likely to happen to her at school. Eventually, the train pulled into King's Cross Station. I gathered my trunk up and said a quick goodbye to my friends before finding Astoria and heading off. Mom and Dad were waiting for us not far off of the platform. Dad smiled fully, both Astoria and looked like him. Same hair and eyes. Mom was next to him, smiling as well. She waved as Astoria pushed her way toward them. They greeted us with a hug and the usual platitudes. Dad shrunk both our trunks before taking them. We walked to his car. He liked cars. Claimed they were more fun than side-along apparition or flow. Especially if you didn't have to hurry. I didn't quite believe him, but it was useless to argue. Astoria and I climbed into the back while he loaded our trunks into the boot. She started chatting happily with our parents. I joined in when I felt I had something pertinent to say. None of us brought up the return of the Dark Lord, but mostly I just thought. Soon, I'd be home, and I'd have 2 glorious summer months in London with my family. I loved the summer. I'd have to make it a priority to follow the news this time. But, I had 2 months to come up with a new plan before I'd go back for my 6th year. Something told me that it would be far more interesting than my 5th year. I loved summer, and not just because I could hang around in a bikini, tan, and be otherwise lazy as hell. I always spent the first few weeks of the summer hanging out at a local pool. I burned the first few days, badly, but managed to come out with a tan after some more time. I like the sun. I always had. My parents almost sent me to Bobaton simply because they knew how much I preferred warmer weather. But their alma mater won in the end. Some days I had to take Astoria with me. Those days were often a bit boring. It wasn't like I didn't appreciate her company, it was just that I rather flirt shamelessly with some cute London boys rather than keep an eye on my sister. A bit selfish, I know, but it was summer. I had to watch her enough at school. I'm not going to lie, either. It was very nice to not have to wake up early every single morning. And it was also a huge plus to have my own room. Not that I really minded the dorm mates, but I rather have the space anytime. And, you know, sometimes a girl just needs some alone time. But, as I said, summer was for lazing around and enjoying whatever it was you enjoyed. I did miss my friends, which was one of my biggest complaints with my house. Most of the old pureblood families had estates elsewhere and traveled to the city when they needed to. I knew a couple of Ravenclaws, a few Puffs, and even a Griff that lived in London, but none of my fellow SS. They weren't the best for letter writing, either. But we did usually make time to have lunch once during the summer. Typically it was when they were all in Diagon Alley to buy their school supplies. I pulled my lazy, but attractive, if I'm allowed to comment, out of bed and wandered into the bathroom. I hadn't bothered to check what time it was, but it was likely around noon. That was typically the time I woke up over the summer. Kind of lame, I know, but I liked my sleep. If I ever managed to snag a boyfriend, one of my fantasies actually was just lazing around in his arms, half asleep, for most of the day. For now I had to settle with big thick warm blankets in my imagination. My morning, well afternoon, shower went fairly quickly. As did the rest of my hygienic ritual. I slipped into my green bikini, as I planned on heading to the pool again later, and then threw on some shorts and a tank top. After pulling my still damp hair back, I wandered toward the kitchen. Astoria was there, making herself some lunch, as was my mother. Both Astoria and I took after her. Finally awake, Daphne, she asked as I entered the kitchen and sat at the table. Both my parents gave me endless amounts of crap about not being up at the crack of dawn. I looked at the clock, it was only 1:15 noon. Early for me, I said, trying my best to sound cute. My mother scoffed. If Astoria didn't insist you were awake every morning at school, I'd be worried. But I suppose your test scores will tell us for sure, Mother responded. That was the downfall of having two Ravenclaw parents. Grades and test scores were kind of crucial. I already told you what they'll be. Bad in charms, bad in defense, and good in everything else, I said. We've discussed this many times. But my parents didn't like for me to be bad in anything. You should have studied much harder if you know two of them aren't going to be good, Mother scolded. I rolled my eyes. It's not like they were subjects I wanted to continue with anyway, I attempted to argue. Charms are pretty important, Daphne, she countered. I didn't really have a way around that argument, so I changed the subject. Later shift at the hospital? I asked. Mom worked a few shifts as a healer during the weeks. But she just did that because she liked helping patients. She spent the majority of her time researching ways to implement some Muggle medicines into wizarding practices with varying levels of success. She'd been focusing on their pills of late. Yes, 2 to 8, your father will probably be home around 6, she said. It was a bit of a pointless statement. Dad was always home around 6. He worked full-time at a Muggle hospital, but helped Mom with her experiments fairly often. Astoria shared their interest in medicine. I was more interested in language and history. What are we doing for dinner? Astoria asked. Mom shrugged. I don't know, honey. I won't be home. Perhaps your father will take the two of you out. That would be fun, Astoria said. She loved dressing up and going out. I bet, Mom responded. And what about you, Daphne? Do you have plans today? Not really. I was going to go to the pool again. Perhaps I'll make some brownies. Brownies again? Mom asked. Why don't you ever make real food? Brownies are real food, I argued. Real fattening food, Astoria commented. It was something she'd heard Mom say a bunch before, but it was still a bit irritating. You don't have to eat any, I replied a bit more snottily than I would have liked. Astoria rolled her eyes. Mom laughed. But they're so delicious, Astoria whined. I know. That's why I make them. Can I help? Astoria asked. If you like, I responded, not really caring either way. It would take me less time by myself, but Astoria liked to feel important. Awesome, she exclaimed as she started to gather up the ingredients from a nearby cabinet. You going to the pool later, Daphne? Mom asked as she started to gather up her things to head to work. Probably, I admitted, pulling the brownie recipe out despite the fact that I had it memorized. Take your sister with you, will you? She asked quietly enough so that Astoria couldn't hear. I frowned. But she's such a drag, I whined. And it totally ruins my sightseeing. I'm sure you'll still get an eyeful of cute boys, Daph, Mom chided. But it can't be good for Astoria to sit around the house all day. Fine, if she wants to go, I'll take her. But I'm not going to drag her, I responded. I crossed my arms over my and did my best to look annoyed. Mom just rolled her eyes. Make sure you ask her in a way that indicates you don't abhor spending time with her, she ordered before stepping out of the kitchen. A moment later Astoria finished gathering ingredients. My sister placed them all on the counter and looked expectantly at me. You forgot the vanilla, I commented as I looked them over. Oh, she gasped and rushed to the cabinet where it was stored. She returned a moment later, placing the bottle carefully next to everything else. I moved over toward the fridge to fetch a couple of eggs. What did Mom want? She asked as I grabbed a pan and started to grease it. She wanted me to invite you to the pool later when I go, I responded. Astoria's face lit up and I knew immediately that there was no way I'd be able to convince her not to come. Really? She asked with far too much enthusiasm. Yay, so do you want to come? I asked as I started on the brownies. Of course, she yelled. I'll go get changed. She ran off toward her room. Astoria, wait, I yelled after her. She paused and looked at me. What? I have to get ready. She argued. I laughed. We can't go until the brownies are done. You'll have plenty of time to get ready while they bake. I teased. Mom laughed a bit as she picked up her purse. Oh, she said with a slight blush. You have a point. I know I do. Now get the sugar ready. I ordered. All right. She complied rather quickly, checking the recipe to make sure she measured it correctly. I made her do most of the work. Despite claiming to have no interest in cooking or baking, she did always want to help out. I'll admit, though, it was nice to have a kitchen. It didn't take us very long to whip up the batch. Sometime in the middle, Mom stepped back into the kitchen to tell us she was leaving. I was busy beating the batter at the time. I heard the oven beep, indicating that it had finished preheating. I tossed the pan in and set the timer. When I turned around, Astoria smiled up at me. Can I go get ready now? She asked excitedly. I couldn't help but laugh as she rocked back and forth on the balls of her feet. She looked like she was doing her best to not simply jump up and down. I was a bit taken aback. Astoria had never shown much interest in hanging out with me at school. I'd never thought she'd want to hang out with me at home. Then again, both our friends weren't around. If you like, you have like a half hour, I commented as I wandered toward the living room. I tossed myself onto the couch and turned on the television. I should have probably been working a bit more on my Muggle Studies summer reading, but I didn't particularly feel like it. We were reading stuff from the Lost Generation, all that Paris in the 20s jazz too. Call me nuts, but I preferred the war stuff from last year. Tender as the night sat nearly untouched on my bedside table. I missed the good British stuff we read in 4th year. But Professor Babbage had indicated some of that would come back this year. Astoria came back a few minutes later. I was still stretched out on the couch, but I'd moved the book I was supposed to be reading onto my. Maybe in a few minutes I'd make an attempt at reading it. Probably not. I still can't believe you're in Muggle Studies, she said quietly. Astoria had gone the more traditional route of divination and creatures despite my praise for runes. It's interesting, I said. That was usually as far as I got in my defense of it. Most of my housemates shrugged after that and went about their business. It just seems like a lot of reading, Astoria commented. She sat on a chair and looked at the television. It's all you do over the summer. It's almost as bad as Granger. That wasn't entirely true, but I did typically have book with me over the summer holiday. Professor Babbage didn't really IGN summer projects. She just gave us the syllabus for the next year in case we wanted to get a head start on things. I tried to get the reading done through December on my summer holiday. It made things easier when the year started. I read ahead, I commented. Of course, I realized that made me sound even more like Granger, which was a bit of a sickening thought. Regardless, I was willing to bet that she didn't spend most of her summer half-day ogling boys while pretending to read. That made me feel a bit better. Still, I don't get it. Why is it so much reading? I mean, it shames history of magic. Not that anyone actually does that reading. I did that reading. Well, some of it at least. Goblin Wars could be rather entertaining. Professor Babbage claims that the best way to understand them is through their literature. And it shows a distinctly human quality too. She says it's important to remember we are all human. It helps us understand more about them and ourselves, I explained. It was a paraphrase of one of the speeches the professor gave the CL on one of the first days in 3rd year. Ourselves. How? They're not magical, how could you relate? Astoria asked. I frowned a bit. I was starting to suspect that she was beginning to favor some of the more common sentiments from our house than what our parents had attempted to drill into our heads. It's hard to explain, but you can really relate with the characters. And sometimes their writing is just amazing, I responded. Astoria just shrugged. Well, if you insist. You're the weirdo that wants to go to a Muggle university after graduating, she commented. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. It was becoming rather easier to remember why Astoria and I didn't spend too much time together at school. Dad did, you know, I argued. Yes, but he used magic and cheated his way through, Astoria said. He'd just wanted to get it done so he could work with Muggle patients and make even more money. It was true that was what he'd claimed, but I expected that wasn't entirely the truth. Dad never struck me as the type to cheat his way through anything. Regardless, I said icily. That's not too far off of what I want to do. But I'm more interested in law than medicine. Then just join the ministry, Astoria said matter-of-factly. I'd rather not go the political route with it, I said. Astoria shrugged as if she didn't particularly care, and thought I was being stupid. She'd have probably responded, but timer on the brownies buzzed, so I wandered back into the kitchen to check on them. They didn't seem done, so I decided to give them another 2 minutes. I took my book back up to my room, despite the fact that I had another up there I still needed to read. On my way back toward the kitchen I grabbed a couple of beach towels. I tossed them onto the counter and pulled the brownies out of the oven. They appeared to be done, I'd just have to let them cool. They done? Astoria asked as she walked into the kitchen. She was holding something in her hand. Looks like it, I said. What's that? An owl came for you, she said and slid the letter across the counter to me. Is it my test scores? I asked, feeling rather hesitant about that. I knew they were due to come soon, but I was hoping to have a few more days without my parents being mad at me. No, it wasn't a school owl, she said. I couldn't help but let out a long relieved sigh. But I do sort of recognize the seal on the letter. Oh, I asked, picking the letter up. My name was written in a harsh cursive across the front. Yay, I can't think of it though, she frowned. I turned the letter over and recognized it almost immediately. It's from Draco, I said dumbly. Oh, he's cute. You think he broke up with Pansy? She asked, seeming far more interested in that concept than I would have liked. I doubt it, I said as I broke the seal and started to read the letter. Astoria watched me rather impatiently. Well, what does he want? She asked when I was about halfway through the note. It wasn't very long, but Draco tended to write more formalities than actual letter. Nothing really. He wants me to join him for lunch in Diagon Alley, I said. So we can't go to the pool? She frowned. I laughed a little bit. Oh no, we're still fine. We can leave now, too, if you like, I said. Astoria looked stunned. You're not going to meet him for lunch? She gasped. I laughed again. No, I will, if Mom and Dad let me go out. That's just not until tomorrow, I said. Astoria nodded a little bit. Why wouldn't Mom and Dad let you? She asked. I laughed a little bit. She was so clueless it was almost cute. Still, as a family we hadn't discussed, or even really mentioned, the Dark Lord's return. But it was pretty clear they didn't want us wandering around too much. To be honest, I was rather surprised that they let me wander down to the local pool so often, but it was a Muggle area, and I was only ever there during the middle of the day anyway. Dunno, but it's always proper to ask permission, I teased with a smile. They better let you. Lunch with Draco Malfoy. That's going to be so romantic. He's so charming. I rolled my eyes. He's dating one of my best friends, Astoria, and besides, I doubt that it will just be the two of us. Now do you want to go to the pool? I wanted to change the subject as quickly as possible. My sister was a bit enamored with Draco. It was a tad annoying, really. I wish he hadn't been given the run of Slytherin House for her entire tenure in school. Of course I do, she said before gazing at the clock. But we're only going to get to be there for a few hours, she whined. Trust me, with how pale you are, a few hours is all you need, I teased. You know, some of us do stuff other than lay around in the sun, she retorted. Like what? I asked, knowing full well Astoria's summer usually consisted of a lot of television. Oh, shut up. Did you grab the towels? She asked, doing her best to change the subject. I went along with it, mostly because I wanted to get out of the house quicker. Course I did, I said, gesturing to the towels I'd left on the counter. All right, she said, let's go. I laughed a tad at her enthusiasm, and before I knew it we were off to the pool. It was a very nice day at the pool, which was nice mostly because it had been like raining or misting for far too often this summer. The pool, a large outdoor complex, was only a few-minute walk from our home. Astoria whistled the entire way. It was a tad annoying, but I didn't have the heart to tell her off for it. I snagged 2 chairs as soon as we arrived. After spreading out my towel on one, I quickly stripped down to my bikini. I couldn't help but smirk as I noticed a few boys watch me rather intently. I rather liked that. I sat on the chair and stretched rather luxuriously. Astoria stripped to her suit as well. She had a rather modest one-piece on and ran toward the water almost immediately. She hopped in, gasping a bit at the temperature. A moment later she was playing with a group of kids around her age. I was fairly impressed. Astoria could really integrate herself into just about any group of people. It was a gift we didn't particularly share. I only watched her for a moment, just to make sure that she was okay. But after a few moments I got sick of that and gazed around the pool. There was a fairly good crowd. I'd have guessed the majority of the people there were within a few years of my age. The male talent was also fairly good that day. Better than it had been in my last couple of trips. The lifeguard was by far the hottest though, despite how cliché that has to be. I admired him for a few minutes before gazing around the area for another moment. A few others caught my eye, but nothing that I spent very long wandering about. After checking to make sure Astoria wasn't in any sort of trouble, I closed my eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the sun on my body. I moved my hands behind my head and hoped I wouldn't fall asleep and fry. After just a few moments, though, a familiar voice disturbed that silence. "Damn," he said softly. I could hear his smirk. I dated the wrong 5th year. I didn't respond for a moment. Instead I slowly opened my eyes and gave him the most appraising look I could muster. "Oh really, Titus," I responded. The words made my stomach clench for just a moment. There had been a time I'd had a very large crush on Titus Button, but that time had passed when he'd started dating Tracy. And it hadn't come back. Mostly because he hadn't been a particularly good boyfriend to Tracy. They'd only lasted a couple of months, if that, and too many nights had ended with me comforting a crying Tracy for me to ever have feelings for him again. "Oh yes, had I known you looked that good in a bikini, I'd have been all over that," he teased. I rolled my eyes. "Nice to see you too, Titus," I responded dryly. He laughed a bit. "I bet it is," he said, taking a seat on the chair Astoria had placed her towel on. I noticed that he just wore a pair of blue swim trunks. He was in much better shape than I remembered. Of course it wasn't like I'd seen him shirtless before. "Yes, but why, may I ask, are you at a Muggle pool in London?" I asked. I'd forgotten where he was from originally, but I didn't think it was the city. I paused for a moment before remembering an article I'd read the other day. "Oh, and congratulations on being drafted by Ballycastle. He'd just graduated that last year." "Thank you," he responded with a full smile. "I was supposed to go up there today, but I sent them a message that I was feeling a tad under the weather. It was such a nice day I figured I'd extend my time in London for a bit." "May I ask you the same question?" "I'm here with my sister," I said, giving a nod toward Astoria. "We actually live just up the block. Dad loves this area of London. He likes to be able to walk to the hospital in the morning." Titus gave a quick nod. "That's right," he said. "The Muggle doctor parents." "Not quite," I frowned. "Mom works at St. Mungo's. She's just qualified to work with Muggles as well." "Interesting," Titus responded. I didn't think he found it particularly interesting. "Others in our esteemed house know your parents work with the Muggles." "Yes," I responded, raising an eyebrow. It seemed a silly question since he was the one that brought it up. "They've been to my home. Seen the appliances and whatnot. They mostly think that my father exploits Muggles for money." "Doesn't he?" Titus asked. I could tell he was joking, but the concept still bothered me. "No, he does not," I said as idly as I could. "He actually cares for his patients. Yes, it pays more than a healer at St. Mungo's, but he enjoys it and would do it for less. And being a lead healer at St. Mungo's is nearly impossible at this point. There just isn't the demand. I scoffed, turning my head away from him. He just laughed. I bet, he said, surprisingly not sounding sarcastic. I'm sorry that I offended you. But you must know that's what most of the students say about your father. They're ignorant little pricks, I said. Perhaps, Titus commented. But with the way things may be playing out now, Daphne, you're going to have to take some of that. I mean, gasp, your parents are helping those animals. You're going to have to make sure you're on the right side. He relaxed into a chair, staring out at the pool. I gazed back over at him, moving a strand of hair away from my face. And which side should I be on? I asked, not actually sure of what his answer would be. That's up to you, Daphne, he responded. It was slightly difficult to take him seriously as he eyed a rather buxom that walked past. I thought I was prettier, but she certainly had better, well larger, ETS. Obviously, which side are you going to be on? I asked. Part of me doubted he'd give me a very honest answer. Neither, he responded. You see, I don't particularly care about the outcome of the coming war. I just want to play Quidditch. I shook my head. Well, I want to be on the side where no one dies, I said. He laughed a bit. That's usually the side to be on, he joked. I guess, I said. We sat in silence for a few minutes before it started to annoy me. I didn't particularly feel like talking of the Dark Lord or pending wars, so I did my best to change the subject. Well, what are you up to before your season starts, then? Not much, he admitted as he watched a brunette this time. I was planning on visiting a cousin of mine for a few days and then just hanging out. I should probably look for an apartment in Ballycastle too, but I haven't decided on how I feel like traveling to the stadium every day. I see. Is he cute? I asked, mocking his usual response whenever anyone mentioned a family member. I just hoped his cousin was male. He's not bad, Titus deadpanned. He likes to go fast. Asked me what the fastest I'd ever driven was. Didn't have the heart to tell him I'd never driven a car, so I told him the top speed of my broom. He wasn't impressed. Well, you are a bit of a slow poke, I commented. He just rolled his eyes. If you insist. Have you ever driven though? As a punger, never as a driver. Dad likes cars, I said. He nodded. Looks kind of boring and like it takes too long. I spent like 15 minutes watching the Muggles go around some circle thing. Looked stupid. No argument from me, I said. I'd rather just jump in the flow. I dunno, he shrugged. I don't like the flow. I always have to sneeze coming out of it. Well, you can apparate. You're going into your 6th year, right? He asked, but he didn't give me any time to answer. Well, just wait for the CL on it. It's very unpleasant as well. Always gave me a bit of a square peg, round hole feeling. If you insist, I said. Both my parents had taken me along at one point or another. I didn't think it was that bad. It always seemed to take a lot out of them, though. Oh, I do. You'll see, he said. Now, any interesting plans for the rest of your summer? Or are you just looking forward to going back to school and getting bossed around by your sister some more? She hardly bosses me around, I said. Of course, as I said it, I realized that I had no idea where she was. I gazed around for a moment, trying to not look concerned. I saw her a few seconds later. She seemed to be having fun, so I looked back at Titus. But yes, I'm going to lunch with Draco tomorrow. Oh really? He crossed his arms and shook his head a bit. Has that little bastard finally dumped Pansy? No idea, he just invited me to lunch. Seemed like bad manners not to go, I said. I hoped he hadn't dumped Pansy. Not that I particularly cared about their relationship status, but having her talk about how awesome of a boyfriend he was seemed to be preferable conversation to her complaining constantly about him. Well, don't date him, he bothers me, Titus said. I raised an eyebrow. And I should pay attention to who you want me to date, why? Valid point. But he's a prick, you can't like him. I never said I did. Just that he invited me to lunch, I explained. And why would he do that? Because we're friends. Does Draco strike you as the type of person that does things for his friends? Titus asked. I opened my mouth to comment, but when I couldn't think of anything I just closed it and went back to monitoring Astoria. He just laughed. Exactly. So he's not a great friend. Regardless, I'm not about to go out with him. But I'll take a free lunch any day. You turned me down, Titus said. You treated one of my best friends like shit, I responded. He winced a bit. Tracy was a bit annoying. He attempted to defend himself. I just laughed. That seems to be a common trait with you and girls. In fact, I'm willing to bet that if I were fully clothed, I'd be a bit annoying right now. Well, maybe, he smirked and acted all suave. I rolled my eyes. We talked for a few more minutes then. He was annoyingly flirty, but that was pretty much Titus Button in a nutshell. He leered a bit too much at me, but I didn't mind as much as I probably should have. He left, not too long later, deciding to try his luck with a brunette that was also leaving. I wished him the best, although I hoped he got shot down miserably. I let Astoria screw around for a few more minutes, mostly because I was too lazy to get up and fetch her. But eventually I knew we should be heading home, so I tossed my clothing back on and wandered over to grab her. She didn't particularly want to go, but for once she actually listened to me. I was treated to a play-by-play of her day adventuring with local London kids. It was fairly amusing and I was glad she enjoyed herself. Dad was home when we arrived back. He was sitting at the kitchen table, reading the evening paper. I noticed the pan of brownies was partially eaten in front of him. "Hello girls," he said as we entered. "Where were you?" He sounded concerned, but not angry, which was probably a good thing. "We went to the pool," Astoria exclaimed as she skipped into the kitchen. She cut herself rather large brownie and sat down in a chair across from Dad. "Oh, did you have fun?" he asked, not looking up from the paper. "Yes, we did," she said, taking a large bite of the brownie. "I met some cool kids who live just around the block. That's always fun. Too bad you're going back to school," he commented idly. "Now you're spoiling your appetite. I placed a carry-out for Indian food I'll be picking up in a few minutes, so why don't you go change?" Right away, Astoria popped up and ran off toward her room. She really liked the Indian food. I wasn't as big of a fan, but food was food. I nodded and started to walk toward my own bedroom. "Wait a minute, Daphne," he said from the table. I winced. He had that tone that always make you nervous. I'm sure it was the same tone he used when patients were being particularly difficult. "Yay, what's up?" I asked. He put down the paper and slid a sheet of parchment toward me. You meant it was the letter from Draco. "Oh, I was going to ask you about that. I hope that I can go." "It's just a lunch in Diagon Alley," I said. He raised an eyebrow at me. "I don't care about that, Daphne, you're old enough to flow to the alley by yourself for lunch." He gave a nod toward the parchment again. I looked down at it again and swallowed hard. "Test results?" I asked. "MMHMM, he responded. "How did I do?" I tried to muster my cutest smile, despite knowing full well that it wouldn't have any effect on my father. "Check," he said. I gulped again before picking up the parchment. I ignored the text at the top and just looked at the marks. They weren't bad. In fact, I'd have thought they were pretty good, but Ravenclaw parents were always a little grade obsessed. I'd managed an O in History of Magic, Muggle Studies, and Transfiguration. I an E in 2 Clees, and those were Ancient Runes and Defense. I had to admit I was rather surprised at the defense grade. I'd thought the practical was just terrible, but the written portion must have gone fairly well. I'd managed 2 A's as well. Those were in Potions and Herbology. Unfortunately, and I knew I'd probably take serious flack for this, the other 2 grades were D's. And I knew I'd probably need a better excuse than simply expressing my hatred for both charms and astronomy. "I think I did pretty well," I said, putting the parchment down. "You failed 2 Clees," he said bluntly. I noticed he'd crossed his arms over his. That was never a particularly good sign. "Yes, but I wouldn't have taken them anyway," I said. "So you intentionally failed them?" he asked, raising his eyebrows when he spoke. "Well, no, but I've always ed at charms. And astronomy. Really, it's not like I'm a werewolf. And if I were, then big white orb is bad. Small sparkly orbs are still pretty and harmless," I argued. He just shook his head. "Both your mother and I ped all 9 of our Clees. I had 7 O's. Your mother had 8. You'll be lucky to even be in 5 Clees next year." He was trying to sound mean. It worked, but his logic was a tad absurd. "Hardly, Dad. I have 5 at O or E. And 5 is the usual amount of Clee's 6th and 7th years take anyway. And you simply want to be adequate. We've raised you to always strive to do the best you possibly can. Is this the best you can do? He tapped the parchment with one finger as he finished speaking. Probably, I admitted. We both know I've never been able to get a charm to actually work. And astronomy, I mean, come on. It's not like I see you and Mom stargazing every other night. I did my best to pout. He just shook his head. Thankfully, at that moment Astoria came prancing back into the kitchen. Where's the food? She asked when she entered. Dad laughed, which was nice as I stopped feeling like I was being interrogated. I was just having a conversation with Daphne about her test scores. But how about you two go pick it up? He took out his wallet and slipped out a credit card, tossing it at me. I caught it. Okay, Astoria exclaimed before dragging me back out. The Indian place we frequented was only a few blocks away. Astoria chatted away about nothing in particular. It only took a few minutes for us to arrive at the restaurant. Our food wasn't ready and Astoria insisted I buy her a soda at the bar. We sat for a few moments before she changed her conversation topic. So were your test scores just awful? She asked. I couldn't tell if she was teasing. No, but you'll find out that our Ravenclaw parents are a bit uppity about grades, I said. Astoria, though, generally did a bit better than me. But the gap wasn't that large. They never really comment on my marks, she said. Just wait. Soon you won't be able to use the, well, I got better grades than Daphne, excuse, I teased. Well, I don't know, she responded demurely. From the sound of it you want to go to school forever. Well, yes, but not for magical things, I responded. Astoria shrugged a tad as I paid for the carry-out. She finished her soda quickly and we walked back home. This time she commented on my interest in the Muggles. Like many in my, well, I suppose I should say our house, she didn't quite understand my interests. Mom had returned home, earlier than she'd thought, by the time Astoria and I got back. She helped me organize the food as Astoria set the table. Mom didn't mention my grades, but I knew that was probably coming soon. We ate as a family, but didn't particularly talk about much. Mom and Dad were discussing the best way to treat one of Dad's patients. I didn't particularly listen to their conversation because medical things kind of gross me out, and I didn't really care. Astoria seemed more interested. Perhaps she had a bright future ahead of her as a healer. I know I didn't. When we were finished I started to clear the plates. I didn't normally clean up, but it seemed like a decent idea to cheer up the parents. Astoria rushed off to watch one of her favorite television programs. My parents just sat for a bit before Mom got up to help me. So 5 Clees next year, she said after a few minutes of rinsing off dishes. 6, I corrected. She raised an eyebrow. History, Muggle studies, transfiguration, defense, runes and... She asked as she started filling the dishwasher. Herbology, I responded. You can still take that with a basic ping grade. I'd have preferred potions but I doubt Professor Snape will let me take it. It was the best I'd been able to think of since my brief conversation with Dad. It seemed to surprise Mom, though, so that couldn't hurt. You hate both of those, she commented. I do, but it's another CL. If I really hate it I can drop it going into 7th year. So you're going for your 7th year? Mom asked. That caught me a tad off guard. So far they hadn't really given me a choice. They knew what I'd have liked to do, but hadn't really said the decision was up to me. I don't know, I admitted. Which just drew an appraising look from both of my parents. I'd still like to study law. And, well, I know we haven't talked about it. But there's going to be a war. I'm not stupid. Most of my friends will be with he who must not be named. It may not be a bad idea to not be at Hogwarts. My parents exchanged a look between themselves. We don't disagree with you, Daphne, my father said from the table. But your mother and I don't know what may happen if you're amongst the Muggles during the war. Really, the only different contact we've had from wizarding families is the letter you received from Draco today. Do you think that could be about the war? I asked. I would doubt it, Mom said. Using children to facilitate a strategy or plan isn't usually the best idea. But there's always been rumors with the Malfoy family. Just be careful. Do you not want me to go? I would be surprised if it was anything unusual, Daphne, Dad responded. But we've always taught you to be careful and pay attention. That you have, I said. Draco was almost giddy when he read about the Dark Lord's return. I noticed my parents shared a glance when I used that term for him. I hadn't even thought about it. It was just what most of Slytherin used, opposed to he who must not be named or you know who. Well, I'm sure it will be a nice afternoon, Mom responded with a faux cheeriness. I could tell they wanted to talk without me from the glance she gave Dad. Make sure you enjoy yourself. I will, I responded as I took the last plate from Mom, rinsed it, and put it into the dishwasher. But I'm going to go read now. Thanks for dinner, Dad. I slipped out of the kitchen and headed toward my room. At least my parents talking about something would lessen their annoyance at my marks. I changed into my pajamas quickly before flopping down onto my bed and picking up my book. But I couldn't bring myself to read quite yet. Part of me wanted to go eavesdrop on my parents, but a larger part was comfortable and didn't feel like getting off my bed. So instead I just stared up at my ceiling fan and thought about what tomorrow might bring. I couldn't fathom that Draco would be doing the Dark Lord's bidding by inviting me to lunch, despite how he seemed to think his family held some sort of exalted status. Still, it was very rare he did much with anyone outside of Pansy during the summer. I wondered if Titus Button was right. Perhaps he wanted me. That was an interesting thought. If there wasn't an impending war, I'd likely consider it. But now, my goal was to be safe and uninvolved. And cavorting with Draco wasn't likely to lead to either of those. Eventually, I gave up on thinking. I dragged myself out of bed, turned off the lights, and switched on the ceiling fan, before crawling under the covers. I couldn't help but be excited for tomorrow, no matter what the day would bring. And soon I'd be heading back to school, which, despite signaling the end of summer and warm days at the pool, was always something to look forward to. I woke a tad earlier than normal the next morning, mostly because my mother banged on my bedroom door and told me to get up if I expected to actually be remotely on time for my lunch date. I threw the deliciously warm covers off my body and sat up in bed. That was a poor idea. My room was freezing. I'd left a window open, which I did nearly every night. But on this late August morning, with that annoying misty rain, the open window was a rather large mistake. So I pulled one of my blankets off the bed and wrapped it around my shoulders before deciding to bathe the chill. I moved to the window and looked out it for a moment before closing it. London looked rather damp and dreary. Of course, that wasn't particularly unusual. Once the cold started to pierce through the blanket, I slipped into my bathroom and prepared for the day. It wasn't until I was dressing, in rather form-fitting black jeans and a green and white checkered blouse, that I remembered the concerns my parents had expressed the night before. I pressed my lips together as I started to dabble with my makeup and ponder that. I still didn't think it would be anything major. I mean, why would it? We were just silly 16-year-old kids. And, as I told Astoria, I doubted it'd even just be the two of us. I put the finishing touches on my lipstick and walked toward the kitchen. Mom was there, getting ready for another shift at St. Mungo's. She was slicing an apple and putting it into a small dish, which she then offered to me. "So you don't eat brownies for breakfast," she said with a smile. I shook my head a bit. "But I like brownies, and so far they haven't ruined your figure. I remember when I had your metabolism. It doesn't last, Daph," she teased. "I'm going to savor it while it does then," I responded, but took a bite of apple. It wasn't bad, but that was the best compliment I could pay it. "You look nice." Mom changed the subject. "Very muggle, though, duh. I look awesome in green." At least the sorting hat was smart enough to pick green over blue. "And most of the students dress like this when not in uniform," I said. Mom nodded. She knew it was true. It also didn't hurt that my parents both had full muggle wardrobes. "I don't think I've ever seen Draco not in robes," Mom commented. I wasn't sure I had either. Except for the rare occasion when he pulled off the top layers on a warm evening in the common room. "And I seriously doubt the hat picked your house based on your color preference." "Well, I'm not trying to impress him or anything," I responded. "And it's not like he doesn't know how I dress, and hasn't leered at me in a bikini laying by the lake." "You've worn a bikini out to the lake?" Mom asked, looking slightly impressed. "Once or twice on very warm spring days," I responded with a slight blush. "I bet that drew the stares of many of the purebloods," Mom laughed. It's not like I wandered through the halls in it. I wore a cover-up and a towel, and went to the far side of the lake. Just a few friends knew where I was and came out to chat. Chat, that's what they call it these days. She teased. I just rolled my eyes. Yes, you know, when people come and talk to you about nothing in particular. I'm sure you and Dad do it. And I'm sure that you chat at work sometimes, I smiled. Amazingly enough, you're right, Mom said. Who'd have thought that us boring adults do your newfangled chatting? Haha. I rolled my eyes. Now why did you get me up like an hour before I even needed to get ready to go to lunch? Your date is in the alley, right? She asked. Yay, the little bistro just past the bank, I responded. They have a great chopped salad, she said. And a better fish and chips, I responded. For lunch, Daphne, she teased. I just shrugged. Now you didn't wake me up to ask that, I responded. Mom nodded and took out a small pouch. She tossed it to me. You wouldn't mind picking up your and Astoria's books and such, would you? I caught the pouch, hearing the clink of coins, and nodded. Yay, no problem. You have her CL list. It's on the counter. Think you can figure out the potion supplies? Mom asked as I tucked the bag into my purse. I'd picked a green leather one out of my closet for today. They sell kits for each year now. It shouldn't be too hard to figure out. And she can always pick up more in Hogsmeade, or order it, if she runs low on something. Well, just have it all mailed to the house, she responded. Makes everything easier. Astoria doesn't want to go shopping for her own stuff. I asked. I usually insisted on going. Of course, I typically had plans to meet various friends on the day I insisted on shopping. Astoria never struck me as that devious. And she never particularly seemed interested in her friends outside of school. Although, she was always very thrilled to see them when the semester began. We usually have to drag her along anyway. I'm sure she won't mind, Mom responded. She was gathering up her things. She must have been expected at work a bit earlier. You're probably right. Have a good day at work, I said. Ordering me out, she laughed. No, but you looked like you were on your way out the door, I responded. And I'm going to read for a bit before heading to the alley. Well, have fun. Don't get too distracted. Your father and I are going out tonight, so you and Astoria are on your own. All the more reason to have the fish and chips for lunch, I smirked. My mother just shook her head as I wandered back toward my bedroom. I knew that their going out meant I'd likely be stuck trying to figure out what would appease Astoria as soon as I got back from my lunch. Indian food usually worked, but Dad had covered that base the night before. I could try for Chinese, I guess. Maybe pizza. Maybe I should just bring her home a nice fish and chips. Regardless, by the time I'd made it back into the living room, Mom had left for work and there was no sign of Astoria. I knew if I woke her and asked what she wanted for dinner she'd just glare blearily at me. Which, granted, is probably exactly what I'd if I were in her shoes. I flopped onto the couch and opened my book. I debated turning the television on, but decided against it. It wasn't like I actually knew what was on anyway, but sometimes the noise was nice. I read for a bit. I was starting to enjoy the book a bit, but the doctor's insane wife was beginning to bother me. He certainly put up with a lot from her. Seemed like he cared quite a bit more for her than she did for him. Then again, she wasn't quite all there, so it made it a bit more difficult to judge what she was really thinking and feeling. And of course, stacked on top of that, was the whole Florence Nightingale thing going on between the two of them bothered me. Doctors shouldn't fall for their patients. But when I looked up at the clock, after getting a sizable chunk of the book out of the way, I realized I should have left a few minutes earlier. I grabbed my purse and some flow powder and stepped through to Diagon Alley. The alley was surprisingly deserted. I guess I should have probably expected that, with the whole war thing going on. When I noticed that the ice cream store appeared to have closed, and wasn't looking to be in particularly good shape. That was disappointing. I loved the mint chip. A few other shops appeared to be empty as well. There were a few broken windows around as well. There was a very eerie feeling, too. Everything just seemed off. I should have probably read The Prophet more over the summer. But it was worlds easier to simply not. I'd always be amazed at how easy it was to forget about the magical world when I was at home. There just were too few of us and we lived too spread out. Letters could only do so much. A few weeks into the summer holiday I'd always find myself watching the Muggle news on television and find myself completely oblivious to whatever else was going on. Sure, I knew my parents weren't. They read both papers and kept in close contact with their friends. They would know everything that was going on with the war. I couldn't help but feel a bit like an incompetent child as I looked around the alley. They'd have known. I hadn't even thought about it. I walked slowly through the alley. There were still people wandering around. But next to no one met my eye. And most kept their distance. I was one of the only ones wearing Muggle clothing too. The apothecary was the closest shop, so I stepped inside. The store owner flinched away from me as I entered. Who flinched from a pretty 16-year-old girl? Then again, some of the shops looked ransacked. Perhaps he flinched from everything. I smiled as cheerily as I could and bought Astoria's potion ingredients. I tried to be happy and carefree. But their owner wanted no part of it. The only thing he said to me was the price of the goods. I paid it with an exceptionally cute, practiced frown and went on my way. The bookstore was a tad better. The owner at least recognized that I wasn't a raving murderer and gave me a nice smile. She also sent over a relatively handsome boy to help me out. I recognized him a bit, although I couldn't quite put a name to a face. I expected that if I thought about it for much longer I'd figure it out. But I didn't particularly care. The short of it was that he was a recently graduated Ravenclaw. I had him find most of Astoria's books first. I recognized many from my 4th year. I should probably just give her my copies, but I liked keeping my books. They were good references, and I doodled in the margins quite often. I didn't recognize her elective books, but that was to be expected. It appeared that Snape had decided on a new potions tome too. This one looked a bit colorful for the head of our house, but the Claw insisted it was the required text this year. I gave him my CL list then, and he started picking out the books for me. He started with Muggle studies. I had to steer him away from the fiction, which I'd already picked up at the start of summer. But I did need the basic text, despite the fact that Professor Burbage barely used it. The history book looked fairly interesting. For the first time in 2 years there wasn't a goblin on the cover. I wasn't sure whether that was a good sign or not. I thanked him with a full wide-eyed smile and reveled a bit in his stammered response and blush. I'm not going to lie, I enjoy being pretty. Sure, there were things about me I would change if I was able. But I made do, and here I managed to convince him to carry my books to the counter so I wouldn't have to. Of course, he may have just been being a good employee. I like to think it was more my natural charm than anything else. I paid for the books and had the store owner owl them to my address. He said he'd get them out that night, and with a smile. I thanked him and made sure to thank his employee again. He blushed more and I couldn't help but giggle as I wandered back into the alley. My next stop was just for some quills and ink. It went quickly. After, I wandered past Madame Malkin's taking a moment to gaze in the windows. But I didn't need new school attire, so I kept walking. If Astoria needed new clothes, she was going to have to tell Mom and come get them. Knowing my luck, I'd wind up having to take her shopping in Hogsmeade for the first weekend there. From there I window shopped at a few other clothing spots, looking at some nice dresses. I couldn't help but wish there were more formal events at school. Maybe I should get a group together to try to get an end-of-the-year dance or something. Nah, way too much effort. I continued up the main street then, mostly staring in shop windows. The alley was fairly vacant, and the few people around were keeping their distance from just about everyone. But, when I finally looked up, I couldn't help but laugh. Yay, I didn't like the Weasley twins. But wow, their store certainly did look like it would be better suited in Blackpool than Diagon Alley, but it was impressive nonetheless. Part of me hated them enough that I couldn't fathom even walking into the place. Part of me remembered their last week and the chaos that ensued and couldn't resist. Inside was chaos. It was amazing. I couldn't believe how packed the shop was for how empty the alley was. I wandered slowly around the shop, avoiding both Weasley twins. I wasn't sure if they'd recognize me, but they seemed more interested in the other people in the shop anyway. They appeared to be more interested in other students in the shop anyway. None of the products particularly appealed to me, but I had to admit the Daydream charms were fairly interesting. And I will also grudgingly admit that I bought a couple. But I bought them to give to Astoria, rather than use myself. She may not be 16, but she'd probably get more of a kick out of them than I would. Once I paid, I figured I should probably head toward the restaurant and see if anyone else had arrived yet. I'd still be a few minutes early, but Draco, to his credit, was usually rather prompt. I walked toward Gringotts before turning down one of the smaller side routes. I saw the sign for the bistro a few houses down and walked toward it. It was fairly empty as well. But that didn't surprise me given the state of the alley. The host smiled at me and asked if it was just me. I shook my head and went to peer into the dining room. I saw Draco and Pansy, which was a slight relief, sitting at a booth in the corner. Someone else was with them, but he was facing away from me. Pansy saw me and waved. I gave her and Draco a quick smile and wandered over. My only option at the booth was to slide next to the other person. I placed the joke shop bag between the two of us as I sat down before I looked at him. "Hello, Daphne," Theodore Knott said from the side of the booth. I blinked a bit. He and I weren't particularly close. To be honest, I found him a bit whiny. He was a small, skinny boy that I could probably knock over if I leaned on him. "Hey Ted," I responded, knowing full well he preferred his full name. I turned my glance to Draco and Pansy. Draco was eyeing the bag I'd placed down. "How's your summer been?" I said, mostly to my friend, but really the question was open for anyone. "Mine's been great," Pansy said with a smile. She took Draco's arm and rested her head against it, a big smile on her face. "Draco and I have spent quite a bit of time together. We missed you at the Selwyn's party." "Oh yay," I said. My father had declined the invitation. He hadn't even particularly thought about going. But it put me in an odd position. So I just responded with, "How was it?" "Fantastic," Pansy said. "Everybody was there. Even Tracy and her parents made it down. That's where we caught up with Theodore and decided to have lunch." "And invite me," I said. This whole setup was starting to make a bit of sense. The one bit that bothered me was that Theodore deserved his place in Slytherin House. He was as cunning as the rest of us. Why the ruse? "Well, we knew you lived in the city and figured that you wouldn't turn down an invitation to lunch," Pansy responded. "Never," I smiled. "I'm all for food. Sorry if I kept you waiting too long." "Not at all," Pansy said. "We'd just arrived a few minutes ago. I personally thought we should have waited for you by the entrance, but Draco wanted to get the table." She glared at her boyfriend just a little bit as she spoke. Draco just shrugged a little bit. He looked a tad bothered, so I decided to investigate. "So, Draco, having a good summer?" I asked. I couldn't help but marvel at my completely amazing ability to start a conversation. But it made them. "Yes," he said bluntly. I looked at him for a moment. It was a fairly warm day, at least for August in London, but he wore a long-sleeved button-up shirt with a Slytherin crest on the. It wasn't that dissimilar from what many students, including him, wore under their robes during the school year. "Well, what did you do?" I asked playfully. Draco appeared a bit more stern than normal. His typical arrogant smirk was absent. Which was a shame, as it was one of his best features. "Helping my mother and father, mostly," he responded. "Doing what?" I asked, tilting my head to the side and attempting to act like I was actually interested in whatever he did. "Whatever I could to help," he responded. His voice completely flat. It was making teasing him less fun than it should have been. But before I could continue with the statement, Pansy interrupted. "Yes, he had a boring summer when he wasn't with me," she said with a smirk. From the way she shifted her arm, I assumed she was rubbing his leg a bit. And since I didn't particularly feel like hearing, or thinking, about the two of them having, I went with my only available option for changing the topic. "And you, Teddy," I said. He winced a bit at the semi-diminutive I used in place of his name. "I've been fairly well," he said. "I spent most of the summer with my father." I didn't remember much about his father. If I recalled correctly, he was a bit older and a bit of a Scrooge, for lack of a better reference. "And how was that?" I asked, wondering why he was smiling at me for such a silly question. "Oh, it was fine," Theodore responded. "We went up to an old family estate near Scotland. It was a tad colder than I'd prefer for a summer vacation, but it was still nice. Did some riding, and some hunting. We were there for most of July. Came back for that party Pansy mentioned." He sounded a little unsure of himself as he spoke. He looked at me for the first sentence, then down at the table for the rest. He wore a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of blue jeans. I couldn't help but marvel for a moment at how small his arms looked. "Do some push-ups, kid." "Well, doesn't that sound like fun?" I said, mostly sarcastically, but I don't think any of my friends caught it. It was. "What about you, Daph?" he said. I couldn't help but wonder if he thought the diminutive of my name bothered me as well. It didn't, but that's how we thought in Slytherin House. "Oh, I had a great time. I mostly just sat around at the pool and tanned," I said, recounting what was the vast majority of my summer. "Pool?" Theodore asked. "Swimming pool," I responded. And when my 3 housemates still looked confused, I continued. "Kind of like a man-made lake. Muggles gather there to play in the water and lay around and be otherwise lazy." "I see," Theodore responded, looking a tad uncomfortable. "Well, you did tan rather nicely." I smiled politely at the rather awkward compliment. "Thanks," I responded. "Ran into Titus Button at one the other day. He was hitting on Muggles, I think." "That's like him," Pansy said rather snottily. "I thought so, too," I responded. But it was still nice to see him. He was going to hang out with some cousin of his before heading up to Ballycastle. He's in just fantastic shape too. I could look at that shirtless all day. You have to admit, Pansy, he's a looker. I saw Theodore blush a bit at the comment. "Yes, he's hot," Pansy said honestly. Draco gave her a quick glare. "He's a dick though, so it's kind of irrelevant." I nodded in a faux agreement. A few moments later, a waiter showed up to take our order. I ordered the chopped salad with chicken. Mom would have been thrilled. After the waiter, Theodore spoke up again. "So Pansy said you wanted to be a ballerina?" Theodore asked. Draco raised an eyebrow. "That would be like Daphne," Draco started, but Pansy nudged him rather hard in the ribs. It didn't matter, though. I knew where he'd have gone with that sentence anyway. I'd say he'd have gone with something like, "Parents working with Muggles and you dreaming of prancing around for their entertainment." I'd heard it before, although it usually had a more joking feel. "Do I look like a ballerina?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. Theodore blushed a bit and stammered a response. "I don't know. I don't think I've seen one before." "Well, I'll give you a hint. I don't. I eat way too much and I grew rather too fond of open-toed shoes." "But you like to dance?" he asked. I did. I'd danced from the time I was 5 up until just before 4th year. I'd realized that no practice for 9 months of the year didn't really do me any favors. And there was a point when I had wanted to be a dancer. But that hadn't been for years. "Love it," I said. "But I'm not that good and don't have a whole lot of time to practice at school." "I'd like to see you dance," he said. I laughed a little bit. "Well, you should have asked me to the Yule Ball then. You'd have had plenty of chances to see it then." He just blushed a bit more. I almost felt bad for him. But then I realized I didn't particularly care. He'd barely spoken to me in the years together in Slytherin. I didn't feel any particular need to be overly nice to him. After a few minutes of silence, he continued on the same subject. "Well, what do you want to be then?" he asked. "Don't know. I'd kind of like to study the law a bit and then become a solicitor. Or maybe an agent," I said. He actually looked a bit surprised by that. "Like for Quidditch players?" he asked. "If I become an agent, probably," I said. "Some of the agencies are starting to work with Muggles though. Apparently it's easier to charm them with magic and you can just make a killing off of them." "So you'd just like to make a fortune, Pansy interjected with a smile. "Would be nice," I admitted. "Could always just marry into the money," Theodore said. Pansy laughed as he spoke. "That's my plan," she said with a smirk up at Draco. He looked down at her. She batted her eyelashes and he just laughed and rolled his eyes. "There's no fun in that. I'd rather do something other than sit around some old house yelling at the elf to pick shit up," I said. Pansy laughed with me after I finished speaking. But the boys just exchanged a glance between themselves. "So you stopped at the Weasleys' new joke shop?" He was gazing at the bag I'd carefully placed between us. "Yes. Have you been in there?" "I have to say I was very impressed," I admitted. "I hate them," Draco interjected. "Why the hell would I go into their shop?" "Because it's got some pretty cool stuff," I countered. "Like a hat that makes your head disappear. These little string ear things that let you eavesdrop on people. Some weird powder that you toss around you and it makes everything pitch black. Smaller copies of that swamp they created last year. All sorts of fireworks. Really just a lot of fairly fun stuff. Sounds pointless to me, Draco responded dryly. That would be because you are absolutely no fun, I responded. On a more interesting note, Pansy. They have something I was rather afraid to try. But apparently it's a foundation that matches the color of your skin perfectly. Really? She asked, leaning forward in her seat. Yay. I didn't get a chance to sample it because a bunch of puffs were screwing around with it, but it appeared to work. Well, I'm going to have to drag Draco in there to look at that, she said rather matter-of-factly. Draco just groaned at the prospect. Oh, don't worry, I teased him. You'll have fun, I promise. He just groaned more. Well, what did you buy? Theodore asked. I could sense that he was getting a little annoyed at how little attention I was paying to him. But I didn't particularly care. I still found him a bit more annoying than anything else. Oh, these daydream charm things. Apparently they give you a 30-minute daydream that's virtually undetectable, I explained, blushing a little bit. Part of me wasn't quite sure why I admitted to buying them, but they were for Astoria and not myself. Looking for a way to avoid Cleese this year, Daph. Theodore teased. I was momentarily caught off guard. He was actually flirting with me. I knew it. Nope. I responded with a full smile. They're for Astoria. I figured she'd get a kick out of them. Doesn't she hate the Weasley twins even more than you do? Draco asked. Yay, I could have sworn you said she wanted to like poison them or something, Pansy chimed in. I just shook my head. Well, she certainly doesn't like them. But she'll be amused. She likes strange, sappy, overly romantic stuff even more than I do. So I'm sure once she decides to use one out of general boredom she'll be sold. What can I say? I know my sister fairly well. And most of her anger toward the Weasley twins had ped. I'd be willing to bet I was more bothered by the prank they played on her anyway. You certainly do seem to be a rather fantastic sister. I always thought you were too nice to Astoria. You'll make a fantastic mother, he spoke slowly. I was gazing around the restaurant, wondering where my salad was when he said it. I didn't think that I'd heard it right. Not anytime soon, I laughed. I'd never thought about having kids. Frankly, it never really interested me. I suppose if I found Mr. Right and was far enough along in my career it would be an option. But it certainly wasn't a goal. Why not? Theodore asked, looking generally interested in the answer. Because I don't want to spend all of my time after school raising a kid, I said. Pansy looked a little shocked, as did Theodore. Draco didn't seem to be paying attention. Our food arrived almost as soon as I finished speaking. I unfolded my napkin and placed it in my lap before picking up my fork and starting to eat. The table was quiet for a few moments. Pansy was the one who broke the silence. But why? She asked, obviously not wanting to let the conversation simply drop. Because I have other things I'd like to do, I said. When the rest of the table just stared at me, I sighed. You know, like what we just mentioned. Law, agent or solicitor. Making money, all that jazz. But what if your husband is rich? Theodore asked. I rolled my eyes. Then my husband is rich, I said dryly as I speared a bit of salad and ate it slowly. I'd still prefer to do something with my time and have a life that wasn't limited to being a trophy. And I'd rather not be married and popping out kids at 19. That's not too unusual, though, Theodore attempted to argue. Despite what he may have thought though, it was unusual. Especially with the infusion of Muggle-borns since the Second World War. But, usual, for many of the pureblood families was what they did, not what everyone else did. I couldn't help but wonder just how long it would be before the majority of the old blood realized they were the minority. I'm extremely biased, but I think my parents had the right idea. Not really, I shrugged. But regardless, I'd rather establish a life for myself than rely on someone else. That drew appraising looks, but I ignored them and went back to my salad. The interrogation was getting a tad annoying. These people were supposed to be my friends. And, especially Pansy, should have known my feelings on this already. It wasn't like the topic was completely foreign in our dormitory. Of course, her goal in life was to marry Draco Malfoy. And Pansy was very egocentric. It wouldn't surprise me if she met every other girl's goal had to be similar to her own. After a few more minutes of silence, though, I needed to get away from it. I excused myself to the bathroom. I was rather glad Pansy hadn't decided to accompany me. Inside the bathroom I simply looked in the mirror for a few moments, before washing my hands, and waiting for what seemed to be a suitable amount of time. Draco was leaning against the wall outside of the men's room. A quick gaze around the restaurant and I realized that I couldn't see our booth from where we were. He pushed himself off the wall and moved toward me. "You should make things easier for Theodore," he said. "It will make things easier in the future." "Easier for what?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "For the both of you. His father intends to propose a betrothal to your parents. It would strengthen our cause considerably. They will need to come up with a good dowry, though," Draco explained. He looked shocked when I laughed. "My parents will say no," I said bluntly. "Why would they do that?" Draco asked, his voice rather harsh. "Why wouldn't they agree to pay someone to marry me?" "That's archaic, Draco. I'll marry whoever I like. And that will not be for a few years," I said. Draco looked even more surprised that I was arguing with him. "The Dark Lord won't like that," Draco said. I simply laughed again. "Oh, are you talking to him now? How's he doing?" "I highly doubt he cares that two 16-year-olds get married. Seems to me he probably has more important things to worry about." "Marriage alliances are an important way to secure political allegiances," Draco said. I laughed at that too. "You're a fool, Draco," I said. He flushed and his eyes went wide. "Marriage alliances are archaic. My political views won't change to mirror that of my husband. You know, I have a in and do think for myself. And my parents' ideals won't change because their daughter married some kid." Draco looked positively flummoxed. I laughed a bit at that, which was probably a mistake as his eyes hardened and he glared at me. "You'll marry," he started, but I interrupted him. "Whomever I please," I said. "Mom would be proud of my proper use of whom. At least I hoped it was proper." I hadn't particularly listened during the whole subject versus direct object lecture she'd gone off on before. I just thought whom sounded better. "Not if," Draco started again. But I just shook my head. "No, Draco, no ifs. I'm not marrying Theodore, not. Nothing you, or anyone, says will change that. And if that's all this lunch was about, then you're a very disappointing friend." I reached into my purse and took out a couple of galleons. It was way more than my share of the lunch should have been. I pressed them into Draco's hands with a curt, "Thanks for lunch, but I'll be leaving now." I walked quickly back to the table and grabbed my bag from the joke shop. I didn't say a word to either Pansy or Theodore before I left the restaurant. I walked back toward the Leaky Cauldron. I'd intended to use the flow there to head back home, but instead I walked out into Muggle London. I was seething a bit. Part of me couldn't help but wonder just how much my parents knew. It certainly made their cryptic conversation the night before more curious. Eventually, when I got sick of walking, I hailed a cab and hoped I had enough cash on me to pay for it. I didn't want to go home and talk to Astoria. Instead I had him take me to the hospital where my father worked. Once I arrived, it didn't take me particularly long to find him. I'd planned on just heading to his office and sitting there until he showed up. Fortunately he was reviewing charts in it when I stepped into the door. "Daphne," he asked as he looked up. "What are you doing here? Is everything okay?" "Fine," I said. I pressed my lips together. I was trying to act like something was bothering me, but knew it wasn't working. "How was lunch?" he asked tentatively. I frowned more. "What did you know?" I asked. I crossed my arms over my in the exact same way my mother did when she was annoyed with him. He frowned. "Can't this wait until we get home?" "No," I responded quickly. "We received the betrothal offer from Mr. Not a few days ago," he explained. "Your mother and you met this lunch date was something along the same lines." I take it I was correct. "Yes," I said with a long, overly dramatic sigh. "What did you tell Mr. Not?" "That whomever decided to marry my daughter had better ask me for her hand himself first. And that he would then have to go down on a knee with a ring and ask my daughter, as the choice is entirely hers." I nodded. I couldn't help but smile at my father. He was awesome. "And if I like Theodore?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Then I'd hope you'd wait until you were older, but the choice is yours," he said, his tone completely flat. I could tell that he knew I didn't, and didn't take the question particularly seriously. But you're not going to agree to some archaic betrothal crap, right? I asked. I hoped my tone didn't betray how worried I was that he might. Of course not, Daph. Both you and your mother would try to kill me if I even considered it. He laughed and stood from his desk, placing the papers he was looking over down. Now, is there anything else? Because I need to get to my rounds. No, that's it. Thanks, Dad. Love ya. I hugged him tightly and followed him out of the office. He went about his work while I walked to the elevator and rode it back down. I decided to simply walk back home. The walk didn't take me particularly long, but it was long enough to clear my head and attempt to think about what I would do to Theodore. Days of my summer passed far too quickly. Too soon I found myself helping Astoria pack to go back to school. But that wasn't so bad. It even gave me an opportunity to give her the daydream charms from the Weasleys. She wasn't as interested as I'd hoped. But she was freaking out from not being packed. I finished up for her and went to bed. The next morning Mom woke us both early. And, after making sure we had everything, she and Dad took us to the train station. It was a rather subdued event. We didn't say much. My parents had, a few days before, given me a talk about how I should be careful at school this year. And how Mr. Knott was not happy with my father's answer to his betrothal. He advised me specifically to watch out for Astoria. And he implied that, if things continued much like they were, it may be a very good idea to get me into a Muggle school for next year. But he worried about Astoria. I hugged my mom and dad before getting onto the train. I stepped into the compartment my friends and I typically shared. I was the first one to arrive. Tracy joined me a few moments later, followed by Millicent. Pansy and Draco were nowhere to be seen. Tracy and I chatted for a bit, mostly about her summer. Neither of them brought up Theodore. I'd be surprised if either of them knew about Theodore. The carriage ride to the castle was equally uneventful. I zoned out for most of it. Tracy had to ask me a question 3 times before I actually managed to answer it. And even now I can't remember what the question actually was. I couldn't help but feel like I was being ignored at the feast, too. Pansy and Draco found us nearly as soon as we sat down. Pansy immediately started to talk with Tracy. Draco just looked around the table as if he couldn't wait for the food to appear. He looked like something was bothering him, but I didn't have the heart to ask. Theodore sat a few places down and talked with a 7th year. Dumbledore gave a typical speech. I didn't particularly listen to it. I did catch that Horace Slughorn was taking over for Professor Snape as the potions master. My parents had referenced him before, but I knew nothing about him. I didn't particularly care, either, as I had no intention of taking potions. I was a bit surprised that my head of house would be teaching defense against the dark arts. There were always rumors that he wanted that job more than potions, but I always just assumed it was crap. He was notorious for only accepting the absolute best students into his advanced classes though. And I suddenly worried that he may not find my test grade to be good enough. That would be a disappointing letter to write home. I shook the thought out of my head and glanced around the hall. I focused a bit on my housemates. They were all chatting happily, eating and drinking as the feast appeared around us. I couldn't help but feel woefully alone for a moment. I thought everyone was ignoring me. I looked toward Astoria, but she was participating fully in the feast. I thought I was going to hyperventilate. Everything just seemed wrong, almost out of focus. And then, "Hey Daph, pea the mashed potatoes," Tracy said from my side. I blinked and everything slowed down. Everything seemed to focus again. I took a deep breath and moved the bowl of potatoes over to my friend. She smiled and uttered a thank you as I joined in the feast. The first night back at school passed pretty normally. I didn't think my housemates were acting any differently. Perhaps the whole attempted betrothal thing wouldn't be nearly as big of a deal as I'd feared. Theodore didn't speak to me, which at first I thought was a bit strange. But I remembered that he never particularly spoke to me anyway. Pansy did look at me a bit oddly a couple of times during the evening, but for all I know that could have simply been because I was acting strangely. I was one of the first Slytherins to breakfast the next morning, which was pretty odd for me. Usually I barely woke up in time to both shower and eat. But I found it harder to sleep than usual and decided to just get up. I was eating some buttered toast and paging through one of my Muggle Studies books when Professor Snape spoke from behind me. Miss Greengrass, he said, his dry tone managed to make me feel like I was doing something wrong by simply being awake. I had to admit, some members of other houses were right, he could be creepy. If you are finished eating, we will discuss your schedule now. I swallowed the last bite of toast and nodded. Okay, Professor, I said, not sure what else there was to say. I dog-eared the book and placed it on the top of the pile I'd brought with me before turning to face him. Which class had you hoped to continue with? He said slowly, almost as if he felt this entire exercise was a waste of his time. I noticed McGonagall and Flitwick were also talking to their students. Runes, history, Muggle studies, herbology, transfiguration, and defense, I replied quickly. Snape nodded. You have adequate grades for all of them, he responded. I do not feel you have the drive to succeed in 6 advanced classes. But as the defense grades in general are pitifully low, I have no reason to deny you. That certainly didn't sound like a ringing endorsement. I'll do my best, Professor, I said quickly. He just gave me an appraising look. Your best will likely not be enough for my advanced CL, Snape said bluntly. You, like many others, will need considerable work to be at the standards I will hold students to. He used his wand to make my schedule appear on a piece of paper and walked off. I frowned when I realized I'd have that very CL that morning. Then I just got angry when his words sunk in. I'd been given marks high enough that the tester obviously thought I was capable. Then again, I remembered thinking that whole thing was a fluke. Maybe Professor Snape was right. I really didn't feel like I knew anything about defense, which didn't help. I had struggled with relatively simple spells there in the past. But after a combination of Umbridge and Lockhart, who didn't? I rose from the table, gathered up my books and went to leave the hall. I was more worried defense than I knew I should be. But that wasn't particularly abnormal for me. I couldn't help but try to think of ways to prove Snape wrong. I knew I'd figure out some sort of way to make sure I had one of the best grades in the CL, even if it meant spending hours studying the stupid subject on my own. I left the Great Hall and started to wander off in the general direction of the dungeons. Unfortunately, the next thing I knew, something larger than me ran square into me. I was knocked onto my books flying all over the place. My first instinct was to yell and scream at whoever walked into me. But I looked up and saw a flustered Harry Potter quickly trying to pick up my books. Potter, I scolded as I pulled myself to my feet. I attempted to glare at him as best as I could. He finished gathering my books and handed them to me. I'm sorry, Daphne, he said quickly, blushing quite a bit. It would have been almost cute had I not known he was a total dick. Still, he handed my books back to me quickly. I should pay more attention. Yes, you should, I replied snottily and started to walk away. I couldn't be bothered to admit that I was the one who hadn't been paying attention. I had better things to worry about anyway. Like trying to figure out how to make a stupid, arrogant professor think I deserved to be in his dumb CL. The first few weeks of school were fairly boring. Granted, that's often the case. I hate the start of the school year. I'm not sure exactly why. Mostly just general laziness, I guess. I spend the start of the year staring out at the lake and wishing I was laying around and tanning myself. Pretty much I don't become that good of a student until it gets cold out. Thankfully, in Scotland, that was typically pretty early in the fall. My class started out okay for the most part. Transfiguration was as dull as it typically is. McGonagall didn't even try to make it interesting. The first half of the CL was always the same boring lecture. First on the spell, then on how irresponsible and dangerous it was to use the spell for anything other than the stated uses. The practical followed. By the level we were at, it rarely took us the entire allotted period to learn the spell. However, McGonagall's standards were considerably higher than we'd remembered. She started to nitpick far more than before, and getting anything other than an acceptable took quite a bit of effort. The amount of theory homework was almost mind-numbing, too. For some strange reason, too, she seemed far more interested in group work than individual work this year. For most of the transfigurations we were required to do involved working with a partner to get enough magic to complete the transformation. Often we worked with heavily enchanted objects. She'd let us pick our partners for now, and Tracy and I were working out pretty well, but she was hinting that they'd be randomly ignored soon, to make us learn how to work together. Either way, It was surprisingly hard work. History was interesting. I'd like to claim that it was fun. But even I can't say that with a straight face. I really do wish they'd take the time to invest in a better professor for the course. Because the endless, rambling lectures aren't particularly entertaining. But we were finally off of goblin rebellions and had moved on to the relatively peaceful, although politically rife, Victorian era in the wizarding community. The CL was beginning to delve more into actual politics than it had in previous years. Herbology was tedious, but it was always tedious at the start of the year. It didn't help that I really didn't care about plants or gardening, but herbology always started as a review of the plants we'd dealt with in the last year. The first few weeks were terrible. Sprout hinted that we'd be moving into a more dangerous greenhouse soon, which promised to be relatively interesting. Sprout, too, like McGonagall, was starting to focus a bit more on group projects. She at least used the excuse that there were plenty of plants that it was best to approach in a team, rather than alone. Herbology hadn't been exhausting yet, but I wasn't about to assume that would last. Runes was pretty standard. We'd reviewed some Latin and Greek to start the year, and were now moving into Egyptian. Unfortunately, Professor Babbling kept hinting we'd have to learn Sanskrit this year, and I really wasn't looking forward to that. Then there was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Snape was his usual taunting self in it. Thankfully, though, his taunts were almost entirely directed at non-Slytherins. I'm not going to lie, having him taunt Griffs was considerably better than having him focus on the fact that most of us couldn't cast a non-verbal spell yet. He was just as bad as McGonagall with the homework too. It seemed I had to write an essay after pretty much every CL for him. And the topics were never even remotely interesting. Mostly I spent my time in defense slouched as low in my chair as I could while still bending over my notebook, making sure my quill scribbled furiously at the paper. I did everything in my power to avoid eye contact and not get randomly called on. Mostly, Professor Snape obliged. But, I was only averaging acceptable work in the CL, and I knew my parents wouldn't be particularly thrilled with that. I really wasn't looking forward to talking to Professor Snape about how to get the magical transcript that would let me apply for Muggle universities and continue my studies in law rather than the magical realm. Flitwick had helped Dad with it, but I hadn't ever heard of a Slytherin approaching Professor Snape about it. At this rate, though, it wouldn't matter. I was beginning to think I'd probably need 7 years of magical education. Certainly my grades weren't remotely near where my dad's had been. Sure, it was early in the semester, but that just made it worse. Nothing like realizing in late September that if you don't do a better job you're in for the lecture of a lifetime. At least I had plenty of time to work on it. And I realize I'm a total downer about my CLEs. I've already gone over 5 of them and I can't think of a single thing I'm really looking forward to. I mean, I dread even stepping into both defense and transfiguration. I suppose history is okay, but the CL itself is really boring. I wish I could do some sort of independent study instead. But then there was Muggle Studies. It made Monday, Wednesday, and Friday bearable. We were still focusing on literature. Mostly The Lost Generation. And we were discussing one of our summer reading projects. Professor Burbage often spent the first few weeks of the semester going over the summer projects. Or really, letting most of the students make sure they actually did their summer projects. Of course, by the level we were at, that wasn't an issue. But I should probably be paying a bit more attention to the current group discussion rather than daydreaming about how much I hate my CLEs. I don't know, Susan Bones said from the table next to me. I think it's fairly liberating. She's finally getting what she wants, after years of being stuck with the philandering doctor. Is she, though? Justin Finch Fetchley replied from across the room. I mean, she is kind of nuts. Most of the CL laughed at his statement. I figured out the direction the conversation was going there and busied myself by paging through my own book, looking for one of the pages I vaguely remembered. And what makes you say that, Justin? Professor Burbage asked. She was seated a few spots away from Justin in our square table configuration. She insisted it helped spur conversation in CL. I wasn't so sure of that. For the earlier years it was always the same small group of us that did the talking. Of course, now only 6 of us were actually in the CL, and the conversations rarely stopped, so maybe she did have a point. Or maybe we were just comfortable enough with each other by now. Well, we know she was in some sort of institution. I'll be honest, I skimmed the bit with the specifics. And he just sort of fell for her and took her away from all of that. It's a bit off, if you ask me, he argued. I nodded a bit in agreement with the whole relationship between Dick and Nicole seeming a bit off, but I had no further comment. It seems you are agreeing with Susan, then, Professor Burbage said. If he really just took her away and became a mix of physician and husband, then wouldn't it be a bit liberating to be able to get away from that and live how she wants? I guess, Justin admitted. He looked rather glum as he did. But something about their relationship just seems off. I just don't think she ever has a clear idea of what's going on. Indeed. Would anyone else like to chime in on this topic? Professor Burbage gazed around the room. I shrugged and just started talking. I have to admit, I enjoy the informality of the CL. I couldn't imagine any of the other professors just having an open forum CL room. Well, maybe Flitwick, but other than that, it is a bit odd. Still, when she finally breaks the news to him, her first reaction is that she wants to tell him how happy she is about it. That could show that she cares for him still and isn't particularly sure of her emotions. Maybe, Susan responded, but she was married to him for a long time. It's not like those emotions would completely go away. You're probably right, I admitted. But if it was so liberating, at least to me, that would imply that she didn't quite want to be around him as much. And the only line we get from the narrator is that she thought of him immediately. And then that she keeps looking for him after the fact. Part of that could just as easily be that she's simply nicer and more caring than he is, Terry Boot chimed in. He'd been unusually quiet about this book so far. Maybe, Hannah Abbott responded. But I have to agree a bit with both Daphne and Justin. I'm not sure Nicole is ever, older enough to really realize what's going on around her. It's almost like she just wants to have a fling, but thinks all relationships have to be marriages. That may be going a bit far, Professor Burbage added. Yay, Hannah admitted, but I always just got the feeling that she never quite knew what was going on around her. Of course, at times it just seems like she doesn't care enough to pay attention, but I felt there was more to it than that. Well, I think we have established that Nicole is very confused about what's going on. Now if that's the case, couldn't one argue that she was simply being taken advantage of the entire time? So wouldn't making her own decision be getting away from that? Professor Burbage asked. I think so, I responded. But at the same time she seems to really just be clueless to everything going on around her. It's like she's clueless. And weak. Yes, Professor Burbage said. But why did Dick decide to be her doctor? Because of her fortune, Justin said. The cynical answer. Yes, Professor Burbage stated. And while it's a likely case, as it's clear Dick lives off of Nicole's fortune, but why is it stated that he marries her? He thinks it will cure her. She had that weird relationship with her father, Susan blushed. I vaguely remembered the rather creepy incest comments during those flashback scenes. Such a dumb theory, I scoffed. Now, Daphne, Professor Burbage chastised me. But Susan is right. Nicole's illness switches from a focus on her father, to a focus on Dick. She becomes overly infatuated with him and he thinks that by giving in to her illusions she'll lose the schizophrenia. Medically, it's probably not a proper solution. But that's at least the logic for it in the book. So how is that relevant? Terry asked. It goes back to what Daphne said. About her being weak, Professor Burbage said. She let silence fill the room. I thought about it for a moment. But I still wasn't sure where she was going with this. I hadn't been that much of a fan of the book, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to try to figure out her riddle. She's not that weak, in the end, Hannah said quietly. Most of the CL turned to look at her. Explain, Professor Burbage said, and I realized Hannah had to be on the right track. I thought about it for a moment, but none of my answers were worth repeating in public, you or you. Well, she's the one making decisions by the end of the novel. She decides to have that affair, she decides to leave Dick, and she decides to at least attempt to keep track of him after. But at the same time, Dick falls apart. He becomes an alcoholic, and he can never keep his life in order judging from the last few pages of the book. So in the end really she's strong and he's weak, I guess, Hannah extrapolated. Professor Burbage just nodded as Justin continued the point. And with the incident with her father, you may be able to argue that he likely lost it after his wife died, and took his strength from becoming Nicole's lover. Justin blushed as he spoke. I blinked a little bit. The theory that Professor Burbage was trying to get at started to make sense a bit more in my head. And then there's that Peterson guy. He winds up dead in that girl's bed, and that could ruin her as well, but they get rid of the body. So destroying him keeps Rosemary, or whatever her name was, strong. Professor Burbage just nodded. The CL fell silent again, all of us taking the time to digest the theory. But that doesn't counter the fact that Nicole is just nuts, Terry said. I paused a bit and thought about that for a moment. Mostly I thought about the end of the novel and how the positions changed so quickly. Parasites, I said under my breath. What was that, Daphne? Professor Burbage asked. I saw Susan blink a bit and could tell she was getting to the same page that I was on. They're all parasites, I said. Everyone becomes stronger by destroying someone else. In the end she's not as weak as she seems. Instead she's the one actually making the decisions. My voice trailed off as I wasn't particularly sure where I was heading with that comment. But I didn't have to finish the thought. So that's the point? Terry asked. Professor Burbage just looked at him, waiting for him to expand. That to gain any type of strength or well-being you have to destroy something. That doesn't seem like a particularly good message. It is not, is it? Professor Burbage smiled. But that brings us to our main point. What does it say about our Muggle counterparts? Why would Fitzgerald choose to make such a point? But it doesn't matter, Justin tried to argue. The premise doesn't work. People don't get stronger from others. That's not true, I said quietly. Medically it happens all the time, really. Transplants, for example, could be considered taking strength from another person. And healers are taught spells that siphon life from one to another. My mom had actually recently written a paper on possible, dark, spells that could be used in reverse to heal patients. It hadn't gone over particularly well, and she hadn't done enough research to actually show anything more than theory. But it was a very interesting concept. At least I thought so. And I don't know about you guys, but I always feel better when I'm around my friends, Hannah said. But I don't think they feel weaker because of me. Most of the CL laughed a bit as the castle bells signaled our time in Muggle studies had come to an end. Hopefully not. Professor Burbage smiled at Hannah. All right, come ready to discuss what that theme could possibly say about both Muggle and magical culture, then and now, on Friday. Book club is tonight, too, for all of you that are interested. We're going to discuss Muggle fairy tales and the imaginary view Muggles have of magical society. I gathered up my books and left the CL room. A quick gaze outside showed the sun was already setting. That was really the one thing I disliked about Muggle studies. But when your biggest complaint is the time slot of the CL, I guess you shouldn't really be complaining. I debated if I would be going to book club that night. Professor Burbage had it every Wednesday. I went to most of them, but not all. Usually I was more interested when we read a new novel, as opposed to a short story packet. Typically there were 5 to 10 students that showed up. She offered extra credit for coming. But I probably wasn't going to need that, anyway. I'd probably use the time after dinner to get a good start on either my transfiguration or defense homework. Either seemed to be a good idea. Either way I wandered into the great hall about the same time as the rest of my housemates. I wandered over to our long table and sat between Tracy and Pansy. Draco sat the other side of Pansy a few moments later. Theodore joined them next. He was chatting animatedly about something, likely their charms CL, but Draco didn't really appear to be paying attention. I couldn't help but notice that he looked a bit more ragged than usual. He had bags under his eyes and I got the rather distinct impression that he really didn't feel like talking to Theodore about charms, or even being at dinner. Once he served himself he just stared at his food. It took Pansy chiding him to actually get him to shovel some turkey and potatoes into his mouth. And he really didn't look like he was enjoying it. A few moments later Vincent and Gregory sat down opposite of him. I saw him wave Teddy off and say something to his cronies, but I couldn't hear his words over the noise in the hall. I didn't particularly care either. I was too preoccupied with both shoveling some turkey onto my plate, and wondering just what clues Vincent and Gregory had conned their way into to have a full schedule. Of course, I probably shouldn't be that mean. I slowly ate my food, debating to myself whether or not I felt like tackling Professor Snape's homework, or McGonagall. Both. promised to take pretty much a full night. Thankfully, they weren't due until Friday, and I didn't have anything that was due tomorrow. Thankfully, my decision was made before me. Want to double up on the Transfiguration homework? Tracy asked. I looked up at her for a moment. She too, like Malfoy, looked a bit worn out. Perhaps we were all a tad more ragged than we were used to. Yay, sure, I responded, knowing full well that by working with her we'd cut at least an hour, perhaps two, out of the time the IGN meant would take. Tracy and I did work well together in class and on homework, which was interesting as she was probably my least favorite of my roommates. Of course, I wouldn't say that wasn't because of how she never seemed to eat or gain weight. Really, we just never really meshed. We disagreed on everything pretty much out of principle. But where grades were concerned, that didn't particularly matter anymore. I paused for a moment to take a bite of turkey. Awesome, Tracy said with a sigh. She looked as relieved as I felt. You want the theory or the practical? I asked. McGonagall always divided her IGN ments up the same way. The first half of our papers were about the magical theories behind the spells, culminating in what they should do and why. Included in that we had to discuss exactly what the spell did, why it did it, and how it should be both used and not used. Then, after writing what felt like a dissertation on that, we'd have to write exactly how to use the spell. Included in that McGonagall expected exact descriptions of the wand motions required and pronunciations. She also expected examples of proper ways to use it, and improper ways. As well as some of the consequences of using it poorly. Needless to say, it was a lot of work. And it was probably the reason I found the CL so annoying. All the work mirrored the lectures so much that it felt like you were back in the CL, doing everything all over again. The most annoying part is, in theory, bad pun intended, all of that information should have been readily available in the text. But it wasn't. Magical texts were notoriously bad at actually explaining consequences and theory. Instead there were literally a manual of how to, without expanding upon the why. So the theory behind the spells was something we had to think of on the spot, using the magical laws we were taught in our first year. Part of me was fascinated by all of the research that was involved in every little thing we had to do for McGonagall. That same part of me thought it would be very interesting to actually look into the spells I used more commonly and explore what made them work. But I was usually too busy with schoolwork, or relaxing after schoolwork, to put much more thought into advanced magical theory. Still, the short of it was that the deputy headmistress made sure we not only knew the how-to of magic, but that we fully understood the why as well. I wish I could argue that it was a stupid waste of time like many other students tried to do. But, because of my parents' chosen profession, I knew better. For example, a spell meant for mending clothing and a spell meant for suturing a wound weren't actually that far apart. Not understanding them, though, and using them incorrectly, could have serious consequences. I did the theory last time. Tracy whined. I frowned. She was correct. It was the part I'd wanted to avoid, as it would take the longest. But at least she'd owe me. All right, I'll do it this time. Then, I responded much to her delight. She went back to picky at the leafy green things that constituted her dinner. I went back to my turkey, about as happy with my food choice as she was with her homework luck. Oh well, at the very least I had a legitimate excuse to miss. Book club. Professor Burbage never faulted you for getting your homework done. Of course, Professor Burbage never really faulted you for anything. I did sit around once I'd finished eating. Most students used the time to socialize with friends outside of their house, or attempt to smuggle food back to the common rooms. I took my Muggle Studies stuff to my dormitory and deposited it onto my bed. My Transfiguration book was near my pillow, where I'd left it a few hours ago when I switched my books around. I grabbed some parchment and a quill before heading back to the common room. I relaxed on a couch in the corner near the fire and shivered a tad as I gazed up at the skulls above it for a moment. You really did get used to the morbid decorations after a while. It reminded me of a Muggle Halloween party, really, except replace all the black and orange with green and silver. It scared most first years, regardless. Our common room was also always cold. I'm not sure why, or how, but even next to the roaring fireplace there was always still a chill in the air. It was something you got used to as well. Often before the skulls, but it would still catch you off guard on occasion. It didn't help that no form of warming charm or expanding of the fire actually increased the warmth in the room. A few years ago some 7th years tried to figure out just what kept the common room so cold, but they'd failed. The best anyone could assume was simply that some incredibly powerful enchantment kept the temperature level. I always brought extra blankets with me to school. Anyway, I folded my legs underneath me and started to scribble down my homework. I paused only to page through my text to make sure I was getting all the information correct as I jotted it down. Most of my housemates started filtering in a few moments later. I noticed Draco went straight up to his room, with Pansy in tow. I couldn't help but be rather glad of the enchantment that kept him out of our dormitories. Listening to her talk about him was more than I wanted to be privy to. Tracy came in a few moments later. She also went up to our dormitory before returning with her transfiguration text and some parchment as well. She looked at what page I was on as she sat on the opposite end of the couch from me and flipped to it as well before starting on her section of the homework. We worked in silence, the only noise emanating from our small corner of the common room coming from the scratching of our quills. At least until Astoria came in giggling a few minutes later. She looked around, breaking away from her friends and walking over to me. She plopped down between the two of us. "Hey Daph, can you help me with my charms homework?" she asked sweetly. I looked up at her with a raised eyebrow. She really just didn't pay attention to all the times my parents yelled at me about my grades, did she? "I'm shit at charms," I responded. "And I'm busy." I kept scribbling at the parchment. The sentences slowly filling up the paper. Far too slowly for my tastes. "I know," Astoria sighed. "But I wasn't paying attention and I don't get it and it's due tomorrow." I knew it would be easier to just appease her, but I wasn't at a point where I could simply stop and help her. So I didn't. "And why weren't you paying attention?" I asked. "Gryffindor Quidditch tryouts," Astoria said. I blinked a bit. To the best of my knowledge those had been at some point during the last weekend. But I hadn't been paying that close of attention myself. All I know is that Urquhart was planning on tryouts this weekend. He'd advised prospective players to scout the Gryffindor team last weekend. We were all a bit surprised that Malfoy hadn't gotten the captain's badge. Well, all of us except Draco, who didn't seem to care one way or the other. "Excuse me?" I asked, just to make sure I'd heard her right. "Well, we spent the entire CL period talking about which Gryffindor player had looked better on his broom," Astoria admitted with a slight smile. I rolled my eyes, but at least I could respect the reasoning. "And the consensus was?" I asked, flipping through a few pages in my text and then scribbling down another couple of sentences. "Well, they have some new keeper that's fairly good looking. And big. Kind of a hunk. I've seen him around before but I can't remember his name. Think it starts with a C. He looked really stupid later in the tryout. But still good to look at. A couple of their chaser tryouts were okay, too, but nothing too special. Few of the younger boys are nice," she prattled on. I didn't really listen, but it was likely in my best interest to just keep working on my homework while she didn't shut up. "So new keeper was the best looking?" I asked after I figured was a suitable amount of time to let her ramble on for. "No," she shook her head. "The best looking one by far was Harry Potter." That actually made me pause and look up at her. If I was thinking objectively, I'd admit he wasn't unattractive. But he'd been a bit short still last year, so unless he'd sprung up about a foot. "Harry Potter." I laughed a bit. "He's taller." Astoria laughed in response, as if she'd pick out my first complaint. I just shrugged a bit and she laughed a tad. Short of running face first into him, I hadn't really encountered him that much this year. Although I did run face first into his. So perhaps I just hadn't been paying attention to the growth spurts of non-Slytherins. Although it's hard to tell when he's on the broom. "If you insist. Tall and dark your thing I teased. I was getting mercifully close to the end of what I needed for my half of the IGN meant. "Dark." Tracy laughed from next to her. "He's pasty. Daph just has dark hair." "Valid point," I sighed. "Yes, but is it a valid enough point for me to get some charms help?" Astoria asked. Tracy laughed a little bit as I shook my head. "Go get your stuff," she said. "I'm done and Daphne will have to copy this before she'll let me copy hers." Astoria smiled brightly and ran off to collect her books. "You shouldn't encourage her," I said quietly. Tracy shrugged. She had a decent enough reason. And I won't help her next time. This'll just be better than reading arithmancy until you're finished with the theory. Probably, I affirmed as Astoria returned moments later. I didn't pay attention as Tracy helped her through her work. Although, if I thought about it, I could have probably used some of the same help. I ignored Tracy's lecture, though, figuring that the sooner I finished my theory, I could either sleep, read any of the countless pages I needed to finish for history of magic or Muggle studies. I stifled a yawn as I moved on to the last little bit of theory. It seemed a tad too early to be as exhausted as I was, but the IGN meant had taken well over an hour. In fact, it was moving closer to 2 as I finished up. A few moments later I finally scribbled the last bit I'd need on theory. I noticed that Tracy was still going over stuff with my sister, so I simply grabbed up her parchment and started to copy down what she'd written about the practical applications and whatnot. I didn't copy her word for word, of course, because that's silly and likely to result in a lower grade for the both of us. I even changed the order in which she wrote the stuff down. I know, super clever of me. When I finished plagiarizing her work I read it over once more. It wasn't my best bit of Transfiguration homework, but I thought it would at least yield an E. It wasn't O work, but it was certainly better than the last paper, or so I thought, and that had gotten an A. Done, Tracy, I said after I finished rereading it. She looked up from helping Astoria and nodded a tad, taking the parchment from me. Awesome, she said, reading my portion of the work before copying it down herself. I leaned back on the couch and glanced around the common room. It was mostly subdued that night. Draco and Pansy were still in the boys' dormitory. Millicent sat in a nearby chair reading a copy of the 6th-year potions book. Blaze wasn't too far away from her, talking to some 5th years about Professor Slughorn. Not being in potions, I hadn't really had much of an occasion to meet him. But I did think his little parties sounded like they could have been fun. Speaking of those, I was a little miffed that I hadn't been invited. My parents had spoken of him before, although, the more I thought about their comments, the more I realized that they'd typically been made in jest. I did know that Mom had treated Slughorn for something or other a couple years back. Potions burns maybe, I don't know, I wasn't really paying attention when my parents had talked about it. Anyway, I continued glancing around the common room. A couple of 3rd-year boys were playing chess in a corner. A couple of 2nd-year girls were playing gobstones in another corner. I had to admit, I missed not being able to play fun games in the common room after Cleese. The homework had to let up eventually, right? I saw Theodore sitting in a chair on the other side of the common room. He appeared to be working on the herbology project that was due tomorrow. But he looked up from the text and smiled at me when he noticed I was looking at him. I smiled back, a purely reactionary response, and looked away quickly. I decided that staring at the green flames in the fireplace was likely a better way to spend the next few minutes. Thanks, Daph, Tracy said moments later, so I turned my gaze back to her and took my parchment back from her. No problem, I said as I tucked the essay into the cover of my Transfiguration text. You so have the theory next week, though. She just groaned. I know. Not looking forward to it, she responded, and we both laughed. Astoria just looked at us for a few moments before Tracy went back to helping her with her homework. I'd have to thank her for that, in private, as she was paying much more attention to Astoria than I likely would have. At the very least my sister wouldn't write to our parents and complain about how I was no help. Last thing I needed was another howler asking me if I really thought I was a good sister. I laughed at the memory of that red envelope from 2 years ago. I'm still not sure exactly what Astoria had told our parents, but it had worked. I'd just gotten the, "we think you know," speech when I'd asked about it. Which really angered me, because no, I don't know, if I had known, I wouldn't be asking. I interrupted my own fuming when I saw Theodore tuck his own herbology homework and stand. He was looking at me, and moving toward me, so I did just about the only thing I could think of. Well, I'm exhausted, I'm going to bed, I said to no one in particular. Night, Tracy responded, not even missing a beat while correcting some of Astoria's work. Goodnight, sis, Astoria responded, while scribbling the correction down furiously. Neither of them was particularly paying attention, and I knew they both responded more out of habit than because they actually cared. I'd done the same thing more times than I'd care to count. But it accomplished my goal. I didn't have to look at Theodore not. We hadn't really spoken much since school started up. Certainly there'd been no mention of his parents attempting to buy mines. Loyalty with an outdated betrothal. I half wondered if Theodore even knew about the offer. I couldn't imagine why not, but pureblood parents did tend to leave their children in the dark about most things. Regardless, I knew I'd talk to him about it eventually. Well, maybe not about it. But we'd have to speak at some point. He really wasn't that bad of a boy. And, despite the fact that I liked to annoy him by using the diminutive of his name, and thought he was a little scrawny for me, and a tad arrogant, we had been pretty good friends. Anyway, I moved to my dorm, putting my transfiguration stuff away and pulling out the text we were using in ancient runes. I tossed it over my shoulder and onto the bed before digging into my trunk some more. When I found what I was looking for, I sat on the edge of my bed and took off my shoes, then peeled off my socks. I tossed the socks into our laundry bin and started to remove the tie. Yay, we were supposed to wear stockings or tights, but sometimes I just didn't feel like it. I hadn't ever lost house points for it. The professors usually figured that as long as you were decent, the uniform was good enough. I pulled off my sweater next, and also tossed it into the laundry bin. I rather liked not having to worry about my laundry at school. Anything that wound up in the communal bin in the dormitory showed up neatly folded on top of our trunks by lunch the next day. I unbuttoned my white shirt next and it joined the rest of my clothing. I replaced it with a green tank top. I wiggled out of my skirt last and balled it up before sending it off to be cleaned as well. I slid into a pair of green shorts that matched my tank top and then fell backwards onto my bed. Of course, I'd forgotten my book was there, and landed rather uncomfortably on it. I rectified that situation quickly enough, though, and eventually decided I should read a few pages of it. Sadly for me, runes weren't entertaining enough to keep me awake. So I eventually placed the book down on my bedside table and just closed my eyes. I tried not to think about Pansy and Draco, but I couldn't help but be a little jealous. I forced the thoughts from my mind. But it didn't help. I just started thinking about boys. Mostly they were holding me, or ing me, or touching me. It was pleasant. I let my hands wander a little bit before I finally fell asleep. Morning came too quickly. I crawled out of bed too slowly, ignoring the alarm that was enchanted into our dormitory. We never got to sleep past 8 on the weekdays. Weekends, though, they let us sleep as late as we liked. Tracy and Millicent were crawling out of their beds about as quickly as I was crawling out of mine. Pansy wasn't in the dorm. I was the first to make it into our communal bathroom and I picked out a shower stall. The water was nice and warm, but I showered a tad more quickly than I normally would. I was drying off, and brushing my teeth well before my dorm mates were out of their shower. I applied a little bit of blush and a little mascara before moving back into our dorm. I plucked out fresh clothing and redressed in my uniform. I picked a skirt again. Technically, we were supposed to only wear skirts, but the professors didn't ever comment if a girl wore pants. I preferred skirts though. I decided on green tights today too. Again, they were supposed to be gray or black, but it was becoming vogue to wear your house colors. And green made me think of plants, which fit with the fact that my first CL was herbology. When I finished dressing, I grabbed my wand and used it to straighten and dry my hair just a little bit, letting it fall down my back when I finished. I paused for a moment, then grabbed a ponytail and pulled it back, figuring it shouldn't be in the way while I was in the greenhouse. I grabbed my herbology book out of my trunk about the same time that Millicent returned to dress. I smiled at her before heading down to the Great Hall for breakfast. I sat at the Slytherin table and paged through the herbology book while I took some toast and eggs. I ignored the pumpkin juice and settled on a breakfast tea instead, sipping it carefully and reviewing the material for CL. Normally I wouldn't put that much effort into it, but herbology was probably my weakest CL, and I'd done the reading about a week ago, so it couldn't hurt to refresh a bit. Although, Sprout didn't typically quiz us during CLEs. Herbology was more practical than that. My friends wandered in at intermittent intervals while I read and munched down the toast. They all looked about as tired as I felt. Pansy was resting her head on Draco's shoulder, leaning into his neck and ing it softly. I looked away from that and finished my toast. After a few more minutes a couple of us got up and walked down toward the greenhouses. We were wandering toward the greenhouse we'd spent more of the year in when Sprout wandered past. Not today, she said, far too cheerfully for my taste. We're moving up. She led us toward the only other greenhouse we'd yet to enter in our time at Hogwarts. It was a bit bigger than the last ones. I vaguely remembered a 7th year referring to it as Sprout's House of Horrors a few years ago. I was pretty much terrified. We filtered in silently, and judging from the pale expressions on everyone's face, they were all as terrified as me. Well, everyone except for Longbottom, who was prattling on about flesh-eating plants. I'm just going to go right ahead and admit that didn't make me feel better. At all. Like seriously, who's excited about entering a small building with flesh-eating plants? We pooled together in our typical groups. I suppose herds would probably be a better term. Tracy, Pansy and I found a table near the back of the greenhouse. Personally, I wasn't sure that was a particularly good idea. I'd have much better been right up near the front. By the door. To run away. We stared at the innocent lump of wood on the table. It had a bunch of strange NCHES shooting out every which way, but other than that just looked like a piece of lumber. Pansy reached out toward it, but Tracy took her hand and lowered it, knowing it was better to wait for instruction than to simply touch things in herbology. Well, today CL, Sprout smiled, almost fiendishly, we're going to start working with the Snargaluff plant. These plants, amongst others, were mentioned in the last chapter of your reading. And they will be a project for the rest of the semester, at the very least. You will feed them, and that will extract the pods from them in a week or two. The plants will be about twice the size when the pod is ready for extraction. After that you will extract the pods and use the contents for your next project. The leftovers will be used for upper-level potions clees, so please make sure to extract as much as possible from each pod. She paused and looked around the CL. These are the most dangerous plants you have worked with so far. Make sure you wear your gloves at all time. Goggles are advised, as always. We all moved a bit toward our plants as Sprout finished speaking. I was pulling my dragonhide gloves on and nibbling a bit on my bottom lip. Attractive, I know. Wait. Sprout announced a few moments later as her students were moving in, swarming their plants. Groups of 2 for these projects. Too easy in a larger group. Students flocked to each other. I turned to the side and noticed that Pansy and Tracy had already grouped up. The only other 2 Slytherins in the CL, Draco and Theodore, had as well. They were looking disdainfully at the plant. I gazed around the greenhouse. Granger and Weasley were partnered up around one of the plants. Weasley looked rather relieved. I noticed Hannah Abbott slid up next to Neville Longbottom and smiled up at him. Longbottom looked flustered, but thrilled, and I couldn't help but think that would have been a good idea. Getting through herbology on a smile and some kind words would have been nice. I looked around and noticed that just about every other student in the CL had found a partner. I blinked a bit before I heard Sprout's voice. Potter, Greenger, hurry up. I turned to see a sheepish-looking Harry Potter smile at me. I groaned, but figured I didn't have a particular choice in the matter. I picked up my books and wandered over toward the table he'd picked out. Right between our groups of friends. It had a particularly large log on it and I gulped a tad. I knew that Tracy and Pansy were watching me as I placed my books down next to his. You any good at herbology? I asked. He just laughed. No, he said, quietly. Better than Ron, I suppose. But not as good as Hermione. How about you? Pretty terrible, I admitted quietly. Typically Tracy just bosses Pansy and I around and eventually the IGN ment gets finished. Not far off of what Hermione does with Ron and I, he laughed quietly. I just nodded a bit and looked toward the plant. So how do we feed it? I asked, leaning over the lump of wood and examining it carefully. No idea, Harry admitted. He pulled off one of his gloves and opened the index of the text. After a few moments he flipped to a page labeled with the plant in questions. I peered over his shoulder a bit, looking at the diagrams in the book. So we have to tie the NCHES in a knot to get the middle part to open up? I asked. Looks that way, he said, gazing down at the stump. He dog-eared a page of the book before reaching for his other glove. Doesn't seem that hard, I said and reached out for the plant, grabbing 2 of the NCHES. It fought me, rather hard, but I managed to get them near each other. I was going to do something cute, like tie them in a bow or something. But hubris won as I felt something slip into my hair. It wrapped around my ponytail, pulling it out, and pulling on my hair. I yelped, rather loudly, and tried to back away. But it just pulled my head down a bit and I yelped more. I didn't know what to do. I started freaking out as it pushed me toward it. But then, it simply let go. Or so I thought. I stood up immediately, taking a few steps away from it and gasping a bit. I looked at Potter and realized that it hadn't let go. He put down the knife he'd used to cut it off. I stared at him for a moment and wondered how long it had taken him to react. In a reverse situation, I wondered if I'd have even been able to react. Granted, my housemates would have probably found it hilarious. "It's okay," he said carefully. I nodded a bit. "You're good." That surprised me, too. I just nodded a bit. He took a step toward me and reached up, placing his fingers on the NCH in my hair and rather gently pulling it out. He tossed it down onto the table and looked back at the Snargaluff. I took a moment to recover. "The book had mentioned spiny tentacle arms," I said. "I thought they'd be more visible." "Me too," he said. "I barely even noticed the one sneaking around the back of it until it had you." "Sorry about that." He looked away when he spoke and I could actually sense the sincerity in his words. "It's okay," I said carefully. I took a moment to run my hands through my hair. I picked out a few spiny remnants of Snargaluff and slipped my hair behind my ears. "Did we at least accomplish anything?" I asked. I should have probably looked for my hair tie on the ground, but didn't. I noticed 2 of the vines were still tied in the loose knot that I'd started. Harry moved over to the plant and finished the knot. It emitted a rather strange noise and trembled a bit. The NCHES that were tied together immediately started fighting each other. I didn't suspect they'd stay that way for long. "I think I'm going to need some help here, Daphne," Potter said quietly. I realized I was still just standing there, watching. I felt like an idiot for still being afraid of the thing, so I stepped forward and helped. I grabbed a few more NCHES, watching out of the corner of my eye for anything that came remotely near me. Potter was better at swatting the NCHES away than I was. Must have been the seeker reflexes. Eventually, after we each tied about 5 of the NCHES into knots, the log changed. It opened a bit, with a strange cracking wooden noise as it did. I didn't like it. Potter hadn't noticed. He was too busy combating 2 other NCHES. I leaned over toward it. "Potter, I think we're good," I said, leaning over toward the dark maw and wondering just exactly what we were supposed to feed it. The book hadn't gone into much detail in that part. "What?" he asked, turning and leaning toward me. His forehead went straight into my nose with another loud cracking noise. Coincidentally, I didn't like that one either. "Potter," I yelled. I was rather surprised to not immediately hear Sprout taking 15 points from Slytherin for my emotional outburst, but she must have been busy. My hands flew to my face and I noticed blood start to cover them almost immediately. I applied pressure and gasped. Sorry, Potter stammered, his eyes wide. He looked very alarmed and concerned. I just cursed again under my breath and looked around. Sprout was too occupied with Longbottom and Abbott, who apparently had worked out the secret to feeding the plants. And done so in fairly record time. None of the other students appeared to have many of the NCHES tied together yet. "Heal it already," I gasped. He nodded and pulled out his wand, then looked at me, looking a little confused. "I don't know how," he said. I stared at him for a moment. I wanted to yell and scream, but deep down I knew they didn't really teach restorative spells until later in the Hogwarts career. The only reason I knew any was the direct result of my parents. I moved my hands away from my nose and looked at him and spoke as calmly as I could. "Point your wand at it, say Sanair, and move your wand in a full circle, counterclockwise," I said. "Sanair," he responded, mimicking the movements. My face felt warmer for a moment and I felt, and heard, my nose crack back into place. It was a better sensation than breaking it, but not by much. I gasped and thought to myself that I should have just stuck with 5 clees. And that this one certainly couldn't get much worse. "Thanks," I said quietly. I took out my own wand and cleaned my hands, and then my face. I didn't appear to get any blood on my uniform, but I looked at him, gesturing to myself. He blushed a bit. You got it all. Really, I am sorry, Daphne, I didn't mean to, he stammered a bit. I just shook my head, not really feeling like listening to him apologizing more. It had been an accident after all. And pretty much I just wanted to feed the damn plant and leave, as I noticed Longbottom and Abbott had been allowed to do. Yay, I said, raising a hand up and shaking my head. Let's just feed this damn thing and be done with it. What do they eat? Flesh, he responded, the slightest hint of a question in his voice. Just enough for me to know he was joking, and that he didn't really know. But that was on the cover of the textbook. Well, I need all mine, I responded, snottily, and gestured for him to put his arm in the hole or something. He laughed a bit. I noticed that the NCHES were getting close to coming undone. And quickly. Doesn't look like we have much time. Well, Sprout has a bunch of dead rats, he said, gesturing to the box where they were. I nodded a bit and walked over to the box, plucking one out carefully by the tail, holding my breath while I walked back to the plant. I should have made him do this part. The dead rats smelled awful, and I could feel my breakfast turning over in my stomach. What do I do then? I asked, looking at him. He shrugged. Neville just dropped it in, he commented. I stared at the rat, and then at the plant. And the thing ate it? I asked. Nothing about that sounded appealing. I think so, he said. I nodded and tossed the rat into the opening. It closed, almost immediately, and I couldn't help but wonder how, at any point, we were going to harvest something out of the plants. The NCHES immediately unnodded and the Snargaluff became still again. Well, that wasn't so bad, I sighed. I looked around and noticed that most of the CL was still working on the NCHES. Sprout seemed to notice we finished and wandered over to us. Go it a rat? She asked. I nodded. We did, Harry said. Fantastic. 5 points to Gryffindor and Slytherin for being second, she said. Now's the best part. It's very rare that a magical plant will actually eat in front of a group of humans. I didn't think that sounded as exciting as Professor Sprout did. How do they eat? I asked, staring at the plant. The pus that becomes the pod you'll be extracting soon wraps around the flesh and siphons the nutrients it needs out of it, before expelling everything it doesn't need, Sprout explained slowly. I tilted my head to the side and noticed that there was a pretty horrid smell coming out from the plant. Professor Sprout moved over toward another group of students, who likely were at the same point as Potter and I. The smell intensified. It was sort of a mix of sulfur and burning hair. I gagged a little, but Potter didn't seem fazed. I heard Sprout talking and the smell got even worse. More students must have been finishing up. I struggled a tad for air and debated Bubblehead charming myself, or trying to cast a freshening spell. But the smell was already in the air, so the Bubblehead wouldn't have done any good. So I reached for my wand, concentrating on vanilla, thinking that would be much better than the current stench. But then it happened. There was another loud cracking noise, followed by a few more from throughout the greenhouse. I looked at the log on the table in front of us. A thick red liquid was pooling out of it, all over the table. I gagged a bit more, and I felt my stomach turn. And I knew it was pretty much over then. I fell to my knees next to the table, hoping to get away from the sight. My hair fell around my face and I groaned, knowing I should have found the tie and put it back into a ponytail. I gagged once more. Thankfully Potter caught on. At least I assume he did, as someone moved my hair from my face and held it as I threw up all over the greenhouse floor. Seriously, Potter, I'm fine, I argued as he walked next to me. Sprout ordered him to make sure I got to the hospital wing after I'd made a spectacle of myself in the greenhouse. He'd obeyed the professor immediately by grabbing my books up off our table and leading me out of the greenhouse. I know, he responded, which just annoyed me a bit more. I crossed my arms and glared at him. He was walking slowly, his hands in his pockets. His black hair was a complete mess and there were still remnants of plant strewn about in it. His glees looked slightly askew, but they always looked slightly askew. Perhaps that was simply how he liked them. Then why are you making me go to the hospital wing? I asked as snottily as I could. He just shrugged his shoulders a bit. Professor Sprout said to escort you there, so I'm escorting you there, he commented. He was gazing around, paying more attention to the paintings hanging on the walls than he was to any sort of conversation I was attempting to hold. So, you lose points for ignoring the professors all the time. I whined. He turned and looked at me, raising an eyebrow. Only from Snape, really, he commented as we kept walking. We were annoyingly close to the hospital wing, so I knew I had to come up with a better argument. I seriously felt fine. The plants were just disgusting. Well, you're out after hours all the time, I argued. At least that was the rumor. I mean, you wind up in the hospital wing at the end of every year and see what happens. Draco often claimed to know what Potter did to wind up in the hospital wing. Mostly, I thought he was a little too obsessed with the kid. I am. Harry laughed a little bit. News to me. Where do you get this information? Well, you know, rumors, I responded quietly. I didn't really appreciate being laughed at. But despite my accusing him, and my general innocence, he was still just smiling as he walked. I looked at him curiously but didn't answer his question. After a few minutes he spoke up again. What, Daphne? He asked, staring at me. Do I have a flesh-eating plant stuck in my teeth or something? I realize he must have noticed I was staring. No, sorry, I said carefully. Well, actually, some still in your hair, but, he blinked a bit and just reached up to run his hand through his hair. The couple of little twigs that were lodged into his hair rustled out. Stupid plant, he said quietly. But then we were outside of the hospital wing. And he opened the door. And he was holding it open for me. I frowned but walked in. He stepped in after me and stepped in front of me because I froze in the doorway. Silly, I know, as it really didn't matter. I knew there'd be nothing more than a routine examination, and that it certainly wouldn't take any time whatsoever to accomplish that. Mr. Potter, Pomfrey asked as she walked out into the main room of the hospital wing. She had a clipboard and a quill, and if I had to guess, I'd have assumed she was doing some type of inventory. How did you manage to hurt yourself this time? Potter just laughed. I looked at the nurse, and then at him. Amazingly enough, I'm okay, he smiled. Professor Sprout asked me to make sure Daphne actually made it down here. Why's that? Pomfrey asked. She looked at Harry, curiously. She put down her clipboard and quill and took out her wand, taking a moment to cast a brief diagnostic on him. I got the impression she couldn't quite believe that he wasn't critically injured. It actually made me wonder just what Potter got up to and how often he wound up hurting himself. I mean, I knew there would be the occasional Quidditch injury. Those were unavoidable, but she looked at him like he was a regular. Of course, I had just thought about how he spent the end of most terms in the hospital. I suppose that in and of itself is more than just about any other student in the school, even Blaise, despite the fact that he'd go down to the hospital with as little as a stomach ache. Well, we were in herbology, Potter started. He let his voice trail off a bit and Pomfrey looked at me. And I threw up all over the floor when the stupid Snargaluff plant ate the rat and all the blood and goo came out, I admitted. I can see the remnants of those. Weak constitution? Madame Pomfrey asked. She was still checking over Potter with her wand. She summoned the remaining NCHES out of his hair and continued her diagnostic. Not usually, I admitted. I'm not particularly good around blood though. Never have been. Parents make fun of me for it. That's right, the healers, she said quietly, examining Potter's left shoulder. After a moment she commented. What did you do to yourself over the summer? Nothing, Potter said quietly, shaking his shoulder a bit. After a moment he admitted, Quidditch collision while screwing around. Stupid, Pomfrey said. Potter just shrugged. It doesn't hurt anymore, he argued. When did it happen? Pomfrey asked. About 2 weeks before school started, he said. I watched them talk. Pomfrey looked at him with an almost motherly expression. She sighed a bit and shook her head. It was rather interesting. I didn't have a whole lot of experience with the nurse. I was lucky enough to have entered puberty over the summer holidays. So I wasn't sure if she acted this way with everyone else. Of course, she was a professional, and I suspect the motherly affection worked quite well with most students. Especially when they were injured or sick. You should have come to me right away, she argued. Well, it didn't hurt when I came back to school, he responded, laughing quietly. Mrs. Weasley cast some spells on it after it happened. Nothing major. It's fine, see, he said. He waved his arm around, demonstrating the full range of motion. I leaned out of the way of his arm, thankfully not getting hit in the face again. He winced a bit whenever his arm moved above his head. Sure, Pomfrey said skeptically, shaking her head and reaching out to stop him from his windmill impression. There's not much I can do for it now. It is healing fine, but I could have sped it up a bit more had I seen it sooner. I bet it hurts quite a bit in the morning. Seeing as you've always slept on that side in your nights here. Pomfrey spoke clinically, but that didn't prevent Harry from blushing. I couldn't help but wonder how seriously he'd been injured in the past if she'd made a habit of checking up on him at night. Yay, it does, he admitted quietly, looking away from the nurse. I'll have the elves leave you a numbing draft for the next couple of nights. That should help significantly, the nurse said. Thanks, Harry responded quietly. But I'm fine. Professor Sprout was more concerned about Daphne. He was being annoyingly nice. Perhaps he just didn't want the nurse focusing on his shoulder anymore and I was simply a diversionary tactic. That's something I'd do. Well, I'll have a look, she said as she looked over at me. I gulped a bit but nodded. Pomfrey moved her wand about, casting some basic diagnostic spells I'd seen both my parents use hundreds of times. So, stomach problems in herbology? She asked, despite the fact that we'd already had this conversation. Not really. I'm fine, I replied, but simply moved closer to the nurse to make her diagnostics easier. Just icky plants. I was never any good at herbology, Madame Pomfrey said, casting a couple of more general spells on me. I recognized most of them, which actually amused me a fair amount. But I suppose I'd seen most of them before from either my mom or dad. Me either, I laughed, shaking my head a bit. Your mom was pretty awful at it too, Pomfrey commented idly. She always used to complain of stomach cramps before going down to the greenhouses. Just wanted to get out of CL, I'm sure, the nurse laughed. I shook my head. That certainly wasn't something I'd have expected from my mother. I'll keep that in mind for next time, I laughed. That way I won't have to puke all over the floor. Indeed, Pomfrey said. So stomach pains, nausea, fever. She pressed a hand against my forehead as she asked. She'd already cast a temperature diagnostic, but I guess some habits die hard. You're a little clammy. No, and not that I'm aware of, I said, shaking my head. Really, I'm fine. It was just the smell and the blood. So you've said, Pomfrey commented. But we'll just check on everything just in case. Your mother was also bad with blood. Really? I asked. I had a really hard time picturing that. But then again, she so very rarely actually worked with patients. That was more Dad's forte. Mom spent more time on the theoretical aspect of healing magic, and often helping research spells. She only ever took a couple of shifts a week at St. Mungo's, mostly when filling in for someone else. Oh yes, you know how most prospective healers apprentice with me in their 7th year? Pomfrey asked. Oh yay, I said. It's when my parents fell for each other. They ever tell you that whole story? Pomfrey asked. The results of her preliminary tests were writing themselves down on some parchment and the nurse was looking them over. Just that they were paired together on their shift here. And that, despite both being 7th year Ravenclaws, they didn't really know each other that well until they got to talking during downtime on the shift, I said. Astoria pestered them about it more than I ever had. I wasn't really much of a romantic. That's it, Pomfrey said, shaking her head a bit. I never really asked, I admitted. It's a fairly good story. It even involves Potter's father here, Pomfrey said. I'd forgotten Potter was still there. It was probably awful of me but I really didn't care that much about what my parents did at school. Sure, some stories were nice to hear, but it seemed like Pomfrey was going to prattle on for a while about it. And I'd been hoping to duck back to the dungeons and start my defense against the dark arts homework. I gazed a bit toward Potter, intending to make an annoyed comment that he was still around, and that I certainly didn't need much more of an escort, as we were already at the hospital wing. But when I looked at him my stomach sank. His eyes were wide, and he looked like he was hanging on her every word. I guess when you don't have the ability to listen to your parents reminisce, you start to look for any story you can find. It seemed mean to not just let Pomfrey tell it, despite the fact that it was supposed to be about my parents, and not his. Well, how'd it go? I asked. It was their first day, Pomfrey started. Your dad was doing some sort of inventory. I always have the 7th years start with that. Your mom thought it was boring, and he'd made some sort of comment that annoyed her so she decided not to help. Sounds like someone I know, I admitted grumpily. Of course it wasn't that hard to tell where I'd gotten that trait from anyway. Yes, well, anyway, James Potter, she gestured to Harry as she said it. Entered with his friend. I was off at a staff meeting, and your father was in the back making sure we had enough essence of Dittany. Well anyway, they walk in and she goes to greet them. She notices that Harry's dad was holding his friend, Sirius Black, actually, up. Strange the acquaintances we make at school. Well, she notices that Black's robes were shredded on the left side, and he's bleeding profusely. I think they must have been trying to mimic some spell they witnessed. Apparently they were practicing on fruit before Sirius managed to somehow get himself in James's way. Well anyway, your mom walks up to him. Pauses a few feet away and notices the wound. She called for your dad and then immediately ran to the waste basket and started hurling into it. Pomfrey laughed. I blushed a bit and laughed quietly. Harry just looked concerned. But they were okay. Harry asked. Oh yay, Mr. Greengrass fixed them right up. Used the essence of Dittany he was inventorying. They were always getting into some sort of trouble. They probably wound up here more than any 2 other students I've known. The excuses they came up with. I hope they really didn't suspect that I actually thought the small claw marks on their S were Quidditch injuries, Pomfrey explained. Harry laughed a little bit at that comment, shaking his head. How'd that help my parents though? I asked. Well, your father dismissed them. Which I had to scold him for when he provided the report. I never could get them to tell me how Black got injured. But after he dismissed them he cleaned up the leftover blood, cleaned up the vomit, and made her sit on the bed while he diagnosed her. I came back about halfway through that. You. She complained far more than you had, Pomfrey said, finally finishing reading over her charts and shook her head a bit. I wasn't sure if that was a good sign or a bad sign. Well, you know, I've learned that it's usually easier to just go along with it. That usually makes things quicker, I admitted with a little bit of a smile. Then why did you complain and drag your feet the entire way here? Potter asked quietly. Pomfrey laughed at his words. I shook my head and glared at him. Because I'm fine, I snapped. I realize it was a pretty lame argument. But it was the best I had. And I certainly didn't want anyone, much less Potter, to think I was whiny. Well maybe, but it would be quicker to just go and confirm that, Potter responded. He blushed a rather deep shade of and looked away. I actually felt a little bad for snapping at him, mostly because he really did have a point. I couldn't think of anything worth wasting breath on, though, so I just looked back at Madame Pomfrey. When I figured out what the last diagnostic she was casting was I just laughed. Really? I asked, raising my eyebrows up. Often has similar morning results, Pomfrey said. And girls your age tend to believe it can't happen to them, no matter what they do. What? Potter asked, gazing at us carefully as Pomfrey kept her wand leveled on my stomach. I chose to ignore him. Well, if I am, it's Jesus, I scoffed, crossing my arms over my. Pomfrey smiled a bit at me. Harry let out a small, oh, and looked away from me. It seemed like a strange reaction. I mean, what had he thought about me before? Why would that make him look away? I decided it didn't matter and looked back at Pomfrey. What happened to your nose? She asked next. I blinked but looked toward the mirror. Potter had healed it just fine. It looked fairly normal, but I suppose she saw it, or perhaps the leftover magic that he'd used to heal it, while doing her diagnostic. That was me, Harry said quietly. Pomfrey just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. And you did, kind of head-butted her in the face at the start of the lesson, Harry admitted. Pomfrey looked a little cross and I did something I never thought I'd actually do. I defended Potter. It was an accident. I was too busy looking at the insides of the plant and he just sort of turned right into me. He healed it, I blushed. Pomfrey looked at the two of us for the moment. You just had a terrible lesson, didn't you? Pomfrey asked. Yes, I nodded emphatically. What did you heal it with? The nurse asked, turning her gaze to Potter. I dunno, he admitted with a deeper blush. Sanair, I responded. I told him how to do it. And he got it right on his first try. That's advanced magic, I guess, I shrugged. It was the first spell my parents had taught both me and Astoria when it came to medical things. Granted, I probably abused it by using it on like paper cuts and whatnot. Astoria did the same. Pomfrey just surveyed us for another moment before speaking. Well, you're right. You're perfectly fine. I'd just suggest a lighter breakfast before herbology. Perhaps even eating after CL if you can pull it off. As Professor Sprout probably told you, you'll likely get used to the plants. She said something or other like that. I wasn't really paying attention at the time, I admitted. Understandable. Well, you're free to go, Pomfrey said. You too, Potter, but tell me if your shoulder gets any worse. Minerva would kill me if her seeker couldn't play for 2 years in a row. Cheaters, I scoffed under my breath, causing the two of them to laugh. Harry just shook his head. They did fine without me last year, he said modestly before we both walked toward the door. He opened it for me. I looked at him for a moment, with raised eyebrows, before walking through it. Thanks, I said quietly. He just nodded a bit. I noticed immediately that Granger and Weasley were walking toward the hospital wing. Weasley didn't seem that interested in being there, but Granger was dragging him in. I felt a little annoyed that none of my friends had bothered to check up on me. Harry, Weasley yelled as they approached. They were blocking my most efficient way to the dungeons, so I just debated the best way to weave through them without being annoying. Part of me wanted to just plow through the two lions, but I'm not sure I could have knocked Weasley off balance no matter how much effort I put into it. Hey Ron, Potter said quietly. But before the redhead could speak, Granger started up. Harry, are you okay? She asked, looking rather concerned. Part of me couldn't help but wonder how they hadn't become an item. Of course she was holding Weasley's hand, and he didn't even appear to notice. Fine, he responded dryly. My shoulder just felt funny after struggling with the plants. You know, the one I hurt falling at the burrow. So I figured I should have Pomfrey check it out. I'm good to go. I blinked a bit. Why did he just lie to his best friends? Mom healed that, Weasley said bluntly, as if he couldn't imagine his mother's magic wasn't completely infallible. I managed to sidestep around him as Potter just shrugged off his friend's comment. I moved my way down the hall toward the dungeons, rather glad I had a free period when I heard Weasley speak again. I can't believe you had to work with AS. That must have been terrible. I paused. Part of me wanted to turn around and confront him about that, but a larger part of me decided just standing and listening were better options. He had to have known I was just a few feet behind him. No one can be that clueless. Of course it was Weasley. Hey now, we finished before you, Potter said cheekily. Weasley blinked a bit and Granger let out an annoyed sigh. Well, Ronald was too busy trying to see if he could tie the NCHES into neat bows rather than actually trying to feed the plant. That's how the illustration was in the book. Weasley argued. Yes, but the text specifically said tight knots. Granger countered. I just decided to keep walking. No part of me actually wanted to get more involved in the conversation. But the NCHES were tied in bows. Weasley argued. We established that, Granger commented. Daphne, Potter said. I blinked and turned around, looking at Harry as he ignored the argument his two friends were getting into about herbology. I wasn't sure what he could still want. But when I looked at him he was holding my bag. I'd forgotten he'd taken it with him from the greenhouses. I had to admit I was actually rather relieved, because I'd have likely gone back to the dungeons. You meant I'd left it in herbology and walked all the way back to the greenhouses and then been very annoyed and confused. Anyway, I slipped back behind Weasley, who was about to formulate an argument of some sort back at Granger, but he stopped and took a deep breath, looking around. Anyone else smell brownies? He asked. I blinked a bit and inhaled but didn't smell anything. Which was really a shame as I could have gone for some brownies. Perhaps I shouldn't use shampoo scented with my favorite food additive. That is the worst excuse I've ever heard for ending an argument. Granger ranted. I got the strangest feeling she wasn't particularly sure if she'd established her point with Weasley, and didn't want to let him off the hook that easily. Interestingly, I recognized the tone she used. It wasn't far off a one I used with Astoria when I was particularly annoyed. Strange, as I always thought the two of them were into each other, and her holding his hand moments before had affirmed that a bit with me, but she was chastising him more like an annoyance than a prospective lover. Of course I was probably being too romantic. You know, in a trashy novel sense. Something I try to never do. Anyway, I stood next to Potter and he handed me my books. Granger and Weasley were still bickering. But Weasley wasn't really paying attention to the argument. He was still looking around. Part of me wondered if he just expected a pan of freshly baked goodies to magically show up. "That any good?" he asked. I noticed a Farewell to Arms was still in my bag. It was next up on our reading list and I'd wanted to get a start on it had I had a few free minutes. That wasn't unusual for me. Typically if I had some free time toward the end of CL I'd page through whatever Muggle Studies reading I needed to see if I could come up with anything to discuss in CL. Or at the very least, get a few pages of the reading done. "I don't know," I admitted. He just raised his eyebrows and looked at me. I sighed a little bit. "I'm only on like page 12. "Oh," he said, sounding slightly disappointed. But he smiled at me. I can honestly admit I wasn't sure how to react. My instinct said to say something snotty. But in all fairness to Potter, he'd been rather pleasant. Admittedly in an annoying, overly protective sort of way. And he was smiling at me. And he had a rather nice smile, really. And I liked being smiled at. It made me feel special. "Do you read?" was all I could really come up with to say. Strange and rather unlike me. Not as much as he should. Granger scolded and slid next to Harry. He just shrugged a bit. "More at home than at school. There's not much else to do there. But the selection isn't particularly good. I do sneak off to the Leary on occasion," he said, smiling again. I looked at him. I'm sure my expression looked a bit curious. Who sneaks off to a Leary? Who has a problem with a kid going to a Leary? Of course, as I raked my in, I realized I didn't know exactly what his situation was. I mean obviously his parents were dead. I assumed he had some sort of relatives. But it was common knowledge he lived with Muggles. I tilted my head to the side and just shrugged a bit. Then I came up with the best response I could think of. "Well, I'll let you know if it's any good since it looks like we're stuck with each other for a while," I said. But I smiled back, which just made him smile a little more. His green eyes were shining and for just a moment I lost myself in them. That was so not me. If I was going to be charmed by someone's eyes, why the hell hadn't I fallen for Titus Button? "That would be nice," he said. I just nodded a bit, dazedly. But it was Granger who spoke next. "Yes, we should be getting back to the common room, though, to finish Professor Snape's IGN meant," she said, almost possessively. I was almost tempted to say I needed to complete the same IGN meant, but Potter just nodded as Granger started to pull him away. He gave me one last look and smile. "See you in herbology, Daphne," he said, before turning his attention back to his friends. I just stared after them for a moment. I felt warmer, and I'm not particularly sure why. Also, my heart was racing a bit. After he'd taken a few steps, Potter looked over his shoulder. Looking back at me, he just smiled again, almost sheepishly, and then said something to Weasley. I could only imagine what they were talking about, but it made Granger scoff rather loudly. I waited until they turned out of the hallway before I started walking back to the dungeons. I really didn't want to keep thinking about Potter's eyes, but they stayed in the front of my mind. It only took me a couple of minutes to make it back to the dungeons. I immediately went up to my dorm and found a fresh roll of parchment and my defense text. I figured if I could knock out Snape's IGN meant during the free period we had, then I could either get a great deal of reading done this evening, for history or Muggle studies, or perhaps even get a start of my runes homework. At least with runes the projects usually took a few weeks, and we got a lot of in-CL work time. Often you wouldn't need to do much outside of CL, except study vocabulary. Apparently most runes were best worked on with some sort of supervision, at least in our age group. Later in the year we'd form up into a couple of study groups, but the start of the year was usually tolerable. And hey, maybe McGonagall and Snape would decide they weren't feeling totally evil and not IGN us any homework for the weekend. I actually laughed to myself as I thought that. But a girl can dream, right? I'd settle for like 50 pages of reading in each CL. That would be something easily banged out Saturday. So yay. Mostly I was hoping I wouldn't get anything additional in history or runes this evening. Well, I knew I shouldn't, as history was only ever reading with an essay every couple of weeks. And since we'd just handed one in about a week ago, the ghost wouldn't be igning another for a while. So that would leave me with remarkably few responsibilities for Tuesday and Thursday of next week. Of course, I was far more concerned about Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Anyway, I wandered back down to the common room. It was mostly empty. Our free period was just before the lunch break. The 7th years were mostly in Transfiguration and the younger years were typically in their electives, so it was pretty much just our year. It also looked like the entire contingent from herbology had returned. 6th year was a bit strange with that. In the past, you were almost always in the same class with your housemates. Now there was a little more differentiation in the schedules. Still, we found that we were typically off during the same periods. Personally, I was rather glad I wasn't the one who had to pick out Hogwarts schedules for all the years of students in the building. But at least whoever did it last seemed to have done so very well. I flopped myself down on the couch, sticking my quill into my mouth in a rather unladylike manner as I found the pages I needed for the defense IGN meant. Of course, Professor Snape's homework was never quite like McGonagall's. Rather than discuss theory and focus on a specific spell, he gave us more of a scavenger hunt style project. This time, we had to find 5 spells which we have not covered in any of our previous 5 years of defense that could be used for debilitating an opponent. The only caveat with the spells was that they could not have any possible lethal ramifications. Of course, Cherry Boot had commented that any spell could be lethal if, like, shot into someone's ear or mouth, or if it rebounded and knocked a vase onto someone's head. It probably goes without saying. But, Cherry had detention tonight and Ravenclaw had 15 points fewer. Once we found the 5 spells, we had to discuss exactly what they did, in very specific detail. Professor Snape was an incredibly hard grader. After we had to discuss the absolute best scenarios in which to use these spells. It was a fun aspect of the IGN meant, although no one I knew ever scored quite as many points as they'd like. I hovered mostly around exceeds expectations with the occasional acceptable worked in. I'd gotten 1 poor, but Professor Snape had let me redo the IGN meant for an acceptable. He hadn't been quite as terrible as one would expect. Although that was probably mostly because he spent most of the time yelling at Potter for not doing non-verbal magic. I'd picked it up fairly quickly, but never quite seemed to pull it off as easily when the professor was staring at me and waiting. I found the first spell rather quickly. I probably took the easy way out by simply flipping to the back of the text and looking for the first non-lethal spell that it discussed. It was a curse that shattered bones in people's legs. Sounded really painful and I couldn't think of the best situation in which to use it. So I wrote down some drivel about how if your life was threatened, you were unable to apparate, and needed to run away quickly. I thought it was good enough. But frankly I wasn't creative enough to hope for anything past an acceptable on this IGN meant. I barely noticed when Theodore sat next to me on the couch. I'd been too busy paging through the book looking for a second spell. Now, I almost always sat at the same couch in the common room. I had since my 2nd year. It was an easy one to work at, with a large table in front of it to make writing easier. I wasn't particularly annoying about it either, as I usually sat as far to the side as I could, leaving as much room as possible for anyone else to sit there. And people did, almost nightly, usually sitting a couple of inches away from me on the soft cushions. But Theodore didn't sit next to me, like a normal person would. Instead he sat directly next to me, our legs touching. I stiffened a bit and shifted my gaze over to him. He just yawned and stretched his arms out, one of them sliding around my shoulder. I stiffened a bit more. He sighed contentedly and rested his head on my shoulder. I looked at him. He had his eyes closed and was either trying, or pretending, to sleep. I shrugged. The movement of my shoulders didn't seem to bother him. So I tried again. It had a similar result. I just shook my head and went back to the IGN meant. I finished writing about the 2nd spell and moved on to the 3rd. It only took me a few pages to find one that I found suitable. This one was slightly less nasty and actually sounded like it would be used more often for fun-time bondage than anything else. At least until I read that the ropes had tiny little thorns embedded into them that could pierce through almost anything. And there was even a version you could summon that had some sort of narcotic in it that made people pee out. Sounded rather handy for rounding up your downed enemies and then not having to worry about them waking up and attacking you from behind. Granted, I never had any intention of winding up in a situation where I had to worry about rounded up enemies. Although I bet it was a staple for Aurors. Trying to sleep here, Daphne, Theodore Knott said as I flipped through the book looking for a fourth spell. I blinked a bit. He's lucky he was putting a great deal of his weight on my right arm. It was hard enough to write like that, but it made it perfectly impossible for me to slap him. At least to slap him and expect any suitable results. I mean, I could still flail aimlessly with my left, but frankly, no one wants to see that. Go to your bed then, I said dryly. You have one, you know, in your dormitory. More comfortable here, he said quietly. Because my bony shoulder is an incredible pillow, I mused. He just smiled a bit and shifted closer to me. It's not bad. Company here is better than in my dorm too. Unless you'd like to join me. He blushed as he spoke. I was actually rather amazed little Teddy had worked up the courage for that one. I blushed a bit. No thanks, I said. Especially with what Draco and Pansy are probably up to. Draco's not around. He took Gregory and Vincent and left, Teddy said, almost as if he expected that would change my answer. Good for him, I said. Still trying to finish my defense homework. You'll have plenty of time for that after dinner, Theodore yawned. I shook my head. No, after dinner I'll have to do Muggle studies, or history of magic reading. And probably some other essay or something, I explained. I let him keep his head on my shoulder though. Should have just taken 5 clees, Theodore said. Most of the 6th years were. It was very Ravenclaw of me to not drop 2 going into the 6th year. But I had to appease my parents somehow. Probably, I admitted, but I can always drop 1 if I can't keep up. For now, I'm fine. So I don't get to sleep in as much as I like on weekends. So far it hasn't been so bad. And it really hadn't been. Usually a good portion of our day, as much as we shouldn't admit it, was spent lazing around the common room, talking or playing games. Most of the students who had brooms flew around on warm afternoons. So I spent a bit more time doing homework now than I'd like. It wasn't as if I really did that much more fun stuff in my free time. Perhaps, if I had a boyfriend, I'd think of some better things to do. But for now, it didn't really matter that much. Muggle studies, Theodore nodded. I figured he was telling me what CL I should drop, so I just laughed a little bit. Herbology, I responded without missing a beat. He just shrugged, as if he felt like that was an adequate choice as well. That CL Ed today, Theodore said. I snorted a bit, but he seemed rather clueless about what actually happened. Although you got out of it early. Yay, like I said, clueless. Indeed, I said, deciding it was best to not mention that I'd thrown up all over the floor of the greenhouse. But he was right, I had at least gotten out of CL early. I kept scribbling on my IGN meant. It must have annoyed Theodore because he eventually sat back up, which was a bit of a relief. Although he did keep his arm wrapped around my shoulders, which wasn't a relief. He looked over at what I was scribbling down and sighed. Can I get a couple of those when you're done? He asked. I blinked a bit. So you can just nap through our break period. I laughed. No, please, Daph, he begged. It was a bit unbecoming. Of course he didn't seem to realize that I was kind of annoyed by his presence and that I was trying really hard to not say something mean and get him to go away. I vaguely remembered my dad's warning about watching how I should be careful around housemates, specifically Theodore. Perhaps he had some mission from his ancient father. I mean, who knows, some of my housemates had strange families. What had my dad said? That whomever wanted to marry me would have to earn my hand, or something like that. Could this be Theodore trying? But it wasn't like he'd really paid much attention to me in the first couple of weeks at school. Granted, I hadn't really let him. But this was a bit odd. I'm not sure what I'd done to ever give him the impression that he should be attempting to hold me on the couch. But I really did just want to get this IGN meant done and not worry about it. I was on the last spell too. And then I could go get lunch, disappear to runes and history and then spend the rest of the evening reading. I know it sounded pretty boring, but it wouldn't be that bad. Anyway, I found a suitable spell and leaned over the table to finish writing on my parchment. It was easier than using the textbook and flipping between them. And since Theodore wasn't resting on my shoulder anymore, it gave me an excuse to move a bit away from him. I finished scribbling a bit about a curse that knocked people onto the ground and gave them concussion-like symptoms. I felt a bit iffy about including that one, as magic that was used on the inn could have serious ramifications. But at the very least, it shouldn't be fatal. I sighed happily as I finished up the IGN meant. I tucked the parchment into cover of the textbook for safekeeping and slipped away from Theodore, moving off of the couch and back up to my dormitory. Thankfully, he didn't follow me. Not that he'd have been able to get far. I gazed up through the clear ceiling for a moment, gazing at the fish from the bottom of the lake. Part of me debated just dropping onto my bed and hoping I'd wake up before history. But my stomach grumbled, and I decided that after emptying its contents earlier I should probably get some lunch. But first, I decided to brush my teeth again. And then I washed my face. I'd already magically cleaned myself, but sometimes actually physically doing it helped you feel a bit better. I walked back into the common room. Theodore was one of the only students left there. If I had to guess, I'd have bet that everyone went to lunch. He looked at me and smiled. "Shall we go to lunch?" Theodore asked. I just blinked a bit. But since I was heading there anyway, I nodded. "Sure," I said. He nodded and we left the common room together. He walked next to me, making one attempt to take my hand, but I slipped away from him and then kept my hands firmly down at my sides. I tried to slip between Millicent and Tracy as we arrived at lunch, but Tracy stood almost as soon as I sat and moved over to talk to Pansy. Which Theodore took as a cue to sit far too close to me again. I sighed but didn't comment. I took some juice from a nearby pitcher and grabbed half of a turkey club off of a nearby platter. I picked it apart with my fingers and ate it piece by piece. My parents would have scolded me for playing with my food rather than eating it, but they weren't here so I didn't particularly care. I ate slowly and looked around. Mostly I tried to create a inane conversation with Millicent while ignoring Theodore. She didn't seem receptive to conversation, though. Just when I was going to ask her what was wrong, she got up with the excuse of doing some homework. So instead I was left pretty much alone with Theodore. Thankfully, he didn't say much as he ate his own sandwich. But I didn't think I was imagining the tension between us. At least, the tension I felt. He looked reasonably calm. I looked around the hall, mostly to avoid having to acknowledge Theodore was still sitting next to me. I shouldn't have been as on edge as I was, I knew that much. But, still, I didn't like not knowing someone else's motivation. Perhaps if I'd have known him better I could have reacted better. But for now, I figured just sitting and eating was probably the best bet. Across the hall I saw Potter. I wasn't really looking for him, as I was just gazing around at every table. He was staring at me, watching me a bit. He smiled a little bit when he noticed I was also looking at him. He blushed and had that sheepish look that he knew he'd been caught. It was about that same time that Nott put his arm around my shoulder again. I tensed a bit more. Potter nodded a bit toward Nott, his expression changing a little bit. He looked almost concerned. I just shrugged and looked away and went back to dissecting my turkey club. Lunch didn't last long, though, and Theodore walked with me back to the common room. I scampered away from him immediately upon entering the dungeons. But before I could scamper up to the dormitory and retrieve my books, Theodore spoke. "Hey Daphne," he asked. I looked at him. I asked, gazing away, thinking it would be rude to just bolt on him. "There's something I wanted to, do," he said, looking at me. I just raised my eyebrows and repeated a similar, non-vocal form of communication. He looked at me for a moment and then leaned forward and pressed his lips against mine. I blinked and didn't move. He tried again. I stepped away, blinked a bit, and then slapped him across the face. "What the hell?" I yelled. A few students hanging around the common room looked at us a bit. Theodore reached up to his face. I think, and I couldn't be sure, but I think he was actually tearing up a bit. "Daphne, he started, but I didn't stick around long enough to listen. Instead I pretty much ran into my dorm and gathered up the books I would need for ancient runes and history before quickly leaving the common room and heading to my remaining clees. I probably didn't pay as much attention as I should have in either of them. I really zoned out during history. But I'd be able to catch up on all of that just by the reading. Professor Binns spent the entire session lecturing on ancient wizards and magical beasts. I'm not sure what got him on that tangent, or if he even realized we were his 6th year CL and not his 7th, but it worked for me. Every now and then the ghost made mistakes of that nature. Usually they weren't part of the exam. Part of me couldn't help but wonder just how long the ghost would continue teaching. Probably as long as he felt like it, as there certainly didn't seem to be much demand for a new professor. I entertained a brief daydream of me teaching the CL a few years down the road. I like to think I could at least keep students a bit more entertained. I certainly wouldn't just lecture. I really just sat and brooded about Theodore. I mean, that was my first. And he'd just all clumsily put his lips against mine. And just rested them there, like I was supposed to do something. That so wasn't at all romantic. Or even called for. I certainly hadn't given him any indication I wanted anything like that. And that was my first. He didn't even try to make it romantic. It was just blam. There wasn't even any attempt to hold me or be why about it. So I think it's pretty clear how much I accomplished in history. Runes was better than history had been, but only because I was forced to actually work. We had to come up with a runic scheme that made something become a certain color when it performed a certain task. I'd gotten my idea from Muggle street lights and was making my object, which just happened to be a circular rock, roll when it was green, roll slower when it turned yellow, and stop when it turned red. So yay, my stop and go rock was probably the lamest thing I'd come up with in runes ever. But I'd been a little preoccupied at the start of CL. I was never particularly good at letting things go. But really, it wasn't that hard of an IGN meant. Had we been allowed to use Latin or Greek engravings, I'd have probably had the entire thing done in a CL period or two. But instead it was our introduction into Sanskrit, and I was having some difficulty with the magic. It didn't really matter, though, as everyone else in the CL, Granger included, was struggling with the new language too. We hadn't even really started learning it as a language yet, which just made it more difficult. But it was our introductory IGN meant, and we'd been assured that anything remotely payable would result in an outstanding grade. So that was a plus. But it didn't prevent me from cursing under my breath when my current runic attempt didn't work. "Would you please stop mumbling to yourself?" someone said from the table to my left. I looked up at Hermione Granger as she continued speaking. "I can't keep the languages straight with you cursing up a storm over there." She sounded exasperated. Whatever she was attempting to do wasn't working either. So I was a little proud of myself that I'd gotten mine to at least change color once. And yes, I was ignoring the fact that whatever it was she was doing looked considerably more complicated than what I was doing. "Oh, just deal with it. I don't complain when you decide to lecture the entire CL on the reading," I responded snottily as I started to page through my book, trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. Amazingly, Granger just scoffed and didn't make any sort of comment. She must have been more stressed by the IGN meant than she was letting on. It would have probably been easier had we actually gone over any of the Sanskrit before now. But Professor Babbling thought this would be a fun way to spend our Thursday before actually moving on to the language next week. The part that actually bothered me the most was that the semantics didn't appear to be working the same. I'd linked the runes in a way that would have worked in Latin and Greek. And even in a way that would have probably worked in a more modern runic sense. That was actually the part one found the most fascinating about runes. Yes, most of it was done in random symbols and with odd old languages. But it was completely possible to use modern symbols for runes, too. Typically, they required a little more magical power behind them. For some reason that I couldn't explain, mostly because I hadn't really paid attention during that lecture in 5th year. The older the symbol, and the longer it had been associated with whatever it represented, the more powerful it tended to be in charms. Anyway, I finished with the new combination I was going to try and stared at my rock. "Red," I said in Sanskrit. I probably mispronounced it. Professor Babbling was always on my about how my Latin and Greek pronunciation was just abysmal. I'd gotten detention once for claiming Latin pronunciation didn't matter, because it was a dead language. Well, let's just say the research I had to do on still prominent wizarding communities that used Latin as their official language was a bit daunting. But, back to the point. After I spoke, the rock turned a dark red and managed to slide up so it was resting on its side, in a position that it could start to roll from. It wasn't quite the shade I was going for, but at this point, I wasn't going to argue with it. Not that you could actually argue with a rock. And while I'm sure that yelling at the enchanted object when it wasn't cooperating wouldn't show up in any textbook as an effective way to fix your mistakes. But it made me feel better. But making it sit up and turn red wasn't really that difficult. I'd been stuck on this stage for the better part of the last 20 minutes. Green, I said, still in Sanskrit. It turned green and fell over. I cursed under my breath again. Last time it had started to roll in a small circle, as I wanted it to, but it had stayed red. Please, Granger said, looking exasperated. I just glared at her. She had some sort of marionette in front of her with all sorts of runes carved into the base. My first thought was that it looked sort of like a harem girl. You know, puffy pants, pretty much no top, veil. But I think it was supposed to be a belly dancer. I'd actually done some of that style dancing when I was younger. I wasn't really a fan. But I was actually kind of intrigued to see what her object did. And I didn't really care to know just how long she'd taken just to sculpt the thing out of the block of clay I'd seen her with earlier. Working, I scoffed in response. Attempting to replicate a third-year runic pattern hardly constitutes working, she spat. I raised a brow and looked at her. At least mine moves, I responded snottily. Yay, it was probably a bit petty of me. Not at the moment, Granger commented. Unless in my time away from my parents' green because the universal symbol of stopping. I winced a bit but couldn't quite come up with a better comeback, so I just went back to my runes. But a moment later I heard a small whimpering noise and looked over. Granger was crying. I said, looking at her. She looked up. It wasn't a full waterworks. She was just sniffling a bit and staring at her doll. She looked up at me and sighed. Sorry, she said, looking up at me. I just blinked a little bit. Me too, I said, not really sure why she was apologizing. If I was honest, mean-spirited banter wasn't as rare as it probably should have been in a school, although I would admit Granger wasn't usually one to engage in it. I can't get it to work, she said, exasperatedly. I blinked a bit. Something had to be bothering Granger. Because those were words I'm not sure I'd ever heard her speak. I thought back to earlier, and how Weasley was pretty much ignoring her. And Potter wasn't really paying her any attention either. But that didn't seem to be something that would typically bother Hermione Granger. I had to wonder what was going on in Gryffindor land. Can I look at it? I asked, knowing full well I likely wouldn't be able to help. But I was attempting to be nice. It seemed like one way I could indirectly attempt to repay Potter for being nice to me earlier in the day. Sure, Granger just sighed, skeptically, like she knew I wouldn't be able to help. But I moved over next to her anyway. The amount of detail on the clay figuring was incredible. She'd even put in little ruffles in the pants and the veil. I stared at it for a moment before looking down at the system of runes she was using. I didn't recognize any of them, really. She'd obviously done some reading ahead on the new language. I pressed my lips together, hoping to come up with anything. Well, she's incredible, I said dumbly, knowing that I really didn't need to be complimenting her. Thanks, she said dumbly. I can get her to perform all the actions. But I can't get them to repeat or link together. I see, I said. I stared at the runes for a few moments and then actually laughed a little bit. I reached over for my Sanskrit book and showed her the page I was on. I'd just stumbled upon it while looking in the index for something that would make my rock roll in a circle. This was what I just tried. Granger looked at it for a moment and then looked at her runes. Her eyes went wide. I knew I should have read further ahead. That makes perfect sense. She grabbed her own book and found the page with just a furious glance at the corner of mine. She then immediately started etching the symbols into the base of her doll. I slipped back toward my rock, feeling rather inferior, but went back to working. Granger didn't look up or comment for the rest or the CL. Either way, I was getting closer by the time the CL ended. I could get it to start and stop with both basic direct commands and color commands. I couldn't quite get the slow down or yellow to work properly though. The same trick I'd used for red and green wasn't working for some reason, and I wasn't skilled enough to figure out what aspect of it wasn't working. Professor Babbling awarded me 5 points for my efforts, which was a nice little reward. Unfortunately, the professor spent about 5 minutes talking about Hermione's belly dancing sculpture that had its clothing changed color in relation to whatever dance she was doing, was artisan quality work, and something that he'd never seen a student pull off. She got 20 points and I cursed myself for being helpful. Knowing Granger, though, she'd have figured it out anyway in probably 5 more minutes. Dinner afterwards was fairly quiet. I just nibbled on some pork chop. I wasn't the biggest fan of pork, but it was the most appetizing thing at the table that evening. So it was what I went with. I ate some roasted potatoes as well, and a few carrots. I sat with Pansy and Millicent. Pansy spent most of the evening whining about how Draco wasn't spending that much time with her anymore. That he was always busy with his friends, and only ever saw her at nights. I didn't really listen too much to her. But it didn't matter because she didn't really want Millicent or I to comment. Thankfully, despite a few people witnessing Theodore and I in the common room, no one brought it up or even looked at me funny for the duration of dinner. The few people that saw us looked younger. Perhaps Theodore scared or threatened them into not talking. I mean, he wasn't the most threatening-looking person in our house. But Slytherins tended to respect the yearly hierarchy. I walked back to the common room with Millicent after we both finished eating. She was strangely quiet. I should have asked her what was wrong. But I was too busy thinking about how long and terrible my day had been. Really, I just wanted to curl up with a book and go to bed. Hopefully tomorrow couldn't be any worse. Still, it was strange that she didn't speak with me, at all, on our walk back to the dungeons. When we entered the common room, I wandered over to my usual spot on the couch and took my History of Magic book out of my bag. I didn't really want to review my entire set of notes, but I figured I probably should. Especially since I hadn't paid any attention in CL. Millicent sat next to me. But she was still quiet, reading her magical creatures text. After about 15 minutes I got bored and decided something had to be up with her. "What's wrong?" I asked quietly, hoping I did my best to indicate that she didn't have to talk about it, if she didn't want to, and that we could do so quietly enough to not arouse suspicion from the rest of the common room. "Really?" she asked, staring at me. I blinked a bit. Yes, you're being a bit stuck up lately," Millicent said. I hadn't really expected that one. "How?" I asked, sounding snottier than I'd have liked. "You're never hanging out with me. You're hanging out with Tracy a lot more. And you know how she is," Millicent said. "Well, that's not intentional. We just help each other with Transfiguration," I responded. "Sure," Millicent said skeptically. I'd complained of working with Tracy in Transfiguration in the past. But she'd gotten a bit better this year. Mostly I think because the CL was so much harder that she knew she needed help. "Well, it's true. It makes the IGN ments take like nearly half the time," I argued. Millicent just rolled her eyes. "And then what about Theodore? You know he likes you," she said stiffly. "I don't like him," I said, feeling very confused. "So why are you leading him on?" Millicent spat. I blinked. Did she like him? Please, I hoped so. That may make things easier for me. "I'm not. I slapped him today when he ed me," I said, dumbly. "He ed you," Millicent responded, jealously. "Yes," I said. "Just grabbed me and ed me." "Lucky you," Millicent said. I groaned. "Lucky me. I want no part of him. I just want him to leave me alone," I admitted. "What? Not good enough for you?" she asked, angrily. I looked at her, my eyes widening a bit. I really didn't see much of a point in arguing with her. But Millicent wasn't usually that assive. I mean, I know what everyone says about her, but she was typically a quiet, and rather meek, girl. Usually she just stayed out of the way. "What?" "No, I started, but she interrupted. "Because he's really nice, and quiet, and a good person to hang out with. And you'd be lucky to have him," Millicent argued. I just shook my head. "I'm sure. But I don't know him. His dad tried to form some marriage contract with my parents, and now I'm supposed to just love him?" I asked. Millicent just stared at me, almost like that was exactly what I was supposed to do. "You're lucky you've already got an offer for your hand," she said quietly before turning and looking away from me. I knew she was going all self-conscious about her looks, and that I should have been supportive. But I was too annoyed. I suppose that didn't help her argument that I was being but I wasn't particularly thinking about that at the moment. "From someone's father. I'd rather have someone make an offer for my hand to me," I growled. Millicent just shook her head. She was going to argue further, but Theodore returned to the common room at that moment. He walked in with Pansy and Tracy. They were talking about something or other. He looked over toward me. His expression was a bit curious, His eyes locked onto mine for just a moment. He looked like he was going to come over and talk to me. But I really didn't want him to do that. I didn't want to hear an apology, or an explanation, or anything that he would come up with. Really, part of me was afraid it would be something far more than what I had imagined. That he'd be mean. I knew that he wasn't a mean kid. But I had hit him. So I did what I thought best. I went up to my dorm. I changed into my pajamas quickly and debated just what I was going to do. There weren't really that many options, if I'm honest. I'd just have to avoid him for a bit and hope that someone else caught his eye. I mean, after being ceremoniously dumped by Titus, Tracy was available. And Millicent was patently unattached. And there were a few cute fifth years. He was a teenage boy, he should be easily distracted, right? Of course, why would I want to have him get distracted on his own? Boys were thick and not particularly good at that. Perhaps I could give him some gentle prodding along the way. Judging from Millicent's reaction, she had a thing for not. Maybe I could come up with a way to get them together. That would get him off my back and maybe make her happier. That scenario warranted further investigation, but I wasn't going to get to it tonight. So, I decided to grab my next Muggle Studies book out of my trunk. I tossed it onto the bed before walking into the bathroom and pouring myself a GL of water. I walked back to my bed, placing the GL on my bedside table before flopping down onto my bed and opening up the text. I read for a few hours. Reading helped me clear my head. It always had. I focused on the characters in the story more than my own life. And soon, I felt almost as if I was there with them. I got about halfway through the book, before Tracy came up to the dorm room. I turned off my light shortly after and rolled onto my side, reading for a few more minutes just by a dim lumos from my wand. But I gave up after just a few pages and set both the book and my wand on the bedside table before pulling back the curtains, closing my eyes, and eventually drifting off to sleep. Thankfully Friday was easy. Much to my amusement, neither McGonagall nor Professor Snape ignored actual homework for the weekend. Instead, we had time to study and review for an exam in defense, as Professor Snape indicated he felt we were all going to fail. And McGonagall just ignored a bunch of new theory reading on things we'd be starting to practice in the coming weeks. We probably had an exam coming up in that CL, too, but I didn't know what day it was. Still, going into the weekend with very little educational commitments was very nice. Especially when the weekend promised to be beautiful, weather-wise. I likely spent too much time staring out the window and wishing I was getting what could be the last of the late fall sun. But we were still just discussing Tender as the night, and I didn't really think I had much more to add on the novel. I mean, I'm sure I could have come up with something if pressed. But I wasn't pressed, so I didn't. Professor Burbage invited us to stay after for her cooking CL. They were informal things she did about once every 4 to 6 weeks. They were open, and advertised on the school bulletin boards. Essentially, Professor Burbage picked out a 3-course meal and demonstrated how to cook it. We were encouraged to help out. Some students thought it was a bit strange, but the ones who didn't possess a house elf were usually interested. I'd say I probably attended about half of them from my 3rd year. I had a phase where I really wanted to learn how to cook. But I got a bit sick of everything I made tasting just completely awful, so I gave up on it. Baking was a different story. Usually I'd help out a bit with whatever dessert she decided to make. But that was it. I still thought the entire thing was pretty interesting. Professor Burbage claimed she sporadically trained as a chef after Hogwarts and that she liked to actually cook. She tried to do so with as little magic as possible. But she'd break down for timing purposes, especially when the Clees were crowded, and use spells to chop the ingredients or start the oven or whatever else needed to be done. So that's how I spent my Friday evening. It was fun. There was a very partisan debate between everyone in attendance as to who would win the school Quidditch Cup that year. Naturally, I vehemently supported Slytherin. The cooking demonstration broke up shortly after dessert. This time I didn't help. Professor Burbage instead had 3 third years make a red velvet cake. I only had a small piece of it, but it was good. We dispersed about 15 minutes before after hours. It took me pretty much every minute of that to get back to the dungeons. I slept in on Saturday, and it was wonderful. I was the last of the 6th year girls to wander out of the dormitory. I packed a few books into my pack and stepped into the nearly deserted common room. A quick glance at the events posted on the wall told me there was a Quidditch practice today and that the first match was next weekend against the Lions. But I figured most of my housemate would be out by the pitch, so that's where I wandered. It took me a while to leisurely walk down to the Quidditch pitch. I stopped to chat with Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones. Michael Corner was flirting with Hannah a bit, so really Susan and I just exchanged pleasantries as I continued on my way. I found a seat near Pansy when I finally made it to the Quidditch stands. She was sitting a few rows behind Astoria and her friends and appeared to be brooding a bit. I knew that sitting next to her likely meant I was in for some complaint about how Draco had been acting. I looked up toward the green-robed figures and didn't see him flying up there. So I could only assume that he really was serious about giving up on Quidditch. Pansy didn't say anything as I pulled out my Transfiguration book and began to read. She appeared to be lost in thought. I couldn't help but wonder just what the two of them were going through. I know she'd complained about him before, but she'd just said he was distant. I couldn't help but wonder if maybe there was more to that now. But really, they still seemed to be spending a lot of time together. Although Pansy was sleeping in our dormitory more than she had been at the end of last year. It took me far too long to actually accomplish the reading. I kept getting distracted by the Quidditch plays, which was a bit unusual, because watching practice was fairly boring. Really, I wasn't that interested in the games in general. Sure, I'd go to the house once, but mostly because it was something to do. But watching practice was still more entertaining than the Transfiguration reading, so I let it distract me. Of course, that just meant that it took me forever to actually accomplish the reading. They were still practicing when I left, although the Ravenclaw team was growing rather antsy to get onto the pitch. Urquhart wasn't being accommodating and the Ravenclaw captain was obviously growing a bit upset. Luckily for Urquhart, though, Professor Snape was the only faculty member present. I enjoyed the last bit of warmth that the year would offer and wandered away from the pitch and toward the lake. I sat on one of the benches and rifled through my pack, hoping I'd brought my defense notes to review for that silly exam on Monday. Naturally, I hadn't, but I had the Muggle Studies book on me still, so that would work. I plopped down on a bench near the lake and started to read. The breeze was a bit cool and I wasn't wearing my cloak, but the sweater was warm, and I had my socks pulled up to my knees, so I figured I'd be fine. After I'd read about 20 pages, someone sat next to me on the bench. They didn't sit particularly close to me, instead they sat at the complete opposite end of the bench. I ignored them, at least for a few moments, until he spoke. "Well, you're not on page 12 anymore," he asked, his voice soft. "No, I'm not," I responded without looking up from the pages. Didn't the prick realize that it was hard to read and converse, and that since I was reading, I didn't really want to converse? "So?" he asked. I blinked a bit, not sure what he was getting at. "So what?" I responded as harshly as I could. To my infinite dismay, he just laughed quietly under his breath. "So, you said you'd tell me if it was any good when you'd read more than like 12 pages, he said. He did a fairly good impression of me, although I was pretty sure it wasn't a direct quote. I dog-eared a page and looked up at Potter. He wasn't even looking at me. Instead, he just gazing up at the sky, looking toward the sun, with his eyes closed. He was wearing his Quidditch uniform and his firebolt was resting across his lap. "Well, I'm not done with it yet," was all I could come up with to say. I'd wanted to make some sort of snide comment about how if he really cared he should just read it himself, but he looked so peaceful just sitting there, smiling up at the warmth. "Then is it any good so far?" he asked. I had the strangest feeling he wasn't going away, and I'm not sure how I felt about that. I really did want to read. But at the same time I was already ahead on the reading, and talking to someone about books, or really anything that wasn't related to Slytherin or other magical clues, could be fun, or at least different. Although, judging from his expression, I didn't think he actually cared. "I don't know," I said, honestly. I wasn't sure what my opinion on the novel was yet, but so far it wasn't particularly favorable. "So not having fun?" he asked. I just kept looking at him. He just kept his gaze upward and his eyes closed. "Well, no, I just don't like the main characters," I said. "Some of the minor ones have good lines on occasion, but the main two are terrible." "Why's that?" Potter asked. I didn't really see how he could be interested. But he kept asking, so I kept answering. Well, do you know what it's about? I asked. So it wasn't quite an answer. Oh well. I couldn't just explain why without the context. No. Well, there's this American soldier. And it's during the Great War, the Muggle one, and he's in charge of like ambulances and ferrying bodies away from the front. Anyway, he meets this nurse, and tries to sleep with her and whatnot. Anyway, the war goes on and all that, and he gets wounded by a mortar and is taken back to the hospital to have his leg worked on. And guess who he meets there? I was fairly amazed that I'd gotten most of that out in one breath. I also framed the question simply to see if he was actually paying attention. The nurse, Potter asked. Apparently he was. Indeed. So he's back at the hospital. And he falls for the nurse. Eventually his leg is all healed. He goes back to the front and then meets her again and they run away to Switzerland. I explained the plot in a nutshell. They were in a rowboat on their way to Switzerland at the point I was reading. I assumed they got there, but I wasn't positive yet. What's so bad about that? Sounds like a pretty standard love story, Harry said. I nodded a bit. Well, yeah, but they're playing some game, or so they say. Like it's all one big joke. And the main guy goes on about honor and duty a lot at the start and then runs away from the war, I complained. A game? He asked. Yes, like it's some sort of fantasy romance. Like they're just using each other to live something else out. No matter how much he claims he loves her, you can never tell if it's true or just part of the game. She always thinks that it is part of their little game, I explained. He nodded a bit and looked at me. That makes it less romantic, Potter said. Quite. And then there's the fact that the entire time he's in the hospital she's sleeping with him. And that's just wrong on so many levels. Oh, and he knocks her up, I said. Part of me wondered if Professor Burbage's reading list was just people sleeping with their medical professionals. I doubted it, but 2 in a row seemed a bit odd. Of course, in the case of the latest book, I figured you could just chalk it up to the male author's fantasies. Well, that doesn't sound so bad, Potter responded meekly. I looked over at him and saw he was flushed red. I shook my head a bit. Boys, probably not from your perspective, I spat. He just smiled weakly and turned to look at me. Well, it sounds like there certainly could be worse things, he defended himself. To you, perhaps, I commented idly, looking back toward the book. I think he could sense my annoyance as he changed the subject. So should I read it? He asked. If you want to, I responded. Unfortunately for him, his subject change didn't help hinder my annoyance. I hate giving recommendations or advice like that. People never really seemed to like what I recommended anyway, so it just made me feel bad when they didn't enjoy it. Potter just shrugged. Well, I'll think about it this summer, he said. I rolled my eyes and he chuckled a bit, which made me glare at him. What? I said at his little laugh. Nothing, that was just, never mind, he said, blushing a tad more. What? I demanded again. He sighed but spoke. The eye roll and your expression. Like you didn't think there was any sort of chance I would actually consider reading it, he explained. He would have probably continued, but I cut him off. That was the point, I said. Sure, I hadn't really thought of that being the point, but it was the reasoning behind the instinctual reaction. I know, he responded. But the whole thing was, well, kind of cute. He blushed a bit more. I blinked and stared at him, my expression completely blank. No, I said, sternly. He just laughed, which made me repeat myself. No, all right, he just shook his head. He was still smiling. Sorry, I thought you were cute. I frowned a bit at his words, feeling kind of why and mean. Was that why he was being so nice to me? Simply because he thought I was cute? I mean, maybe. Boys often did things for girls they thought were attractive. It was usually fairly easy to manipulate, too. But he'd been so uniming. Even now, he was just glancing around from the bench, his gaze sliding over toward the Quidditch pitch. I frowned again, as I wasn't sure what was going through his mind, and that bothered me. But then I remembered someone once told me my frown was cute, so I cleared the expression off my face and turned my own gaze to the Quidditch pitch as well. I could still see figures flying around, but my vision wasn't quite good enough to pick out the color of their uniforms. I thought it looked more like blue than green, but part of me assumed the silver could look like blue from afar. I squinted a bit but it didn't help. Eventually, when I realized he was still sitting there, I asked. So why are you here? We were supposed to have the pitch from 1 to 3, he said. I wasn't sure what time it was, but considering I'd woken up just before noon, I could guess. Oh, I said, yay. So I spent part of that time spying on the Slytherin's team practice. Urquhart certainly isn't very observant of who's in the stands during practice, Potter said. I'll tell him you said that, I interrupted. Please don't, he smiled. And I decided that I wouldn't. In fairness, I probably wouldn't have anyway. Still, I'm sure someone else noticed him watching. But anyway, after Slytherin took 3 hours for the 1 hour of practice time, I figured I should just let Ravenclaw have the pitch. What? Not going to practice before the match next week? We'll stomp you, I teased. But I managed to keep my expression piv. Well, I also have the pitch booked tomorrow morning, he said with a smile. Figures, I scoffed. Well, I thought something like this could happen when Slytherin had the pitch first and Snape was overseeing everything, he said. So Sunday practice will have to do. And probably a Wednesday evening one next week. I suppose I could have asked Hufflepuff if they wouldn't mind us practicing before them. But I'll just leave it be for now. Why not just take your turn like everyone else? I asked, as that seemed like the simplest situation to me. Figured this would be easier, he said. After a moment of silence he added. And I got sick of hearing Ron and Ginny complain. And Dean was sitting next to Ginny and I got sick of their, displays. I asked. I was only half paying attention so it didn't occur to me what he would be trying to be cryptic for. Well, Ginny and Dean are going out. And she likes to flaunt the fact that Ron doesn't have a girlfriend. And I really don't feel like watching them in touch, he explained. He also flushed a deep shade of crimson that matched his flying robes and looked at the ground. It was my turn to smile and laugh. I recognized that expression. I'd seen it on other jealous people before. Hell, I'd probably worn it before. Oh, I see. You like the little Weasley. I exclaimed. His gaze shot to me and his expression confirmed I was right, although his next comment was one of dissension. No, he said sternly, much like I had earlier. She's my best friend's sister. That's like doctor and patient. I laughed a little more. Apparently he'd been paying closer attention to what I'd been saying earlier. If you insist, I smirked. But thank you for the blackmail material. He just grumbled under his breath before changing the subject. So why are you out here? He asked. Reading, I said, holding up the book. I did the Transfiguration reading while watching practice. But I got distracted and it took forever so I came down here. I forgot about that, he sighed. Please tell me it's at least entertaining. Not really, I said and he sighed. A moment later he stood and propped his broom up on his shoulder. I noticed it was a bit chillier out and figured it probably wasn't a bad time to go back inside and either get some food or get a start on studying for the defense exam. Well, I should go do that reading so I can focus on Quidditch tomorrow, he said. I nodded a bit. I'm about to head inside too, I said. It's starting to get cold. And I stood as well and walked next to him as we moved back toward the castle. Uniform is too warm to tell, he laughed. I glared at him. Those flying robes were bulky. But I suppose when you fly around the cold air something a bit heavier would be preferred. Well, it's getting colder, I said with a sigh. I hate the cold. There's maybe only 1 or 2 more days of warm sunshine before spring. Probably, he agreed. I never really minded cold weather, though. Come to think of it, I'm pretty indifferent on most weather. I always get homesick when it gets cold, I admitted. It just sort of slipped out. I wasn't sure why I said it. And now we're even on blackmail material, Potter laughed. I just rolled my eyes. Like you don't get homesick, I said. He just looked at me for a moment. For the briefest of instants I thought he looked like he was mad at me. But then he just smiled and shook his head. Nope, he admitted. If anything I get shulsick when I'm at home. It was my turn to just stare at him. Weirdo, I said. Maybe. My relatives aren't that much fun, he said. I was going to ask about them, but he continued before I could speak. What do you miss the most? Oh, you know, hanging around with my parents and mostly that being at home means it's summer and it's warm, and I can laze around, I said, letting my voice trail off. Oh come on, that's standard. What do you really miss? The absolute most, the one thing you'd kill for?" he asked. I frowned and thought about it. My answer sounded rather pathetic. Baths, I admitted. They were a soft spot of mine. I loved being able to just laze around in the warm, bubbly water. To take a nap in their warmth, and to otherwise just rest in the tub. The school showers just didn't cut it. Should have been a prefect, Harry laughed. It struck home more than it probably should have. As the prefect baths were probably something I'd have really enjoyed, if the rumors of their lavishness were true. Astoria would probably G to me about them next year. I knew she'd be a prefect. Simply because it would give her one more thing to G to our parents about. Or a Quidditch captain, I scoffed. He nodded a bit. Or a Quidditch captain, he affirmed as we entered the castle. After just a few steps he smiled at me once more. "Well, nice talking to you, Daphne," he said as he turned off toward Gryffindor Tower. I watched him go for a few moments before heading off toward the dungeons myself. I was content to spend the rest of the day studying my defense notes and waiting for dinner. I managed to not think of Potter for most of the evening. Granted, I was distracted by homework and whatnot. It also didn't help that I had to spend about an hour helping Astoria with her transfiguration IGN meant. In fairness to her, though, she was at least trying on this one, and it actually was a challenging piece. I remembered it from my 4th year, and not fondly. But Potter did work his way back into my thoughts a short time later. Shortly before I changed into my pajamas and crawled into bed. Mostly I just thought about his smile and his bright green eyes. They were really good features. Astoria had been right about that, much to my dismay. But I was tired enough from all the reading and helping that I didn't even bother reading before just deciding to go to bed. I was a nurse. I'm not sure why I was a nurse. I didn't want to be a nurse. I had very little interest in medicine. And I hated blood, and sickness, and really everything involved with being a nurse. But there I was, staring into the mirror of a dingy building, in a little brown, corseted, high-necked number with a full skirt. My hair was done up and I even had a little hat on with a red cross on it. On top of my brown outfit was a white apron with red cross on it that matched the one on my hat. I will say, corsets certainly weren't ideal for moving around and being overly helpful to patients. I certainly couldn't be very quick. And I had no idea where my wand was. I should have probably focused on where I was and why I was there, but instead I did a little ballerina-esque twirl while looking in the mirror. I looked good in a corset. That opinion would probably change as soon as I started having difficulties breathing. I remembered that I was on the night shift. It was dark out, but every few moments it looked almost like day as the shells exploded around us. There weren't any screams yet. But they'd be coming. They always followed the barrages. Those were the only certainties. Sirens and screams, sirens and screams, sirens and screams. And then after there would be the briefest of lulls, always seeming shorter and shorter, before it all started over again. I only had a few moments to ponder why I'd come to Italy. Certainly it had been a mistake. My parents were right. This was no place for me. I was lost and scared every moment of the day. But it wasn't a situation I could get out of yet. After a particularly loud, and likely close, shell I heard the first of the screams. I stepped out of the bathroom slowly and walked into the main room. We only had a few current patients. And they were all blissfully asleep. Most of them in a morphine-induced rest. I checked on them briefly, knowing it would probably be one of the last chances I had that evening. I prayed that the battle wouldn't move closer to the rear lines. We must have been losing, because the enemy's shells flew closer and closer to our aid stations. Weeks ago, the church we converted to the hospital seemed so far from the front. They would go out with ambulance trucks and bring the soldiers back. Now, more often than not, they walked or were carried to us. I'd just finished with the last patient when I heard the boots. The rhythmic tapping of feet scared me even more, especially as it was accompanied by the screaming of boys and men. The large wooden doors banged open and a group of soldiers came in. They were covered in blood. One of them had been hit, badly, I could already tell. I felt immediately queasy. 3 of the healthy ones lifted him onto a nearby table. He was thrashing about when I came over to look at him. He was a skinny boy that didn't look quite old enough to be there. He looked vaguely familiar, but I didn't have time to worry about that. They all started to look vaguely familiar at this point. I'm not sure if they were, or if I just started seeing people I'd known from my life back in London, superimposing new faces onto injured bodies. I know I did it in my nightmares. Where's the doc? One of the soldiers spat. He had green eyes and still had his helmet on, pulled down mostly over the eyes. He's back south for a few days, I responded, looking over the boy. It was a lie. The doctor was in the basement of the church. He was a captain and a drunk. I'd rejected his advances one evening. But one of my fellow nurses hadn't. She didn't have to work the night shift anymore. At least not the night shift where men died. The boy's left leg was gone below the knee and he had plenty of shrapnel wounds in his side. I took a shaky breath, attempting to steel myself for a moment. No, the soldier said. He needs the doctor. Well, I'm only one here. I lied. In addition to the doctor and his partner, 2 other nurses were down in the basement, sleeping on our little cots. Or at the very least trying to. But he probably knew that well enough. The soldiers helped us build our bunks. Although that seemed so long ago. And these soldiers seemed so much younger than those. I wondered if there were any left from that first group. Regardless, we still let them rest there, on occasion, when they received a break from the front. They repaid us with rations and some supplies, small pieces of what little they were issued. Is he going to live? The same soldier asked. I looked at him and pressed my lips together. I was trying to stop the leg from bleeding. It wasn't working. My hands were covered in his blood as I attempted to wrap the leg instead. I don't know, I said as I kept working, tying a knot around the stump. I found some other bandages and looked to the. More shells exploded nearby. One of the soldiers held a candle over his friend, allowing me to have some little light to work by. But most of what I did was done after the flashes of shells. I kept working, trying to save the boy, and wondering what he'd done to be the first of the unlucky ones to get hit tonight. I heard a whistling noise and I assumed it was just one of the soldiers looking at his injured friend. At least until a soldier yelled, "Get down!" He screamed. I froze, but someone grabbed me and pulled me to the floor. It wasn't particularly comfortable, and I wasn't sure how long that it would take me to get up in the corset. Moments later though, part of the building exploded around us. I was frozen on the ground. But one of the soldiers pulled me away, dragging me to my feet and out of the makeshift hospital. No, 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 I yelled, staring back at the building. We have to get everyone out. I heard something else explode behind us. We can't, the soldier yelled. They're shelling this area, we'll be killed if we go back. And the soldier just kept running, my hand in his. I kept trying to look back, to make it back to my fellow nurses. To save them from the shells and the fires that burned all around now. I hoped they would be okay. But I knew better. The soldier was moving faster than I thought I could, especially in my outfit. I wasn't sure how often my feet were even on the ground. He just running and running and running. After minutes I started to feel like he was pulling me away from everything, from the explosions, from the death that followed, from the war. But that feeling didn't last very long. You just can't outrun war. Something hit behind us. We flew. And we hit the ground hard. I landed in dirt and mud. He pulled me further, below a wall, into what could have only been a trench, or perhaps a hole from artillery. It was wet, and cold, and smelled like death and decay, and I was frightened. But after a moment he looked at me. "Are you okay?" he asked as another barrage of artillery filled the sky. I looked around, and examined myself as best as I could, laying with my back against the wall, sitting in what I hoped was mud. My hair had come slightly undone, and I wasn't sure how I'd get it back into the intricate style. I'd also lost my hat. "I think so," I said. I shifted a bit to look at him. "Are you okay?" He just nodded a bit. "Fine," he said. He was the green-eyed one from the hospital. He had messy black hair and he smiled at me. I liked his smile. He was breathing hard as he looked down. "Let me check," I said and looked over at him as well. I couldn't see if there was any blood on him. I couldn't see anything in the dark, really. So I examined him with my hands, checking for squishy or wet spots, or areas that made him shift painfully. I didn't find any, so I simply looked back at him. It was really hard to tell anything about him in the darkness. His eyes seemed to glow. I could make out the faint green orbs even when it was pitch black. But the only real chances I had were when a shell exploded and gave me a little bit of light. One such shell landed just meters behind us. I yelped and pretty much fell onto him. He laughed a little bit and I stared at him. "How do you get used to that?" I pretty much yelled. He pressed a dirty finger to my mouth and whispered, "Shish, you never know if an enemy is close. Especially when we're not sure where we are," he explained. I scoffed a bit. It's not like the enemy would be shelling its own troops. But he didn't seem to think that. He continued after a moment. "And you just sort of do. You have to, or you lose it." I was going to respond but another shell exploded nearby and I simply pressed down against him. He laughed a little, but slipped his arms around me and held me comfortingly. I felt safer in his arms. Like the shells wouldn't get me. I pressed my face into his neck and closed my eyes tightly, hoping everything would go away. But it didn't, it simply pushed me closer to the mud and blood. So I looked up at him. His green eyes were shining still. He stared back at me, smiling a bit and holding me as another shell exploded. I was scared, I was worried, and I wanted to not be there. Not be there at all. And I think he knew. His hands moved comfortingly around my back, softly against my clothes. I felt like a child, and like he was doing everything he could think of to provide some solace. And I realized that he was safe, and he was warm, and I did the only thing I could think to do. I ed him. He laughed. That wasn't the appropriate response. But after a moment he ed me back. And he kept ing me. His hands sliding over what parts of me they could reach as our lips pressed together. He deepened the and held me tightly. My only thought was that ing him would be the only thing to keep me safe, to get me through this. And it did, at least until the next flash of light. I bolted upright when I woke up. I was cold and clammy. At some point during the night I'd kicked my blankets off of me. I looked over toward the bedside table. I still had some water left so I reached out and drank the rest of the GL. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow and rested back on the pillows. I wasn't sure if that was a nightmare or a good dream. I was panting a bit. My skin felt a little flushed. Like I'd actually been running. But I was cold, and shaking, and still afraid. I shivered with that sense that maybe it had been real, and that I wasn't safe in my bed underneath the castle. It took me a few moments to catch my breath and feel closer to normal. Everything had seemed so real. But that's the trouble with dreams, isn't it? Everyone had seemed so familiar. And I could have sworn I knew the characters that weren't even actually in the dream. I could put faces to names, and personalities to both. But only for the first few moments of my time back in the waking world. After that, it was all gone. I pulled my blankets back over my body, picking out one of the softer, fuzzier green ones and balling it up a tad. I held it close to my body, cuddling against it, imagining that it was holding me, and telling me I was being silly and that everything was fine. I may or may not have given it a soft, loving, as I slid my arms around it. Maybe, if I was lucky, it would turn into a green-eyed warrior while I slept. The next week was fairly uneventful. Really the rest of that month was fairly uneventful. It got cold way earlier than should be possible. But that was Scotland for you, I guess. And it started to snow, pretty much constantly, the day after the Quidditch match with Gryffindor. We lost, but like half our team didn't play. Well, one Chaser and Draco. And frankly, I think Draco's replacement got closer to the snitch than Draco ever had against Potter. I hated that it kept getting colder. But there was little I could do. Part of me knew that watching the Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff Quidditch match probably wasn't the best way to spend my day. But what else was I going to do? So I bundled up and proceeded to the common room. I noticed most of my housemates were filtering out, presumably heading to the match. After all, the matches were the places to be on the weekends when they were held. "Morning, Daphne," Millicent said as I stepped into the common room. I smiled at her. "Hey, going to the match?" I asked, despite the fact that I already knew the answer. "Yes," she said. "Had you planned on it?" "May as well," I said. "It's that or sit in here and read. And I feel like that's all I've done this year." "Tell me about it," Millicent responded dryly. It was amazing how we all pretty much did just sit around and do homework now. Astoria and her fellow fourth years had no idea what they were due for. Just as we hadn't really paid attention to the older students when we were younger. Well, let's go, I said. Millicent just nodded and walked with me out of the common room and into the dungeons. She'd been back to her old self since she went off on me about Teddy. We hadn't spoken for a few days after, but I'd bridged the gap by helping out with some of her homework and simply joking around in the common room one evening. We didn't speak about the argument, and neither of us brought up Theodore not. And really, that worked just fine for me. I'd much rather have a close friend than an annoying pseudo-suitor. Of course, the second I thought about him, he managed to show up. He and Blaze stepped around the corner of one hallway and into our path. I noticed Astoria and one of her friends were walking with Blaze. They seemed rather interested in whatever story he was telling. Theodore stood a couple of steps away from them. He was simply walking with his hands in his pockets while Blaze spoke with animated hand gestures. "Oh, hello, Daphne, Millicent," Blaze said as he saw us. My sister and her friend looked rather annoyed that our mere presence had interrupted the story. Theodore looked rather happy to see us. "Blaze," Millicent said. The boy just smiled. "Theodore and I were just going to take Tori and Eve down to the pitch for the match," he explained. I couldn't help but blink a bit. Astoria hated nicknames. Well, she had a phase where she tried to get everyone to call her Rhea, but that hadn't lasted. It had always just been Astoria. I'd never minded Daph, but she'd always been a different story. But here she expressed no disgust at the diminutive. "So were we," Millicent replied. "Would you mind waiting for us? We just need to fetch some warmer clothing from the dorm," Theodore interjected. I wanted to blurt out that we would indeed mind, but Millicent beat me to the punch. "Not at all," she said and smiled at him. Astoria and Eve didn't look particularly happy with that turn of events, but they simply followed the boys into the common room. I glared a little bit at Millicent, but she wasn't paying attention to me. Instead, she just leaned against one of the walls. I did the same a few moments later. I certainly didn't want to spend the day with Theodore. Of course, the match could be over in a hurry. That was probably my favorite thing about Quidditch. Sometimes it ended in just a few minutes. But then I had an idea. Perhaps I could use today to try to get Theodore and Millicent to talk a bit more. I mean, it was probably a stretch. Maybe if I kept pulling her into any conversation, or talking to her, perhaps Theodore would shift his focus from me to her. Not immediately, mind you. I knew I wouldn't be that lucky. Mother always told me how boys like to feel important. If I could get Millicent to focus on him, to make him feel important and welcome, then maybe in a few more weeks his interest would shift to her. Judging from the fight I'd just had with her, she likely wouldn't be that opposed that. It only took the boys a few more minutes to emerge from the common room. Unfortunately, it took Astoria and her friend Eve longer. And apparently Blaze had promised Astoria that they'd wait for her and her friend. So, we just kept leaning against the wall. Blaze took the time to chat with Millicent. I'm sure intentionally, because that left Theodore with me. "So who's going to win?" he asked. It was a pretty terrible opening topic for him. The extent of my Quidditch knowledge was naming the positions and the vaguest of rules. I didn't even really pay that close of attention during our matches. It was just a fun atmosphere for a few weekends out of the year. "I have no idea," I responded snottily. I'm sure being a probably wasn't the best way to deter interest, but I couldn't really think of anything better. "Ravenclaw has the better team," Theodore said rather matter-of-factly. "Good for them." I kept my voice quiet. I looked toward the entrance of the common room and willed my sister to emerge. Of course, Astoria never really did anything I'd have wanted her to do, so it didn't happen. "So they'll probably win. We need to hope they beat Gryffindor if we're going to have a shot at the Quidditch Cup," he explained. I said. I looked over toward Millicent and Blaze. I wondered what Blaze had just said as Millicent was blushing rather deeply. At the very least, light flirting with Blaze seemed far more amusing than whatever it was Theodore was attempting to talk about. "Don't you want Slytherin to win the Quidditch Cup?" he asked carefully a few moments later. His voice had an accusing tone. Almost like he couldn't believe I wasn't the least bit interested in the sport. "Sure," I said dryly. "You don't seem that interested," Theodore said, his voice becoming meek. He looked away from me and I felt bad for being so standoffish. I mean, he was trying. But his attempts weren't particularly impressive so far. And I was still mad at him for ruining my first. And on top of that, I'd have you met he could have at least acted like he knew something I was interested in. I'm not, I said. But you go to all of the games. He countered. Everyone goes to all of the games, I responded. And it was true. They were the social events of the non-Hogsmeade weekends. And the professors tended to patrol the stands much less diligently than they did the hallways and empty CL rooms. Not that I'd ever been able to utilize that perk. I suppose, he said. It was pretty clear he never really thought about it. And I guess he was entitled. I mean, when you actually care about the games, it wouldn't occur to you that a vast portion of the student body just goes to hang out. I think that in my entire 6-year career at Hogwarts I'd only stayed to the completion of 3 matches. When it came right down to it, us girls usually just sat with our friends and chatting about one thing or another. And that was pretty much what I expected to have happened today. Except now I figured Theodore would be intruding in on the conversation. Thankfully, Astoria and Eve decided that was probably the best moment to emerge from the common room. Astoria walked right up to Blaise and smiled at him. She had a certain cocky confidence about her smile that I was actually just a little bit jealous of. Like I've said before, she was always good at getting people to like her. She then walked past Blaise and started leading our little pack out toward the stands. When we arrived, she conned Blaise into buying her a few cauldron cakes from one of the small concession stands. I bought some every flavored beans and a drink. Millicent purchased some popcorn. After the stop off at the concession stand, we moved toward spot in the stands typically occupied by the faithful of the green and silver. The area wasn't filled with the typical colors today, but Slytherin wasn't playing in the match, so that was to be expected. Enthusiasm always seemed down, even amongst those who didn't care, like myself, following a loss. Eventually we found Pansy, Tracy, and a few other Slytherins sitting in the stands. I plopped right down next to her and opened up the beans. I grabbed a couple out and offered her the box without really looking. She took one, daintily, and ate it quickly. Tracy did the same. I looked up at the sky and saw the yellow and blue robes circling around their ends of the pitch. I never quite understood why they flew around for a half hour before actually starting the match. But I suppose if I knew more about the sport I'd understand the logic for it. Of course, my staring at the sky prevented me from noticing that Theodore slipped past Millicent to take the bleacher seat next to me. She sat to his other side. Astoria, her friend, and Blaise sat a couple of rows in front of us. I cringed a bit as Astoria feigned being cold. Well, I suppose the weather was cool enough that she could actually be cold, but she was fairly bundled up. Still, I'm sure her reaction had the desired results, as Blaise slipped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer to him. "You're going to let her do that?" Tracy asked. I noticed her eyes were locked on Blaise and my sister. "I guess," I said with a slight shrug. "You know he's just going to try to sleep with her and then probably never speak to her again," Tracy said. That was his track record. He always focused on younger girls, and had since his 3rd year. He'd usually focused on Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. I was amazed that any girl actually talked to him, what with his reputation. But he must have been really charming, as it never seemed to take him very long. I wasn't particularly pleased that it was starting to look like my sister would be one of his early Slytherin conquests. I wondered how many crying Puffs and Claws had comforted crying friends thinking they could be the one who changed him. Yay, but what am I going to do? I asked. Certainly nothing was sticking out in my head. At least nothing that would likely change her mind. Let her have some fun, Pansy suggested with a hollow laugh. I looked at her for a moment, and couldn't help but think she looked a bit down. I'd have to investigate that later. Tell her how he's a man whore, Tracy suggested. I ate a few more of the beans. Chocolate and peanut butter were 2 of the more pleasant flavors. That will just irritate her. And probably help him, I said. Doesn't Astoria listen to you? Theodore asked. I'd forgotten he was there. I looked over at him as the other 3 girls laughed in unison. He was leaning forward a bit on the seat and looking at me. Not unless she wants free homework advice, I responded. I offered him a bean just to be nice. He took one, and to my immense satisfaction, spit it out almost immediately. Oh, he said, aren't siblings supposed to trust the advice of the older one? No, I laughed this time. Just about the only things Astoria really trusts me on would be baking and transfiguration. I see. So really you just need a way to get his attentions off of your sister? Theodore asked. Only if she wants to lose her ity before her sister, Tracy laughed. Pansy's voice joined hers. I felt the blood rising to my cheeks and looked away from the two of them. Teddy was surveying me a bit more than I'd have liked. He had a silly smirk on his face as his eyes shifted up and down my body. Thanks for that, Tracy. Well, it shouldn't be that hard really. I mean, I can just make sure that she knows of some of Blaze's other conquests. And perhaps some of the things he's said about her, Theodore said knowingly. He looked toward where Blaze was rubbing Astoria's back. And just what has he said about her? I asked. Part of me suspected that I really didn't want to know whatever the boy had said about my baby sister. Nothing to me, Theodore admitted. But Astoria doesn't need to know that. I see. And you'd just go and sabotage your friend's conquest. Isn't there some man code that's against that? I asked. I pretended that I wasn't paying that close of attention to the conversation by acting like I was watching the match. I've always been closer friends with Draco than Blaze. Besides, after Slughorn he could use being knocked down a peg, Theodore said. And I couldn't help but agree with him a bit. Blaze had been acting a bit haughtier than usual this year. And it had happened almost immediately after he'd gotten the invites to Slughorn's parties. But still, you'd sabotage him. I laughed quietly as Ravenclaw scored a goal. There was a loud cheer from the blue and silver contingent at the match. But our area remained mostly Piv. Always willing to do a favor for a friend, Theodore smiled. He put the emphasis on favor. And he reached out and put his hand on my leg. I looked down at it, and I'm pretty sure the three girls did the same. Nice of you, I said dryly. I reached down and very gently, with just two of my fingers, lifted his hand off my leg and placed it back on his own. Theodore didn't seem too thrilled by that. He took a deep breath. Look, Daphne, he started. I'm not going to date you because you said some words to Astoria that may or may not prevent Blaze from ing her, I said as bluntly as I could. Tracy and Pansy shrieked with laughter once more. Millicent frowned and glared a little bit at me. Daphne, he started again and I shook my head. No, I said sternly. He frowned and looked at me. He managed to don a rather uniming expression that reminded me of someone. But I wasn't focusing enough on it to place just who he reminded me of. I was just hoping you could help me with the transfiguration homework. I'm stuck on the third theory of transmutation, he blushed. And then after a moment he added. And maybe the herbology too. Draco is useless and the damn plant is hard to combat by myself. He looked away. Pansy scoffed at his comments about Draco. That theory was new for us, and dealt mostly with transfiguring liquids to solids. It was borderline transmutation, and probably as advanced of magic as we'd get that year, if not in our entire school career. What's up with that? I asked. I wasn't as upset as I probably should have been for snapping at him. Thankfully, he didn't put his hand back on my leg. I also noticed that he was sitting as far away from me as he could manage. Which on the Hogwarts bleachers was a bit of a surprise as typically we were pretty jammed in. I just don't quite get the specifics of it yet, he said. It was a valid question. I'm sure very few people in the CL understood all the specifics of it yet. I was still fuzzy on a few places of it, but thought I had it pretty much down. McGonagall planned on spending most of the next CL on it. Well, it's not that complicated, it just states that. I started, but he interrupted me a moment later. Later, Daphne, he laughed. If you explain it now without my notes I'll just forget it all anyway. That was probably a valid excuse. Still, I love to explain things about transfiguration. I'd have probably done it twice without complaint. Oh, okay, I sighed as a Hufflepuff chaser scored. He waited for crowd to quiet down before he spoke again. And I was debating with Tracy earlier, Daphne. Do you like horseback riding? I blinked and turned to Tracy. She just shrugged a bit and resumed talking to Pansy. I've never been, I said. I was the city girl, after all. You know, the oddball that got taunted for wearing a muggle outfit most weekends and grew up entirely in London. Of course I think I was probably the only one in my year with parents who didn't own an estate dating back to the 16th century. Well, you should try it, Theodore said. I shrugged. I had about as much interest in horseback racing as I suspect he had in ballet. But then I remembered something. Millicent loves horses, I said. And I'm pretty sure she goes riding all the time. She'd even invited me one summer. I'd ped, mostly because I was a bit intimidated by the large beasts. And no, it didn't matter that looked remarkably docile. Really? Theodore asked, turning his attention to Millicent briefly. I took the opportunity to tilt myself to the side and join in Tracy and Pansy's conversation. When Theodore turned his attention back to me, he would only see my back. Yes, I heard Millicent say. Her voice was a little higher than usual, and I recognized the tone as one that typically came out when she was nervous. So you and Draco aren't doing so well, Tracy commented, I suspected for my benefit. I wouldn't say that, Pansy said. I mean, things are great when he's around. But that's less and less and less lately. I mean, even this morning. He was supposed to come to the game with me. He'd talked about it all week. And then when I wake up this morning, he's just gone. I said. I certainly wasn't the best at relationship advice. And so far my only thought was pretty much that she should stop sleeping with him until he was a better boyfriend. But I'll admit I had no idea if that would actually work. Pansy lamented. What's he doing, anyway? Tracy asked. He's barely around after Cleese. And he's really not putting that much effort into his Cleese. At least from what I can tell. He's still doing all his homework and stuff, Pansy said. We do a lot of it in the Leary. I'm not sure why he doesn't want to be in the common room as much. And we still do our usual nightly patrols. Tracy rolled her eyes at that. We both suspected their nightly patrols consisted of ducking into closets and making out. So he's just not paying attention to you, or what? I asked. It came out more bluntly than I'd have liked, but Pansy didn't appear to notice. Kind of, she said. I mean, he's still always thrilled to see me. And he's still awesome with me. But then sometimes he's just gone. And I'm not sure where he is. And if I look for him, I can never find him. And I feel like he's keeping something from me. She just kept listing things. I nodded along. Tracy made a small noise that indicated she was listening while she stared at the game above us. She also reached out and gestured for my every flavored beans. I handed them to her. She and Pansy each took a few. Well, is he doing anything unusual? Tracy asked. Aside from making me feel like he's hiding something, no, Pansy admitted. Nothing at all, I asked. I had to admit, I was rather curious, as the two of them had been almost inseparable since the beginning of third year. I was more interested in hearing about trouble in the fantasy land that was Draco and Pansy than I was in hearing about their latest exploits in bed. Well, he's reading all sorts of strange books. I don't think he's sleeping as much. He always seems to be awake and tired, Pansy said with a loud sigh. What kind of books? Tracy asked. Strange enchanting tomes, and all sorts of magical craftsman stuff. When I asked him about it, he said it was an interesting hobby. I said he should have taken up runes. Sounds like it, I said. We dealt a lot with magical ways of crafting things in runes as well. Mostly because it was the best way to come up items worth putting runes on. I'm sure Granger crafted her dancing girl with magic. Enchanting was a field I didn't know as much about. It wasn't mentioned much in runes, mostly because if you were going to use runes, it often meant you wouldn't need to enchant. Lucrative hobby too, Tracy admitted. Not that Draco needs money, I laughed. Pansy nodded along with me. Can't hurt though, she commented. Interestingly, usually most of my housemates made disdainful comments about acquiring income. As if it was something they wouldn't need to bother with. Of course, Pansy's tone was dry and indicated she didn't care particularly much either way. And I suppose the best enchanters and crafters were highly thought of. Draco certainly wouldn't hurt his name or his reputation by becoming a master at either art. Still, I didn't see Draco working hard enough to become a master enchanter. Perhaps Pansy was right, though, and he simply wanted a hobby. Guess not, Tracy scoffed. Her eyes were still on the game. She laughed a little bit and shook her head. Ravenclaw's about to win. I looked up and could see two of the players chasing after each other. Well, let's beat the rush out, Pansy said and stood up. And so we left the Quidditch pitch. Thankfully we moved away from Theodore and Millicent as we left. They were still talking and they both looked rather happy. I smiled to myself as we slipped out of the stands. Theodore didn't meet up with me that evening, either. So I doubted his sincerity with going over his transfiguration. Instead he spent most of the evening talking with Millicent. And the strangest bit of that, I was jealous. I'd wanted to lecture on transfiguration. I liked doing that, and I'm sure he would have smiled at me the entire time. And I like being smiled at. Anyway, the weekend passed too quickly. And then the days back at CL seemed to take forever as well. But eventually they passed by again as well. And the school year slowly started to approach its halfway point. My classes stayed pretty much the same. I'd become a bit lazy with transfiguration homework in the last few weeks, and probably dropped a little bit there, but I'd be able to make it up. Defense was still hit or miss, but more hit than miss lately. And then everything else was pretty much the same. Except herbology. I think I probably had the most improvement in herbology. I expect because I had to pay more attention during the CL thanks to my rather annoying partner. Had I cared about the CL I may not have been so annoyed about having to do work. But I didn't, and taking orders from Potter during the work time wasn't really my preferred way of spending the lessons. At the very least I hadn't thrown up again since the first time dealing with the flesh-eating plants. I came close when we had to extract the first pod. But thankfully Potter had done that bit. Of course, I'd had to squash the damn thing for the juice. And that was an altogether unpleasant experience. I'd have sworn a week later that I could still smell it on my hands, despite the fact that I was wearing gloves while I worked. I'm probably being a bit harsh. It's not like he was mean. And frankly, he probably did more than I did. At least he did the majority of the disgusting stuff anymore. I'm not sure if he did it because he was babying me, or if he was just that irritative. But it boiled down to me being fairly annoyed when he'd say things like, "Daphne, get the rat please," or, "Daphne, tie those NCHES together please," or, "Daphne, get the bowl ready for the pod." I didn't argue with him. I probably should have. Mostly I just did what he said. I mean, the best thing about herbology was that Professor Sprout typically let you leave after accomplishing whatever the CL goal was. And Potter and I were getting rather efficient at dealing with the plants. Longbottom and Abbott still beat us out of the greenhouses pretty much every day. But we were typically the second group that finished. Sometimes Potter would walk with me back to the castle. I never asked him to. But he'd just walk next to me. The first couple of times I'd tried to outpace him. But he'd kept up without even making a comment. So I'd tried walking really slowly and see if that irritated him. It didn't work. I realized after a couple of times though, that he was still very uniming. He'd just walk next to me. Rarely would we even talk about anything. Sometimes he'd bring up a CL or homework or something. I only responded with coherent thoughts if he asked a very direct question. But like I said, we usually walked in silence. Sometimes, too, he'd just wait outside the greenhouse until his friends finished. Once or twice I joined him. We'd just sit on one of the benches and leave when our respective house members emerged. Today I sat on one of the benches. Sometimes we took playful bets on who would emerge next. Granger and Weasley were almost always out before any of my Slytherin compatriots. But every now and then Tracy and Pansy managed to surprise us. And it seemed like that was what Potter would like to do, as he sat next to me on the bench. At least he started talking with an attempt to negotiate terms of a bet. His first option, which was pretty much always his first option, appealed to me about as much as it usually did. "I'm not going to let you copy my transfiguration homework, Potter," I said after he brought it up for the second time. He'd seen me reviewing my notes on the walk back from herbology once, and apparently had forgotten about the IGN meant due the next day. "Please?" he asked. I could feel him smiling at me as we sat on the bench. I just shook my head and dug through my bag. I'd been doing it since we left the greenhouse. I didn't actually remember what I was looking for, but it was a suitable way to keep distracted. "You'd have better luck getting me to call you by your first name," I scoffed. He laughed at my words. He'd brought it up once or twice during CLEs. Usually when I did something wrong, blamed it on him, and started yelling at him. Of course he made mistakes too. But I was usually the one that wound up with NCHES of plant trying to restrain me. "Is that an option, Daphne?" he asked. He put the emphasis on my name, accentuating the first syllable. "No," I said. I gave up trying to figure out what was missing from my bag and just leaned back against the bench. "Not even if I pick Tracy and Pansy." "No," I tried to make my voice a bit sterner. I guess I probably shouldn't have called this wagering. Considering that everything he wanted to place on the line I simply refused. He shook his head a little bit and leaned back against the bench. I leaned forward, wrapping my arms around myself and shivering a bit. I wished I was better with warming charms. But I usually end up burning myself rather than heating my clothing. Once I'd pretty much torched a skirt. Thankfully, I hadn't been wearing it at the time. How about he asked after a few moments. Excuse me, I blinked. I couldn't have heard him right. I turned to face him. He was blushing and looking away. Sorry, stupid, he mumbled quietly. I opened my mouth to chastise him even more, but he continued before any sound came out. I'm just really sick of watching Lavender and Ron and Ginny and Dean. He kept talking, but I stopped listening. I'd seen Weasley and Brown myself. Thomas and Weasley were a bit more discreet, but I'd stumbled upon them as well. Really, for how large the castle was, it was pretty amazing how easy it was to wander onto people making out. Nothing about either situation was really appealing. But I did know where he was coming from. Tracy and Titus were pretty bad the year before. And Draco and Pansy this year were terrible to watch. Even Millicent and Vincent had had a little bit of a fling at the start of the year. It had lasted about 3 weeks. And then there was Blaise and Astoria. I hadn't wandered in on them yet, thankfully. Really, to the best of my knowledge they hadn't done anything yet. But I'd been wrong before. But so yeah, I've just felt like I'm the only one not getting Ed, he laughed. He tried to sound a bit more confident with his ending sentence. But he failed. Still I could empathize just a little bit. The only I'd gotten was forced upon me and I couldn't help but be a little jealous, too. But then I remembered last year, when he was making out with Cho Chang for pretty much the majority of the Christmas holiday. Well, I'd been told that at least. I spent the majority of the break at home with my family. Of course, I had heard about them quite often when I returned to school. At least until that fight they had over Valentine's Day. So it wasn't like he'd never been Ed or lived a little. So I really just felt a little bit annoyed at him then. I mean, what? Did he think he was the only one in the world not with some fun companionship? I wasn't getting Ed and you didn't see me trying to wager on some silly bet. Then go make out with Granger, I said. I did my best to sound annoyed at his comments and his explanation. Ew. He laughed. I turned and looked at him. What's so wrong with that? I laughed a little bit. I have to admit, I was surprised by his reaction. I don't see you making out with Astoria, he said. I gagged a little bit at the thought. We're the same gender and she's my sister, I argued, trying to sound as affronted as I could. Well, Hermione is like my sister, he argued. I rolled my eyes. But she's not your sister. Give her a nice big and be done with it, I teased. He shook his head. No. Besides, I think she likes Ron. She's been very chilly toward him since he started up with Lavender, he admitted. So that's why she was just bossing him around all CL. I asked. She'd been pretty much screaming at Weasley over the plant for the entire time we'd been in the greenhouse. Yeah, probably, Potter admitted. I bet she's not particularly happy that Sprout is sticking with the same groups. At least for this plant. The professor had been hinting that she may split up some of the groups for the second half of the year. I was rather indifferent, but Potter was proving to be a better partner than Tracy or Pansy. Well, you could get some tension out for her, I continued to tease, referring back to he and Granger hooking up. He just shook his head. No. I think she was going to ask him to Slughorn's Christmas party too, Harry sighed. I just shrugged. Professor Slughorn's parties were the talk of the school. And ever since he'd started planning his Christmas party just about everyone had been speculating just what he'd do. I'll admit that I'd joined in that speculation as well. Of course I'd mostly joined in the speculation when Astoria and Blaise, both of whom apparently merited invites to his weekly informal get-together, were discussing the parties in general. I'd joined in purely to irritate Theodore, who had been sitting nearby at the time. I'm sure I wasn't the only member of the Slytherin house who wasn't secretly amused that both Theodore Nott and Draco Malfoy weren't high up on Professor Slughorn's list of favorites. Both boys had tried to curry favor with the professor earlier in the year. But their efforts had failed. Well, that's too bad for him then, I said. Oh, I don't know, Harry laughed. Anything with Professor Slughorn can be a bit tiring. I guess, I said. I don't really see him much. It was a benefit of not being in potions. He just likes to talk about himself. It's all he does during lessons. And it's just incoherent rambling. It's like he can't even remember what he just said, Potter admitted. His voice was filled with disdain. It may have been the meanest thing I've ever heard him say about anyone. Astoria likes him, I commented idly. And she did. She talked about him fairly often. I mostly just overheard her in the common room. She'd garnered a couple of glares once when she'd commented that the house may be more fun if Slughorn was the head rather than Professor Snape. She goes to the parties? Potter asked. I thought it an odd question as I was pretty sure he was high up on Slughorn's list of favorites. And the question stung a bit more than it probably should have. Sure, Astoria had garnered his attention somehow. Probably at the party Blaise had convinced her to go to. So Astoria became the interesting one. You know, the one with the wealthy doctor parents. It probably didn't hurt either that Astoria paid far more attention to just what Mom was researching than I ever did. Don't you? I asked in response. Not usually, he admitted. I use Quidditch practice as an excuse to get out of them. You must really hate Slughorn. I mean, how bad can they be? Astoria says they're just dinner parties with some conversation. Professor Burbage does something similar every few months. Well, I bet those are interesting. Probably something more than listening to the professor talk about himself. Oh, and trying to curry favor with the students. In case he can get something from them, or their parents, Potter sighed. How would you know that? I was actually genuinely interested in his answer. Potter didn't strike me as the type that would really notice if someone was being used. Maybe I was wrong, but he just had too much of a mellow demeanor. I went with Dumbledore when he recruited him, Potter said. I just looked at him. I didn't actually believe that. Perhaps the boy did lie like Draco claimed. Like, what purpose would the headmaster have for having a young student accompany him? And why would he even be with the headmaster during the summer? I said. Well, perhaps uttered or grunted were better qualifiers there. But grunting is unladylike. Either way, I gazed over at him as I spoke. What? He seemed to understand my skepticism. You expect me to believe you hang out with the headmaster over the summer? I asked. I tried to sound snotty. I don't hang out with him, he responded. He just helped get me to the Weasleys for the summer. And you just stopped off to see Professor Slughorn along the way. I arched my eyebrows. Yes, he responded simply. I knew he was lying through his teeth. He just had to be. But he looked so startled that I didn't believe him. Why would the headmaster of Hogwarts help a student travel? I mean, it's not like the Weasleys couldn't just apparate to him or something. Of course he had Muggle relatives. And I guess I didn't really know all the specifics of how that would work. But if Dumbledore spent his summers helping students go visit their friends, well, that seemed like a waste of his time. Either way, I decided it would be best to just change the topic. Weren't we attempting to wager, anyway? I said. His face brightened for a moment, but fell seconds later. We were, but you just kept saying no to everything. Well, fine. How about if I'm right? Then I get to copy your defense homework on the next IGN Ment. I asked. It seemed like an easy enough one to me. If he agreed, I'd probably cave on letting him copy Transfiguration. No chance, Harry said. You won't let me copy your Transfiguration. There's no reason I'm letting you anywhere near Snape's homework. He'll probably stole yours and give me detention for the rest of my life. Maybe, I said. I hadn't thought about that. Professor Snape did tend to make ample corrections to everyone's work, so he probably would notice something like that almost immediately. Then again, he ignored pretty standard essays. So it wouldn't surprise me if he read essentially the same paper a whole bunch of times during his grading. And it's not like I'm not creative enough to at least attempt to implement some of my own diction into the work. So try again, he said after a few moments. Since my options haven't particularly appealed to you. Fine. If I'm right, then you have to go to one of Professor Burbage's dinners, I said. That seemed like a pretty good bet. And Professor Burbage's dinners were always a very good time. I'm sure he'd enjoy himself. Of course, part of me wondered why I cared whether or not he enjoyed himself. I picked that condition purely because the professor always loved when new students showed up to the posted events. Okay, he said, but I want Pansy and Tracy this time. Fine. Pansy and Tracy almost never beat Granger and Weasley out of the greenhouse, so I jumped at the thought of not betting on my housemates. Of course, it seemed a little odd that Potter would throw away a win so easily. Perhaps he actually had some interest in the Muggle studies parties. Professor Burbage would be thrilled at that. So what do I get then? He asked after a few moments of silence. I don't know. Come up with something, I responded. I shifted my gaze back to the greenhouse. It felt like we'd been sitting there for longer than normal. So far, only some Ravenclaws and pair of Hufflepuffs had emerged. I already did. You shot both down, he argued. So come up with something better. I countered. He made a frustrated noise and leaned back against the bench. We were silent for a few more moments, and right when he opened his mouth to speak, the greenhouse door opened. I leaned forward to see who would emerge, and much to my delight it was Tracy and Pansy emerged from the greenhouse. Ha! I laughed a little bit, but then Potter smirked. I win, he said, laughing a little bit as well. I'd forgotten he had the SS in this little bet. Damn it, I scoffed. I stood and slung my bag over my shoulder. He stood as well. I'm not sure if he was being polite, or if he intended to follow three Slytherin girls back to their common room. For his sake, I hoped he was simply being polite. So what do I win? I don't know. You didn't come up with anything, I said. He crossed his arms over his and looked down at me. I noticed Tracy and Pansy were walking toward us. They weren't really paying attention to Potter and I. Instead it looked like they were complaining about the stupid plants. Oh come on. He smiled at me. Well, this is what happens when you're incapable of coming up with a proper deal, I said with a knowing nod. I looked back toward the greenhouse as the door opened again. This time Draco and Theodore emerged. Draco stalked off fairly quickly, but Theodore wandered toward Tracy and Pansy, both of whom ignored Draco as he stepped past them. I took a step past Harry as he spoke. I guess, was all he uttered. But I wasn't paying that close of attention to him. I noticed Theodore's eyes on me. I smirked a bit. I'm not sure what made me do it, but the idea that popped in my head was simply too good to pee up on. I made sure he was looking at me. I let my smirk shift into a practiced smile, doing all I could to make it seem like my face lit up. A close friend could have recognized that it was all fake, all an act. But Theodore wasn't that close of a friend. Well, I suppose you came up with one acceptable thing, I said. I only spoke so Theodore could see I was talking. So deep down he would know that my face hadn't lit up at seeing him. But instead at whatever Harry Potter said to me before. What? Harry asked. I think he was actually asking for me to repeat myself, and not for whatever I had come up with as acceptable. I took another step past him. But then I paused for a moment and spun around. Harry Potter looked curiously at me. His head was tilted just a little bit to the side and glees were slipping off his face very slowly. He had his easy smile on his face, and his green eyes were very bright as he looked at me. He didn't suspect a thing. I took a deep breath and told myself to not chicken out. That it wasn't really that big of a deal, and that it could work out perfectly. I took 2 quick steps back toward Potter. He just kept looking at me. I stared up at him for just a moment. Astoria was right. He had grown a few inches in the last year. He was actually taller than me. I hadn't remembered that from previous years. Of course, I hadn't really paid attention to that in previous years, either. And frankly, I hadn't grown since like 3rd year. Oh, for heaven's sake, just do it, Daphne. I scolded myself, and I closed the last little gap between us before leaning up on my tiptoes. I wobbled a little bit. What can I say? My point work was better when I was 10. And then I brushed my lips against his cheek before lightly pressing them against the corner of his mouth. Potter didn't move. I let myself fall back onto my feet before turning away from him and walking to join my friends. Both Tracy and Pansy were staring at me. They each had a certain bemused expression. Theodore, standing a few steps behind them, had stopped walking and was just looking at me. He looked hurt. I looked away from him as I fell into step with the other 2 girls. I felt a bit bad for Theodore, but I hoped it would have some effect on his pursuit of me. Perhaps he'd get the message. On the flip side, though, I was rather amused by the fact that neither Theodore or Potter moved while I walked away with Pansy and Tracy. The girls didn't say anything, but I knew I'd have a few questions to answer when they knew we were completely alone. So you just ed Harry Potter, Pansy Parkinson said as I stepped up next to her. Not really, I responded carefully. Yes really, Tracy Davis said. She sounded a bit sterner than Pansy. And her expression looked a bit more perturbed than Pansy's. Really? Pansy just looked amused, with a silly little smile on her face. Well I guess, I said quietly. But I didn't, do it to him. I did it to get Theodore off my back. I don't think that will work, Pansy laughed. Well he stopped staring at me when I did it, I argued as we approached the entrance to the castle. The doors opened for us and we stepped inside. You could just tell him you aren't interested, Tracy commented. I laughed a bit and shook my head. Tried that, didn't work. Even slapped him when he ed me. Theodore ed you? Pansy asked. She tilted her head and looked at me curiously as she spoke. I nodded a bit as our small gaggle moved toward the great hall. Apparently we were going for lunch. That was fine by me. I'd taken Pomfrey's advice and stopped eating breakfast on days where I had herbology. And I was going to reward myself with at least half of a club sandwich. Yes, I responded simply as I took my usual seat at the Slytherin table. I watched some other students filter in before reaching and taking half of a sandwich off a nearby plate. I proceeded to eat the sandwich by picking it apart and eating it piece by piece. And so why would you even want to consider ing Potter? Tracy asked. She took a plate of salad and was picking at it. I couldn't help but take a moment to wonder if she even weighed 7 stones. Of course, I was right around 8, so perhaps I shouldn't comment. Mostly because I don't really want to be ing Theodore, I said quietly as I ate a tomato. I'd have thought that much was obvious, but I didn't bother saying that to my friends. I can't imagine why not, Pansy laughed. I rolled my eyes. Sure you can. He's too short, and too scrawny, I laughed. He's not that much smaller than Draco, Pansy countered. But he's smaller than Draco, I responded. Speaking of which, tell him to eat a sandwich or something, he's looking scrawny this year. I know, Pansy sighed. I'm not sure why he insists on skipping either breakfast or lunch most days. He could really use a nice big meal. 3 a day would be better, I laughed. Pansy just rolled her eyes at me. Potter isn't any bigger, Tracy commented. Sure he is, he's got at least 4 inches on Theodore, and there's some sort of definition in his arms, I argued. It occurred to me I was defending Harry Potter against one of my housemates. I shrugged the thought out of my head and went back to debating with my friends. So if Theodore is too skinny for you, are you more interested in Vincent or Gregory? Pansy asked, looking at me curiously. Ew. No, I said. I took a moment to look around, and found myself thankful that neither boy was at the table. It was always easier to not upset your housemates, even if you didn't particularly care about their opinion on the matter. Well, what is your type then? Tracy laughed. I shrugged and thought about it for a few moments. Taller than me for sure. In shape is a big plus. They can't be fat. Other than that I'm not particularly picky, I said. Tracy and Pansy laughed quietly and looked knowingly at each other. So, who'd be perfect, just looks wise? Pansy asked. I thought about it for a few moments before formulating my response. That 7th year Gryffindor, the tall one, Cormac McLaggen, Tracy asked. I shrugged a bit. I don't know his name, but sure, I said. You like those Gryffindors, don't you? Pansy said. I could hear the teasing tone in her voice, but I still felt the need to defend myself. No, I think McLaggen is a prick, but you just asked for body type and looks, I responded and ate a piece of turkey. So Slytherin-wise then, who's your pick? Pansy asked. She exchanged a quick glance with Tracy and I felt like there was something going on between them. I eyed them carefully, half expecting my answer to the question would have some extraneous meaning. I don't know. Probably like Titus Button, I admitted. I didn't really like him either, but I remembered how nice he looked with his shirt off at that pool earlier in the summer. And I had to admit he was pretty high on the list. Ha! Tracy exclaimed. Figures, Pansy scoffed. She stabbed her food angrily with her fork. Tracy wins. I laughed. Yes she does. Tracy giggled. I rolled my eyes at the use of the third person. And what was the bet? I asked. Who has the hotter boyfriend? Pansy responded. She was still stabbing at her food, which really seemed like a waste of perfectly good food. Of course, it wasn't like the elves would ever allow for a food shortage or anything. Didn't Titus break up with Tracy? I asked. I distinctly remembered lots of crying, and lots of cursing, of the former Slytherin beater. He stopped by over the summer and we made up, Tracy responded. I looked at her for a moment. I had a very hard time believing she would get back together with him. Especially after all of the things I'd heard her say about him. They had a couple of very romantic evenings, Pansy said knowingly. She put extra emphasis on the word very. I had to stifle a gag. Tracy never struck me as someone to do something that rash. And it wasn't like she didn't know that Titus's reputation was every bit as bad as Blaze's. Well, probably worse, as he didn't just prey on younger girls. Then again, I'm not sure if that's better or worse, the more that I think about it. I mean, obviously, since he'd been with Tracy, he certainly didn't shy away from girls younger than himself. But he'd date just about anyone that would look at him long enough. And how was that? I asked, mostly to give myself some more time to think while they talked. I knew she'd tell some story and I'd have time to not pay attention. But where was I? Oh yay, Titus Button. I didn't have the heart to tell her that he'd hit on me over the summer. It wasn't like she'd believe me anyway. At least in her shoes I wouldn't. I mean, if she was sitting there, and I was discussing a romantic evening with Harry Potter and she came out with, "Oh, I ran into Potter at a swimming pool and he hit on me," I'd just assume that she was trying to irritate me. Or make me jealous. Or just being a super for no apparent reason. Oh, it was wonderful, Tracy laughed. Do you want to hear about it? The honest answer was no. But if I could keep them talking, there was less of a chance they'd bring up Theodore again. Sure, I responded. Ooh, it's a great story. Pansy interrupted. I just nodded. I wasn't really listening. I was bothered by something. But I couldn't quite place it. I had that strange feeling you get when you just thought something, and it seemed just wrong, or off, but you couldn't quite remember what you were thinking. And because of that you then couldn't remember just what about it seemed wrong or off. That made more sense in my head. Anyway, my thoughts were interrupted as Tracy started talking. I know I'd said that I didn't really want to hear it. And honestly, I didn't. But who can resist a nice juicy story? I know I couldn't. Well, after the draft he came up to Birmingham, Tracy started. I smirked a little bit to myself at the opening comment. Yes, I was amused that all of this happened after he'd flirted with me. I know it didn't matter. And that's petty of me, yes, but I didn't care. Go Bats, I said dryly as Tracy paused. She just smiled a little bit. He's certainly having a fantastic start to the year, Pansy said. I had no idea if her statement was accurate or not. But of the three of us she paid the most attention to professional Quidditch. Even if that was just because Draco, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory talked about it constantly. Yes, he is, Tracy affirmed. But anyway, he came up right after the draft. And somehow he talked my parents into letting me out of the house for an evening. They always did like him. Your summers really have to, Pansy said. I knew Tracy's parents were a bit old-fashioned. Well, I'd probably call them nuts. They still had the notion that she wasn't out in society yet. And as such she wasn't really allowed out of the house, without parental supervision. I honestly couldn't imagine it. And considering how little I got out, that was saying something. They do, but that's not the point. I was in my room and Mom came up and told me to put on a nice dress. I picked out that pale blue one I have. Very summery, you know. Anyway, I'm confused. And she tells me Titus is here. And I get so angry. Because, well, you know. But she calms me down and explains how charming he was being. And how he wanted to apologize to me and all that. Tracy finally actually got started telling the story. I nodded along with her words. And did he? I asked. Titus didn't strike me as the apologetic type. The cynic in me could already see where this story was going. But at least Tracy seemed happy. For now, he did. And then he took me out to dinner at this incredibly fancy restaurant. And it was delicious. And he even got them to serve us a bottle or two of wine, she continued. She was beaming. She'd stopped eating her food, but then again, she never ate more than a few bites of whatever she took. Yummy, I stated. I could have gone for a GL or 3 of wine myself. And it was just barely lunchtime. Part of me suspected I was going to be a bit of a lush when I was finally old enough to drink. My parents let both Astoria and I have some alcohol on holidays. And I thought it was all pretty delicious. So anyway, after that, he started to walk me home. And it was such a nice night out, so we stopped by a park instead. And we sat on a bench and he ed me. And I'd forgotten how good of a he was. But eventually, he asked if I wanted to go back to his hotel. And I did, so he took me there. And well, you know, Tracy blushed a bit as she finished. I nodded. I could what happened the rest of the evening. I was a bit surprised that her parents let her out for the entire night. I had to wonder just what Titus had told them. Sounds nice, I said. Pansy giggled a bit. Sounds much better than nice. And now you're the only in the dorm, Pansy teased. I blushed and looked away. Millicent, I said, had a bit too much fire whiskey with Vincent after the examinations last year, Pansy said knowingly. I knew they'd been close for a couple of days. But she hadn't told me about that. I frowned a bit. Well, good for her, I said snottily. Both my friends just laughed, so I tried to get their minds back on the story. And your parents let you spend the whole night out? Oh no, Tracy laughed. I came home around 1. I apologized profusely and lied about how long dinner took. And then said we'd just spent a few hours in the park. They were perfectly clueless. Smart move. Very. Pansy laughed. They would approve of Titus, though, don't you think? Well, he's a pureblood, so sure. He's not as wealthy as they like, though. And I think he's got a squib-heavy side of the family. So you have to take that into account. I mean, you wouldn't want any chance that your kids wouldn't be magical. Tracy let her voice trail off. Like she couldn't imagine the possibility, and didn't know what she'd do in that situation. Totally, Pansy agreed. I guess, I said, I probably should have put a bit more conviction into my voice. But hadn't thought about having kids since I stopped playing with dolls. Frankly, the thought of having kids scared me, and they certainly weren't high up on my priority list. But anyway, he's going to be wealthy if he doesn't get hurt. And his family does have a fairly distinguished history. I think they suspect I could do better. But they know I could do a lot worse, too. Tracy sighed a bit, longingly. So you and he are back together then, I said. It was probably a stupid question considering the story I'd just had. But you can never know. Oh yes, Tracy responded, happily. Letters? I asked. I know she received quite a few. But her parents liked to write. At least far more than mine did. Of course, I suspected they'd respond if I bothered to write. Which reminded me, I should probably write to them so we could solidify our holiday plans. I'd have to circle up with Astoria, too, to see what days we'd go home for the holiday. The winter break usually started just a few days before Christmas, and then went for 2 weeks. It was kind of nice to have the week after New Year's off. The school itself stayed open during the holidays, naturally. Usually Astoria and I only stayed home for about a week. After that, Mom or Dad would take us back to the school. We were both pretty terrible at doing our IGN ments at home, so it was probably for the best that we didn't spend the entire holiday there. Yes, Tracy said, he writes me one every couple of weeks. But he's so busy with Quidditch that it's hard for him to find the time. She sighed again as she spoke. I struggled to not gag on my pumpkin juice. And then wondered why I'd decided on pumpkin juice when some Earl Grey was readily available. Oh well, it was a nice change of pace. I bet he is, I responded flatly. I did my best to not sound sarcastic. But, judging from the looks the other girls gave me, I didn't succeed. We'd all finished our food then and left the hall, moving back toward the dungeons. I was debating what homework I would work on before my next CL as Pansy spoke. So Theodore is just completely out then? Pansy said. I shrugged a little bit. I don't know. I'm not really interested in him. I tried to think of how I wanted to word my next comments when Tracy interrupted me. Yes, we understand he isn't pretty enough for you, Tracy teased. It's not just that. I tried to defend myself. He just doesn't do himself any favors. There's always this sense that I should just listen to him and be thrilled to be around him. I flailed my arms a bit. I couldn't quite express what I wanted to. But the girls just laughed, so I went with it. We'll just stick with not pretty enough, Pansy said. I sighed and figured it was best to not argue any more than I already had. Okay, but why are we talking about this? I asked. Well, you did just Potter, Tracy responded as if that answered any question. But it didn't particularly help me. Because I'd already explained the reasoning behind that. So I was pretty sure they were just giving me crap now. Barely. I've given you and Pansy more steamy s than that. I laughed. I mean, really, I'd barely touched my lips to his cheek. Both girls laughed with me, though, so that had to be a good sign. Oh, I don't know. You were much closer to his lips than you've ever been ours. Tracy teased. Yay. Well, anyway. So what's the point of all of this? I asked again. I hoped I wouldn't have to ask 3 times. We need to get you laid, Pansy said knowingly. Yep, Tracy added. I just blushed. I'd have sworn the temperature in the dungeons rose by about 10 degrees. Okay, I said stupidly. They just laughed. You'll love it, Tracy giggled. I rolled my eyes. I'm sure I will, I said quietly. I could feel that I was still blushing. Oh yes, Pansy giggled as well. Still not seeing how this is relevant, I said. We want to play matchmaker, Pansy responded. I rolled my eyes. There's really no need for that, I laughed. Disagree, Pansy said. Well, don't look too hard. All the good ones are already taken, anyway, I said. I intended for it to be a compliment to the two of them. And judging from the haughty smiles, it probably worked. We'll see what we can come up with, Tracy said. I just shook my head. Please don't bother. I'm so damn busy with CL that I barely have time to sleep and eat. The last thing I need is to entertain a boyfriend as well, I argued. And really, it was the truth. All I'd been doing this year was CL, reading, homework, and eating. I really shouldn't have taken 6 CLEs. That's half the problem, Tracy stated, frowning and crossing her arms. Oh, yes, you're working too much. You're not as fun when you're stressed. Pansy nodded knowingly as she spoke. Yes, well, was my intellectual defense. So we're going to fix that, Tracy said. I just rolled my eyes as we entered the common room. Well, don't try too hard, I said. They both just laughed. We'll see, Pansy said. I just shook my head and wandered toward the dormitory. Part of me was rather amused by the thought that they were going to put forth any effort into it. Of course, they were both only in 5 CLEs, and had considerably more free time than I did. Still, the other part of me didn't want to see what they'd come up with. I wasn't kidding. I barely had any free time this year as was. And I really didn't want to spend what little of it I had with some boy I barely knew. I'd much rather do the things I enjoy than cozy up to someone. I know that's probably antisocial and stupid of me. But it was the truth. I mean, I knew their options would be in our house. Not that there was anything wrong with that. But there were only 2 7th-year boys, and both of them were taken. And none of the 5th-year boys were attractive. But again, there weren't many options there either. And I think the only one that was really worth the time of day was dating a Ravenclaw. Or at least he had been at some point last year. I vaguely remember either Astoria or Tracy talking about it. Either way, I grabbed my books and proceeded to CL. Somewhere in monotony, time sped past. Thankfully, no one really brought up the fact that my lips had touched part of Harry Potter. And I saw considerably less of Theodore. So that was mission accomplished. Really, though, it was amazing how fast the time sped when you didn't think about it. I would have sworn that one day, I was making a playful bet with Potter just outside the greenhouses. The next thing I knew, we were pretty much done with the plant project, and it was almost Christmas. Of course, that just meant that while I should have been listening to McGonagall lecture on Transfiguration, I was instead staring out the window at the falling snow and wondering what I should put on my Christmas list. Typically, I just asked for clothes. Or new books. Mom kept up more with the new fiction than I did, so she was pretty good at ping stuff onto me. They'd always get me a piece of jewelry too. Typically they just asked what type I'd like that year. I was leaning toward a sell it, but earrings were also an interesting option. Leg warmers would be nice too. I missed those. Yes, I really am this lame. I turned away from the window, mostly so I'd be less likely to get randomly called on. McGonagall liked to do that when she suspected you weren't paying attention. Mostly you learn to daydream while paying attention. Or in my case, daydream while sort of paying attention while playing with a hair tie. Of course, I realized that the professor could probably tell I wasn't paying attention. So I slid the hair tie around my wrist and focused on just daydreaming. Of course, McGonagall hadn't randomly called on people as much in previous years. But now it was now her new favorite thing. I wasn't sure if that was because of the advanced nature of the CL, or the amount of Weasley daydream potions that flooded the school. I really should have been paying closer attention too. I mean, the lecture was actually entertaining. At least I thought so. It was all about combining your magic with another, which are wizards, to accomplish far more complex spells. But it wasn't as easy as simply being like, here you go, here's my magic. That worked with some spells and enchantments. But not in this case. Instead, you had to be in tune with the other wizard. And you had to be able to work in sync with them. McGonagall explained that it wasn't simply a matter of friendship or understanding, either. But that it was a matter of complete trust. You'd have to work with them completely, both easting and working on your own end. The professor explained that it was the hardest bits of transfiguration she'd ever done. There could be no second guessing when doing it. You had to understand that the other person was doing everything completely and utterly correctly. You wouldn't be able to correct their mistakes anyway. You'd have to focus on what you were doing, and let them complete whatever parts of the spell you weren't. Because if either of you made a mistake, it wouldn't work. McGonagall talked about some spells she'd done, including her and 10 other witches and wizards transfiguring a dragon into a dog. It sounded like a pretty impressive piece of magic. I really wish I'd have been able to see that one. She brought up far more detail with that than she'd done in the past with any story, and it was actually fairly interesting to listen to. Which surprised me. I didn't dislike the Transfiguration professor, but frankly, she didn't really try to be entertaining in her lectures. Of course, it was still only enough to keep me half interested in the lecture. Instead, I kept gazing around. At least until I realized she was moving on to the actual practical portion of the CL. And this is likely what we will spend the remainder of the year on. At first this may seem like an irrelevant review for you. But I can assure you, the next string of lessons, especially those coming after your winter holiday, will be some of the most difficult you have faced in my CL room. I will also be able to tell if the IGN ment is not done properly. I will stress that the point of these IGN ments is to mutually transfigure something. I will be able to tell if one of you simply does the IGN ment. I already know all of you can complete these tasks. If I suspected you were not capable of them, then you would not be sitting in this CL room right now. As I have mentioned, the point of these exercises is to learn to work together. Not to simply let another person do the work for you. It is of the utmost importance that you learn how to work mutually with someone. If you cannot accomplish these easier lessons, you will fail this CL. And you will not be moving on in Transfiguration next year. Now, there are an even number of boys and girls in this CL. So I will be randomly igning partners on a roving basis. Whoever you are partnered with will not necessarily remain your partner for the duration of the semester. Before we get started, are there any questions? I looked around the room as well. I hadn't realized that the CL was split that easily. She'd ignited seats at the start of this year in that manner, though. There were rows of desks that sat 2 students each. Terry Boots sat next to me, which wasn't really a bad thing, as he didn't say much, and if he did it was usually a comment on our Muggle Studies homework. McGonagall looked around the room when she finished speaking. She certainly wasn't taking this lightly. I know had I been in detention and she looked at me like that, I'd have probably been quivering in my Mary Janes. I looked around at other students in the room. It seemed like just about everyone was setting their eyes on a potential partner. Weasley was looking longingly at Granger. Brown was looking longingly at Weasley. And Potter was gazing off into space. A vindictive, holy Slytherin part of me wished that Weasley would be partnered with someone just awful, and that they wouldn't be able to complete the spell. McGonagall's eyes rested just off to my right, and I knew instinctively just who had the question. Yes, Miss Granger, the professor asked. Well, Professor, it says in the text that some people simply aren't computable when it comes to mutual transfiguration. Will our grades suffer from a poor partner? She sounded legitimately concerned, and I had to admit she had a fairly good point. I certainly didn't want to sacrifice my best CL from an inept partner. That is precisely the reason why I institute a roving system of partners, Miss Granger. However, While a maximum amount of trust is required between all partners in advanced forms of group transfiguration, for our purposes you are all skilled enough to complete the tasks. For these IGN ments, compatibility, as you said, is not going to be a particularly problem. As was stated, I will be able to determine who did the majority of the work. Your goal here is to each complete half of the transfiguration perfectly. If you accomplish this, your grade will reflect it. If you do not, your grade will reflect that as well, Professor McGonagall responded. Her eyes shifted across a specific few students as she spoke. I'm not sure if it was a good or bad thing that she looked at me. But I had been hoping I'd be able to do most of the project, so I UMed bad. But Professor, Granger started to argue, but McGonagall silenced her with a glare. You. If you perform to the best of your ability, and manage to demonstrate an understanding of the group work, your final grade will reflect that. Now if there are no other questions. The professor didn't ask that like a question, either. There was a distinct, "You should all be getting to work," in her voice. Now, if there are no more questions, let us get started, McGonagall continued. She glanced around her CL room once more before waving her wand. You have all been ignorant a number. Girls, that same number is the page upon which your IGN meant for today's CL can be found. Boys, find your partners and begin. I glanced down at the table when McGonagall finished speaking. There was a glowing 82 next to me on the desk. Terry had a 76 on a paper that materialized on top of his text. I flipped open to the text and placed it down on the desk as I flipped toward the page. Some of my hair fell across my face which obscured my view. But, on the positive side, it reminded me of the hair tie I had on my wrist. So I pulled my hair back into a ponytail and continued paging through the book. Apparently my daily IGN meant was how to turn paper into decorative GL. I scanned it quickly. Professor McGonagall had skipped this chapter when actually doing the daily IGN ments so far this semester. So I was a little bit surprised that she'd called it a review. I pulled a sheet of paper out of my notebook and debated just what type of design I'd go for on the project. Of course, it hadn't settled in that I wouldn't be working alone on the project, at least until a few moments later when Ronald Weasley sat next to me. I blinked at him as he slouched into the chair. He didn't look at me, but rather just stared down at the desk. At a quick glance you'd have expected someone had killed his rat. Or did he have an owl now? It was hard to keep track of everyone's pets. I was just thankful my parents hadn't brought Astoria that cat she wanted the year before. I suspect they knew I'd have been the one who wound up taking care of it, and that I wasn't particularly interested in that. Well, I said, mostly to get him to acknowledge me. We have to turn a sheet of paper into a piece of decorative GL. Okay, he said. He still didn't look at me. But at least he was looking at the book, and he appeared to be reading. So that had to be a positive. We should probably figure out what we want to turn it into before we get started, I said. He looked up at me, his expression indicated he was doubting my intelligence. GL. He pointed to the picture in the book. Yes, but see how decorative that is. With the leading and the staining and all that. I don't know if we can replicate that. The more I stared at it, I was pretty sure that I could replicate it, but it would probably take me a bit of time. And I wasn't sure how this partner stuff would work. And frankly, I hadn't seen many things to make me overly excited about working with Weasley. Oh, he said. Then he shrugged. And the text says it helps to draw it out first. And that it will help us focus on the task at hand if we have something to work with. I paraphrased the final line of the text. I can't draw, he said. I shrugged a bit. Neither can I lied. I wasn't great, but I doodled a bit. But it's supposed to help. So what are we going to transfigure the paper into? I gazed around the room and noticed that most of the CL was already starting on their project. I pressed my lips together and frowned. I really didn't like falling behind. Of course, that was mostly because most professors let you leave when you finished the NCL portion of the IGN ment. How about the Gryffindor crest? He asked. Hey, at least it was an idea, and it was better than anything I'd come up with, but I still couldn't help myself. How about a Slytherin crest? I spat. He just looked at me as if he couldn't fathom why anyone would want to recreate a Slytherin crest. I don't know that one well enough to do it, he said. I'm not sure if he was admitting a fault, or looking for an excuse, but I'd have taken a bet on excuse. There's one on my shirt, I said, gesturing to the uniform. He took a moment to look at me, but quickly looked away. Well, there's a Gryffindor crest on mine, he responded. I just sighed. Okay, we'll make it into a Gryffindor crest. I drew a line down the sheet of paper and started to doodle the image of the crest on my half. The waving paws were going to be a pain, especially if I attempted to do them before he did most of the body. After a few moments of just watching, he sloppily started to doodle the rest of the crest. I didn't like how his half was shaping up, but we weren't doing any magic yet, and he'd said he couldn't draw. So I didn't comment, and I was pretty sure he knew the Gryffindor crest a bit better than I did. After a few minutes of doodling, I started to feel like we were falling a bit too far behind everyone else, and I didn't feel like spending the majority of the morning on the IGN Ment. Well, I think we should get started, I said. He kept doodling. Not done, Weasley responded. His lion didn't really look anything like a lion, but I just bit my bottom lip and spoke up. It's good enough, I smiled. I tried to not sound condescending, but I don't think I succeeded. He glared at me a little bit. I ignored him and looked down at it while I grabbed my wand. Fine, he spat. I shrugged and looked at it, pointing my wand at the paper. He scrambled for his and then asked, "How do you do it?" I figured it was a more generic U than a personal U. Didn't you do the reading? Mine wasn't a generic U. Of course, I could tell he was fibbing. Well, it's the same as transfiguring something. Except you have to work around the other person. So I'll focus on the left half, you focus on the right half, and we'll see what happens. I half-asked, half-ordered. Fine, he responded. He pulled out his own wand and pointed it at the paper. It started to change almost immediately. I watched for a moment and did the same. I closed my eyes while I focused on the spell. In my head I saw images of the paper changing into a smooth clear GL. And I saw that GL dyeing itself red. I saw it being split by leading, and I saw the tiger form. I always pictured the spell in my head before I let it go. But when I finally called upon the magic, when I finally let it flow through me and into the parchment, it was different. Where it was usually light, billowy, and precise, it was instead heavy and forceful. It slammed against the parchment as if it was trying to crush it. That was the opposite of my intention. I wanted to coax it into changing, not to force it. I had better luck coaxing. I concentrated more on the spell and eventually it hit me. I was trying to coax it. But he was trying to crush it. And he was trying to crush it completely. I shifted my mental image to my half, and let my magic wash over it, before I spoke up. "Your half, Weasley," I said snottily. He grunted, pointing his wand harder, if that was possible, at the paper. "But you're not doing anything," he said. I laughed. Sure, look at the thing," I said. My half was starting to take form, whereas his was crumpling up, moving toward my half. "Oh," he said, and I felt his magic shift away from mine as his focus shifted onto his half of the object. But I could sense that the paper was moving toward my magic rather than his. I focused purely on my half, and let him focus on his. I added details and did my best to make it look like the pieces of GL I'd seen in churches and whatnot back in London. I'll admit I didn't have a whole lot of experience with them, but I liked to wander around the historical sites when my parents would let me. I didn't look at his side. Well, at least any more than I had to. I didn't mean to be rude, but my half looked much better. But I think that was McGonagall's intention. I don't mean to make Weasley feel bad or anything, but to show just how the theories worked in reality. I looked at it fully when I was finished with my half. He was still working on his, making it decorative, mostly, and I think trying to get it to match mine. But the entire thing looked, well, bad. Like we'd glued together to separate, but similar, pieces. And I realized as I looked at it that it wasn't particularly either of our faults. Naturally, I thought my half looked better, but it was pretty clear we had two different ideas and they fused to one. "That's terrible," Weasley said. I shrugged and looked around the room. It was about half empty by that point. It must have taken us a bit longer than I'd expected. I also noticed that Professor McGonagall was walking toward our desk. "Finished?" the professor asked. She gazed down at us. Her arms were crossed. "I think so," I said. I looked away from her and down at the transfigured GL. Part of me felt immediately self-conscious of her question. Looking down at it, I felt like I could have done better. "We're finished," Weasley said flatly as he looked around the CL room. He looked toward the general vicinity of where his friends. They'd already left, but I had no idea if they'd been partnered together. McGonagall picked up our piece of GL and examined it carefully. "Acceptable," she said. I frowned a bit and opened my mouth to comment, but Weasley just sighed contentedly and spoke before me. "Can we leave?" Weasley asked. Professor McGonagall just stared at him. "Not yet, Mr. Weasley. What's wrong with this?" she asked, placing the GL down in front of us. "Nothing," he said. "We turned the paper into GL. Even made it pretty." "Pretty?" Professor McGonagall asked. "I shudder to think of what you gift Miss Brown if this is your definition of pretty." I chortled a little bit under my breath, which made Weasley glare at me. "Well, it's GL," Weasley said. "I realized we probably shouldn't have gone the decorative route. We should have taken the easy way out and just made a sheet of clear GL." "But what's wrong with it?" she asked. Weasley just stared at it and I felt bad for him. But I just cowered a little bit while he started to try to figure it out. About halfway through his rambling explanation, it clicked in my head. "We didn't complete the IGN meant," I blurted out. Professor McGonagall looked up from Weasley and turned her gaze onto me. "Explain," she commanded. "The IGN meant was for us to turn it into a piece of GL. We turned it into two," I said. Professor McGonagall looked at me and waiting for me to extrapolate the idea. "It's clearly two separate pieces. They just wound up fused together." "Exactly," Professor McGonagall stated. "While you completed the task Ignite in the book, you did not complete it correctly. So I cannot give you anything more than acceptable for the IGN meant. And even that is a gift." "I see," I said quietly. It was the lowest grade I'd received in Transfiguration in a while. "Now what did you feel when you were casting the spell?" she asked. "Nothing," Weasley said. "Force," I responded immediately. She raised an eyebrow at me. Like the object was being crushed, forced to change. "Well, I was transfiguring it," Weasley said. Professor McGonagall just nodded and looked at the two of us for a moment longer. "All right, you are dismissed. For next CL, one roll of parchment on the correct theory behind dual transfiguration, and another half of a roll on how you could have improved your performances on this IGN meant," the professor ordered. Weasley groaned, but after getting an acceptable I'd expected worse. Weasley gathered up his books before walking out of the Transfiguration CL. Professor McGonagall looked at me for a moment longer before moving over toward other students who were finishing up with the IGN meant. I gathered my things and walked slowly out of the CL room. I wound up behind Potter and his friends as they walked down the hall. I noticed again that no Slytherins bothered waiting for anyone else to walk together. But that didn't surprise me. Gryffindors were bigger on packs than we were, anyway. I couldn't help overhearing Weasley, though. "I don't understand how you can work with her in herbology," Weasley said loudly. Potter shrugged his shoulders. "She's rather pleasant with me," Potter responded. "She's just mean," Weasley said. "And she tried to make me look stupid in front of McGonagall." I didn't think I'd done anything mean, although I had kind of answered the questions for him. Still, he wasn't getting anywhere with his answers, so I probably got us both out of there sooner. He should have thanked me for that. "If you say so," Potter said. "Yes, well, how did you do?" Weasley asked. "Fine," Potter responded. "Exceeds expectations is not fine," Granger said. "We shouldn't have had mismatched wings like that. Eagle, Harry, not an owl." She seemed a little exasperated by it. I watched Potter for a moment. His expression was fairly blank and he just nodded. I got the strangest feeling he didn't really care about the IGN meant. "I guess," he said. "Guess, Harry, if we're going to be working on this all year, we're going to have to master it. There can't be guessing, it needs to be right." Granger continued. I got the strangest feeling that she'd already gone over this with him before. Of course, maybe I just attributed that to his very bored expression. Either way, I didn't stick behind them for much longer. They were moving a bit too slowly for my tastes, so I ducked around Granger as the hallway widened. I had to slip behind a suit of armor to complete the maneuver. I was fairly impressed at my balance as I hopped around it and spun a little to keep going in the right direction. "Oh, hey Daphne," I heard Potter yell from behind me. I was going to ignore him and keep on walking back to the Slytherin common room. That seemed to be the sensible thing to do. So naturally I spun around and spoke. "Potter," I said. I stared at him for a moment and then cursed myself for not doing what I thought I was going to do. Bit annoying, really. He just kept walking toward me. "How are you?" he asked. I stared at him and did my best to make my expression look like I was saying, "Really? You stopped me in the hall to ask that." I don't know if it worked. I did notice, though, that Weasley glared at me a little bit. It probably should have bothered me. But I was a bit more perturbed by the death glare Granger was giving me. I made a mental note to avoid her in dark hallways at night. "Fine," I said as it didn't seem like he was going to continue the conversation if I didn't speak. Stupidly, I didn't realize that I could have just turned and walked away. "Can I ask you something?" he asked. "You just did," I responded. "Can I ask you something else?" he asked, smiling a little bit. "Fine, but only one more thing," I said. He looked at me for a moment then laughed. He must have realized he asked the same question twice and that he was lucky I decided to change my answer. "Would you like to go to Professor Slughorn's Christmas party with me?" he asked. "What?" I laughed. I shook my head a bit. Had he really just asked me that? It's before the break. I was trying to get out of it but it looks like I have to go. "And I'm supposed to bring a date," he explained. I knew both of those already. Mostly from having to listen to Astoria prattle on. Have I mentioned I hate being the nice sister? "Go with Granger," I said snottily. "She has a date," Potter said. "She does." Weasley spat, staring across Potter and. "She does," Granger affirmed. Ron glared at her. "With who?" Weasley roared. "I'm not going to lie. I was amused." "Cormac McLaggen," Granger spat right back. I winced a little bit at the thought of that. Then laughed quietly to myself. Granger and McLaggen, the bookworm and the GG art. That had bad romance novel written all over it. "Why the hell would you go with him?" "He's an," Ron yelled. "Because he's attractive and asked me," Granger responded. Ron flushed deeply. "Well fine, I hope you two have fun." He stormed off, rushing past me. He nearly walked straight into me, but my own aforementioned grace saved me from stumbling onto my. But yes, it was a fairly close call. "We will," Granger yelled after him before she crossed her arms and stormed off the other way, leaving me standing there with Potter. I looked at him for a moment. He looked back at me. Then he shrugged and we both just started laughing. "I bet that's fun to live with," I said as I recovered myself. "I can't imagine Slytherin is any better. You know from what I hear, your sister is going out with Blaise. Nott wants you to go out with him. Bulstrode wants to go out with Nott. And then there's Pansy and Malfoy. Oh, and Tracy Davis GS that she's going out with some Quidditch star," Potter counted off. I took note of how he referred to most of my housemates and wondered if he even realized it. "Well, we don't usually yell and scream about it," I lied. "There was always plenty of drama. Although I did like to think we kept it fairly quiet and in-house, but apparently I was wrong." "So will you go to Slughorn's party with me?" he asked, making sure our conversation was back on topic. I paused, crossed my arms, and looked at him. "Why do you want to go to Slughorn's party with me?" I asked. "I mean, it sounds like you don't even want to go. And I saw how you treated Pottle at the ball. Which I'm sure wasn't one of his finer nights." "Yay, that was pretty awful of me," he admitted. "But I need a date and I suspect it will be better if it's someone who's fun to talk to and doesn't just want to go with me because they suspect I'm the chosen one." It was the first time I'd heard him mention the prophet's rumors. I half wondered if there was any truth to them. Not enough to just come out and ask him, though. "And how do you know I wouldn't simply want to go with you because you're the chosen one?" I teased. "Because judging from the expression on your face when I mentioned it, you hadn't even thought about it before," he responded. "I see," I said. I just kept staring at him. "I figured it could be fun," he explained. He also put his hands in his pockets and looked down. "We get along well enough in herbology, and I thought you'd be better company than most." "Okay," I said slowly. Potter pressed his lips together and then just shrugged. "Forget it," he said. I just figured it could be fun. If you don't want to, it's no big deal, I'll find someone else. And he walked past me. He didn't even spare a glance back as he continued down the hall. And I felt terrible. His tone certainly hadn't been hurtful. Nor had his words been. But I felt like I blew it. Like I just missed out on something. I knew that I did want to go to Slughorn's party. But everyone did. Well, everyone except Potter, it seemed. There were far too many rumors about what all would be there to ignore it. And I knew I should probably find a way to keep an eye on Astoria. I took a deep breath and stared after him. Wait, Harry, I said. He turned to look at me with a bemused expression. I didn't particularly like the look. You called me Harry, he said. I blinked. I hadn't. I never called him Harry. As far as I was concerned, his only name was Potter. No, I didn't, I said. Yes, you did, he responded. He was rather sure of himself. But so was I. No, I didn't. Now don't press your luck, I said. He just looked at me. All right, what then, Daphne? He asked. I'll go with you, I said quietly. Really? Yes, I said, although I don't have anything to wear and now I have to worry about that for a week, so thanks. I'm sure you'll look great, he laughed. I rolled my eyes. Don't get your hopes up, I said. Thank you, Daphne, he responded. I just blinked at him. He just smiled back and then turned and continued to walk down the hall, no doubt planning on catching up with one of his friends. I shook my head a little bit. I guess the specific details would have to wait. I continued my own walk to the Slytherin common room. I debated just who I'd tell first. It was an interesting list. Astoria, Tracy, and Pansy would all be jealous. Theodore, too, would probably look affronted. And I'd have relished every single look. I decided, though, that it would be best to keep it secret. Because I figured Astoria's glare when I showed up to the party she'd GGED about with Harry Potter would be a mental image worthy of a Patronus charm. Thank you so much, Daphne, Astoria said, thanking me for about the fourth time that day as we walked down the cold, snowy street of Hogsmeade. We weren't far from where Belle had been attacked a few months ago. I hadn't gone into the town that weekend, so I hadn't heard about it until later. Even now, no one was really sure how she got her hands on a cursed necklace, and it was still a bit creepy to think about. Yeah, I said dryly. I wasn't going to admit to her that my reasons for accompanying her were far more selfish than I was letting on. She just assumed I was there because Mom and Dad told me to go. And because they gave me the spending money when we needed it. Sometimes, I'll admit, it paid to be the older sister. Of course, Mom thought I was being vindictive. She'd said as much in her latest letter. But I didn't really care. I'm so excited, she babbled on. I hated not being old enough for the Yule Ball. And now I get to go to a party. I just laughed a little bit as she kept talking. I wasn't looking forward to watching her try on countless dresses, but at least she hadn't brought her friends. Of course, I was pretty sure that meant that she'd just say how she needed more opinions on everything. And that we'd be lucky to get back to Hogwarts by dinner. Yay. Well, Gladrags is just up ahead, I said. Of course I knew Astoria knew that. So it was a fairly stupid comment to make. But it got her train of thought off the Yule Ball and GGing about her party date. I still hadn't told her that I'd be going. But the more she prattled on about how awesome Blaze was, I suspected she wouldn't particularly care that I was also attending the party. I know, she scoffed before trudging on ahead of me. She wasn't dressed for the elements. She hadn't even worn boots. Instead, she just wore her uniform with a cloak over and trainers. I'm sure she was trying to show off her legs. But why and for whom were both mysteries to me. Of course, I suppose I was a bit of a rare breed. I'd rather be warm than attractive. At least when I didn't suspect anyone would be looking for me. Yes, well, let's get inside where it isn't freezing, I complained as we walked up the path. Warming charm, Daph, Astoria said dryly. I frowned a bit. My warming charm had two settings, lukewarm and burn your skin off. It kind of irritated me that my 14-year-old sister was better at the spell than me. But I shook the thought out of my head and just kept walking toward the store. Still, I didn't see how that would help her feet. I contented myself with the knowledge that she should have worn boots. Astoria beat me to the entrance. And she didn't bother holding the door. or even throwing it open so it would be easier for me to walk through. I got up to the door and walked into the clothing store. Glad Rags wasn't particularly crowded. It never was, really. I suspect they never quite got the student businesses they hoped for when they opened up in Hogsmeade. I suppose it would have helped if the entire first floor wasn't simply strange socks. I mean, sure, there were some interesting options. I had both a rainbow-striped pair, and a Slytherin pair. But still, with the dress code at school, how many footwear choices did they think students had? Anyway, Astoria wasn't on the first floor. I hadn't expected her to be. The second floor contained more casual wear for girls, the third for boys, and then the fourth had the formal wear for females. Naturally, the fifth floor had men's formal wear. All pretty impressive for a little, two-story shop. I couldn't help but think of the sprawling complexes that were Muggle stores and appreciate the ability magic had for space saving. The shop owner smiled at me as I entered. I'd been shopping with Astoria enough that he knew us, and he knew that I was always the one who paid. So I tended to get a friendlier glance than my sister. I didn't look at socks, though. I just walked up to the second floor. I decided to kill some time before going to check on Astoria, so I looked at a few shirts. Then a few skirts, and mostly just wandered around the entire level. I saw some things I'd consider buying if I had ample amounts of spending money. But I didn't, especially because I was interested in picking up something for myself. So hopefully Astoria didn't just pick out the most expensive dress in the building. It wouldn't surprise me if she did. That was like her. I took a few more moments looking at some leg warmers. They were imbued with a warming charm activated with a voice command. That seemed a little bit like cheating, but I guess that was sort of the point. I missed leg warmers. I sighed longingly before turning my gaze to the stairs. Astoria would probably be annoyed enough by my lack of presence in helping with her dress selection. So I wandered up the next couple of floors into the rather lavish woman's formal wear department. The floor consisted of a pretty impressive selection of magical mannequins that would pose or twirl on command. Each was dressed in a different dress, styles ranging across the floor. All you had to do was find one you liked and repeat the command on the price tag and you'd find yourself wearing it. It was all very convenient. I glanced around for Astoria, but didn't see her immediately, so I wandered the floor. I laughed a little when I found her. Little early to be worrying about those, don't you think? I said. She was standing in the wedding area, and was surrounded by lavish white dresses. They're all so pretty, she sighed. I shook my head and fingered one of the price tags, laughing a little bit. Far more galleons than Mom and Dad gave me, too, I teased. So if you're secretly planning a wedding, I suspect you'll need to save up a bit more. Ha ha, she faux laughed. I'd so be here with Mom and not you if that was the case. What, you don't value my opinion? I teased. Less than I value Mom's, she responded without missing a beat. Understandable, I guess, I laughed. Now let's find some more appropriate outfits for Slughorn's party. Fine, Astoria sighed and we moved around the floor. She stopped at every third or fourth dress and asked my opinion on it. The ones she started with were still too much for what I expected Slughorn's ball to be. She kept picking out something that would be more suited at a ball, not an informal party. I don't know, she said, looking in the mirror and twirling a bit. I think this one looks fantastic. She was wearing a corseted yellow number. And she was right, it did look fantastic, but the gigantic skirts weren't going to help her cause, I didn't think. Yes, it looks great, but you're just going to a Christmas party, Astoria, I sighed. I was growing rather exasperated with the whole situation. Yeah, so, she responded. Clearly she wasn't getting my point. So do you really need a ball gown? I repeated. She just frowned. You're being no fun, she said after a few moments. She gave the phrase that returned her to her normal clothing. She kept weaving through the mannequins. I could only hope she was looking for something more appropriate. Trying to help, I responded as coldly as I could. Judging from the fact that she gave no indication she cared at all about my tone, I suspect it didn't have the desired effect. Not helping, though, she responded. I just rolled my eyes behind her back and stopped at a little form-fitting black number. Why not something like this? I asked. She turned and looked at it for a moment, before shifting her gaze to me. Ew, was all she said. And what's wrong with it? I'm going to a party, Daphne, not a funeral, she responded. I looked at it. It took me a moment to realize that her only complaint was that it was black. My first thought was simply how inappropriate the dress would be at such an event. You'd be the sluttiest looking girl at that funeral, I said, but we moved from the dress. Astoria chose not to comment. What about this one? She asked after a couple more minutes. She was standing next to a rather nice little lime green party dress. It had black trim around the neck and a black cloth sash tied into a bow around the waist. The skirt with it was still a bit puffier, for lack of a better term, than I thought would be appropriate, but it was certainly better than the ones she'd picked out earlier. Try it on, I said, doing my best to smile. I was pretty sure she'd need new green shoes, too, and probably some type of jewelry, but I'd cross that bridge when it came. Astoria looked at it for a couple more seconds on the mannequin before giving it the activation phrase. The green dress swirled around her for a few moments before the magic placed the outfit on her. She twirled a bit, knowing her I suspect to make sure she could move freely in the outfit, before she looked into a nearby mirror. Well, what do you think? She asked. I bit my lip and looked at her. She looked good. The dress was more form-fitting on her than I'd thought it would be, but it hung to her developing curves in a nice way. I had to debate whether or not Mom would let her wear the dress yet. But it wasn't really revealing. I really just didn't like the fact that my sister looked better than I did. You look great, I admitted, hoping she didn't notice my frown. Judging from her bright smile and the fact that she was totally focused on her reflection in the nearby mirror, I think it's fairly safe to say that she didn't. You look ravishing, the mirror added in. Thank you. Astoria smirked at the mirror. So is that the one? I asked. I walked up behind her and looked at her in the mirror over her shoulder. I don't know, she sighed a bit. She also gave the phrase to wind up back in her own outfit again. I like it, but I don't have any shoes that would match. And it's a little retro for me, I think. It's got black trim. Astoria, I sighed as well. You have what, 8 pairs of black heels? I was starting to get the feeling that this day would never end. And I hadn't even bothered looking for anything for myself yet. Of course I could always wear something old. Or I could blow off Potter. I suppose, but I just don't think they'll match, Astoria said. She took a moment to look at the dress, even going as far as reaching out and rubbing the fabric between her fingers. Well, we can always look at some shoes if you like the dress, I said. Astoria just shrugged and continued walking around the floor, looking at just about every piece of clothing on the floor. I didn't follow her this time. I just looked around for things for myself. I kept her mostly in my line of sight, though. And I only did that because I knew that she'd likely be annoyed if I wasn't readily available to judge whatever she decided to try on. There wasn't much stuff that really caught my interest. Well, I shouldn't say that. There were plenty of things I'd have loved to wear. But since I was operating with a limited amount of galleons, and since this trip was planned before Potter had asked me to the party, so I'd only asked Mom and Dad for a small amount of money so I'd be able to get Astoria stuff when she complained. I'd have asked for more had I known I'd need a dress too. But, if I didn't let her go overboard then I'd probably be fine. Daphne, where are you? Astoria yelled after probably more than an hour of looking for dresses. I wasn't too far away from her, but I took longer than necessary to sneak out from behind her. Right here, I said quietly. She turned and looked at me. She was in a very formal big black dress, but she quickly returned to her outfit and sighed. I think the green one may be the winner, she said. I agree, I responded. Can we look at shoes, though? She asked. Yes, I said, but Mom and Dad didn't send me that much money. So we can't go nuts in the shoe department. Only need a pair, Astoria laughed. But her smile told me she enjoyed the joke. We did both love our shoes. Although I tended to be a bit more possessive of mine than she was. And I also tended to make sure mine lasted longer. Well, grab the number off the mannequin and I'll meet you down in shoes, I smiled and moved toward the stairs. Astoria moved back to where the green dress was and took the inventory number off the tag. A few moments later she joined me in shoes. I'll admit, I really lazed out and just took a seat in one of the big chairs there and let Astoria pick out the shoes she wanted. She went through about 15 pairs, mostly just standard black heels, before she settled on a pair that looked like 3 others she had. But I wasn't going to chastise her for that. I'd done the same thing. These will be perfect, she said as she walked around one of the display tables filled with shoes. I just nodded a little bit. Yes, they should do very nicely, I commented. And they were really a nice pair of shoes. And I can wear those emerald earrings Mom got me for Christmas last year, Astoria smiled. I knew the pair she was talking about, although I doubted how real the gems were. They were silver SS that dangled down from the ears with emeralds on the end. There was a fairly popular line of house-based jewelry sold at all Gladrags locations. And you'll look fantastic, I said. I even did my best to nod knowingly as I spoke. Astoria just giggled and picked out the inventory number on the shoes as well. I know, she giggled and sat in one of the chairs next to me. You don't mind paying and stuff, right? She asked. I noticed she checked her watch just after she asked. I promised some friends I'd meet them at the Leaky Cauldron for dinner. That's fine, I sighed. Of course she did, and then made dress shopping take exactly as long as to occupy her before she was there. Anyway, I took a deep breath and said something I'd been keeping in for too long. But I think we should probably talk before you go running off. About what? Astoria asked. She tilted her head to the side and looked at me. Blaze, I responded. I was waiting for this, she said, crossing her arms over her. Oh, I asked. Yes, I know exactly what you're going to say. I shouldn't date Blaze. I shouldn't hang around with him. And that you know better than me. Like you actually know better, or have any sort of experience in the matter, she said, getting progressively wire with every word. Close, I sighed, but not quite what I was going to say. I chose to ignore her comments about my own experience. Then what were you going to say? She asked. I just want to make sure you know about Blaze. His reputation precedes himself. I tried to say it as tactfully as possible. Part of me wished I could talk like Jane Austen. But I'm sure I failed at such subtleties. He says it's mostly crap, Astoria said quietly. I stared at her for a moment. I highly doubt that, I said. Granted, I'm sure some of the crap Blaze was blamed for wasn't his true. But I suspected most of it was. I'm inclined to believe him, she said. She sounded annoyingly certain of the fact too. Because of what he told you? I asked. I found myself growing a bit irritated with her. But, as I'd told Tracy and Pansy, she certainly wasn't about to just listen to me. Of course, that's why I came up with this line of crap I was going to give her. Not quite, she said. She handed me the piece of paper that she wrote down the numbers for the shoes and dress on. I took it, folded it in half, and tucked it into my handbag. Well then what did he say? I asked. I'd rather not tell you, she said. Why not? I was a little affronted. Astoria didn't usually shy away from telling me anything. It's a little embering, she blushed. I frowned and looked at her, my stomach sinking. Astoria, you didn't, I gasped. She looked at me and then shook her head, laughing a little bit. No, I didn't, she admitted. But about 2 weeks after Blaze started flirting with me I overheard he and Theodore talking in the Leary. And what did they say? I asked. They were talking about some plan they had, but they didn't expand on it. So the next time I was alone with Blaze I asked him about it. He told me it was nothing, and that it was just some stupid thing he and Theodore were doing, she continued. But I didn't think he was telling the truth. So sent out to the Weasleys' shop for one of those minor truth potions they sell. And a few more of those daydream things. Those are awesome, by the way, so thanks, she commented. I appreciated that, but would rather she stayed on topic. You're welcome, but what were you doing with truth potion? That's illegal, Astoria, I said. Illegal enough that they let those bastards sell it in their store. I admit she probably had a point with that one. Truth potions weren't too far off of love potions. And the weaker ones could be resisted, at least if you knew you were drinking it. Okay fine, but what did you do then? I asked. Well, a few nights later he invited me to spend some time alone with him. He brought some fire whiskey. I charmed a cup so that whatever he put into mine just turned into water, and put a few drops of the potion into his and started to get him to talk, Astoria explained. And he said what? Well, he said that the only reason he was going out with me was because you can't stand him. And that you would probably try to do anything in your power to not let me go out with him, she said calmly. Well, I dislike him, but I don't think I've tried anything in my power to get you to not see him, I said. I knew they'd been seeing each other for a little bit over a month and this was even the first I'd spoken to her about it. You haven't. Although you told Pansy to talk to me about him, she said. I shook my head. Nope, wasn't me, I admitted. She looked a little surprised, but not like she didn't believe me. Well, anyway, he told me that the only reason he started spending time with me was so that it would annoy you. And Theodore could then tell you that he could get Blaze to leave me alone, Astoria admitted. Astoria, why the hell are you still hanging out with him? It made Theodore's last proposal make a whole lot more sense. I bet he was just furious when he was talking to us at the Quidditch match. Because he also admitted that he found me rather fun and that he was very glad you didn't take Theodore up on his offer because he wanted to spend a great deal more time with me, she said. I shook my head at her. And you believed that? I asked. Not really, she admitted. So why are you still with him? I asked. Because I conned him into telling me about his exploits. And I told him flat out I wasn't going to sleep with him until I'm good and ready. And that if he was just interested in that, he should try me back in a few years and I'd think about it. No hard feelings, she said. You told him that, I said. I was fairly impressed with my sister. Yes, she said. I mean really I don't even like him that much. But it just pisses off Eve to no end so. I blinked a bit. I certainly hadn't expected that from my sister. She just kept looking at me. And he's not trying to sleep with you? I asked. I told him I wasn't going there yet. He's trying, sure, but not that hard I don't think. Really I just wanted to go to Slughorn's party. I'm not sure how it will last after that, Astoria explained. I just stood there, staring at her. Really? I asked. She just nodded. Yes, she said, but you're not annoyed that Theodore was just using me as a plan to get to you? A bit, but I had sort of UMed that, I said. What? Astoria looked almost affronted. He came to me not too long ago saying he could say some things to you that would prevent you from going out with Blaze anymore, I admitted. Did he tell you what those things were? Astoria asked. No, I admitted. He implied he'd probably be making them up. He's such a prick, Astoria scoffed. Blaze can't stand him. Then why did he agree to help him out? I don't know. Maybe I should ask him that. So we're good here. I'm going to be late for meeting my friends, Astoria said. I was a little confused that she didn't want to talk about that more. But she'd lost interest in it. Yeah sure, I can pay. Have fun at your dinner. Just please, Astoria, don't do anything stupid with Blaze. He is a bit of a man whore, I said. I attempted to sound as neutral as possible. Astoria laughed a bit so I suspected that she wasn't overly offended by my words. I won't Daphne, she said. She was far calmer than I'd expected. But perhaps it just showed she was maturing a bit quicker than I suspected. I will admit, there were times I still pictured her as an 8-year-old. And really, thanks for looking out for me a bit. Even if it took you a few months. Oh, haha, I half expected you to yell and scream, I teased. I was tempted. But you should know there's always more to it in our house, she smirked a bit. See you back at the common room, Daph. And she left me there with the bill. Which I'd expected. But still, I couldn't help but think that my younger sister had really just outsmarted me. And I wondered how often her pleas for help were simply just ways of getting whatever she wanted. I realized I probably needed to be even more on my toes while in her company. Either way, Astoria fluttered away, no doubt off to the inn, and I took her piece of paper to cashier on the first floor. The clerk was an older man. He shared some relationship with the owner, but I'd never bothered to figure out just what that relationship was. I handed him the piece of paper and started to dig in my purse for the galleons. Slytherin common room, he asked after he rung up the order. Please, I said. 27 galleons, he commented. I winced a little bit but paid the coins. Mom had only sent me 30 total, so I highly suspected that I'd have to reuse an older dress. More than you expected, he laughed a bit as I paid. I didn't really like the fact that he was joking with me about money. But I didn't comment. Not really, I just was hoping to get something for myself, too, I admitted. Only 3 galleons left, though. We'll make it tough. Perhaps not, he said and then finished my order. I saw him summon the dress and shoes before packaging them, with magic naturally, and sending them off to the school. How's that? They're a clearance rack I didn't notice. I laughed. He laughed with me but shook his head. No, but I may be able to arrange something. It would be a bit raw, no self-repair or cleaning charms or things of that nature, he said. But I have some things that are nearing completion and may work. If you'd like to look at them. I guess, I said. I gazed around and noticed that it was just myself and a couple of browsing Hufflepuffs in the store. Certainly not the busiest of days for the Gladrags empire. Perhaps I could con that into a better price. Still, I didn't think that clothing that had to be sized and changed into could possibly be less expensive than charmed ones. I will go gather a few up then. Tell me, what's the occasion? The employee asked. What? I responded. I hadn't really been paying attention. What do you need the dress for? I wasn't aware of anything going on at the school urgently. And certainly we haven't been flooded with people looking for ball attire. Although I do wish they would bring that back. It was exceptionally good for business, the old man rambled on. I decided it best to just cut him off before I received a lecture on his profit margin in the last 3 years. Professor Slughorn is having a Christmas gathering. It's formal, I responded. So something like you purchased for your sister? He asked. I don't know. Something a little more modern, I think. But sure, something like I bought for Astoria, I responded. I really didn't want this to take much longer. Really, I just didn't expect I'd be able to get anything I'd like that much for 3 galleons. Well, I'll see what I can come up with, he smiled at me. I just shrugged and went and sat in one of the nearby chairs. I did kind of like being waited on like this. It was certainly easier than going through everything on the floors upstairs. But part of me did feel like I was wasting his time. Still, it wasn't like I hadn't said exactly how much money I had left on me. It took him about 20 minutes to emerge. He had the garments floating behind him as he walked up to me. Any of these catch your eye? He asked. I stood and looked at them. The first was a frilly yellow number that made me want to throw up a little bit when looking at it. I'd have actually probably looked pretty good in it, but I wasn't the biggest fan of the color yellow. The second dress was a super formal black and white one. I actually liked it a lot more than the yellow one. But I thought it was probably a bit too formal for a Christmas party. The third dress was green and looked like it could have been the sister dress of the one Astoria had me purchase. I liked it tremendously, but I wasn't going to show up at any sort of party in an outfit matching my sister. That would just be awkward. The fourth dress, though, was a deep violet with a built-in corset. It had a flowing long skirt and looked like a perfect purple evening gown. It appeared to be silk, and it even looked like it was already my size. Needless to say, I was immediately in love. My Yule Ball shoes would even match it. How much is that one? I asked, fearing the answer. He looked at the purple dress for a moment and just smiled. 3 galleons, I suspect, he said, without looking at the price tag. I crossed my arms across my and looked at him. You're lying. It's too nice to be 3 galleons. But it is, nonetheless, he responded. He even held up the price tag, showing 3 galleons. But I knew that he could have changed that with magic without pretty much any sort of difficulty. And who was I to say no to such a gift? Now shall we size it up? Yes, I said, and we did. He tailored the thing just based on comparing it to me. It didn't take very long, as it wasn't that far off in the first place. And once I had it on, it only took me one look in the mirror to come up with my answer. I'll take it, I said. Quietly. He just nodded as stepped back into the small changing room to put my uniform back on. When I returned with the dress, we both proceeded back to the counter. I stood and walked with him. He packaged it neatly and shifted his gaze to me. Slytherin common room again? He asked. I just nodded. Please, I said. He went through the same motions he had with Astoria's items, and then, moments later, the dress disappeared. I couldn't help but wonder just how they transported everything. I suspect they used elves without letting it on. What else could travel to and from so many locations without any sort of difficulty? Well, 3 galleons, he said, and I happily handed over the last 3 coins I had on me. Thank you for your patronage, Miss Greengrass, he responded. I just nodded once more as he handed me my receipt. I tucked it into my bag and left the shop. The town wasn't as crowded as I expected when I stepped back out into the snow. Most of the students must have finished their shopping and headed back to the school. I sighed and looked around with a smile. I was glad I'd already ordered Christmas gifts for my family members and didn't have to do any last-minute shopping. So instead I just wandered back to the carriages, and by extension back to the school. The semester ended without fanfare. But wasn't that always the case? Usually the last few days were just a drag, waiting to go home. And this year wasn't any different. Except I'd be going to a party before heading home. I was already packed and ready to go in the morning. I still wasn't quite sure how I felt about that. Part of me thought it was going to be fun. But I also knew it was going to cause some issues. Thankfully, Draco hadn't been as annoying as in previous years. And part of me suspected he wouldn't have any clue what happened at the party, because he didn't really have any clue what happened all year. Pansy still ed about how he wasn't paying her any attention. But as far as I saw, he wasn't paying anyone any attention. Still, none of my girlfriends were particularly happy for me. And their reaction when I told them just who I'd be going with was, well, entertaining to say the least. Pansy had just stared blankly at me. And Tracy had looked like she wanted to throw up. It took far more talking than it should have to convince them I was just thrilled to be one of the select few that got to go to the party. Something that very few people in our house had managed. Millicent, though, had congratulated me and told me she wished I had fun at the party. Of course, she probably was just thinking that it would help her chances with Theodore. I was rather happy that they were spending more time together. Although Theodore still stared longingly at me more than I'd like. And I did have to spend more time avoiding him in the common room than was probably necessary. But I changed into my dress into the early evening, after spending far too long on my hair. Especially since I was just doing it up in a simple updo. I dug my violet heels out of my trunk. They were buried far deeper than I'd have expected, but miraculously still in good shape, and put them on. They only added about an inch to my height. I also picked out a thin gold necklace and a gold cellet to complete the ensemble. Very nice, the full-length mirror in the girls' dormitory said as I posed in front of it. I agree, Millicent commented from behind me. I smiled into the mirror. Thanks, I said. Millicent had been the only one of my friends willing to help me out with my makeup and dressing. And it was appreciated. Of course, perhaps less help was better. I remembered the chaos that was our dormitory while we were all dressing for the Yule Ball. Now make sure that you tell me everything. That happens, Millicent laughed. Oh, I will, but I doubt anything interesting will happen. It will probably just be a lot of staring at Professor Slughorn and hoping he stopped talking, I teased. And you trying to get Potter under the mistletoe? She teased. Ew. I responded with a quick shake of my head. Oh, you're no fun. Now go get drunk on Christmas spirits or Potter will think you ditched him. She teased. I rolled my eyes. I was intentionally late, but that was because I hadn't wanted Astoria to see me sneak away to change, or wearing a dress. I'd deal with running into her at the party. It would be more amusing to me that way. Of course, I had to hope Potter wouldn't get sick of waiting for me and just go to the party himself. I will, I sighed. I really look okay. What do you care? Especially if you don't want to get anyone under the mistletoe. Millicent teased. I rolled my eyes. I didn't say there wasn't anyone. Just not Potter. I laughed. Millicent laughed with me. Whatever you say, Daph, whatever you say. But yes, you look great. Go wow a socially inept Gryffindor with your natural charm, she said dryly. I'll try, I laughed. And be sure you come back with at least one good story. She yelled after me as I stepped out of the dormitory and into the common room. I did get a few stares from students enjoying their last night before the holiday as I walked through the common room. Most of the stares were from boys. A couple of them forgot to close their mouths. That was always a good feeling. The jealous stares from my friends weren't quite as good of a feeling. But I slipped into the dungeons and made my way to the great hall where I was supposed to meet Potter. I complained in my head about how cold it was in the castle. But I suppose that was my own damn fault. It was always cold in the castle. I should have known better than to wear a thin silk dress. I was more jealous than I'd like to admit of the fact that Astoria's had a warming charm permanently on it. At least I hadn't started shivering by the time I arrived in the great hall. Potter was still waiting for me. He wore a pair of black dress robes. They weren't as formal as the green ones he'd sulked around the Yule Ball in. I'd been expecting he'd reuse though. But I suppose when you grow as much as he had, you'd probably need new robes too. He looked nice, if somewhat disheveled. But I couldn't remember the last time Harry Potter didn't look somewhat disheveled. Perhaps if he'd actually bother to flatten or style his hair it would help. "Hey Daphne," he said quietly. He was sitting on a bench against one of the walls. He looked at me for a moment, letting his eyes slide up my body. I didn't comment on that. Every now and then being leered at was fun. "Potter," I responded, bluntly. "I thought you stood me up," he said. "Oh, I wouldn't do that," I said coquettishly as I tilted my head to the side. It was my best attempt at looking both seductive and adorable. Potter didn't seem fazed, though, so I suspect it hadn't worked. "Oh," he said again. But he stood and looked at me some more. "It just took me longer to get ready than I expected," I lied. I kept looking at him, but he remained fairly piv. I mean, he hadn't even said I looked nice. Talk about a deflating blow. "Well, we should get to the party," he said. I just nodded a bit. "Yes, we should. You look nice." I offered my arm. He just looked at it for a moment, like he wasn't quite sure how to react. I realized he probably never had to escort someone to a dance before, so I lowered my arm and just moved next to him. And yes, I was fishing for a compliment. "Sue me." "Thanks," he said as we started to walk. "You do too." And then we were silent. For pretty much the entire walk to Slughorn's private offices, which seemed odd. I mean, I know Potter wasn't the most talkative kid in the school. But we'd always had pretty good back and forths when we're together. "You really don't want to go to this, do you?" I asked as we approached the party noise. "Not really," he said. "I don't like Professor Slughorn at all. There's a reason I scheduled most of our Quidditch practices to coincide with his little dinners." "You mentioned that," I said. "At least I thought he had. Maybe I'd just overheard it somewhere. But why? I mean, he's likable enough." "If a bit." I let myself trail off, thinking of the exact word I wanted. "Trying," he offered. I shrugged, indicating that it was as good of a word as any and that I certainly wasn't going to argue it. "Well, you know how he's always going on about the people he knows, talking about all the perks he gets." "Yes, it's pretty much all he talks about," I responded. Even not being in his CL, I knew that much. It was a bit of a running joke amongst the students. "Well, that and how much things are worth." "Yay, well, part of me is afraid he'll just be dragging me around and talking about how he knows Harry Potter," he scoffed. It was the first time that I'd heard him really bring up the Harry Potter card. And the fact that he was famous. But his reasoning seemed logical to me. I wouldn't really want Professor Slughorn doing that to me. "I see," I frowned. "I guess that makes sense. I certainly would be annoyed if he did that with me. And when you brought up Parvati, I couldn't help but think perhaps I shouldn't have asked you. Because what if Slughorn doesn't leave me alone and I spend the entire night pretty much dragging you around after the professor to be introduced to all his stupid friends?" Harry ranted. I laughed a little bit. "Well, I guess then I get to meet some interesting people," I said as cheerfully as I could. It was going to be a very long night if he was already upset about what may or may not happen. "I suppose," he said. "Parvati didn't talk to me for the rest of the year after the Yule Ball. I just don't want that to happen again." "Don't do anything stupid and it won't," I responded in the same playful way I did to most of his comments in herbology. "I'll try not to," he said. We were pretty much to the door when I spoke up again. "You know, we don't have to go in," I said. He just looked at me, stunned. I couldn't really believe I said it either, considering my entire purpose for agreeing to go to the ball was to irritate my sister. "What?" he asked. "We can sneak off to Hogsmeade or something," I suggested. He just shook his head. "Probably get in heaps of trouble if we get caught doing that," he laughed. "Yes, but everyone will be paying attention to the party and not us sneaking out," I countered. "And it's not that far of a walk to Hogsmeade." I bet he figured I would have insisted on stealing a carriage too. "No, it isn't," he laughed. "But for some reason I don't think that will work." "Probably not," I sighed. "But there has to be something you'd rather do." "Of course there is," he spoke rather quickly. "Well, let's do that instead." I think I probably sounded more exasperated than I was. "I'm not sure we'd be on quite the same page with what I want to do," Potter admitted. I think he'd probably be a little surprised if he bothered to speak up about just what he wanted to do. Although I probably wouldn't follow him into an empty CL room or anything at this point. At least not without some begging. Won't know until you ask, I responded, tilting my head to the side and looking up at him. Maybe later. He blushed as he looked back at me. I liked making boys blush. It was easy and fun. Or maybe now, they may happen sooner. That way, I teased. He shook his head, but came up with some sort of excuse. No, I told Professor Slughorn I'd come. So I may as well keep that promise. Maybe I can convince him to not beg me to come to every stupid event he has, Harry said. I just nodded, understanding his logic to some extent. And part of me was looking forward to the party, so I wasn't going to argue too hard against it. Well, let's get inside then, I said, smiling fully at him and doing my best to maintain a completely playful demeanor. I was starting to think that this could really be a fun night. He nodded and opened the door and we walked in together. Inside it was every bit as extravagant as one would expect. The entire, obviously magically enhanced room, was filled with people in formal outfits. And Christmas decorations hung from just about every surface. I didn't see Astoria and Blaze at first. But I didn't have much time to look at us as Professor Slughorn immediately filled my vision. He was accompanied by an old guy and a vampire. I only recognized the vampire, Sanguini I believe his name was, from an article in Witch Weekly. I had no idea who the old guy was. Harry my boy, Slughorn yelled. He had his arms open and clasped Harry into a hug. Thankfully I didn't get the same treatment. Professor Slughorn, Harry said calmly. And who's this? Slughorn asked. She's very pretty. I blushed a little bit as he spoke. My date, Daphne Greengrass, he said, introducing me. I offered my hand and Slughorn took it for a moment. Oh yes, I believe your sister is here tonight with Mr. Zabini. Your parents are both healers, correct? He asked. Yes, I responded, despite the fact that we both already knew that answer. Astoria had told me how often he talked of Dad and of Mom's magical medical research. My father speaks very highly of you. And I of him you or you, he smiled. But his expression immediately turned back to Harry. You'll never guess who's looking forward to meeting you, Harry. I saw Potter flinch. My only thought was that maybe being a show pony on Harry Potter's arm wouldn't be that bad for the evening. Who's that? Harry sighed, trying to sound nice. Well, judging from how much practicing you do, I think it's safe to say you're looking forward to pursuing professional Quidditch. Slughorn asked. Harry laughed a little bit and shrugged his shoulders. I'd actually thought about becoming an Auror, Harry said. I blinked a bit at that. You meant he'd be going for Quidditch too. But Auror also made some sense. An Auror, a noble pursuit to be sure, but one that can be taken up after the Quidditch career, Harry. I know you're young, but you'd be amazed at how quickly our bodies betray us. I'd highly suggest going professional first and thinking about the ministry when you retire from that. I'll think about that, Harry responded meekly. I leaned a bit closer to him to prevent Slughorn from clasping him on the back again or anything like that. I could already tell he didn't really like being touched by, or being particularly close to, the professor. But who wants to meet me? Gwenog Jones, Jason Williams and Titus Button. Slughorn exclaimed. Oh right, Harry said. He seemed to think for a moment then spoke up, the captain of the Harpies. I got the strangest feeling he didn't recognize the other two names. Oh wow, I said before Slughorn could speak. Williams is having a MVP caliber season with the Tutshill Tornadoes, and Button is playing very well for Ballycastle. I hoped I got the teams right. Well, I knew I got Button right, but I wasn't sure where Jason Williams played. Yes, they're all playing quite well this year, Slughorn said. Harry spared me a quick glance. I could have been full of myself, but I think he looked thankful. And they want to meet me? He asked, seeming rather surprised by that. Of course they do. It's not often you get the chance to meet Harry Potter, Slughorn said. Let me find them for you. Wait here. Actually, I interrupted. I'm very thirsty. I think Harry and I will go get some refreshments. They can find us later, I'm sure. Why yes, of course, Slughorn said. Forgive me for not thinking to offer anything. I'll send them by your way the next time I see them. All right. Thank you, Professor, Harry said as I slipped away and off toward a table where food and drink was laid out. I grabbed 2 goblets of some drink and handed one to him before taking a sip of my own. It was delicious, fruity, and clearly alcoholic. I took another, rather large sip, and saw my goblet refilled itself. That could be dangerous. This stuff is good, I laughed as Harry took his first sip. He nodded a bit. Oh wow, yes it is, Harry laughed. Sorry about that over there. Oh, it's no big deal, I said. I was focused on the food on the table. It was mostly pastries and cakes and things of that nature. I gathered up a couple on a plate for the 2 of us. I offered it to him first. He took one and ate it. I did the same. This doesn't appear to be that much of a party, Harry said. I shrugged a bit. Sure it does, I sighed. It's an adult party, though. Not a teenage party. They're just going to stand around and drink and talk all night. My parents host plenty of them. So what do we do? He asked, frowning a bit. The same, I said, taking another sip of the drink. It had to be some type of mead, but I wasn't familiar enough with it to identify it. Sounds fun, Harry said. Judging from his words, I don't think he thought it sounded that fun. Could be, depending on who we hang out with, I said. Did you have anyone in mind? He asked. I was gazing around the party to try to figure that out. I saw Hermione Granger appeared to be hiding from someone. She kept slipping behind a curtain and ducking into groups of people. It was actually kind of funny, in a sort of pathetic way. I mean, really, just leave if you're that annoyed by someone. I also noticed Ginny Weasley and Dean Thomas were standing by adults I thought I recognized. They may have been the Weird Sisters. I still didn't see Astoria and Blaze, and that bothered me a little bit. But I just sipped more mead and kept looking around. Not really, I said. I'm sure if Slughorn is half as popular as he likes to think he is, there's probably some interesting people here. Maybe, Harry said. He didn't sound as convinced. I kept looking around the room. I noticed Winnog Jones a few moments later. She was talking with Ginny Weasley and the Weird Sisters. The little Weasley looked like she might faint. Well, let's go find someone, I giggled and started walking around the room. Thankfully, Potter followed me. If you insist, he laughed. And so that's what we did for most of the party. After just a few moments we ran into Blaze and Astoria. She looked very nice. He looked a little drunk. Either way they seemed to be having a good time. Astoria glared at me a little bit for a couple of minutes while we pretended to exchange pleasantries. But after that she escorted Blaze to the other side of the room and kept her distance from me for the remainder of the evening. We met some people I found interesting. But no one that Potter seemed particularly interested in talking to. So he ended up cutting most of the conversations short. I tolerated talking with a few of his housemates as a matter of good faith and because he put up with me talking to my sister. Ginny Weasley ignored me the entire time Potter spoke with Dean Thomas. It wasn't until later in the evening that 2 boys approached us. I suppose I should say men, but one of them would never not be a boy to me. He spoke first. You're under the mistletoe, Titus Button teased. I looked up and saw that Potter and I were indeed standing under one of the many bits of mistletoe that littered the room. I turned to look at my date, but he just shifted away from it with a deep blush. I raised an eyebrow and looked more at him. I mean, come on, he'd tried to bet me to him, and now had a perfectly good opportunity to try again and shifted away from it. Either way, Titus just laughed. You're supposed to her, Potter, the other figure said. We're Potter started. Part of me was rather interested in hearing exactly what we were. Mostly so I could have some reason to be annoyed with him. But I saved him the misery of trying to form a sentence at that moment, purely because being mean to Titus sounded like a better idea. Nice to see you, too, Titus, I said. You haven't introduced us to your friend. That's because we're not friends, Titus said. Jason Williams, the other Quidditch player, introduced himself. He was tall and altogether fairly attractive. He was probably a year or 2 older than Titus, but I didn't remember anything from his time at the school, if he even attended Hogwarts. Then how did he wind up as your date? I asked. I'd seen the 2 of them together for a good chunk of the night. Does Tracy know? I mean, I always knew you'd cheat on her. But I didn't realize you flew that way. Both the boys looked flustered. Potter chuckled a bit, though. She doesn't. We were playing each other. Somehow we wound up showing up here. I don't remember all the details, Titus said. Please don't tell her, though. And why shouldn't I tell my best friend her boyfriend is gallivanting around with other men? I asked. I was going to tell her, Titus blushed. And strangely, I actually believed him. But I just got here a few hours ago. And Jason and Gwenog dragged me up here. And I really do plan on going to see her in the morning. I know she's not going home until late tomorrow and we have guest rooms, so I was hoping to spend the day with her. Sounds like fun, especially if she's as hot as you say. Although if I recall, you did say one of her friends was better looking, Jason Williams laughed. I blushed a bit, remember his comments from the pool over the summer. Yes, Titus sighed, one of her friends is hotter than her. But apparently she has a boyfriend now too. And I blushed even more. I noticed Potter did as well. Well, the pretty ones tend to, Jason lamented. Not the drunk ones at the bars though. Titus laughed. Ew. I said, mostly to interrupt their conversation. I was starting to think they were closer friends than they had been letting on. I did know players on opposing teams didn't like the fraternize too much for fear of owners accusing them of collusion. Professor Slughorn had said you guys were interested in meeting me, Harry said. I guess it was his turn to save me from awkward conversation. Well, it is always nice to meet prospective teammates. I must say you've impressed our general manager at Tuchel with your play in the previous years. He was also in the stands during the first task of the tournament. He's in love with you. I suspect Tuchel will do just about anything to draft you if you decide to pursue Quidditch, Williams said. Potter looked a bit startled. That's an honor. Is that what you wanted to talk about? He asked. Not really, Williams said. Although you'd be surprised how much the BR tries to ask about players you may or may not have played against in school. Always looking for some sort of edge or lesser-known information. In short, you're being scouted by both the Ballycastle Bats and Tuchel Tornadoes without even realizing it, Titus Button said. Oh, Harry responded. He shrugged a little bit and then asked. And what are you going to tell them? Be honest with you. All I'm getting out of this is that you didn't a pretty standing under mistletoe, Titus said dryly. Williams shook his head, but smiled. There's that, he said. But mostly nothing. I'm here to drink and mingle. Not scout. We'll leave you two alone now. But they're fun to tease. Titus whined. Williams just shook his head again. It almost seemed like he was dealing with an annoying younger brother for a moment. At least until he smirked. So's Gwenog. But anyway, looking for a girl to show the private room to, not someone dating Harry Potter, he laughed. I blushed even more and looked back at Potter. He looked a little bit stunned. So you know, I said carefully. I was trying to be as tactful as possible here. For someone who whined about feeling like he was the only one nodding someone. You're not taking much of your opportunity right now. I gestured up to the mistletoe. Oh, are you sure? He asked. I sighed. If I wasn't, Potter, I'd have moved out from under the mistletoe by now, I said. He just looked at me for the briefest of moments. But then he finally decided to act. He put his hands on my shoulders and seemed empowered when I didn't protest. He looked down into my eyes and I gazed right back. I let my lips part a little bit and waited. I wanted him to me. He wasn't the only one that felt like they weren't getting any. And something about staring at him, in his formal robes, and him just holding me loosely, was, well, a bit of a turn on. I wanted him, more than I dared to admit. Every moment that it took him to lean closer to me seemed like hours. And then his lips were so close to mine. So very, very close. I lifted myself up on my toes and waited for his lips to reach mine. But they didn't. Instead there was a commotion from the doorway. It was loud. It startled everyone in the room. I looked away in time to see Draco Malfoy being dragged by his collar by Filch. The caretaker was saying something about how he was trying to crash the party. Silly move, Draco, it wasn't much of a party. Potter held me for a moment, but his attention was focused solely on his rival. I tried to wiggle against him, to get his attention, but it didn't matter. He just kept watching Draco. His expression was unreadable, even as Snape pulled Draco from the party. When my head of house left, though, with Draco in tow, Potter did something I hadn't expected, and didn't believe. He let his arms slip off of me and moved to follow them. I blinked. Harry Potter, I said sternly. He paused for a moment and then looked back at me. "Sorry, Daphne," he said. And he looked sorry. But I didn't care so much about that. "I have to go. Harry Potter," I said more sternly. I crossed my arms over my and stared at him. "If you leave me here to go chasing after Draco Malfoy, I'm going to be very, very cross with you." I spoke as calmly as I could. I even reached out and took his hand. He looked down at it for a moment. But just a moment. I could see he'd already made up his mind. "I'm sorry, Daphne," he said as he slid away from me. And I watched him move quickly through the crowd and disappear out the door. I can honestly admit I'd never felt that low in my life. I wanted to throw up. I mean really, I'd been practically throwing myself at him. And he'd thought it a better idea to follow Draco Malfoy. I wanted to kill them both. I hated the rejection. I hated feeling unwanted. And so I did the only thing I could think of. I looked around the room and I found him. I took a deep breath. It was 10 steps to get to my target. It only took a few seconds for me to put my arms around him. And perhaps another second later I was ing Jason Williams. He hesitated at first, but edged me back after a moment or two. I simply kept ing him. And I didn't protest when he led me out of the party. I didn't particularly like the headache I had the next morning. But I probably deserved it. I'm not sure how many self-replenishing cups of mead I drank the night before, but it was far too many. As usual, I was the last girl in my dormitory to get out of bed. In fairness, this time I was also the last girl to go to bed the morning before. I threw my blankets off and sat up. The entire dormitory spun as I did. It was going to be a long morning. Thankfully I didn't have to do much more than get myself onto the train and then nap. I put my bare feet on the ground and gazed around the dorm. I noticed my dress lazily thrown over my trunk, so I reached toward my bedside table for my wand. It took me far longer to find than it probably should have to find the stick. I groaned a little bit and remembered all of the "don't drink and magic" lessons Mom had attempted to impart on both Astoria and I. She'd gone over all the horror stories of magic gone wrong when the witch casted a spell impaired. Some of the things she claimed to have seen were completely disgusting. But I wasn't drunk, at least not anymore, just hungover. And, to top it all off, the thought of hanging my dress and finding the proper spot for it in my trunk just hurt my head even more. So instead I just shrunk the garment and tossed it into the trunk. I'm not sure exactly where it fell to, but I could always just summon it if I needed it. But even the simple spell took more out of me than I suspected. I put my wand down, hoping that avoiding the temptation to do more magic would prevent the room from spinning. I could tell from the clock on the wall of the dormitory that I still had a few hours before the train would leave that day, so I just fell back onto my bed and sighed contentedly. I noticed I was only wearing a pair of an oversized Tutshill Tornadoes t-shirt. I really hoped I hadn't wandered drunkenly through the halls in the middle of the night wearing just that. But I didn't see any other evidence of other clothing, and I seriously doubted I'd been in any shape to put stuff away. Especially considering I'd just left my dress strewn about. Also, I was pretty sure I wasn't wearing which couldn't be a good sign. Eventually, I managed to haul myself out of bed and into the shower. It was nice. The water was rather soothing. At least until I noticed that I'd left my clothing on. Oh well, a drying charm wasn't that difficult. I stepped out of the water to strip. I'm not sure why I didn't just do it in the shower, either, but it seemed like a better idea than pulling off my clothing while in the water. The two articles weren't particularly hard to remove, but I suspected I'd have probably hurt myself had I not sat down to remove the lower bits. Somehow, I managed to then get back into the water. I stood there, with my eyes closed, for probably much longer than was necessary. My goal was to attempt to piece together the majority of the night. It started off fun. That much I remembered readily enough. I looked awesome in my purple dress, if I'm allowed to say so myself. And we'd walked to the party. He looked nice too, I suppose. Although he should have at least flattened his hair. And we chatted happily enough as we wandered to the party. I don't think I said anything that would have annoyed him or upset him. Sure, I had implied we didn't have to go to the party. But he hadn't really wanted to go either. And it wasn't like I was the one coming up with an excuse. To be honest, I'd have probably been rather annoyed had he taken me up on that offer, seeing as I spent far too much time and effort getting dressed. And even the party hadn't been that bad. Of course, we hadn't done much but wander around. I drank more of whatever that booze was then was wise. I couldn't recall if Potter had been drinking. I remembered him having a goblet. But I don't remember if he ever took a sip. Or, more importantly, if he took nearly as many sips as I did. After that, it was just a matter of chatting with some people. And then we were under the mistletoe. And I was going to let him me. And probably do a little bit more than that, depending how the rest of the night went. But then Draco effing Malfoy was there. And for some reason Potter would have rather chase after him than touched his lips to mine. What did he suddenly think I was disgusting or something? It wasn't like I'd forgotten to brush my teeth. I'd actually done it twice before the party. My head hurt too much to really continue that line of thinking. And I wasn't in the mood to analyze everything that could have made me unattractive to a boy. I turned off the water and stepped out of the shower. I just stood on the cold tile floor for a few moments, and dripping. I felt wrong. And I felt like I'd forgotten something. But I couldn't place it. I looked in the mirror in the communal bathroom and sighed. Thankfully, it decided to not comment on my appearance. Usually the mirrors were at least polite. I liked to think it could sense my concern. I looked normal enough. Really, I felt normal enough. Well, aside from the pounding headache, the fact that the bathroom was spinning, and that I thought I might throw up. I couldn't help but think of how glad I was to not have to go to herbology in the morning. Hey, at least I could still joke. That had to count for something. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was just inherently wrong. I knew I wanted to be sick. But I wasn't going to be. I looked toward my clothing and looked for my wand to dry it off. Then I remembered that I'd left my wand on my bedside table. Well, I hoped I'd left it on my bedside table. I also remembered that I'd forgotten to wash my hair. Oh well, it could be greasy today. That was fine by me. I towel dried my hair as quickly as I could before wrapping the towel around me. Naturally, it was green and silver and even had little serpents embroidered onto the corners. When I was a first year, I thought they were cute towels. Now, I suspected they were just done that way so the elves knew where to put them back. Thankfully, no one had ventured up to the dorm in the time I was in the shower. Judging from the look of it, they'd all taken their trunks already too. I didn't think any of my friends were staying at school for the holidays. Like me in Astoria, some of them would probably return to school before the break ended. While we all tried to pee our parents off as old, stuck-up pains in the, they certainly did seem to enjoy the times when we weren't at home. And were often eager to get us back to school. I really didn't want to think about what mine got up to while Astoria and I were gone. I sat on my bed and dug through my trunk. I found some clothing. Muggle clothing, but I shrugged and got dressed. I should have probably worn a school uniform until I got on the train. That's what most students did. But I was looking forward to falling asleep on the train with my face pressed into the cold GL. I pulled a pair of black jeans on next. And for some reason that brought my mind back to the night before. After Potter had left, I'd just walked up to Jason Williams and made out with him. Me, after scolding Astoria for having a boyfriend. Gee, what a great role model you are. Daphne. I could already hear the endless amount of shit she'd give me. I just hoped she didn't tell Mom and Dad. It would be enough to get a lecture from her. To get the same lecture from 3 different people though, that would drive me batty. I'd only ed Jason a couple of times. After that he'd just taken my arm and led me around the party like a bit of a trophy. I didn't mind. I really just kept drinking and drinking and drinking. And it was wonderful. I vaguely remember meeting interesting people. But I couldn't recall just who those interesting people were. Or what was really all that interesting about them. In hindsight, I didn't care that much. But I hoped I hadn't made a spectacle of myself. Jason led me from the party. I think Titus joined us, but I couldn't remember. We left when something came up. I can't quite recall. Something with giddy girls and a vampire taste test. I don't know. I don't think I really want to know. Jason seemed to think it was time to leave at that point. And I didn't argue. The private rooms at Hogwarts sure were nice, too. I'd never been in one before. But it was every bit as nice as the hotel rooms I'd had with Mom and Dad on our yearly summer vacation. I couldn't help but wonder just how many of them there were. Certainly the castle was big enough to have many, without the use of magic. I suspected there were as many as there needed to be. And that was that. Jason opened a bottle of wine when we were alone in his room. I was more nervous than I can remember being, well, pretty much ever. He handed me a GL of wine and I drank it. Far too quickly than I should have. I also didn't remember to hold it by the stem, like Mom always taught. I'm not sure when I sat down on his bed, or if it was even a conscious decision, or something that I was led to. We both sat on the edge of the bed. He leaned toward me, and his lips were on my neck, and that felt really nice. So I just tilted my head and let him my skin. Moments later his lips were again on mine. He had nice lips, thin and well, like lips, I guess. I think he was a good but the details are foggy, and I certainly didn't have enough experience to judge it against anyone else. He let his hands wander over my body, and I didn't really stop him, or protest nearly as much as I should have. But that's when it all started to feel wrong. And it all still felt wrong. It was just wrong. I know, I'm not being helpful, but I can't articulate what it was. I started to feel sick, and nervous, and that was just it. And everything was spinning, and I couldn't breathe, and now my dorm was spinning. Oh hey, you're alive, Millicent said. Apparently one of my roommates hadn't remembered her trunk. Kind of, I sighed. My voice came out a lot quieter than I wanted it to. If Millicent caught on, she didn't really show it. Astoria was worried about you, Millicent said. She was trying to sound absent-minded, like she was just commenting on whatever was going on in the common room. But I knew better than that. Not worried enough to check on me herself, I commented. Millicent seemed to catch my tone. Okay, worried is the wrong word. She just wanted someone to pack for her. I got out of it by going to check on you, and gathering my own trunk. Oh joy, so I'm going to have to do that for her too. What's her excuse? Too much mead. It was less funny than I'd hoped. I suspect mostly because I'd had too much mead and the headache just wouldn't go away. No, I think Pansy volunteered, Millicent said. Why would she do that? Boredom, I suspect. Tracy left with Titus. So did you really ditch Potter at the party? Millicent asked. I said. She looked at me. My God, he was telling the truth. She seemed shocked that Titus Button would do such a thing. I couldn't blame her. Kind of, I admitted. Millicent gasped. What happened? She asked. I mean, you showed up pretty hammered last night. Woke up Tracy and I. Sorry, I said quietly. It's all right. You look like you had fun, she laughed. I guess, I said. I'd finished dressing, topping my ensemble with a green sweater. The sleeves were intentionally too long and I balled them into my palms. What happened? She asked. I could sense both a bit of concern and some genuine interest. But I wasn't really ready to talk about it. Maybe if my head wasn't pounding I'd have been more willing. Still, I knew Millicent wouldn't let me off the hook that easily. Potter ditched me and I hung out with Titus most of the night, I said quietly. Judging from Millicent's expression, she didn't think she'd heard me right. What? She asked, affirming my suspicion. Potter ditched me, I said quietly. Something in my hurt when I admitted it. Really, I just felt heavier. It wasn't a particularly good feeling. Well, he's a dick, what did you expect? Millicent said. If I'm honest, I should have expected that reaction. A very small part of me wanted to jump to his defense. But that part of me didn't have the energy at the moment. And I wasn't sure he deserved it. We were actually having a pretty good time, I said quietly. Apparently not, Millicent responded. She sounded a little snottier than she normally did. She checked the clock then and looked at me. We should probably get going, though, or we'll miss the train. She was right too. I nodded and moved toward my trunk. The dorm was a little more stable than it had been earlier in the morning. We wandered down to the common room. I thanked my parents for buying the trunk with the lightning charm on it. I could have probably figured out how to do one myself. But it was times like these where I was glad I didn't have to expend the effort to do so. Well, we were, I argued, remembering that we were discussing the night before. It was annoyingly hard to focus. I half wondered if Professor Slughorn had put something in the mead. But I guess I was just looking for some type of an excuse. Who was? I asked from behind me. I stopped walking when I heard that voice. Had Astoria always sounded that much like me, or was I just that hammered? Potter and your sister, apparently, Millicent answered her question for me. Good enough that she ditched him. Astoria commented. She caught up to us with a few longer strides then walked on the other side of Millicent. Are you two heading down to the train now? Yes, Millicent answered. Great, Astoria said sweetly. So I can yell at Daph for being a hypocrite the whole way. I just groaned. I should have seen that one coming. Please don't, I said quietly. About what? Millicent asked. Astoria chose to talk to her instead of me. Well, before the party my lovely sister gave me a nice lecture on how I shouldn't do anything with Blaze because that could be the absolute only thing he was after. And that I should be smarter than that, Astoria said. She still had the sweet, innocent tone in her voice. But I knew that wouldn't last. She did. Millicent looked at me. At least my friend realized how much that didn't sound like me. Not really, I said weakly. Astoria just laughed. I just said to be careful and aware. If you insist, Astoria responded. It doesn't change the fact that she then whored herself out to Jason Williams of the Tutchill Tornadoes. Honestly, sis, I never figured you for a Quidditch groupie, Astoria scoffed as we walked up toward the Great Hall. You didn't, Millicent gasped loudly. Oh, she did, Astoria commented, in what had to have been the snottiest voice she could manage. Threw herself right at him after Potter ran out on her at the party. Whatever did you manage to say to him to have him run away like you had the plague? Nothing, I scoffed. It seemed easier than trying to defend her adulterous charges. At least I doubted she'd try to turn me into Hester Prynne. Of course, she probably didn't even know who Hester Prynne was, so I had that going for me. I also wasn't sure if she was being completely serious or not. Mine wasn't working well enough to sense sarcasm. Certainly didn't look like nothing, Astoria said. What were you watching me the entire night? I tried to respond with the same snotty tone she was using. But I don't think I quite had it in me. Yes, Astoria responded dryly. It really irritated Blaze, too, so thanks for that. Now tell me what you said that caused Potter to ditch you. Nothing, I admitted. He was about to me and then Draco showed up. And he chased after him out of the party. Rather than you. Ouch, Millicent lamented. At least someone felt my pain. Must think you're a cow, Astoria commented, rather unsympathetically. But really, like he'd go running after Draco. What the hell would be the point of that? I don't know. I told him if he left I'd be very mad at him. He left. I'm mad at him, I said. I'd have crossed my arms or something for emphasis, but I was pulling my trunk. We were outside by then, and nearly to the carriages. Well, instead of spending time with Potter, you had a nice, juicy night with Jason Williams. Personally, I think Potter is probably a bit better looking. But I like darker hair, Astoria commented. Her tone softened a bit. Honestly, I'd have probably gone after Titus before Jason. And wind up ostracized by everyone in the house. I laughed. I'll be honest, I'd thought about it. But Tracy was one of my closest friends. And frankly, I really disliked Titus. Well, anyway, how was Jason? Astoria asked as we got into the carriage. She sounded genuinely interested. A rather good I said. It was Millicent's turn to laugh. Compared to what? She teased. Quiet you, I said. She has a point. You don't have much to compare him to. So, what happened? She asked, as the carriage started moving. I blushed and looked away from her. I knew staring out over the forbidden forest wouldn't really help my cause, but that wasn't going to prevent me from doing it. Nothing, I said meekly. I could almost sense Astoria rolling her eyes. It would have been her typical response in that situation. Sure, spill it, she said. I'm not going to talk about this with you, Astoria, I said as sternly as I could muster. Fine, then talk about it with Millicent while I zone off into fantasy land, Astoria commented. No, I said. Yes, Millicent said. No, I said. Yes, Millicent said. No, I said. Yes, Astoria and Millicent said together. I rolled my eyes. I really don't want to talk about this, I said quietly again. Thankfully, the carriage ride was short and we were pulling into the station at Hogsmeade. The Hogwarts Express gleamed in the late morning sun. That's nice, Astoria said as she stepped out of the carriage and grabbed her trunk. Millicent followed her, and I followed Millicent. I was starting to feel a bit better, but I really just wanted to crawl back in bed. Thankfully, I never could stay awake on trains. So stop bothering me about it, I said as I pulled my trunk up to the train. And thankfully, Astoria did. At least until we were all in a compartment. Which was a bit odd, as she didn't typically sit with me on train rides. I wondered if her friends were all staying at school. I kicked my trunk underneath one of the seats before collapsing onto it, letting my head press against the cold GL. I closed my eyes and waited for the train to leave the station. So, what happened with Jason? Astoria asked again, as soon as the train started moving. I didn't open my eyes to respond. Nothing, I growled. Astoria laughed again. Seriously now, Daphne, just tell us what happened. It'll feel so much better to get it off your, she argued. I sighed a little bit. No, I said, sternly. And she'll probably stop pestering you as soon as you tell her, Millicent said. I didn't particularly like the fact that she was siding with my sister. So what if I'd been dragged out of a party by a Quidditch star? It wasn't any of their damn business anyway. I so will, Astoria said. And really, what's a bit of juicy gossip between sisters? I mean, really, you can probably give me some advice for Blaze. No, I responded. I was beginning to wonder a bit about my vocabulary. I was supposed to be a highly eloquent British lady, after all. Oh come on. Just simple stuff, you know, like, how much did it hurt? And are you still sore? And is that why you're being such a... Astoria questioned. Millicent was chuckling under her breath. I almost spat at her. If she was so amused by this conversation she could answer my sister's questions. Astoria, I pretty much yelled. I'd even taken the effort to sit up and glare at her. She cowered just a little bit. For the last time, I'm not talking about this. If you care so much, there are plenty of girls you can get that information from. I don't want to talk about this. It was good to know I could still be mildly threatening when I wanted to be. Sorry, she muttered quietly. Let's let Daphne sleep, Millicent said calmly. I probably shouldn't have snapped at her. But I just closed my eyes and rested my head against the GL once more. The cold pain was soothing. She's had a long morning. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to pester her over the holiday. I guess, Astoria said quietly. I just hoped she didn't run to Mom and Dad. Hopefully, they wouldn't ever find out about stupid decisions I made. I was sure they'd approach me about it. Astoria told them absolutely everything. My only hope was that she'd hold off on telling them until the end of break, so they'd put off approaching me about it until summer. It was Astoria who finally woke me. She did so rather tentatively, almost like she suspected I'd bite. Which, I'll freely admit, was more tempting than I should admit. We're in London, she said rather meekly. I couldn't help but wonder just what she and Millicent had talked about while I'd fallen asleep. But whatever it was, Millicent had her walking on eggshells. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have snapped at her. And I probably should have told her what happened. But I didn't want to go there. I didn't really want to think about it. At least not yet. I'm sure that when I wrapped my head around it a bit more, I'd tell Astoria. And I'd like to think she knew that. I just wasn't anywhere near ready to be pressed about it. I mean, hell, I still wasn't even sure what I wanted. Or what I thought should have happened the night before. So trying to put into context what did, well, that wasn't really an easy task. Or helping anything. I really needed to stop brooding in my own head. Thanks, I said quietly. I don't think Astoria really heard me. Or cared. I stood up and looked to the overhead compartment to try to find my trunk. I had a moment of panic when it wasn't there. You put it under the seat, Astoria said. I looked down and found it, letting out a sigh of relief as I did. Moments later we were walking off the train. Where did Millicent go? I asked. She got up right when the train stopped. Something about her parents not liking to wait too long with the rabble at the station, Astoria responded. I nodded. She'd used that excuse before. I suspected it was only half the truth. She always grew a bit restless cooped up in a train compartment. Even if it was only for a few hours. Really, the same happened to most of the pureblood families. The ones who grew up traveling by side-along apparition and flow powder. And while we all understood the importance of preventing magical transportation into the school, it still seemed silly that the trip took so damn long. Our father was waiting in the terminal. He stood patiently, chatting quietly with a couple of other parents. I suspected they were old friends from when he was in school, as I didn't really recognize them. But that could have been purely because I didn't spend more than a quarter of a second looking at them. "Hey Dad," Astoria said as she walked past me and up to him. "Hey girls," he responded, but not until he'd finished his conversation with his friend. Astoria just wandered out of the station toward snowy London. I lagged behind with Dad as he said goodbye to his friends. He didn't seem to notice my mood. Or if he did, he chose to not comment. Which, frankly, was probably for the best. It only took us a few moments to get to the car. And then a few moments to get home. I ped the time by listening to Astoria prattle, as per usual. First she asked about Mom, who apparently was picking up a late shift at St. Mungo's. After that, she moved on to the events of the first semester. She left my attending Slughorn's party out. Interestingly, she also left out every detail involving Blaze. I suspect she was sending a subtle message. If I don't talk, she won't talk. I guess it worked for me. We were home before I knew it. It felt nice to step in. I excused myself, saying I was sick and wanted to take a nap. Astoria didn't buy it, but Dad didn't argue. Which, frankly, meant that he didn't buy it either. Had he, he'd have insisted on diagnosing me. Yes, it's annoyingly challenging to fake sick with doctors as parents. But at the very least he gave me a few hours to sit and brood in my dark room before knocking on the door. "It's open," I said, which was pretty stupid, because it was pretty much always open. But at least he had the decency to knock. "Hey Daph," he said quietly. I'd changed into a tank top but was still wearing my dark jeans. Not that it really mattered, as I'd curled up in about 6 blankets too. "Yeah, Dad?" I asked, sitting up as I did. The blankets slipped off of me and I realized just how chilly my room was. Perhaps I should consider actually closing the window. Although that would probably make the blankets feel less deliciously warm. "Mom just flewed. She's running later than she expected. She was wondering if you'd start dinner," he said. I just groaned a bit. Mom could have cooked the whole meal when she got home with magic and probably till been done around the same time I would be without. Of course, Dad probably wouldn't scold me too much had I used magic. But a quick glance at the clock reminded me that he wouldn't be asking me to get started now, if he was going to let me get away with violating the underage wizarding laws. "What are we having?" I asked as I got out of bed and walked over toward the doorway. "I think your mother was planning on a roasted chicken with green beans and mashed potatoes," he said quietly. I groaned a bit more. If I was feeling better, I'd have probably complained. But I wasn't, and I didn't. Instead I just slouched my way into the kitchen and started to preheat the oven. Mom got home around the time it finished. It wasn't my best effort. I'll admit that, but it was food, and Mom seemed grateful to not have to cook. So that made me feel a little bit better in the long run. And that's pretty much how my Christmas break ped. We did some stuff as a family for the first few days. We visited Mom's family on Christmas Eve, and Dad's on Christmas Day. The highlight gift was probably a pair of earrings from Mom and Dad. Astoria got me some of those daydream potions. She claimed she liked the ones I'd bought her so much she thought I should try them. I was actually looking forward to it. She'd bought me their new, Fantasy Scenario, series. I thought I'd be a cute elf. Well, as long as it was more of a Tolkien elf than a house elf. I was pretty quiet all break. Which was fairly unusual for me. I'd thought Mom and Dad hadn't picked up on it. At least until a few nights later. I snuck out of my bedroom to grab something to drink from the kitchen. Typically, my parents didn't care if we were up late on the holidays, as long as we didn't wake them up. So I moved as silently as I could. And I was pretty successful. Except for the fact that my parents were still awake. They were sitting in the living room, watching some movie quietly on the television. I didn't recognize it, but it was in black and white and some guy was shocked about gambling going on somewhere. But that may have been a joke. I'm not sure, I didn't catch the entire line. "Daphne," my mother said from where she was sitting on the couch. She was curled up against my father. He appeared to be dozing a bit, but he opened his eyes as Mom spoke up. "Mom," I responded as I opened the can of Diet Coke I'd pulled out of the fridge. I took a long sip. "Are you doing okay?" Mom asked. Well, that was pretty straight to the point. I just nodded. Yeah, I'm fine, I said. She eyed me for a moment. You've been very quiet this break. And spending more time than usual in your room. And you've just seemed a little bit depressed, Mom said quietly. Dad just nodded his agreement and looked like he was trying to wake himself up. Perhaps there was something he wanted to add. I haven't meant to, I said, doing my best to sound alarmed at their accusations. I'd pretty much been sullen, quiet, and kept to myself. I knew that. They knew that. Well, we just want to make sure you're okay, Mom said. I nodded a bit. I am. Just, worried about CLEs and grades and whatnot. Trying to keep up on my reading and keep the grades up and whatnot, I said softly. It was only partially false. I was pretty far on my winter IGN ments already, which was nice. Of course it would probably just lead to boredom when I got back to school. How are those going? Dad asked. I thought Mom was about to hit him, which made me wonder just what she wanted to talk about. I hoped they hadn't pestered Astoria until she cracked. Okay, I admitted, I'm not doing as well in defense as I'd like. But I think I'm doing pretty well in everything else. Surprisingly well in herbology. So O's across the board, save defense? Dad asked. I shrugged my shoulders. I'd long since learned that predicting grades at the halfway point wasn't a particularly good idea. Well, in Muggle studies, history and transfiguration, yay, I commented idly. At least I hoped my last few CLEs partnering Weasley wouldn't hurt my grade too much. He'd been a pain, but we'd gotten better marks. Mostly now he just listened to what I said, realizing that got him out of CL sooner. Defense probably around A to E and everything else between E and O. My father frowned at my words. But my mom didn't seem that put out by my marks. Still, she was looking at me curiously. Well, you can get the defense grade up. You should probably approach Professor Snape soon if you want to get those transcripts for law school, he said. And he was right, I probably should. I don't know if I'm going to do that, I said. And it wasn't, because I was freaked that Professor Snape would just leer at me and tell me I had no purpose attempting to do anything in the Muggle world. Of course, Professor Snape probably didn't realize that the magical community was expanding into the Muggle world. And that things like agents and medical professionals were sprouting up around the world. It really couldn't hurt to have more Muggle education. Although I hadn't been in a Muggle school since primary school. So that would be interesting. And it wasn't like other people didn't do it. Sure, apprenticeships with someone in your desired field were more common. Usually those were set up by a friend of the family, as us purebloods weren't typically short on affluent friends. And to my dismay, my educational goals would be more accepted if I went into medicine. I mean, they say magic is based on intent and what now? And because of that they also argue that if you have education on the inner workings of the body and the organs and whatnot, then it made them easier to heal. I'm not sure how much I agreed with it, but both my parents were pretty adamant on it, and they each had experience as healers with and without additional Muggle education. No law school? Mom asked. She looked rather concerned. No, I'm still planning on that, I admitted. I just don't think I'll skip my 7th year for it. Seems like it shouldn't be that big of a deal to get involved a year later. Probably not, my father agreed. I'd even consider doing a short internship at the ministry too. That would put you a bit closer, age-wise, to the people that would be your CL mates in law school. I giggled a little bit at his use of internship. He must have had a fresh batch at the hospital, as no magicals called it anything other than an apprenticeship. But I dreaded that, as I wasn't sure who my parents' contacts were at the ministry. But I knew that one of my housemates had a father who had been a prosecutor for the ministry for years and years before stepping down to take a seat in government. And that he still did some work for specific clients here and there. And that if my head of house had his way, that would be whom I apprenticed for. And yes, that was Theodore Knott's father. And, despite the fact that Theodore did seem fairly interested in Millicent, I figured if I was required to spend time with his father, that wouldn't last. I don't know about that. I just think I should finish the education, I said. My parents nodded. Well, that's a very adult decision, my mother said. It was my turn to nod. I think I'm going to go to bed now, I said after a few moments of silence. I took another sip of my Diet Coke. I had about half the can left. Good night, Daphne, my father said. Night, I responded as I moved toward my room. But my mom spoke up. Not yet, Daphne. I want to know why you've been crying in your room most nights, she asked. I blinked a bit. How had they heard that? I certainly hadn't been loud. And hell, my face was buried in my pillow most times. But apparently I should have risked the silencing spell. Claire, my father scolded. He obviously didn't think this was the time or the place for this conversation. Of course, he may have just assumed it was girl stuff, and we all know how much that freaks out fathers. No, Nathan, something's wrong with one of my girls and I want to know what it is. She crossed her arms over her in the same way I do when I'm irritated. I could sense that they'd conversed about how to have this conversation. I had a feeling this wasn't what they'd agreed upon. But then I saw my mom wince and tear up a little bit. She slid her left hand out from under her arm and I saw it was badly scarred and burned. I was pretty sure it didn't look like that in the morning. What happened to your hand? I asked. You tell me and I'll tell you, she scoffed. It was childish, especially for my mom, but it worked. Because I wanted to know. Boy trouble, I said. It wasn't as much of a lie as it could have been. And that coupled with the stress from Cleese's getting to me. I frowned as cutely as I could. Who's the boy? She asked. She spat the question and I wondered just why she seemed so off about that. Not Theodore, not still, is it? Dad asked. A little, but mostly Harry Potter, I sighed. I couldn't quite believe I'd admitted that. Both my parents just exchanged glances. Harry Potter. Mom looked surprised. Yeah, he's an idiot though. Now what did you do to your hand? It was my turn to cross my arms. I realized I was scolding my parents. And I highly doubted that would end well for me. Some mail for me at the office contained some sort of burning, blistering agent, she said dryly. I knew the office meant the spot she and a few friends rented off of Diagon Alley where they worked on healing theory. Why? I asked. I vaguely remembered making fun of Granger for something similar a few years back. Not everyone agrees with our methods, she said dryly. What now? I asked. We're working on a spell that extends a patient's chance for survival by siphoning life off of a healthier patient. Sort of like an organ transplant, but without the organs. And far more minor, she explained. What's wrong with that? I asked. It's necromancy, my mother responded dryly. Borderline, my father commented. No, Mom said. It's necromancy. It's stealing life from something. While it has a positive result, we're not far enough in our research to determine the possible negative repercussions that it could have on both donor and patient. I see, I said, mostly so Dad wouldn't have a chance to argue with her. I wasn't in the mood to be a third party to their philosophical debate. Will it heal? In a day or two, she said. Possibly 3. But yes, I'll be fine. We should have just waited to publish the article on it. I'm sorry, I frowned. She waved me off with her good hand. I wondered how often it happened. But she turned her attention back to the movie and I suspect she didn't want to talk about it anymore. At the very least, she wasn't questioning me about Harry Potter, so that couldn't hurt. I watched Dad put his arm around her on the couch and I took that as my cue to move away from the living room and to head back to my bedroom. I suspected I'd have to spill the beans, as they say, on Potter in the morning. But that would wait until the morning. Somehow, as I crawled into bed, I felt better. I couldn't explain it, but I felt lighter. Thankfully, I knew I wouldn't cry that night. And maybe that meant I was better. I guess I wouldn't know until I got back to school. And thankfully, that happened just a few days later. My parents didn't press about Potter or my general sullenness. But I made it a point to be a bit more perky and around more during family time. They seemed to appreciate it, and it was a simple sacrifice to make. A few days after Astoria and I flew back to Hogwarts. She arrived in Professor Snape's office first. I could have probably used a few more days at home. But, unlike Astoria, I'd at least remembered to pack my homework. And it seemed superfluous to bother Professor Snape twice. Especially if I wanted to get something from him. And yes, I did feel it best to not bother him well more than a year in advance. I walked back to the common room with Astoria, and then went up to my dorm to do as much unpacking as I normally do. I was the first girl in my year back. I hadn't seen any of the 7th year girls either. Which meant I would probably hang with Astoria and her friends, as I didn't like any of the fifth years. And that's pretty much what I did for the last few days. Tracy came back first. She was too busy talking about the things she did with Titus Button on their day at Hogwarts, and then apparently when he visited her home over the holidays, to bother with bringing up anything I may have been rumored to do. Pansy was next back, and she was too busy worrying about Draco and how he'd ignored her the entire break. And hadn't even gotten her a Christmas present. Personally, he'd be out to see if I was Pansy. But she apparently really liked him. Or was some type of saint. I hadn't decided which. Millicent wanted to pester me more when she arrived the day before Cleese resumed. But I used the patented, "I'm tired," excuse and went to bed. And then managed to, surprisingly, get up early the next morning for Cleese. So I was sitting in Transfiguration, trying to figure out what the hell I would tell her later. Probably the truth. That usually worked the best between friends. I knew she wouldn't tell anyone, either. But I wasn't sure whether or not she'd believe me. I think McGonagall was lecturing on what we were supposed to have read over the holiday. I'd done the reading and could probably answer a question if I was directly called upon. Of course, I probably wouldn't know what the question was, but that was a different argument. I'm sure she'd repeat it if she called on me. But she didn't. Surprisingly, she didn't call on anyone to answer any of the review questions. At least if she did, I was too busy zoned out to figure out what she asked and who answered it. Eventually, I noticed the glowing number on my desk again, and I flipped through the pages of my book, wondering what Weasley and I would attempt to work with today. I half wondered why he didn't just sit at the desk next to me with how often we wound up paired in the CL. Of course, even if he wanted to, I don't suspect Terry would have let him. He was pretty overprotective of his seat. I'd learned early that it was best to make sure he had more than half the table for his books. I flipped through the pages of the text to see just what we'd be working on today. I groaned when I saw the complexity of the Transfiguration. She seriously couldn't expect us to pull this one off, especially after spending the last few weeks lazing around our homes on break. But apparently today's task was to turn both of our ties into a miniature, functional, broomstick. Apparently it was a great way to make a quick, and easy, toy for children. Which was something I hoped I never, ever, had to utilize. I chewed on my lip a bit as I read the instructions from the spell. It was far more advanced than anything I'd have even attempted had I been working by myself. And she expected me to pull it off with a partner. It was going to be a very long CL, I thought. "You look cute like that, too," Potter said quietly as he sat down next to me. I blinked a little bit. I liked being called cute more than I should have. It made me feel appreciated and liked. But that feeling didn't last more than a moment. Because after that moment, everything changed. My hands clenched into fists, my jaw shut together, and I took about every ounce of my willpower to not punch him. "Off, Potter," I growled. He started. "I'm cross with you," I said. But I reached up and peeled off my tie, quickly, depositing it on the table. He looked a little confused. I suspected that he hadn't read the IGN meant yet. "I'm sorry," he said. "That's nice," I said coolly. I turned my chair to look at him. He looked like he'd probably skipped breakfast that morning. But he sort of always looked like that. I think it was mostly because he never bothered with the hair. Or, fully buttoning his shirt, he looked a little bit lost. And he wasn't doing anything, so that irritated me. So I reached out toward him. I put the back of my hand on his face. He stiffened, stared at me. I traced my hand down, letting my fingernails slide over his skin. He just stared at me. I moved my hand very slowly down over his neck. And then I grabbed his tie. Pulled it pretty much as hard as I could, making him gasp a bit and pulling his face close to mine. He looked startled. I just untied his tie and placed it next to mine on the table. It took him a moment to recover. "What was that about?" he asked. "Read the stupid IGN meant," I said. "I needed your tie. I was arranging it on the desk the way it started in the text." Thankfully, his tie was clean. No food stains or anything. "Yes, but you could have just asked," he stuttered. I shrugged, feigning that the thought had never occurred to me. "I suppose." I pushed the text toward him, knowing I couldn't get started until we were on the same page was very irritating. "And you didn't," he said. "Are you reading the IGN meant or not?" I asked, attempting to sound as much like Granger as possible. It worked, too, as he immediately started to read the text. I'm not sure how much I liked that he obeyed when I sounded like Granger, but she had trained him well. Okay, which end do you want? He asked. I answered honestly. The bristles, I said. Purely because I knew that would be harder. All right, he said, and then he started to doodle a broomstick on a piece of paper. I looked at him. What are you doing? I asked. It helps to get a mental picture, he responded. It looked like he was doodling his firebolt. I watched for a moment. That it does, I agreed. I should have known he'd actually put forth effort. He always had in herbology. Good enough? He asked. Sure, I responded. I went for my wand, he did the same. And then we started with the spell. But it was different. I focused on one end of our ties. Gradually they started to turn into bristles. I waited for Potter to start helping. But I never felt the crushing weight that happened every time Weasley joined the spell. Instead, it felt like I was working on the spell alone. I rolled my eyes, suspecting I'd have to do all of the work. Although, I guess I owed him for the herbology help. I shook my head. It was never a good idea to be focused on something else while working on the spell. I made sure the bristles were tightly bunched as they were on his broom. Of course, I'd only ever seen one close up on a display. It didn't take me long to finish my part of the spell. Certainly it took less time than I'd expected. Almost like something was spurring me on. I then went to move on to the rest of the broom. But when I looked down at our ties, well, they were gone. And in their place was a perfect replica of a firebolt, although about 1/16 the scale. I blinked a bit. Potter seemed just as surprised as me. That was, he started. Easy, I finished. I examined it as closely as I could. But McGonagall approached. Finished already, you too? She asked. Yes, Professor, Potter said. McGonagall picked it up and examined it. She looked fairly surprised. It took about 4 minutes before she put it down. Professor Sprout said you worked well together. I was skeptical, but this is certainly outstanding. Thank you, Professor, I said dryly. McGonagall nodded at me. It's good to see you back performing at your old level, Miss Greengrass, she said. I blinked a little bit. My level had remained perfectly the same, thank you very much. It wasn't my fault you saddled me with a terrible partner. Thankfully, I didn't say that aloud. But I sensed something in it. The two of you weren't fighting each other. But there's more tension in the magic than there should be. I like the work that I have seen here, so you two will be paired together for the next few weeks. I would suggest working on that tension if you wish to remain this successful for the remainder of the semester. McGonagall said. I groaned a little bit, which just earned me a glare from both the lions. But really, now I'd have to work with him in 2 clees. And all I really wanted to do was punch him. Maybe I should just get that over with. Works for me, Harry said quietly. If I didn't know better, I'd have suspected that he said it purely to prevent McGonagall from scolding me for groaning. And you, Miss Greengrass? The professor asked. Stupid question, if you ask me, because we all knew I didn't have a choice in the matter. For me as well, I sighed a little bit. She nodded. Professor Sprout implied the two of you work better than this. Or am I imagining that it seems that you do not want to be at the same table as each other? Did you two not attend Professor Slughorn's party together? The professor apparently had some incomplete gossip. We did. Potter then ditched me at the party, I said dryly. The professor just stared at me for a few moments. But Potter didn't argue it, so I think she believed me. Either way, she changed the topic when she spoke next. All right, Miss Greengrass, you are excused. Mr. Potter, a word about Quidditch schedules if you don't mind, she said. I couldn't imagine why the head of house would be that interested in his Quidditch scheduling. But I suspect one of the team members had some sort of a scheduling conflict. And it's not like they probably had much else to talk about. I stood to leave, gathering all my books into my bag. It looked like I would be the first one out of CL today. Wait, Daphne, Potter said. Don't you want your tie back? I kind of did, but I didn't feel like undoing the spell. I just shrugged. Keep it, I said. The broom was cooler than our 2 ties anyway. And I didn't even like flying. I flipped my bag over my shoulder and marched out of the CL room. And yes, The frustrated look on Granger's face as she worked through her own spell with Weasley was hilarious. You know, you'd think, that with how much I about the cold, that maybe, just maybe, one year, I wouldn't attend the stupid January Quidditch match where we played Ravenclaw. I mean sure, we were winning, I think. I don't know, I couldn't tell you. I was too busy freezing. Yes, I know, oh it's simple Daphne, just get better at your warming charm. Yay, tried that, had a nice looking sunburn for 4 days. At least, that's the excuse I gave everyone. So instead I just complained over and over and over again, just like any high CL lady would, about how cold I was. It was fun, but I'm sure my friends were rather irritated. Although, for what it's worth, we focused far more on complaining than we did on the actual match we were attending. I think Ravenclaw was winning. But I can't be sure. Mostly because I didn't really care and hadn't watched much past the opening draw. The first couple of weeks back at school ped fairly uneventfully. The first week always is. The professors spend most of their time going over what you were supposed to master on the holiday break. I had, naturally, so it was pretty much review. But the professors weren't silly enough to assume that everyone in the CL had bothered to complete their winter IGN ments. Part of me wished they'd be a bit harsher about the IGN ments, because if they were then I suspected there'd be much less indolence from the student body. Of course, the professors did have quite a bit more experience in these matters than I did, and I suspected their methods developed out of necessity rather than laziness. I wound up working with Potter almost daily in Cleese. It was a bit irritating. We didn't talk much. We exchanged maybe a handful of words a CL period. And even then it was usually just to develop what little of bit of a plan we'd need for the CL itself. We spoke far more in herbology. Mostly, I think, because we were dealing with rather dangerous plants and communication seemed more important than one of us getting injured for some stupid reason. Transfiguration, though, we just stared at each other for a few moments and then picked a side of the object to work on. Usually, about 15 minutes later, we were done and we left. Typically the entire CL period could be resolved in about 3 to 5 words. Part of me enjoyed finishing early in every transfiguration, and most herbology, Cleese. But another part of me kind of missed the social interaction that most other Cleese entailed. Well, except for history of magic. But then again, you never expected there to be any sort of social interaction in history of magic. You just hoped it didn't turn into nap time so you wouldn't have to redo the reading and cram for the next test. But anyway, we'd all been out at the match for about an hour. So I decided it was probably time to go and get some concessions. Because moving would increase blood flow, or something of that nature. Mostly I was bored with the game and sick of being cold. So I stood and moved through my friends on the bleachers. There was barely enough room for someone to get past when we weren't all bundled up in winter garments. I only obscured the view of about 20 people in the far too long that it took for me to make it to the aisle. And then when it did, one of the stupid team captains decided that was a fantastic time to call a timeout. And so about half the people standing around me also stood up. I groaned and moved with the rest of the cattle toward the concession stand. Stupid late morning match. Messing with everyone's lunch when I wanted to go and maybe buy a cauldron cake and huddle over for warmth. I let pretty much everyone move ahead of me as I approached the stand. Thankfully, most of them were in a hurry and trying to get back to their seats quickly as to miss as little action as possible. I just stood in line, moving slowly up to the front and debating what I wanted. At least until I was distracted from my frozen stupor by an annoying voice. "Daphne," Potter said. I groaned a little bit. But I turned to look at him. And he looked like some type of god. He was standing there, in his stupid Gryffindor colors. He had his stupid scarf pulled around his neck and looked rather deliciously warm. Especially in the excess amount of robes he was wearing. I should have dressed warmer. But like Bacchus himself, he held drinks. Warm chocolatey drinks. And cauldron cakes. If I'd have started drooling, like I really wanted to, I think it would have frozen to my lips. That would have probably been an interesting sight. "Potter," I said, or shivered. Shivered was probably the better verb. "What are you doing here?" I probably sounded annoyed, and it was a dumb question. And he answered it exactly how I should have expected he'd answer it. "Watching the match," he responded. "It is public, you know." I did know that. I responded. I tried to sound condescending and why, but I don't think it quite came out that way. Your turn, he responded. What are you doing here? I glared at him. Who does that? Why turn the question back on me? What's the point? Going for concessions, I said. I noticed the announcing resumed. So they must have resumed playing. I suspected that he'd want to return to the action immediately. But he didn't. Instead he just looked at me. Me too. Hermione wanted hot chocolate, so I grabbed two, he said, holding them up. The cauldron cakes rested on top of one of them, still neatly packaged. My first thought was something along the lines of Granger. Then for some strange reason that made me think about Potter in Granger. I didn't like that image. So I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed one of the hot chocolates he was holding and took a deep sip of the wonderfully warm liquid. Potter looked a little surprised, but he didn't comment. I think I would have preferred if he had. Instead he just stood there, looking at me. He did, however, shift the cauldron cakes into his other hand and take a sip of his own cocoa. That was for Hermione, you know, he said softly. I could barely hear him over the din of one of the teams scoring. The noise seemed a bit further away, so I assumed it was Ravenclaw, as most the Slytherins were sitting on this side of the pitch. Don't care, I said. Freezing. And I took another sip of the gradually cooling liquid. Your lips are blue, he said. No they're not, I responded. But I was really cold. Well maybe not, but looks like they're getting there. Don't you bother with a warming charm? He asked. Don't work, I responded. Sure they do, he said, tilting his head to the side. And you learn them in like 4th year. They're not that difficult. I just glared at him. He paused for a moment before I commented. And why aren't you using one then? You're bundled up far too much, I accused. Quidditch, he responded. That would make more sense if you were, you know, actually playing Quidditch, I said dryly. When you're playing, he explained. You're not allowed to have any charms or spells on you. I know, I said. You're not supposed to have anything that can be perceived as giving you any sort of an advantage. Everyone knew that. It was common sporting knowledge. Madame Hooch examined each player as they came out onto the pitch. In the professional leagues, 2 officials looked over each player on both teams. Yes, so I try not to use things like a warming charm. So I'm accustomed to the weather when I have to play or practice in it. Makes it a little easier, he said. I guess that makes sense, I agreed. I didn't want to. I just couldn't think of a decent enough argument to use. And I was a bit more focused on the fact that I was running dangerously low on hot chocolate. Thankfully, there wasn't currently a line at the concession stand. I can't take credit for it, he sighed. It was Wood's idea. Well obviously, considering it was a good idea, I deadpanned. I realized that to insult him I had to compliment another Gryffindor, but at least it was an ex-Gryffindor. Ouch, he said, but he smiled. He had surprisingly white and even teeth. I'm surprised I hadn't noticed before. But I'd never really looked straight into his smile before. He took a moment to unwrap the cauldron cake. He looked at it carefully and was going to eat it when I took it out of his hand. I took a dainty bite out of one of the corners. Hey, he exclaimed. I just looked at him, chewed and swallowed. What? I asked sweetly. Was that for Granger too? No, that was for me, he frowned. And I felt bad, but only for a moment. But it was long enough for me to hand it back to him. He looked at it for a second and then took a bite out of it. Sorry, I shrugged. I'm sure I didn't sound at all sorry. But that was pretty much the point. I pretty much just wanted the rest of the cake. It's fine, he said. And surprisingly, he offered the rest to me. I ate it, quickly. Thanks, I said. It was a total one-word response day, if you asked me. So what brings you out today? He asked. Considering we were both standing next to the Quidditch stands during a match, I think it was a fairly dumb question. But he was just trying to make conversation. I shouldn't fault him too much for that. Even if it was stupid. And even if I didn't really want to talk to him. The match, I responded dryly. Unfortunately I did say, and it voided my streak of one-word answers. But just saying match would have made me feel a bit too much like Gregory or Vincent. I thought you said you weren't a big fan of Quidditch, he said. I felt like I'd had this conversation before. But I don't think it was with him, so I just shrugged. Not much else to do on days there's a match, I admitted. I'm leaving, though. It's too cold to stay and watch Slytherin get slaughtered by a bunch of prissy intellectuals. Says the prissy intellectual, he commented, raising both of his eyebrows. I am no such thing. I argued, and then I realized I was arguing that I wasn't an intellectual. Which mean I was arguing that I was stupid. And I felt stupid for arguing that, which I suppose meant I was stupid and that I was correct the entire time. And right about that point I decided it wasn't worth thinking about any longer because I was just going to make my head hurt. Well, must not be, if you're arguing it, he teased. I just crossed my arms. I'm so leaving now, I said. Mind if I accompany you to the cast? He asked. Do your dates just always end in ditching girls? I countered. He just blinked. What? He asked. He looked fairly stunned. Well, you were buying things for Granger, I scoffed. Oh, he said. We didn't come here together. You didn't. No, she just found me here. Like you said, there isn't much else to do on days when there's a match. I see. Shouldn't you be scouting? I asked. Probably, he said. Well, hop to that, I said. I turned to leave and started to exit the pitch. I saw the scoreboard out of the corner of my eye as I did. We weren't losing by as much as I suspected. But we were getting killed. I think I'll leave too, Potter said, and he stepped into line next to me. I frowned. You're not scouting that way, I said. I knew Slytherin teams had a tradition of making sure the entire team watched the entire match. I suspect Gryffindor didn't have such a tradition. Or perhaps Potter was simply ignoring it. He didn't strike me as the type who would ignore something like that, though. Debatable, he smiled. And anyway, we already played Slytherin, so that's a moot point. And Ravenclaw is playing exactly how they did against Hufflepuff, so we've already scouted that. No, if you're here, then you are not scouting anything. That's not debatable at all, I argued. I finished off my stolen hot chocolate and tossed it into a nearby bin. I took a moment to wonder what happened with all of the garbage. The bins only ever showed up for the Quidditch matches, so I suspect Elves or Filch took care of them after they became irrelevant. Maybe I'm just not scouting Quidditch, he asked. I rolled my eyes. What else could he possibly be scouting? Or maybe you just want to go 4-0 with abandoning dates. I commented right back. He actually winced a little bit. And that made me smile. Bitter much, Daphne? He asked. And for the first time I could remember, there was actually malice in his voice. It was very unusual to hear. It sounded completely wrong for him. He didn't even usually sound that annoyed when bantering with Draco. I'd hit a nerve. Very, I responded. Well, I'm sorry, he said. He sounded it too, but I really didn't care that much. I said. And for the record, I didn't abandon Parvati. I was just too busy sulking and she decided a Durmstrang boy looked more entertaining. And Cho ran out on me. I sat in that stupid damn tea shop for like 5 minutes. Feeling like a moron. And I did not come here with Granger, he said. His tone was still harsh. I didn't say anything. It seemed like the more intelligent thing to do. So instead I just kept walking. He matched my stride. We didn't move particularly quickly. I'd have preferred to move faster, because it would have been nicer in the warmth of the castle. But I didn't feel like moving any faster than I was. And there wasn't anyone out on the grounds that would obstruct our path to the castle. And it didn't help that the more I thought about it, the more I just felt like a bit of a selfish. I mean, yeah, he pissed me off. Really quite a lot, and it was an incredible dick move to leave me at that party. But it wasn't like we were anything. And it wasn't like I hadn't had a decent enough time. What was I going to make him do? Apologize 1,000 times? Well, I wanted to. And gifts would have been nice. But I'm not the Queen of Sheba. So I'm sure I couldn't get away with that. I let out a long sigh. And with it, for a reason I certainly couldn't explain, went a large portion of my anger. I felt lighter. I felt better. I tilted my head to the side a little bit as I looked across the grounds. I wonder just how that happened. Letting things go had never really been one of my better traits. But, at the same time, I could sense how much he was fuming next to me too. How tense did you have to be so the person next to you could feel it? Well, that's how tense he was. His jaw was clenched, and he didn't look at me when I turned to look at him. His face was completely piv too. His eyes focused hard ahead, looking at the castle. I couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking. But I couldn't just up and ask him that. It would be too strange. And I suspected I wouldn't like the honest answer. And that he probably wouldn't give me the honest answer. And I wasn't really sure that I deserved an honest answer, anyway. Really, it boiled down to the fact that I felt bad. And I didn't like that I felt bad. But that there wasn't anything I could think of to do. I slipped my left hand into his right and gave it a gentle squeeze. He tensed more, but only for a moment, before he just sighed as well. He gave my hand a gentle squeeze as we walked in silence toward the castle. I let go of his hand as soon as we entered. Inside was every bit as wonderfully warm as I had expected. I did a little twirl on demi-point, something left over from years of dance lessons. Thankfully, I didn't fall on my. Potter just chuckled as he watched. So you really like the warmth? He asked. Doesn't everybody? I commented as I relaxed back onto my feet. I'm pretty indifferent on it, he said. Sometimes I prefer to be cold. Sometimes warm. Well, you're strange, was the best response I could come up with. You've implied that before, he said quietly. But I'm still the one who can properly cast a warming charm. Quiet you, I said. I'd have been mad at him, but I'd given him enough shit today. It was now my turn to take some. Why can't you? He asked. His voice was calm and rurring. I shrugged a little bit. It's not that I can't, I explained. It's that when I do, it's either so damn weak that it is pointless, or it's so damn hot that it pretty much burns me. Well, magic is about intent, he started. I know it's about intent, I interrupted. I didn't need a lecture from Harry Potter on how magic works. I'd gotten enough of those in my day. I knew how the spell should work, and all of the theory behind it. But that didn't matter. I still couldn't get it to work. And it's not like intent with a warming charm was particularly hard to pinpoint. I wanted to be warmer. No, hear me out, he said, and I just looked at him. What, then? I asked. Do you have your wand on you? Yes. I took it out. He took it from me and examined it. It made me feel a bit D to not have my wand. Especially with how he was leering at it. And I'd have been a little more annoyed, but I suppose after stealing his hot chocolate and cauldron cake I shouldn't comment about him snatching something from me. But he was handling it very carefully. Like a prized object, he barely held it in his fingertips. It was surprisingly similar to how Ollivander typically held wands. At the very least, he wasn't walking off with it. What is it? He asked as he handed it back to me. Ash and fairy wing, I admitted. He looked at me and blinked little bits. I spoke again. 8.5 inches. Ollivander described it as quick. Fairy wing, he asked. Is that common? I don't know. He said he gets donations of them. I'm not sure how that works. I tried a couple other with the same core before he decided Ash worked the best. It was a slightly strange conversation to be having. Typically we didn't really talk about our wands. I held it protectively in my hand while I did. How long did that take? He seemed far too interested in this conversation. I don't remember, I admitted. It wasn't long, 15, maybe 20 minutes. Dad's wand was ash, Mom's had wings as well, but Pixie, he just mixed and matched. Is this completely relevant? No, I guess not, he sighed. But he didn't seem to recall just what we'd been talking about as he smiled sheepishly at me. So I reminded him. You were lecturing me on first-year principles of magical intent, I said dryly. He nodded. Right, so when you cast the warming charm, what do you want? He asked. Really, Potter? I responded. Bear with me, please. He asked. I just sighed and looked at him. I want to be warmer, I said quietly. Okay, and then what happens? I cast the charm and either pretty much nothing, or I fry, I said. Are you a patient person, Daphne? He asked. I just looked at him, crossing my arms over my. Okay. So no. Well, do you want to be warmer immediately? Why the hell do you think I'd be casting the charm? I asked. He just smiled a little bit, almost knowingly, at me. And I think we've discovered the problem, he said. Enlighten me. Its intent isn't to make you immediately warmer. It's to gradually warm you to a certain temperature and then stabilize there, he explained. I was surprised he remembered that much detail from a third-year spell. But I just nodded. I know, I said. How is this helping? Can we try something? He asked. I just groaned. I didn't have anything better to do though, so I nodded again. Fine, I said, but then to my surprise he pulled me back outside into the cold. We stood near a bank of snow just outside the castle doors. I started shivering almost immediately and frowned. Changed my mind, I said, and moved back toward the door. But he blocked my way. Do you trust me, Daphne? He asked. I blinked and looked at him. No, I answered honestly. He just shrugged, placed his hands on my shoulders, and knocked me onto my in the snow. It was very unpleasant and very cold. I shot up almost immediately, remembering that I still had my wand in my hand and wondering just which hex to use on him. What the was that, Potter? I yelled. He just stood there and smiled. Despite having my wand turned on him, he made no move to draw his own. Cold? He asked. I just glared at him. I didn't hex him, though. Something felt wrong about hexing someone who wouldn't fight back. So I just nodded. Yes, I admitted. My teeth were chattering. He nodded. Okay. Cast a warming charm, he said. I glared at him. No, seriously, just try it. But don't worry about burning yourself, or being immediately warm. Just cast the basic form of the charm. Let it do what it's supposed to. I frowned as he said that. But I cast the charm. Nothing happened. Still cold, I said as I put my wand back into my pocket. Can I go back inside now? Not yet, he said. Please, I asked with the most coquettish smile I could muster. He swallowed hard when I did. I rather liked that response. Not yet, he said again. But it took him longer to get the words out this time. He paused for another moment and then asked, "How do you feel now?" "Still cold," I responded instantly. We were silent for a few moments. He just stared at me. I let him. I moved a strand of hair out of my eyes. "And now?" he asked again. He really wasn't giving up on this, was he? "Still cold," I admitted. "See, it doesn't work." "Huh," he said, rubbing his chin. "I don't get it, that usually." "Oh," I gasped as warmth started to spread through my body. "What?" he asked. "I'm not cold anymore." I blushed as I spoke and looked away from him. He blinked a little bit. "It worked." "I think so." I giggled and fell back into the snow. It was cold, yes, but I felt a bit of a warm bubble around me, and it made it, well, not so cold. It didn't get any warmer either. Instead, I just felt protected, for lack of a better explanation. I giggled a little bit and stood up. "Told you," he said with an annoying little smirk. "It's just being patient and letting the spell work rather than forcing it to work." "Yes, whatever," I said, ignoring his explanation as I twirled once more. I slipped a little bit on the icy ground and fell toward him. But he caught me and I leveled myself quickly. "Don't hurt yourself," he laughed. I shrugged. "I won't," I said. And I reached up and put a hand on his. He looked a little surprised as I stared into his eyes and said, as sweetly as I could, "Thank you, Potter. I appreciate it." "You're welcome, Daphne, but really, please stop calling," and when he got to that point I pushed as hard as I could. He fell back into the snow this time and I just smirked. "Well, I'm going to go finish my homework now. See you in CL, I guess," I said as nonchalantly as possible as I spun around and returned, once more, to the castle. I didn't deal with Potter much for the rest of that week. We worked better in CL than before, I suspect. He didn't bring up warming charms and I didn't bring up knocking him into the snow. In fairness, he did it to me first. I sat at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall in the morning. I was eating some eggs and otherwise not reading. Atlas shrugged. This current round of Muggle studies reading was driving me a bit insane. But I suspected some of my CL mates would agree with it a bit more than they suspected they would at the start of reading. Either way, the damn thing was a tome that was taking forever to get through. And here I'd laughed a little bit to myself when Professor Burbage gave us our deadlines on it. I thought it would be a cakewalk and I've had it read in a week or two. Wow, was I wrong. Pansy and Tracy flanked me at the table. Astoria sat across from me. She was half on the bench and half on Blaze's lap. I didn't comment. I really hadn't commented on anything she'd done with him since Slughorn's party. I wasn't sure if I was in a position to do so. But she didn't comment, and after talking to her while dress shopping I was probably less worried about her than I should have been. Astoria's friend Eve sat next to her and seemed to flash between jealousy and simply being uncomfortable as the two of them carried on. Millicent sat on the other side of Tracy. There was the usual din of morning conversation. But I wasn't particularly involved in any of the conversations. At least not until a brown owl landed next to me at the table with a neatly wrapped parcel. I pulled a couple of nuts out of a pocket and paid the bird before taking the parcel and opening it carefully. "What did you order out for?" Astoria asked from across the table. "A journal," I said. "The Journal for Magical Medical Advancement," Tracy said, leaning over to take a look at it. "Yes," I said quietly. "Isn't that the thing Mom writes for?" Astoria asked from across the table. It was nice to see that she'd stopped feeding Blaze sausage for a moment. I paused for a bit and thought about that sentence. I struggled not to giggle uncontrollably. At least until I thought about if it was reversed and Blaze was feeding Astoria sausage. That made me want to gag. "Yes, it is," I said, carefully. "What do you want that for?" she asked. "I dunno," I lied. I was interested in her latest article. "You know, the one that she burned her hands over." "What?" Astoria asked. "She dropped some weird gel on her hands that burned them." Astoria sounded so sure of herself. I wondered why Mom would have told us different stories. Somehow, and I'm not sure how I knew this, but somehow, I knew they'd lied to Astoria and not to me. "Maybe," I shrugged. "What did she tell you?" Astoria asked. She suddenly seemed defensive. Blaze was rubbing her shoulders. I'm not sure when he'd pulled her fully into his lap, but he had. He looked at the two of them for a moment. She had a very determined expression on her face. Blaze just looked concerned. I half wondered if his hands on her shoulders were more of a roaring gesture to calm her down than anything else. Perhaps Blaze was better for my sister than I wanted to believe. And then I thought of the sausages again and thought that perhaps he wasn't. "She just said it wasn't that well thought of," I lied. "I kind of wanted to see what it was about." "Why didn't you just ask her?" Tracy asked. I hadn't realized she'd been listening in. I'd thought she was talking with Pansy over the differences between missionary and doggy style. Honestly, I'm not sure what their point was, but all the two of them talked about anymore was. And it was constant. They had to have been trying to G, or something. I don't know. I didn't get it, and I probably wouldn't in the foreseeable future. I tried. She just kind of shrugged me off, I lied. Only one of the people at the table picked up on the lie. And it wasn't the girl I'd expected it to be. "Doesn't your mom usually tell you pretty much anything you ask?" Millicent asked. I frowned a little bit. Because it was something we'd discussed many times. You see, most of my friends' parents didn't particularly care for their kids. They were just sort of around. Most of my CL mates were tutored during their early years by some type of Victorian-esque governess, whereas Astoria and I had gone to a Muggle primary school. Of course that option was gaining in popularity. Blaze had also attended a Muggle primary school. And Tracy's younger brother was in one now. I think it was just amazingly less expensive. And we purebloods were nothing if not frugal. Usually, but she didn't really seem to want to talk about this. I hadn't noticed that Pansy had picked up the journal until that point, either. Which was a bit irritating. "I thought you were more interested in going into the ministry. Like being a ministry prosecutor than you were in becoming a healer," Pansy asked. At least they'd listened, or registered, some part of the career conversations we'd had. Of course, Pansy probably only remembered because she thought it was odd I actually wanted to do something other than get married and have a bunch of kids. Or, I supposed, in the case of most pureblood families, one son. It was fairly amazing how many of my male housemates had no siblings. Of course, if you asked me, one son was preferable to the brood that someone like the Weasleys had to deal with. I admitted. I just wanted to read what Mom wrote about some new healing spells. Should have just asked her, Pansy said dumbly. Obviously she hadn't been paying that close of attention to everything that had gone on before. But hey, that's what friends were for, right? It wasn't an effective strategy, I laughed. Pansy just shrugged. Apparently not. "And you understand this mumbo-jumbo?" she asked. She stared down at the words on the journal page and shook her head a bit more. "I'm not even sure how to pronounce most of these words." "Me either," Tracy said, looking over her shoulder. "I'm probably the same," I laughed. The key is that they're probably just some strange medical term that doesn't really matter to the understanding of the article as a whole. I nodded knowingly. It was fairly amazing how far one could get on that umption. The medical professionals seemed to like both Latin and stupidly long words. Somewhere along the way one of them decided to try to combine the two. Personally, I don't think it had worked. But then again, I wasn't a medical professional. Yeah, but, like, that only works if you can understand at least half to the sentence, Tracy laughed. Pansy nodded her agreement. Yeah, she agreed. Not when you get opening paragraphs where you can pick out about 4 words in the entire damn thing. Hey, I didn't say it would be easy, I laughed. Just that I was kind of interested in what my mom wrote. She commented she was getting some flack on it, and I kind of want to see why. She was, Astoria asked. She looked more concerned now. Worried even. Her friend Eve made some excuse to go to CL. Obviously she was growing a bit bored by the conversation. Pansy looked at her watch and did the same. But we all knew her, CL, was going to find Draco. At the very least she slipped the journal back to me before she got up and left the table. She seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time looking for him lately. I should have probably been a better friend and asked what exactly was up. Except for the fact that I knew she'd probably prattle on about it some night in the common room. Yes, she was, I said. Something about the content. And certain people not agreeing with it. What's it about then? Millicent asked. I don't know, I lied again. I suspected if I feigned ignorance long enough my friends would lose interest. I'm not sure why I didn't really want to talk to them about it. But they weren't usually the most understanding when it came to my parents. They'd never flat out accused them of blood treachery or something. But they certainly didn't ever claim to understand what my parents did. Or why they chose to do it. Although, and this may just have been a naive form of hope. But I thought they were starting to get it as they grew older. I think, part of it, came from the fact that when we were young we UMed magic could accomplish anything. And the older we got, the more we started to understand that magic was a limited resource. And that if we could find ways to expand it, it could benefit our society as a whole. I like to think that my friends, and really myself if I thought about it, were really starting to realize just why the work that someone like my mother did, was beneficial to the society as a whole. The logic shifted from, while we live longer than Muggles anyway, why bother with their technology, to, well if we use Muggle technology, we may be able to add another 50 years. Like I said, it was probably a fanciful notion. But at least it made Professor McGonagall's theory lectures more bearable. No idea at all, Millicent asked. She seemed slightly disappointed. I wondered if she was more interested in the medical stuff than I'd previously thought. I thought she was doing something with dark magic, Astoria muttered quietly. That perked up just about everyone at the table. I wanted to curse Astoria for saying it. You didn't just go around saying your parents dabbled in dark magic. Even work-related wasn't a particularly good excuse. I know some people, most Gryffindors, thought that we were all just part of a cesspit that produced evil warlocks. But the fact was, we received the same education they did, and understood magic in pretty much the same ways they did. If Slytherins had a greater propensity for becoming evil, well, at least to my estimation, it was an after Hogwarts coincidence. Still, Astoria should have known better. But then again, she was still so very young. And it made me feel stupidly old and jaded for thinking that. Dark magic doesn't heal people, Tracy said matter-of-factly. But it didn't need to be said. We all knew that already. The opposite, usually, Blaise added. It was the first thing he'd said during our conversation. He pressed his lips softly into Astoria's neck right before she was going to make some sort of comment. It shut her up, though, so I appreciated that. I blinked a little bit then. Blaise was never as annoying, pureblood-wise, as some of my housemates. I knew there was some history of Muggle society in his background, but what I wouldn't have been able to place. It wasn't something we talked about very much. But that didn't mean I couldn't shake the feeling that Blaise was intentionally getting her to not talk. Was he protecting her? That seemed unlikely, but it was still the vibe I had. Perhaps I should speak with him in private and see exactly what's going on. Quite, I said, but I've no idea what it was about. That's why I bought the journal. I'm interested in seeing what it is. What type of stuff does she normally work on? Tracy asked. I shrugged again. I don't know. It can be anything from examining Muggle practices to see if there's anything of value in them to trying to develop new healing spells, I explained. I'm never really sure what she's working on at any given time. Not surprising, I guess, Tracy shrugged. I never have any idea what my parents are doing. Well, actually, I have a pretty good idea what my mom is doing. Shopping, usually. That caused the rest of our little gaggle to laugh. That's pretty much the same with my parents, Millicent laughed. Dad's doing something or other and Mom is spending galleons. I guess Dad's just lucky then, Astoria giggled. Mom's hobby doesn't involve spending money. I know mine would. I winced as she said it. But the rest of the table just kept laughing. And that pretty much ended the conversation on why I'd bought a medical journal. So I slipped it into my pack and didn't bring it up again. That Thursday night, after a particularly irritating day, found me at book club. It was only the third time I'd gone to book club that year. And Professor Burbage had been pestering me, in the nicest way possible, about my lack of presence. I could only get away with the homework excuse for so long. And I did miss the little informal gatherings. So I'd decided it couldn't hurt to attend. Especially because it seemed like my homework load was down. Most notably in Transfiguration. But I knew that had to just be my imagination, as McGonagall never lessened the workload. I must have just been used to it by now. Terry and I were chatting idly about the novel we were both supposed to be reading for CL. Unfortunately, neither of us was really enjoying it, so we didn't have much to talk about with it. Professor Burbage was nearby chatting with some third or fourth years about whatever they were reading in CL. But I suspected she was hearing our conversation anyway. That was really the best thing about book club. I'd appreciated it more as a younger student. The older students were always willing to help discuss the details of the books they'd read in years past. And it was usually a great learning tool for the book as a whole. It was amazing just how much you could get out of a novel by talking about it with someone else. It was also interesting to attempt to actually cook, which Professor Burbage insisted we do at these things. Usually I was roped into doing a lot of it, as I had more experience with Muggle appliances than most other students in the CL. But today she hadn't asked. Perhaps it was one of her ways of trying to get me to come back some more. And I have no idea exactly how they kept the appliances working in the castle. But I suspect they weren't entirely operated by Muggle means. Certainly, the stove didn't seem to work quite the same way as the one I had at home. And on the plus side, we still had the elves if we completely messed up making food. Tonight's menu was pretty simple comfort food. Roasted turkey and mashed potatoes with some soufflés for dessert. It smelled divine. Of course, that wasn't helping Terry and I, as we had both pretty much decided we didn't really care who John Galt was. Mostly we couldn't understand why just about everyone would give up on pretty much everything. We were at least attempting to debate the ways that Professor Burbage would link this novel's themes to the other themes we'd studied in the CL. But I wasn't quite able to come up with anything. And neither was he. Oh yes, that's a very good observation, Professor Burbage said loudly. She'd intentionally raised her voice at that point. I suspected she was trying to attract someone's attention. Right around the same time a buzzer went off from one of the Muggle cooking apparatuses in the room. Oh, and the soufflés need to be checked on. Terry, would you mind? She looked over her shoulder right at him. He just shrugged, but nodded and got up to go and do just that. Although he looked a bit annoyed that he was asked to do it and not me. Frankly, I probably would have been too, as we both knew I was better with dessert items. So yay, Professor, I just don't quite understand what the point of that scene was, a 4th or 5th year girl asked. Well, let's ask Daphne, Professor Burbage responded. It was one of her annoying tendencies. She'd prefer students get answers or explanations through discussion with other students, rather than simply lecturing them on it herself. She loved Shelley, Percy more than Mary, I muttered, which just made Professor Burbage laugh. Nonsense, you never stopped talking during the Frankenstein unit. The professor argued, only because I liked the fact that it was a story in a story in a story in a story in a story, I said dryly. The professor just shrugged. Well, Andrea, why don't you explain to Daphne what we were talking about? Mostly I just don't get why Victor is such an idiot, the girl, Andrea, said. I laughed quietly to myself. That's easy, he's a man, I responded. I mean really, it's pretty clear that Elizabeth is the stronger of the two. But she's barely in it, Andrea commented. I know, but I think it's just a juxtaposition of the characters. Victor is too selfish and self-absorbed to really realize what's going on around him. And he gets a terrible lesson in paying more attention to your surroundings. I giggled a little bit. It probably wasn't the best bit of literary criticism someone could come up with over Shelley's work. But it was the best I had at that moment. Well, that's as good of a place as any to start. Why don't you girls talk about that while I chat with Daphne for a few moments, Professor Burbage said. Andrea and her friends just nodded and continued the discussion while the professor and I walked away. So you're not that into Atlas? She asked. I dunno, the Titan is probably pretty hot, I deadpanned. Unfortunately, Daphne, I'm asking about the book, she responded. Well, that's unfortunate, I said. Yes, well, as much as we'd all like a Greek god to be our plaything, Daphne, life doesn't typically work that way, Professor Burbage laughed. I couldn't help but giggle a bit as well. So you never get over wanting that, I teased. Ouch, I'm not that old, Daphne, she laughed. But, again, we were talking about the book, not our perverse fantasies. Oh yes, I guess we were, I sighed and sat down at one of the tables in the CL room. I wasn't wearing my uniform that night. Only about half the people at book club were. Instead I just had on some jeans and a dark green t-shirt. It was tight-fitting and, if I say so myself, made certain ETS of mine look better. And yes, that was probably the only reason why I'd bought it. I just think it's getting a bit tedious. You're not the only one, Professor Burbage said. I dread this unit, but I'm thankful it isn't in the 5th year so everyone doesn't drop out after it. I'd have thought about it, I laughed. I know, she said. Everyone does anyway. It's a good book, though, once you give it a chance. Am I going to care who John Galt is? I asked. So far it was the only question bothering me about the book. Knowing you, probably not. That's disappointing, I said, but I couldn't help but laugh. Hey now, at the very least he's not a doctor and as such he has no patience, Professor Burbage added. I'm never going to live that rant down, am I? I asked, shaking my head that she even brought it up again. Oh, I'll probably forget it in about a year and a half, she smiled. I doubted that my graduation would make her forget it. But maybe it would, unless you go on and become a doctor and wind up marrying a patient. I don't see that happening, I laughed. Hey, you never know when life may surprise you, the professor laughed. I rolled my eyes. It was a little annoying when professors decided that it was in anyone's best interest to go with the whole philosophical routine. Guess not, I agreed, simply because it seemed like the easiest way out. Speaking of surprises, Professor Burbage looked toward the door of her CL room. She must have heard it open. I hadn't, but I'm certainly not known for being an attentive listener. Never thought I'd see him in my CL room. I looked over to the door and blinked a little bit myself. Well, that's interesting, I said. Potter looked his typical disheveled and confused. I could have sworn he had Quidditch practice on these nights. Mostly because it was also one of the main nights that Slughorn had his little gatherings. But Professor Burbage was paying absolutely no attention to me. She'd already left the table and was moving toward the stunned-looking Gryffindor. No one else had really bothered to take notice of him as he entered. Mr. Potter, I heard Professor Burbage say. Harry looked a little bit startled as he looked around. That exclamation also caused just about everyone in the room to turn and look at him. I think the only person who didn't bother was Terry, who was still checking on the desserts. Hello, Professor Burbage, Potter said. He seemed to stumble over her name a bit, as if he wasn't sure he had the correct diction and didn't want to offend. Hello to you, she smiled. I looked at my watch and noticed that it was about the point where the chickens should be done, and the girl who'd been put in charge of it at this point was still struggling with the potatoes. So, mostly to avoid Potter, I got up and moved to the stove to check on it. Sure enough, it was pretty much a perfect golden brown. To what do we owe this surprise? I heard Professor Burbage ask. I took the chickens out of the oven. The 4th year who was mashing the potatoes looked at me and gave me an appreciative nod. Pretty selfish reasons, actually, Harry admitted quietly. And what would they be? Professor Burbage cried. I noticed just about every other person in the room had moved to one of the tables. It looked like Terry, the younger girl, and myself would all be required to commence with the serving. I groaned. That's what I get for being helpful. Well, I missed dinner, lost track of time before Quidditch practice, and I'd heard there was a meal here. I turned to look at him, levitating the pan with the chickens on it toward one of the large, communal tables. Indeed there is, she smiled. And we always welcome more people to the party. Here, take a seat. It looks like we're just serving up the food now. And she walked with him over to the table where another place setting and drink appeared. I simply helped get the food onto the table. I barely noticed when I wound up sitting next to him a few moments later. I prepared a plate for myself, then turned to him. He'd already devoured most of what he'd taken. So are you stalking me now, Potter? It's not enough to work with me in CL daily. I asked. It was supposed to be a teasing question, but given the way he looked at me I didn't expect he took it that way. I didn't know you were here, he said. And think he was telling the truth. I told you about these gatherings, I responded dryly. He nodded his agreement. Yes, you did. You also said you didn't go to all of them. And that there was food, he said. I didn't remember the details of the conversation all that well. But I wouldn't have argued against him. Yeah, and I asked, spearing a bit of chicken and eating it. I liked the way I made it more, but the younger girl had certainly done a good job. And it was always nice eating food you didn't have to prepare yourself. And yes, I do realize that I prepared about a whole 20 meals for myself during the course of a year. And there's flyers for these on the bulletin boards in the Great Hall, he commented. Which was also true. I frowned a bit and looked down at my food. Oh, I said quietly. I kind of liked the thought that he was stalking me a bit more than his stupid logic. That certainly didn't come out right. And since Ron decided that I really didn't need all of the chocolate frogs I had stashed in my trunk, I'm woefully low on food. My options were here are Slughorn. And you know how I feel about Slughorn, he continued. Something felt off. I had the slightest feeling that he was making up at least part of the story. But I didn't think it was worth accusing him about it. Or even really bothering to talk about it. I see, I said quietly. I looked down at my food and scooped some potatoes onto my fork before spearing some more chicken and eating it slowly. I attempted to think of something to say to Terry, to pull the conversation away from Potter. But unfortunately, Terry was pretty absorbed in talking to a fifth-year Hufflepuff on his other side. If you want we can say I came here just to see you, Potter sighed. I looked back at him. It's only fun if it's true, I said. But before he could respond Professor Burbage asked him a question. I didn't catch all of it, and only half listened to his response as I went about eating my food. By the time I was finished, most everyone else was. Hannah Abbott and I helped the younger girl who'd cooked the meal clean up. It earned us each 5 points for our house. But only because we'd just gotten up and helped immediately, and she hadn't had to solicit volunteers. It seemed like we'd just finished when Professor Burbage spoke up. All right everyone, it's 10 minutes away to lights out, so back to your common rooms. Thank you for coming, I hope you all come back next time. She smiled jovially as she spoke. She walked over to Potter next and said some kind words to him about how he was always welcome, even if it was only to mooch food. He thanked her about the same time that I was leaving and we managed to walk out the door together. Hey Daphne, he asked as we stepped into the hallway. Yes, I responded. I hated when people did that. If you wanted to ask something just ask it. Don't go through this whole conversational crap just to get to the point. Did you have plans this weekend? He asked. I shrugged a little bit. It was a Hogsmeade weekend, so I'd probably go into town. But past that, no I didn't really have plans. Not really, I admitted. Homework, probably. Cool, he said. I thought that was a bit odd, but it didn't seem to warrant further comment. Of course, that didn't prevent me from commenting. What's up? I asked. Nothing, he said. I just want to show you something at some point this weekend, okay? I guess, I said carefully, raising my eyebrows. We approached the part where he'd head up to Gryffindor Tower and I'd head down to the dungeons. All right, cool, he said again. I just looked at him and shook my head. Good night, Potter, I said. He rolled his eyes when I said it. Good night, Greengrass, he responded. I tilted my head to the side. My surname sounded weird on his tongue. But I didn't comment. I suspect he was hoping I would. Instead I just turned and walked toward the dungeons. Hogsmeade was very pink. Very, very pink. I'm not sure that if I lived in the small village I'd be willing to hang little hearts off my gutters and dye my roof pink and white and arrange the shingles into heart patterns. But it looked like pretty much everyone in Hogsmeade did. And the annoying part was that there was still a good week before Valentine's Day. Of course, that wasn't stopping everyone from having their own little dates. Despite the fact that most of them would sneak out and do something or other on the 14th as well. And then again probably the week after. So I guess the excess decoration did make some sort of sense. I mean the village pretty much lived purely because of the Hogwarts students. So I suppose I'd probably cater to them too, if I was living there. It was even more annoying that most of the inside of the shops were bright pink as well. It was just everywhere, like some sort of happy-toned plague. Is anything not pink? Tracy sighed from my side. We were doing some spring shopping. And neither of us were having much luck. There's some white over on that rack, I nodded toward it. She rolled her eyes. Yes, there is, and guess what color the lettering is? Pink. I offered. Pink, she confirmed. 'Tis the season. I joked. She just shrugged. Must be. Rather irritating too. I'd rather my entire spring wardrobe wasn't one color, she scoffed. I couldn't help but agree with that sentiment. Yeah, I think we picked the wrong weekend to go shopping, I sighed. Everyone else was out with their dates. Draco and Pansy were going to that tea shop. I suspected that would be an entertaining experience. And Millicent and Theodore were doing something or other in the town. I hadn't asked too much about their plans. Mostly because Teddy had been talking and I really didn't feel like leading him on in any way, shape or form. At the very least, he wasn't bothering me that much. But I could tell he wasn't that interested in Millicent. There may have been something there for the first couple of weeks. Maybe even a month. But after that he started distancing himself. I think she knew it, too, but she didn't say anything about it to me. Really, I didn't talk to her nearly as much as I had in years past. And I missed her a bit. But I was spending more time with Tracy and Pansy and so far that had been pretty much okay. Probably, Tracy sighed, but why would they charm everything to be pink? I don't know, I admitted. We could probably get them to change the colors on some of it. Yay, I know, Tracy responded. But I'm not seeing much I'm interested in, anyway. How about you? She sighed. I knew the feeling. Of course, it came with the fact that Gladrags wasn't really as known for keeping its Hogsmeade facilities stocked with the newest stuff as it probably could have been. There was a reason we did most of our shopping during the summer. Well, a reason other than that was the point we could usually con the parents into really opening up the purse strings. Nothing really either, I sighed. We gazed around, bored, for just a few more moments. But we both knew we were simply killing time. I checked my watch. It wasn't nearly late enough yet. It's 6 yet, Tracy asked. I just frowned. 4:30, I responded. She groaned a little bit. That, she said. Pretty much, I agreed. Can you remind me why we agreed to meet them all for dinner? Because we're awesome, Tracy said. I think it's more like because we were invited and it sounded like a better idea in theory than in practice. Hey, we could have decided to show Vincent and Gregory a good time, I teased. Tracy just laughed. You could have, she countered. I'm claimed. Ugh, both of them at once. I barely survived the Yule Ball, I joked. Hey, it was your idea, Tracy commented. Hardly, I laughed. It was Draco's idea. He didn't look happy when we decided against it. I suspect they'll be waiting for us at the Three Broomsticks, Tracy said. Already you meant that much, I responded. Good, you can entertain them, then, while I think about Titus, Tracy smiled fully at me. Just as long as I don't get a lecture on everything that you imagine Titus doing to you, I sighed. Tracy just started to giggle. And that's why you're a fantastic friend, Tracy smirked. I just shook my head and sighed. Well, it's good to know I'm helpful, I commented as dryly as I could. Sarcasm was my friend. You are. Now make yourself even more helpful and come look at Quidditch t-shirts with me, she ordered. I rolled my eyes but followed her down to the level below where the sports-related clothing was. Why do you need a Quidditch t-shirt? I asked. It certainly didn't seem like the type of clothing Tracy would normally wear. "I want a Bats shirt," she said. "Seems only fitting to wear one around since I'm dating one of them." And she giggled far too much at the dating comment. But I guess she's allowed to giggle. Even if it makes me want to strangle her. "Can't Titus just have one sent to you?" I asked. That seemed like a much easier solution than going to Gladrags and purchasing one. We stepped off the stairs and moved to the women's area of the floor. It was one of the only areas that was smaller than its male counterpart in the entire shop. "Yes," she responded, "but I don't trust Titus to pick out something that I'd actually wear. Knowing him, he'd just walk into the team store, grab a shirt 2 sizes too big for me, and owl it to me." "That would be a problem," I admitted. She nodded before shaking her head at some Cannons t-shirts. "Yes, it would be. And then, I'd have to make him feel bad by not wearing it, pretty much ever, and it would just be far more of a HLE than it's worth." "And how can someone wear something that orange?" she asked. "Beats me," I said. "Just be glad that Titus didn't get drafted by them." "Oh, I am," she laughed. "But really, the Bats aren't any better." "Why not? I thought they had a pretty decent color scheme. At the very least the colors matched. Then again, pretty much everything matched with black. Because their uniforms make it look like you're going to a funeral," Tracy said. And I couldn't really argue that. They were a bit dark. "I guess," I conceded. "You had the right idea. Hit on a tornado. I'd look way better in the mix of blues than black and red," she sighed. I blushed a bit at her bringing that up. For the most part, my housemates hadn't really talked about it. Except for the occasional ribbing comment. "And you look pretty good in that Tornadoes shirt Jason gave you." "He didn't really give it to me," I defended myself. "I just kind of took it." "Well, you wear it enough," she said. I shrugged. I'd taken to sleeping in it. It was a soft shirt. "It's comfortable," I shrugged. "Looks it," Tracy agreed. She was peering through the rather limited amount of options that they had for the Ballycastle Bats. "You know," I said, remembering that Tracy was actually pretty good with tailoring charms. "The men's department may have something better that we could alter." "I already looked when we first got here," she said. I nodded. She must have been looking when I'd gone to thank the worker for the deal he'd given me on the dress for Slughorn's party. Of course he'd then asked how the night had gone, and I was forced to lie and tell him it was completely and utterly wonderful. But he just seemed happy enough that I'd enjoyed the dress. "Damn," I said. Tracy nodded. "How about this one?" she asked, holding up a red shirt with a black bat logo on the I said. She nodded and folding it back up, placing it back on the table. "I agree," she said. "What about one of his jerseys?" I asked. "That would be nice to alter down and probably better than most shirts." "I was already planning on that," Tracy admitted. "But they're kind of heavy and bulky. I was hoping for something that was a little bit easier to look Y in." "Oh, I'm sure you could look Y in a jersey," I said as worryingly as I could. I wasn't really sure of any such thing. And she was right, they were kind of bulky things. "Are you hitting on me, Daphne?" Tracy asked, dryly. "Naturally," I responded. "Why, minx like you? Hard not to." I know. So what do you say then? We get out of here and go get a room at the Three Broomsticks and have a bit of fun before dinner." She picked up another shirt and held it up against her body while she looked in the mirror. "Sounds divine," I said. Tracy just nodded. "Oh yes. Have we killed enough time yet?" she asked. I looked at my watch. "Nearly," I responded. "All right, I'm just getting this one," she said. "Perfect," I responded. I didn't have the heart to comment that it was pink. Once she'd paid, we found ourselves back outside. It was warming up, but it was still pretty cold. I waited while Tracy shrunk the Gladrags bag and tossed it into her purse. I couldn't help but think it was fairly ironic that we weren't allowed to use magic at home, under parental supervision, yet I'd never heard or seen anyone be chastised for using magic, with no supervision, in the middle of the streets of Hogsmeade. "Three Broomsticks?" she asked as she zipped up her purse. "We'll be absurdly early," I commented. She looked at my watch. "Not that early," she said. "We can stop at Honeyduke's on the way. I could always use some stashed chocolate." "Can't we all?" I laughed. And so we made our way to the sweet shop. I could have probably used something from one of the other stores in the area too, if we had time. If I thought about it while we walked, I could inventory my supplies. That was one thing that was very nice about not being in potions. You didn't need any emergency Hogsmeade runs for extra ingredients. Of course, I was pretty sure if I ever decided to brew something again, a vast portion of my spare ingredients had probably gone bad by now. Oh yes, I'm going to drop like 5 galleons in there, I just know it, she laughed. I knew that feeling as well. Thankfully I never quite had that big of a binge. I could usually get by only spending 2 galleons on chocolate. And no, I don't think that was necessarily better. After a few more steps though, Tracy spoke again. Hey Daph, can I ask you something? She asked. Yay sure, I said, not really thinking about just what she could ask me. It wasn't like there was a whole lot that she could ask me that I wouldn't be willing to answer. I pretty much suspected I'd get the, "What exactly did you and Jason do?" question. Although it seemed odd that she'd wait a month and a half to ask that, if she really cared. What's with you and Potter? She said it so quickly I barely registered what she'd said. What? I asked. Tracy rolled her eyes. Oh come on, she laughed. Do you think we don't notice that you put your hand on his in transfiguration? Or stand really close to him while doing the spells? And let him guide your arm? Like there's any way in hell he's better at transfiguration than you? Hey, he's pretty good, I said. And it was true, he was. He didn't need any help from me to be good in the subject. And he had given me a few pointers that helped as well. So are you, Tracy scoffed. And then there's herbology, where you're pretty much always smiling at him. And doing pretty much whatever he says. And letting him lead you about. Well, that's just for a free grade. I've never gone past acceptable in herbology and Sprout says we're almost at outstanding level now, I commented. Tracy just rolled her eyes. Okay fine, but then there's the party. And sure, I believed you when you said you were just going to spy on Astoria. Because I'd so be spying on my sister if I had one and she was dating Blaze, she explained her view. I just shrugged my shoulders. Well, that's why I went, I said. And then why were you so pissed at him after? She asked. When I just stared at her, she elaborated. When we first came back to school, you wouldn't look at him. You wouldn't help him at all in herbology. And when you were first paired in transfiguration you were so tense I thought you were going to hex him. Well, I wanted to. He ditched me. I was pissed, I sighed. Tracy just shrugged. I sensed that she thought she'd established her point well enough and that she was going to change the topic. Or at least get to whatever her original point had been. Because part of me doubted that she was just wondering what was going on between Potter and I. Things didn't work that way in our house. There was always some sort of motive. Well, do you like him? She asked. I could sense the emphasis on the word, like, but I decided to ignore it in my response. He's nice enough, I said. Tracy scoffed. What? He is. Once you get past the whole Gryffindor thing. I mean, mostly I just don't mind working with him. It's better than some of the partners I could have had. We can't all be as lucky as you and get randomly paired with Pansy in every CL. Well, I do have to admit, I cringed a little bit when McGonagall paired you with Weasley, she laughed. I did too, I responded as we ducked into Honeydukes. I wondered just how long I could evade the questions I knew she was going to ask. At the very least I bought some time by making it to the candy shop. Felt bad for ditching you for Pansy in herbology. But now that you're getting a better grade than me I care a lot less about that, Tracy admitted. At least you didn't throw up all over the greenhouse, I responded dryly. I'm surprised I haven't been given more shit about that. I'm not, Tracy said. 3 other people threw up as they were leaving. You were just the first of many. I rolled my eyes as she put a super formal emphasis on the last few words. I think she was trying to make it sound like I'd won some type of award, but I wasn't going to fall for that. Well, I'll have to make sure to thank them for not making me the only pathetic person to gag up my breakfast, I sighed. Tracy just nodded, and Potter was at least observant enough to get your hair out of the way. Most boys would have sidestepped away and bolted from the greenhouse before you'd finished gagging the first time. Tracy commented. I'd forgotten about that, but frankly, I was a little preoccupied at the time. See, I laughed. He's not all bad. Maybe you're right, Tracy sighed. And for a glimmer of a moment, I thought she'd let the topic die. But I could tell she was just staring at the candy at that point. And I knew Tracy well enough to understand that she'd get back to the topic, eventually. But for a few blissful moments she was distracted. "So what are you going to get?" I asked. She just shrugged a bit. "I haven't decided yet." "What about you?" she countered. I shrugged and thought about it for a few moments. It would have probably been easier to pick something out, if, it had been my idea to go to Honeyduke's. But it wasn't, and now I suspected I'd be forced to buy more than my fair share of sweets. If for no other reason than to make it so Tracy didn't feel like she was fat or something when she bought whatever she settled on. "I don't know," I said. "I'll probably just get some caramels. Maybe some of those mint cream things they have." They were about the closest one could get to mint chip ice cream while at Hogwarts. She made a face at my suggestions. And I could understand why. They were pretty basic choices, especially for Honeydukes. "So you're not going to get anything adventurous?" Tracy asked. I just shrugged my shoulders. "I'll do a blood pop if you do, but you aren't getting me to go anywhere near a cockroach cluster," I deadpanned. Tracy smiled and shook her head. "I think I'd rather eat a bug than blood," she countered. "It's not real blood, just blood flavored," I retorted. Of course, I hoped I never had to find out exactly what one tasted like. "And that makes it better?" she asked. "I guess not, but I do rank it above a cockroach," I nodded knowingly. I doubt that Tracy was convinced. But I just slipped away from her to go look at the caramels. A few moments later Tracy slid up next to me. "Make up your mind," she asked. I just nodded. "Oh yay, box of those and a box of those," I said, pointing at the two things I'd decided on. One of the very helpful, albeit not particularly cute, Honeyduke's employees was packaging my order. Annoyingly, with pink Valentine's Day paper. So that only made me feel a little bit pathetic. I should have conned someone into buying the candy for me. I shook the thought from my head and looked back at Tracy. "What did you decide on?" I asked. "These," she said, holding up a couple of candy bars. "And I'm going to get a few of those, and those." She also pointed to the display case as she spoke. The clerk returned and handed me my goods. I paid and thanked him before tucking the two small boxes into my bag. I'd purchased the size based on not having to shrink them, and because I didn't think anything good would come from me consuming one of the larger boxes. Tracy, on the other hand, could probably use to gain a few pounds. But I wasn't going to comment. She told the clerk what she wanted, but didn't give him a charming smile like I did. See, I was way more personable. And charming. But the clerk didn't seem to mind. He just blushed when he looked at the two of us, but otherwise just went back to work. "When did they start doing that?" Tracy asked quietly as she watched him. "Doing what?" I asked. "The blushing and looking away bit when you bother to smile at them," Tracy explained. I hoped the clerk couldn't hear her. But she was whispering, and he was a few feet away, humming quietly as he gathered up the candy. "About halfway through 4th year," I responded knowingly. But Tracy picked up on my tone and giggled. "I don't think it was that early, 5th year at best," she commented. But by then the clerk returned and Tracy thanked him, a bit curtly, but she did at least thank him, before she paid. And after that we stepped back out into the streets. "Time?" she asked as we resumed our trudge through the snow. "We'll be fashionably late if we just head straight to the Three Broomsticks now," I said with a quick glance at my watch. "Perfect," Tracy laughed. "How is that perfect?" I asked, but her laugh was infectious so I joined her, although with more of a slight giggle than a laugh. "Because we don't want them to think we've been bored all day. That way Pansy and Millicent will just lord their dates over us," Tracy explained. I caught her drift. "So that way we can chat incessantly and not have to hear about what the two of them got up to all day," I added. "Exactly. I suspect it would be a very boring conversation anyway. I'm sure I can summarize it perfectly. Theodore and Millicent probably wandered around the town and chatted awkwardly. Because that seems to be all they did. They may have stopped on a bench and held hands or something. But I suspect it didn't get any further than that. And then Pansy dragged Draco around the town and tried to get him to be remotely interesting and fun. Like he always had been in years past. But instead he was a stick in the mud and we'll be treated to another night of Pansy crying in the dorm trying to figure out what's wrong with him, Tracy gave her opinion on how the day probably went for our friends. I didn't disagree with her estimate. You're probably right, I sighed. How long before Theodore starts trying to flirt with me again? March 15th, Tracy said. I nodded a bit. I debated taking the over-under on that date, but instead my comment went in a different direction. There's an Ides joke in there somewhere, I said. A what? Tracy asked. Nothing, I responded, shaking my head. Just talking to myself. Unhealthy, Tracy commented. But speaking of flirting, you going to explain the fact that you flirt with Potter? I don't flirt with Potter, I responded quickly, sounding as affronted as I could manage. Yes, you do. You flirt with Potter almost as much as you flirt with Terry Boot, and more than you flirt with Anthony Goldstein, Tracy commented. I so don't flirt with them, I crossed my arms as we walked. Okay, fine, you smile at, giggle, and pay closer attention to those three than anyone else. I'd have put Theodore on that list, but ever since fourth year you haven't bothered with him, she commented. I didn't remember ever really liking Theodore, so I wasn't going to go there. And while I certainly talked to Terry in Muggle studies and sat by him in Transfiguration for years, I didn't think I flirted with him. Anthony was pretty much the same way, but with runes and history. Was it flirting to just have a conversation with someone now? All right, fine, I conceded, just to see where this conversation would go. And where are you going with this? Why are you flirting with Potter? Tracy asked. Because it's fun, I responded. So you're leading him on? She asked. Not really, I said. Which made Tracy look at me while we walked. What are you doing then? She asked, sternly. She used the same tone that my mother would use when scolding me. I don't know, I admitted. He's nice. He makes me laugh. He actually talks to me about various things like books and such. I don't see a reason to be overly hostile to him. He's Harry Potter, she said knowingly. Who cares? I asked. Tracy narrowed her eyes. Plenty of people, she said, and I understood her meaning. But I was too irritated to prevent myself from responding. Them, I said. If they're so damn worried about 16-year-olds talking to each other, their priorities can't possibly be right. I wanted to say something meaner. But I stopped myself. I'll be honest. At the end of the previous year I'd have thought Tracy and Draco would have been leading the pureblood bandwagon. But she'd been fairly quiet about the whole thing, and Draco pretty much hadn't been around. I'd thought that perhaps they'd realized that they were simply students and the ideas were dumb. But that didn't appear to really be the case now. Really, Daphne, Tracy said dryly. She didn't look angry though, which surprised me. Really, I said. I mean, if people really cared about that, then I wouldn't have been randomly partnered with Harry Potter in 2 freaking Clees. It's not like I'm seeking out his company. Tracy was quiet for a few moments. I guess you have a point, she admitted. I just worry, you know. And I knew she was fibbing. But I wasn't going to comment on it. And I appreciate it, I said calmly. I wanted the argument to be done. And since we were approaching the inn, I suspected it would be. He's probably a betterer than Jason Williams, she sighed. I could tell the comment was forced. Deep down, Tracy and I had our differences. There were reasons why often we'd only otiate when Transfiguration homework was on the line. But she offered an olive NCH and I took it. I wouldn't know, I said. You've got to be kidding me, she gasped. Nope, I admitted. We're not that close. Yeah, but happen, you know. I'd have thought with the banter and whatnot. And when you put your lips on his cheek outside the greenhouse, Tracy said. That's as far as it ever went, I admitted. She shook her head. What a tool, she scorned. I shrugged a little bit. I'd have defended him, but I was beginning to sense there may be an annoying amount of truth in her words, so I didn't bother. And I didn't really want to get into another argument, even if we'd kept the last one brief. Quiet you, I sighed. Let's go inside and find our friends so we can tell them about all of the awesome clothing we didn't buy. Okay, fine, after you, Tracy laughed as we stepped up to the door. She opened it up and I entered the inn. Tracy followed closely. We walked to the stairs and ascended to a small dining area where we'd planned on meeting everyone else. I felt more nervous than I probably should have. I knew Tracy wouldn't bring up anything we said, especially not publicly. But that didn't mean some innocuous bit of teasing couldn't head in the wrong direction. But there wasn't much I could do about it. So, instead, I just walked up to the table where our friends were sitting. They'd already ordered a bunch of food. Usually when we met like this we just split a bunch of things. And it all smelled delicious, so I just pulled out a chair between Theodore and Pansy and joined in. Dinner was a relatively quiet affair. We just mostly sat around and ate and talked about nothing. The main bit of conversation was how we figured the Slytherin Quidditch team would be slightly less abysmal if Draco was playing Seeker. I'm not sure how many people at the table actually believed it, but the results in years past were at least better than this year. Draco just shrugged off the comments and insisted that his heart simply wasn't in it anymore. And because of that he wouldn't help the team. You see, he'd decided against going professional and didn't see the point in wasting his time at school. And yes, he said all those things. It took every little bit of my self-control to not laugh at him. Who gives up on something like that, and then just completely refuses to play? I don't know. I guess he had his reasons. I didn't understand it, and I wasn't going to comment on it. I just couldn't imagine loving something as much as he claimed to love Quidditch and then simply giving up on it. Of course, I didn't love anything that much. So again, perhaps I wasn't the best judge. I shrugged to myself in the middle of a conversation Tracy and Millicent were having. It drew some stares, but that was pretty much the end of it. Should we go to the show? Tracy asked after we were finishing up with dessert. I hadn't had any, although it all looked amazingly delicious. Usually I jump on dessert, I just wasn't particularly in the mood. Everyone looked at me a little funny when I paid. But I guess you'll get that when at least once a week you decide to just have a brownie for dinner rather than whatever was served by the elves. I don't know, it never really changes, Draco sighed. Hogsmeade put on a magical, light show, per se every year around Valentine's Day. They also did a similar one around Halloween. Students gathered to watch both every year. It was pretty much just magical images doing romantic and comedic things. It was cute, but Draco was right, it didn't change much. Personally, I think the shows probably just existed in an attempt to get the students to stay later into the evening and maybe spend a little more coin at one of the restaurants in the town. But it's still really romantic. Pansy sighed. She was clinging to his arm, smiling at him, and batting her eyelashes. If I was honest, it was a little disgusting. Fine. Draco just sighed. He looked like he wasn't particularly thrilled with agreeing to go, but that he knew better than to argue it too much. I couldn't help but wonder if Pansy had given him that ultimatum she was talking about not too long ago. He seemed to be acting a bit like a bit of a better boyfriend. I don't think I've ever bothered watching it, Theodore chimed in from across the table. He looked at me for a moment before he continued. How about you, Daphne? I looked back at him. I should have probably said something along the lines of how he should be asking Millicent, his date, that question. But that's not what I wound up saying. A few times, I admitted. Want to go to this one? He asked. I saw Millicent glaring at me over his shoulder. Tracy was looking at me curiously too. But Draco and Pansy were lightly, across the table. Both were completely oblivious to what else was happening at the table. No thanks, I said. You and Millicent should go though. They are fun. Oh, Theodore said. He looked a little bit startled. Like maybe he'd forgotten she was even there with him. I suppose I had been sitting next to him the entire dinner. And we'd chatted a bit. But it wasn't anything that we hadn't done in years past. Here I thought he was back to normal. He couldn't still be hung up on me. I'd made it pretty clear I wanted him to leave me alone. And he'd obliged. We should go, Theodore, Millicent said from behind him. He turned to look at her. At least he managed to smile and make it look like he thought it was a good idea. Exactly what Draco hadn't bothered with when Pansy conned him into going. Yes, we should, he responded. And about that time Madame Rosmerta showed up with the bill. I got enough of a glimpse of it as she put it down in front of Draco to start digging through my purse for my share. I gathered up the coins and tossed them onto the table. Do you mind if I go to the show? Tracy asked as her coins joined mine. Everyone else was still looking for their share. She seemed to understand that after Theodore asking me before his date, there was no way I was going to trump Millicent by actually going to the thing. Not at all, I said. I was just going to wander back to the castle and work on some homework. I've a ton of reading for history to get through. Sounds painfully boring, Tracy said. I nodded. It probably will be, but I have to get it done, I explained. And from what I remember of history, it's only worse when you put it off, she teased. I smiled a little bit, remembering the nights when the entire year would be cramming for a test in history. Well, except for me, because I was the geek that liked history. That it does, I agreed. Although it's pretty amazing how similar all of the Goblin rebellions are. Don't remind me, Tracy laughed. We all stood then, as enough money worked its way onto the table, and started leaving the establishment. It was dark by the time we left the restaurant. Hogsmeade was even more pink by that time, too. The street lamps were pink, and many of the decorations on the homes were glowing pink as well. We only walked as a group for about a block before I said my goodbyes and waved them away. They continued on toward one of the smaller squares in the town where the shows were always staged. I took a different path and moved toward the carriages and back to the castle. There was only one carriage waiting, and I noticed 3 students climbing into it. I groaned a little bit at the thought of waiting 20 minutes for another one. I sat on the bench when someone in the carriage spoke up. We have room for one more, Daphne, if you're heading back to the castle, Potter said. I wondered how I managed to keep wandering into him. But I suppose there wasn't that large of a student population at Hogwarts. Sure, I said. It was cold, and it beat sitting around and doing nothing for 20 minutes. This way, I could get to my reading sooner, at the very least. I moved over to the carriage and Potter helped me up into it. A moment later I found myself sitting next to him, staring at Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. Hi, I said quietly. Granger crossed her arms and looked out over the scenery. It was a strikingly familiar pose. Hi, Longbottom responded to me. He both smiled and blushed. It was actually kind of cute. Hi, I said again. Potter chuckled next to me. He reached out and put an arm across the carriage, behind me, on the seat. It was both a possessive, and easily ignored, gesture. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. But he wasn't touching me, so that was good. We were silent for a few moments before Granger spoke. Having any luck with your runes final? She asked quietly, looking back at us. She let her eyes focus on Potter for a moment before looking me straight in the eyes. We'd just gotten our final that week. We always had most of the second half of year to work on it. I hadn't even looked at it yet. No, I admitted. I've been too busy with the reading. I haven't even had a chance to really read over the IGN meant. Oh, she frowned. I did the rest of the reading over break. I've been planning the IGN meant since we got it. Of course she had. I shrugged my shoulders a bit. I couldn't tell if she was being nice, or trying to make me feel like a procrastinating idiot. But at least she was making conversation. I suppose that was better than just glaring. I have too much to do, I admitted. It was true, but I suspect Granger had just as much to do as I did. I usually don't get started on it until the middle of March. And that was a lie. Usually it was more like the first week of May. And I typically finished it on an all-nighter the night before it was due. I like to get it done so I can study for the rest of my exams, Granger said. I'll be honest, I didn't study as much for exams as I probably should have. But I was really good at remembering the reading and pulling it out on exam day. Can we not talk about school? Potter laughed. Please, Longbottom agreed. What would you like to talk about then, boys? Granger said. If I have to hear more about how awful the last few Quidditch practices have been, I'm liable to hex one of you. If I hear anything about Quidditch, I'll hex both of them, I muttered. And to my surprise, Granger laughed. And it was a real, amused laugh. Both the boys just scowled. But it was Longbottom who finally spoke. Well, Hermione said you met Jason Williams at Slughorn's party. He's my favorite player. Was he nice? Longbottom looked rather uniming, but I couldn't help but wonder if this was some type of a setup. Why would he bring that up? Just what had Granger told him? She'd spent the entire night running away from McLaggen, and then just ran away from the party. Damn it, Neville, Potter cursed. What? Neville asked, looking startled. That's a Quidditch reference. We're going to get hexed now, he said. But his voice didn't have the joking quality the words should have had. I doubt he liked to think of that night. We didn't talk much, I said quietly. Longbottom frowned. Oh, he said quietly. Potter moved his arm off of the carriage and looked out over the scenery. Granger bit her lip and looked like she wasn't sure how to respond. Well, at least we were in the same boat there. I heard the vampire was interesting, Longbottom continued. And I suspected we weren't going to get out of talking about the party. Neville, Granger said softly. I don't think we should really. Harry thought he was creepy, I said. Granger and Longbottom exchanged a glance. No, I didn't, Potter said. Sure you did. You kept glaring at him. And you kept moving away from him. He would have probably been interesting to meet, I explained. I was pretty indifferent on the matter, but it seemed to be a slightly safer conversation. That was just because he kept looking at you and licking his lips, Potter scoffed. Which is creepy, I commented. I hadn't noticed it ever looking at me. But the vampire looked at quite a few people that way, so it wouldn't have surprised me. I guess, he sighed. At least he didn't argue. The carriage pulled up to the castle at that point. I was the first to hop out. Longbottom and Granger followed me. Potter brought up the rear. I stepped off to the side and let the other two walk ahead of me. Potter didn't quite match my stride, so he remained a little bit behind me. Our strange convoy worked its way into the castle. It was warm. And yes, that was usually my first thought. Longbottom and Granger chatted quietly about something or other while we walked. They reached the point where they'd head up to their tower and I just ignored them as I moved toward the dungeons. Until Granger spoke up. Harry, where are you going? She asked. I'm going to walk Daphne back to the dungeons, he said. His friends just stared at him for a few moments, but we moved down the hall away from them. He stopped at another staircase and I paused to look at him. Dungeons aren't that way, I said. I want to show you something, he responded. That is, if you're not too busy. I do have homework, I said. And it's almost after hours. Please, he asked. It'll be worth it, I promise. Fine, I said. I'll admit, I was fairly curious, especially because he seemed so intent on showing me. All right, it's just this way, he said. And then he led me up 7 freaking flights of stairs. It was very unpleasant. Just this way, I said. I was pretty much panting. Potter hadn't moved slowly. Well, up a few floors, he said as he turned down a corridor. Remind me to hex you when I can breathe again, I said. Okay, he said as we moved down the corridor. He stopped about halfway and turned around. He took about 5 steps, spun on his heel and did it the same way back in the opposite direction. Lost? I asked, leaning against the wall and wishing I hadn't just been forced to sprint up so many stairs. Quiet, he said and continued to pace. A moment later a door appeared. It looked pretty standard. He opened it and gestured me to enter. I did. He followed me, closing the door behind. We stood in a small little room, no larger than a closet. I looked at him for a moment, wondering what was so special about a closet. He has his eyes closed and looked like he was in deep thought. A closet? I asked. He opened his eyes and looked at me. Not quite, he said. Just making sure no one will bother us. And he reached out and pushed open another door, across from us, that I hadn't noticed. He held up his arm in an, after you, gesture. So I did the only logical thing. I shrugged and walked through the door. And I stopped after about a step. Inside the next room was fully marble room. It had a number of paintings on the walls, most of them with an aquatic motif. The marble walls stopped about 15 feet up and changed into solid GL with golden leading creating standard square patterns up to a GL dome. The stars glittered in the night sky above, and some snow fluttered around the dome, adding to the effect. In the middle of the room, taking up about 60% of it, was a sunken marble pool. There were about 10 taps lining the circular cutout, as well as countless other dispensers containing liquids and gels that I couldn't recognize from the distance. But I could assume what they were. I looked around, blinking a bit, as if I expected the room to vanish. It took me a minute to speak. Is this the prefect's bath? I asked. No, Harry said. I thought about that, but ever since Flitwick caught some Hufflepuffs having, it's been pretty monitored. I nodded a bit. I remembered hearing about that at the start of the year. What is this? I asked. He just smiled at me. How about I draw you a bath and tell you about it? He asked. I just looked at him, crossing my arms over my. I didn't like when people evaded questions. There should be a changing room over there. And sure enough, there was a door there. I hadn't noticed it before. I didn't bring anything to wear, I said. I wasn't about to get D in front of Potter. He walked over to the taps and turned one on. After letting it run for a moment he stuck his hand under, then adjusted the temperature. There should be something there, he said. I glared at him, but the water looked so nice as it started to fill the tub. And I really missed baths. And the room was kind of chilly. So I ducked into the changing room, wondering what I was doing. He was right. There was certainly something to wear. Most department stores had less of a selection. It took me a few moments. But I picked out a conservative green bikini. I changed quickly, wrapped a towel around myself, and then stared at the wall. What was I doing? I'm half D, in a closet, with Harry Potter outside the door. Nothing was going to end well here. And all because you got into a bath. I closed my eyes for a few moments. He'd remembered how I lamented about missing this. And he wasn't being presumptuous. At least not in manner. Was he really just being nice? To try to make my day better. And he'd said he'd explain when I came back out. I had to know just what this room was. So I opened the door again. He looked up at me and smiled a little bit. The water was about a third of the way full and he'd filled the tub with bubbles. I could smell their faint vanilla scent from a few feet away. I put my uniform, which I'd carried out with me, down on the ground nearby. I moved closer to the edge and gently unwrapped the towel. He stared at me. I ignored him and slipped into the water, thinking that maybe I should have put my hair up. Wow, he said, blushing and looking at me. I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall of the tub. The warm water was slowly rising up over my body. I felt the stress from recent pleas melt away as the water caressed me. Thank you, I said quietly. I'd let him figure out if I was thanking him for the compliment or the tub. It took him a few moments to respond. Do you mind if I join you? He asked. I did, kind of. If I'm honest, I wanted him to leave. I wanted to just sit, alone, and enjoy the water. But that was rude. It's a big tub, I said. I'll be right back then, he said. I heard the door to the changing room open and close. And then a few moments later open again. I opened one eye to look at him as he got into the tub a few feet away from me. Not bad, I said. He wore dark trunks and, while skinny, was at least toned. I suspect Quidditch did him good. Either that or he was very active when he was at home over the summer. Thanks, he said quietly. I let him relax into the water as it filled. I took the time to dunk myself under. It wasn't the most pleasant sensation with the bubbles, but it soaked my hair and allowed me to pull it behind my head and not worry about it anymore. When I emerged I spoke. So what is this? This is where I was teaching defense last year, he said. I couldn't have heard that right. You were teaching defense in a bathroom. That couldn't have been safe, I commented. No, he laughed. This room is special. Explain. It bends itself to the will of whoever creates it, he said. You just pace back and forth in front of the wall outside and it becomes what you want. Then, when you're inside, just think about something, and the room will make it happen. And that just made me love magic even more. A room that did whatever you wanted. How perfect. Why are you sharing this with me? I asked. It seemed like something you wouldn't want anyone else to know about. I figured it would make up for being a terrible date, he sighed. You said you missed baths. It's here whenever you want it. I just paused for a moment, but nodded. Thank you, Potter, I said. Daphne, he sighed. You called me Harry on the carriage. Please stop calling, and I splashed him with as much water as I could. He laughed after it hit him. I did no such thing, I scoffed. If you insist, he sighed. And we relaxed in silence. At some point he turned off the water. I just enjoyed the warmth. It was heaven. I stared up at the stars through the dome ceiling and couldn't help but wonder just how much of the room he controlled. If it was every little detail, well, he did a great job. Can I ask you something? He asked, breaking the silence. I guess, I responded. What happened after the party? His voice was quiet. I bit my bottom lip and kept my eyes firmly on the GL ceiling. Harry, I said slowly. I'm not sure that's any of your business. I expected an argument of some type. At the very least a disagreement. But instead he just nodded. Okay, he said, but he tensed a little bit. A feat not easily accomplished in the oasis he'd created. But it wasn't any of his business. And that was that. Still, I think I would have preferred conversation to silence. So eventually, I slipped into a deeper part of the pool, and slowly moved my way over by him. I sat right next to him. "Does it bother you that much?" I asked quietly. I wasn't quite sure how else to word my question. So I just decided to be as blunt as possible. "No, it's not my place," he said. He spoke quickly and looked flustered. "So it does," I said. "A bit," he admitted. He still wasn't looking at me. I reached up and cupped his chin in my hand and turned his face so he was looking at me. "Why?" I asked. His eyes focused on mine. Don't worry about it," he stuttered. "No, tell me," I responded almost before he'd finished speaking. Potter shook his head. "It won't change anything," he said. I paused and thought about his words. There wasn't anything good in them. "Change what?" I scoffed. "No," he said, more firmly than he'd been speaking. "It doesn't matter." "It matters to me," I scoffed. And then I said it. I'm sure because I was sick of feeling it, and from getting mean comments from Tracy, Pansy and Astoria. "What, if I lost my ITY in a drunken stupor, am I no longer good enough for you?" "What?" He looked startled. He stumbled with his words more than he had since first-year potions. "No, not at all. You what?" I scoffed. "I just want to know how jealous I should be of him," Harry said quietly. I blinked a little bit. I hadn't expected that one. And what could have happened that night if I hadn't run off? "Not what happened with Williams," I said quietly. "I didn't suspect as much," he said. "But I should have just ed you." "Duh," I said. "Do you really want to know what happened?" "Yes and no," he said. I nodded. "You left." I wound up walking up to Williams and ing him. It was pleasant. He's a good After that we spent a few hours drinking, wandering around the party, and ing. I was kind of hammered when the party wound down. We left together. And he took me to his room, I explained. Harry just kept looking at me. His expression wasn't readable. He poured some wine. And we drank more. We were sitting on his bed when he started to really me. But I wasn't sober enough to really realize it. I'm not sure when or how he got my dress off. But he did. I paused for a few moments. It was becoming harder to breathe. It shouldn't have been. I knew that much. I was being stupid. "Daphne," Harry said quietly. "You really don't need to tell me this if you don't want to." "Quiet, Potter," I said. "I need to. It's stupid. I know." But he ran his hands all over me. He ed my lips, my face, my neck. And it was nice. But I felt lost, and confused. And I didn't want to be there. But I couldn't do anything. At least until he slipped his hand between my legs. I froze when he did it. But it sobered me up. I shot off the bed and hyperventilated pretty much. He looked so confused. Like he couldn't fathom why I didn't want his touch. I'm not sure why I didn't. It was nice. But wrong. Eventually he calmed me down and gave me a GL of water and a Tornadoes t-shirt, and I walked back to my dorm and went to bed, I explained. It felt nice to have it off my. I knew my dorm mates wouldn't have believed me. As far as they cared, I'd gone to bed with a Quidditch star and there was only one outcome. And I couldn't argue that that outcome hadn't been likely. But I'd frozen, and then gotten so scared that I just had to be out of there. Thankfully, Jason hadn't tried to pressure me anymore after that point. He'd actually laughed it off. Which may have been worse. But he'd let me leave. I'd have probably told Astoria, and Millicent, but Astoria had been so quick to judge. And so sure that I'd done exactly what I'd lectured her on. I'd like to think that in a reversed situation, I'd have given her the benefit of the doubt, but I couldn't say that with 100% certainty. But now he knew, and it was embering. I doubted he'd understand, just as I knew my friends wouldn't understand. With how often Pansy and Tracy go on about how amazing is, how could I explain to my friends that I'd been so frightened of it that I'd just wanted to run away? "That's it?" Harry asked quietly. I'd let go of his chin by then. "Yes," I nodded. "I told you it didn't matter." "That's not true," he said quietly. "It mattered to you." And he was right. It did. I didn't respond though. I just sat next to him in the water for a few moments. When I finally responded, I changed the subject. "It's well after hours by now, isn't it?" I asked. "Probably," he admitted. Will the room let me out wherever I'd want it to in the castle? I asked. Maybe, he said. I don't know. So I'd have to go from the 7th floor to the dungeons, after hours, and not get caught. I asked. Probably, he admitted. But you can make the room into whatever you like. I asked. Virtually, he responded. It does have some limitations. But I can probably come close. I stood when he finished speaking and climbed out of the tub. I really didn't want to. I missed the warm water immediately. I'd walked over to where I'd dropped the towel earlier and started to dry myself. I picked my wand out of my uniform pocket and used it to dry my hair. I pulled it back behind my ears and let it fall down my back. I don't want to risk that walk, I said. He seemed done bathing too. He got out of the water and started to towel off as well. He didn't use his wand to help, though, so his hair stayed a little damp. Okay, was all he said. I stared at him for a few moments. So make a bedroom, and close your eyes so I can change, I said. I'd already transfigured my skirt into a pair of short, pink, cotton shorts. He just looked at me curiously for a few moments before turning away, and I presume, closing his eyes. I took the easy way out and just transfigured my bikini bottom into some underwear and pulled on the shorts. It only took me a moment to turn my uniform undershirt into a matching tank top, and I pulled that on as well. Okay, I said. He turned back around as I reached up my back and undid the bikini top beneath my shirt. I peeled it off and tossed it into the pile with the rest of my clothing. A quick spell folded it all and make it into a much neater pile. I picked the pile up. You know, the room can create clothing, he said. Like it did with your swimwear. This was easier, I shrugged. I noticed a new door in the back of the room and wandered into it. He'd made a pretty standard hotel-esque bedroom. As a whole, it was probably half the size of the bathroom he'd made. There was just a desk, a large bed, and a couple of bedside tables, a lit lamp resting on each. He stood behind me in the doorway and spoke over my shoulder. Huh, he said. I'd wanted 2 beds and a larger room. Usually the room does exactly what you want. I'd only suggested a bedroom, and it wasn't far off of what I considered a standard bedroom. I wondered if it was looking into my mind as well. But I shrugged off that thought. I doubted it could do anything other than abide by the will of whoever incarnated it. Oh well, works for me, I said. I stepped into the room and walked around the bed. I deposited my excess clothing on the bedside table and pulled the covers back. I slid into the bed, pulling the blankets back up over me. I moved some pillows and laid pretty much smack dab in the middle of the bed. Potter watched me for a moment but ducked into what appeared to be a closet. He emerged a moment later, as I was leaning across the bed to turn off my lamp, wearing just a pair of athletic shorts. Would you prefer I created my own room? He asked. He sounded exhausted, and looked it, too. I moved back toward the middle of the bed and rolled onto my side, so my back was facing him. No, that's fine, I said quietly. My heart was pounding in my. I was unexplainably nervous as he moved to the bed. I could feel when he lifted the covers. And then he was in the bed too. But unlike me, he laid down, on his back, on the absolute far edge of the bed. He turned off his light and was perfectly still. I paused. My breath caught in my throat. But he wasn't moving. And I mean really, Potter, what the hell? It couldn't get much more intimate than this. And he was content to lay there like a slug. Did he really not find me attractive? What was the point of this entire night then? And why did he leer at me when I was in the bikini? After a few moments of silence my annoyance won out. Potter, I said quietly. Are you still awake? Yes, he responded. There wasn't even the slightest hint of sleep in his voice. Usually, when a girl agrees to sleep in the same bed as you, that means she wouldn't be opposed to you touching her or holding her, I said. And I got silence as a response. But he shifted. I could feel his weight move a bit closer to me. He must have propped himself up onto one of his sides. A moment later his hand was on my shoulder. He rested it there gently for just a second before pulling me down onto my back. And I found myself staring into the green eyes of Harry Potter as he was propped on an elbow, looking down at me. And then, finally, his lips were on mine. He tasted sweet. I closed my eyes and returned his S. They were soft and kind. There was no pressure in his touch. It felt like all he wanted to do was me. And so we ed. I'm not sure how long it lasted. But it seemed like a while. His lips stayed on mine. When his finally slipped from mine, I just smirked a little bit. Finally, I said. He just blushed and looked away. Only dragged you under mistletoe twice at the party. Of course, then I wasn't sure what I wanted. Then again, I wasn't sure now. But he was sweet, and attractive, and he was so very nice. I could do a lot worse. Certainly, all of my in-house options were already a lot worse. He brought his eyes back to mine. Can we do that again? He asked, sheepishly. He had his uniming smile plastered back onto his face. I just giggled and rolled back onto my side in the bed. Later, I said, yawning a little bit. I wasn't that tired, but I didn't want to get carried away. He just frowned. Please, he asked. I just reached behind me and found one of his arms and pulled it around my waist. He got the idea and pulled me back to his. Sleep, I said. Tired now. And I closed my eyes. He didn't respond. At least not with words. Instead he just pressed his face into my hair and took a deep breath. I just leaned back into his warmth as much as I could and was asleep within moments. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.